admit that, they're already hiding from their own religion, which is the first concession. They are conceding to the fact that they're scared to death to tell you why they believe it. And you start there, you can go from there. There's a lot more we can tell you, but I don't want to stuff your head right now
Can I
if you're
just
new
tell?
to this. But
No,
go ahead.
I'm like new, but okay. So okay, I've been doing this for like a couple years. I'd say 2 to 3 years, but you guys seem like you've been doing it much longer than that. I'm not like brand new, but when it comes to getting more nuanced, I'm trying to learn that stuff. But one thing I wanted to tell you is one of the arguments he had, or one of the things we got into is like, I was trying to establish a baseline and say, what is your, so when you look at the horizon, I was asking him, does it appear to be curved to you or does it appear to be flat when you're standing on the shoreline? And he works with water. He has like a kayaking business. So he's on the water all the time. Like, when you look at the horizon, what does it look like to you? And he's like, well, I don't know. I mean, it could be just infinitesimally.
Very
It
good.
could be.
Good job.
It could be curving. It could be curving so slightly that I just don't know it. So I'm just going to say I
Very
don't
good.
know.
Yep.
And I'm like, dude, if you had never been taught about the heliocentric model that you lived on a curve and you live on a spinning ball flying through space, what do you think you would think as a child? Like, just observing what's in front of you, would you see a curve or would you think it was flat? He's like, well, I don't know because I'm not in that situation. And basically
Excellent.
what I'm getting to is that he wouldn't even want to let me establish one little Lego block of a structure of argument. And even something so basic as like, I was like, okay, is the sky on a bright sunny day, is it blue? And he's like, well, you see, because of the way the
Nice.
light works. And he's like, you see every color but blue and all this nonsense. And then I was like, is the grass green?
Wow.
And he's like, well, it's every color, but and so he can't answer a single question with a straight answer, and he won't allow me to establish any truth. So
Very good. Excellent.
it's kind of like a relativistic. They hate absolute truth. They hate anything that
Exactly.
you try to say that's absolutely true.
Right.
They
You've
hate
already
it.
done it. So that's what I'm saying is that you're already on the right track. That's the point. They can't make a claim, Reliance. Remember, that's the first thing I told you. The first thing is to establish a claim. What you're proving here, this person is scared to death already of reality. They can't even make a claim because that's what this infanticist, psychopathic outer space religion does to people. And of course, they're atheists for a reason. They can't even make a claim. They're scared of their own shadow. So exactly, when you ask them, is the grass green? They want to give you a 2 hour diatribe as opposed to the farmer that lives in reality says, of course the correct grass is green. That's what you teach a 5 year old when they ask you. They can't do that. They're already destroyed mentally. And you have
Yeah.
to you literally have to leave the conversation. You realize you're arguing against somebody that's trying to protect their magical monkey belief system of magical germs coming out of pond scum and then turning into fish, amphibian reptiles, and eventually monkeys, and then heroes on the internet saying that they can't believe the grass is. That's the point. That's what the real deep message here is that they are already destroyed. So the point is, it's a completely different battlefield when you're talking to the psychopathic atheist than it is when you're talking to that Christian that's just scared to look stupid. It's a completely different warfare. There's a completely different set of methods and habitual things that you're going to do and use when you're talking to these different types of people, right? It's not a one thing
Mm.
fix, I'm not just going to show everybody a black swan. In fact, I never show anybody that because I would already get them to admit if I can show them the earth flat for 20 miles, is that going to prove it's flat? Of course not. That's not going to prove it's flat for somebody that is religiously holding on to this belief system because they're scared to death to admit they're wrong or they're scared to death to lose their evolution religion. Remember, there's a hidden meaning here or a hidden other problem that's always behind this globe earth deception, right? It's very rare that you'll meet, someone that's honest enough that can even go down this path. That's the first thing you have to realize, which you already have. The guy can't tell you the sky is blue. Well, good luck teaching him about straight lines. He doesn't even believe in colors. It's that easy.
Yeah, and he kept saying, "Well, you don't want to hear, the science on it, and you're anti-science." And I was like, "How dare you? How dare you?" And I was like, "You're just giving me a bunch of theoretical mumbo jumbo that you're just searching on Google." And I'm literally saying, I'm trying to start with something so basic. I was like a 4 year old could tell me the sky is blue. A 4 year old could tell me that the sky is green. And so that like kind of offended him. He thought I didn't care about his thoughts. And he's like, well, I don't really want to discuss it because you don't seem like you could ever have your mind changed. You seem like a religious zealot, flat earther that you can't be reasoned with. And I'm like, that's projection. That's you.
Correct. Yep, you got him.
That's projection. That's what I've already inherently changed my mind. Like I've already demonstrated change just by the nature of going from believing the established narrative, accepting that as truth, and then going towards this. Like I've already demonstrated I can change my mind. So it's just,
Right.
so he's like, I don't want to talk about it with you anymore. Like,
Good.
You know what I mean?
Look,
I don't want to
realize that's a concession, though. That's a concession. He's conceding. He's scared of the topic, and that's what happens. So again, you got to eventually dust your feet. I don't know how good of friends you are with these people, but I think you mentioned earlier, you're doing this just to become maybe sharper in the speech and understanding the arguments, and it is going to do that. It's going to make you better at arguing that. But remember, it's not like chess. You're not playing chess. You're not playing checkers. You're playing a psychological warfare in every single battlefield of every single person. Right. It's 100. Well, that's what psychological is. Psycho is, of course, the soul. The psychos is the soul. And that's 100% what it is. It's all about the spiritual warfare. There's no such thing. It's all spiritual. You're absolutely right. So the point is, every single person you meet, there's going to be a different twist to this game or to this warfare. But when you're talking to atheists, that's the point. You almost want to set it up like, I'm just going to get you to concede that you can't handle this topic, or I'm going to get you to concede that you don't believe in a blue sky, or I'm going to get you to admit that you don't believe in green grass either. And that's the difference. All these flat earthers that are here, which I'm not going to call myself one, but every time I meet a flat earther, the difference is between a flat earther and everybody else. The flat earther accepts reality. That's the whole point, right? They're not really even a flat earther most of the time. They are somebody that is accepting their experience, that they can trust their senses. And it's these other people, these people that believe in a television cartoon religion, again, they won't admit it, that they are believing that you can't trust your senses, you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust your equilibrium or your proprioceptic senses, right? They're saying you can't trust any of your senses, you can only trust cartoons on TV. But getting them to admit that they can only trust cartoons on TV is the hard part. That's why I start there. And again, there's a million ways to skin a cat. So every time you meet somebody, just try something different. But remember, it's not about evidence anyway. The first thing they do is they hide from evidence. And if they claim refraction, they're already admitting they can't trust their senses. That's another concession. So the point is, when somebody concedes, what I've noticed is that most flat earthers don't realize that they're winning or that they've won the argument, and then they want to wake up a dead dog and get the defibrillator and now 3, 2, 1 and give it mouth to mouth and now resuscitate a dead dog that was dead at the beginning. If the dog dies, let the dog die. If the guy's scared to death to say the sky is blue, the conversation's over. It's that simple.
He was giving me fake concessions too. Like he's like, yeah, you're right. It's flat. It's the end of the discussion.
That's called a panic. It's also known as a atheist seizure. That is a panic. That's nothing but they are scared to death to talk about it any further. That's one of the most common things they'll do. They'll say, oh, yeah, you're right. There's no mountains. The world's flat, right? That's just an insult, right? A straw man. That's not what we're claiming. We're talking about a topographical plane, right? So that's what they do. There's 1,000 ways to panic. And of course, this involves a spiritual possession, which is not part of what the server is designed for, but it's much more than what we're even talking about. Yeah, it's a great perception.
We should literally have in hardware stores or KB toy stores somewhere an Earth curve stencil. Do you know what that is?
I'm sorry, I don't know what it is.
You know what a stencil is?
Yeah, a stencil, of course.
So a stencil, a piece of plastic or a piece of material to represent something, right?
Right.
So now you take a piece of plastic, and if you know the Earth's circumference and radius, 24,901 miles, you make a fucking stencil somewhere in art in a wood shop or plastic class or on your that fucking printing machine they got these days, right? Mm-hmm. You make an Earth curve stencil that matches whatever the Earth's curve is with the said plastic material, right? You take them with you, you link them up to go for whatever distance you want. This material matches the Earth's curve, not for what the Earth is, like, you know what I mean, but for what they say the amount, right? So if you have material and you have a plastic material and you have it going out and it's curving off the ground,
Mm,
like 1/4 of an inch. Doesn't matter, just barely because it's so big and whatever. Now,
yeah.
all you need to do is in that same container or same place where you have that stencil, just pour water. If the water matches it perfectly, then we're good.
Yeah, I'm not. I'd need to see what you're talking about, like for me to like auditorially hear it and
You know what a fence
visualize
is?
this. I know what a stencil is, but
No, a fence. A
oh, a
fence.
fence, yeah, a fence, yeah, of course.
Oh, an earth curve fence. That's
Okay,
it.
earth,
The top of the
earth
fence
fence.
matches the earth's curve.
I got you. So I feel like wouldn't there be some flex to it?
Well, it'd match an earth's curve. What do you mean flex? You make it in little pieces and you put it together like Legos. No, there ain't gonna be no problem. No, it's gonna be perfect.
Yeah, someone should do this and
There wouldn't
film
be
it.
no stress tension problem in a 3-foot piece of steel or a 3-foot piece of aluminum. No. And you add them. You keep connecting them like little pieces, like clink, 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 like a fence link.
Yeah, I agree.
An earth curve stencil. We should have these everywhere. It's 2021. Like, if people are always wanting to deal with the earth and deal with the curve and have to account for it, why wouldn't you have said earth curve stencils to do such? Wouldn't you
There's
think we
another.
have the thing?
Use this example in chat right now, unless you're doing something, Dimmock.
No, go ahead.
So real quick, let me show you this right now. So somebody's obviously getting a little afraid of this topic. So I think it's Danny Faulkner. And Danny Faulkner says, "Oh yeah, how come you don't trust your senses?" And let me just read this out real quick. The speaker on this channel said to trust our senses. Since the sun appears to rise and set, doesn't trusting our senses lead to the conclusion that the sun rises and sets? Well, first of all, he doesn't believe the sun rises and sets. He thinks we're magically going around the sun, so he doesn't understand his own religion, just like all weirdo atheists on the internet. Again, pretending to be a Christian isn't going to change that fact. But here's the problem. Watch how easy this is. All you have to do is say, yes, have you ever seen anything that's higher than me, whether it's a ceiling or a balloon or a telephone pole or an airplane? If it's higher than me and as it goes farther away, it appears to be going lower. Everything we've ever seen in history does exactly what the sun, moon, and stars do. As they go away from me, they appear to be going lower. When I drive up to the streetlights at night, they appear to be going higher. As I drive away from the streetlights in my rearview mirror, they're appearing to go lower. And of course, they'll move the goalpost, but that's literally what everything is anybody's ever experienced. That's how stupid these people are. When they believe in this outer space religion, they literally throw away all of their senses and then ask stupid questions like this to prove the point that they're brain dead. It's just too easy, bro. I wish there was some competition. I really do. It's too easy.
I just look at it like a crime scene, and there's like hundreds and hundreds of bits of circumstantial and real solid evidence that's pointing all towards the same conclusion. And if you were to put one of those crazy person like red lines and just like a whole wall full of proofs, it would be insane, like how much there is. One of my favorite observations is the crepuscular rays of the sun. I mean, it's almost like that observation. You see those sun's rays converging to a singular point, and then you see sometimes hot spots on the clouds, and it looks small and local when you look at it like that. You see it for what it is. But my buddy, he'll tell me that no, it's due to perspective. They're actually parallel. Your lying eyes are seeing them be angular, but they're actually parallel, similar to staring down train tracks. How they're
Now,
parallel,
right,
but they appear to
but here's a
converge.
problem, though. Remember, though, that there's a problem, though. If I'm enabling someone to hide from the topic, I'm now allowing them to be that psychopathic, drug addict that they are. So if I allow them to hide from the topic, which is understanding what we can measure and observe and test here, and if they go to the sun, they're again running away from what we can test and observe. We can't measure anything about the sun. All we know is that we can see it and we can claim that it gives us warmth and it gives us light, but that's it. We can't claim anything about as far as the distance of it anyway. So that would be another escape route for the sophist or the sycophant or the outer space, believer, because they're hiding from what we can prove. Everybody knows we can't test the sun and the moon. It's just psychopaths that believe because they see cartoons on TV that the sun or the moon and stars would prove something about the shape of the earth. Well, that's already them conceding again that they're scared to death of reality and what we can prove. There again, it's funny because not only in Acts but in Exodus, of course, in Moses' time to Jesus' time, there were people that worshipped the sun, moon, and stars. And they even said, and God turned and gave them up to worship the hosts of heaven. So people for thousands of years have been hiding from reality by worshiping the stars and by worshiping the celestial bodies. That's the same thing. If I tell somebody, yes, the earth is a plane of existence under the heavens and in the waters, and they go, well, what about the sun? Okay, well, they're already worshiping the sun. They think the sun is so amazing, it's now going to redirect and dictate what the earth is. That's a form of worship. That's a magical power. That's witchcraft. Like now the sun, because something the sun does, we can't trust how the earth appears. That is literally criminally insane. Thanks.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that it necessarily proves what we're living on, the shape of what we're living on. It goes against the narrative that it's 93 million miles away and it's much, much, much larger. And when you see hot spots and you see these sure. convergent rays, it just looks more local than what they're saying and smaller. And then if you take into account the sun and the moon like overlapping almost perfectly, that really is insane to try to tell me that.
No, you're
that's
right.
A random...
No. For your sake, it's remember, for your sake, it's different. You're not scared to death at the fact that the earth is stationary in a plane of existence. Once you establish that we are on an obvious stationary plane of existence, there's nothing wrong with going, and look at these amazing crepuscular rays. But if you're trying to say, oh, I'm going to ignore what the earth measures as because the sun and moon are actually doing this, because it's usually, I'm going to assume that it's usually them who are bringing it up. When it's, when I'm having this conversation, I never, ever, ever bring up the sun, moon, and stars if I'm starting with Earth. I do the opposite. I'll either start with outer space and work down, or I'll start with the Earth, and they will force me stop working with Earth. They will force me to leave Earth, right? So either way, I want to go to the extremes. So my point is that they already don't have a claim, right? My point is I will have to ask them a question to see if they can concede to the parameters of conversation. Like, well, does it matter what the sun, moon, and stars do if I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, such as using long-range radar, which is dependent on not being able to be refracted in any way, shape, or form, right? If I can do something to prove Earth is a plane of existence, a topographical level plane. Is that going to be changed because of something the sun, moon, and stars do? And if they say yes, there's no hope for them. If they say no matter what I measure here doesn't matter because of something the sun, moon, and stars do, they're possessed, for lack of a better term. There's no hope. There's no help for them. Sorry.
No, you're good. I often find them trying to bring it to the sky. So they'll be like, hey, well then how far away is the moon then? They want me to answer questions like that. Or the other one will say, well, in the southern hemisphere, we see stars, like, the southern stars appear to circle around, like the southern, pole star.
Right. Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
Which is no such thing. Right. So first of all, there's no such thing as either is no southern hemisphere. There is no southern pole star. And actually, you don't have to turn 180 degrees. You can see the you can see the stars converging and diverging from the same point on Earth. I'll add some pictures to the live stream. And that just in itself, besides the fact that if there's one star that's generally not moving, which is of course the one Polaris star that we have in the north, if there's any one star that's not moving, the entire magical outer space religion is done. But they cannot concede that because again, it's not about evidence. In their magical imagination, they'll just wish it away, right? So the point is, I can see the convergence and divergence of stars in the sky. And if that's possible, if the globe was spinning in two different directions at the same time, that would mean the top of the globe has to be spinning in one direction and the bottom of the globe would have to be spinning in the opposite direction. Because remember, from the same point of view on Earth, not turning around, I can see the stars converge and diverge. And I hope there was somebody else to post a picture of. They probably didn't. But that's the point. They don't even understand that. So I'll just ask them, well, if I just show you the stars converging and diverging from the same point on Earth without having to turn around, Doesn't that obviously destroy the claim? They don't understand. They'll let me just say, "Oh no, that's not how it works." They'll immediately divert from the actual fact that we can see that. So again, yes, when I cross the street, now the cars, right? I cross the street. Now the cars are going right from left. When I was on the other side, they were going left to right. The cars are still going the same direction. See, that does not change the fact that the street the cars are also driving on is still flat, right? So again, it's just a way to hide from what is provable. But of course, my point of view changed. The motion of the cars or the objects did not change. And again, it's just hiding from what we can prove. It just means they're psychotic, basically.
I also find the fact that there's been nobody to fly over Antarctica and come up on the other side, that there's never been like a south to north flight. I find that compelling as like circumstantial evidence. Like not one case. They went down to the supposed South Pole and then came back all the way up to the North Pole. So, you know what I'm saying? But they just like went down south and then came back up the same way. They didn't go all the way across.
You don't know where
Well,
they look.
there's
If I go over Russia, if I go over my backyard when there's snow in it, if I go over Colorado, if I go over a mountaintop, if I go over a pile of snow, how do you know where I'm at?
Right. I don't even
Yeah,
think they
real
went
quick.
to
So I just
any
got to
sort
show
of
this.
South
Let
Pole.
me, right. So let me display this real quick. So 56 minutes after the hour, there's a photo right there. That's near the equatorial circuit, right? Which we have different terms, but there it is. If I can see the stars in a time-lapse photography converging and diverging from the same point on Earth, this is not a wide-angle lens. And that's why this is key. The same point on Earth, I'm seeing the stars literally turn in slightly different directions. Now, they're all going east to west, of course, right? From east to west. That's how all stars go. That doesn't change no matter where you are. So that's another problem for the magical globe. Right? That's it. It's over. If things are always going east to west, it's over. If I can see one star in the sky that doesn't move, it's over. And if I can see stars converging and diverging from the same point on the ground, looking in the same position, it's over. Any of these absolutely annihilates the idea that we can be moving at all. These absolutely prove that we have to be stationary. And a first-year graduate of whatever photography school is out there, whoever's a junior photographer can tell you, in order to get this shot, you can't be moving. It's very simple. Whether they know that or not, if they haven't thought about it, I've been a photographer for 30 years. So if you find a photographer that wants to argue with me that thinks that we're moving when you're seeing this, they're possessed. I'm sorry. There's no other term. They've already have no brains. There's no way that you can be that stupid to think that we're spinning in two different directions at the same time, bro. And the reason I found this out a couple of years ago is because these psychopaths kept saying this. Oh, in the south it does this, and in the north it does that. And I finally said, that's it. Even though I don't care about the sky, I'm going to absolutely smash these people. And it took 5 minutes. There it is. There's hundreds of shots of the sky doing this from hundreds
Where's
of
this located?
Well, it's on Earth, and that's the real. I'm not sure. That's the reality, is that you can find your own, do it yourself. Nobody can argue this. All the photographers that take these photos admit they do this without a wide-angle lens. So if
It'd be good
any
to.
point, it is, but there's many different places. But it's never. It's not about location anyway. So if somebody is asking for location, which is great, it's not going to change the fact that if what I'm saying is, if I can prove this is how it is. Do you understand it? They won't concede to it. Even if I can prove to you that this is in Brazil or this is in Chile, right? And we see this from the same point on Earth. This is probably in Chile, by the way. And this is the one that I unmarked. I wanted to take my meme off it because I put some letters and words on here earlier. So I've just proven the point. There is no claim. If I can show you this and confirm it, would it change their mind? No, because they don't understand. They're already hiding from it. So again, it's not about evidence anyway. I don't want to talk about the sun, moon, and stars. But if anywhere on Earth I can see stars converging and diverging like this photo at 56 minutes after the hour, it absolutely annihilates any movement at all. There's no way in a time-lapse photo we can be moving 1 inch if we can see this over a period of time. It's over.
How would this look on like the heliocentric model? Do you think it looked different?
No,
from this photo.
First, hold on. You got a problem because again, you're enabling these people. You're still handing them their drugs. There's no such thing as a heliocentric model. I know that some people are confused about that. So there's no such thing. If somebody brings up heliocentric model, hold on, which is not your claim. That's not your claim anyway. So you're not going to do it. But if somebody brings that up, first of all, there's no such thing. You have to now show me the heliocentric model.
Right,
Again, there's no such thing. It's over. Period.
There's no presentation of a globe in a classroom, a heliocentric anything in any kind of thing, no orbit, no
Correct.
vacuums, no. There's no,
Right. I'm
nothing,
gonna elaborate. Yep.
no lab. Like where can we get
Right.
the globe presentation at?
Yep, no such thing. So let me elaborate. This shows the sky moves literally. Now, this is going to surprise some people, maybe some flat earthers, but just relax. The sky moves in two-dimensional concentric circles no matter where you are. There is no three-dimensional movement. That's why they're called what, kids? That's right, constellations. They don't change. There's no parallax variation. It's over. Everything in the sky disproves the idea that we're moving. Everything that we see in the sky. There's absolutely, and it's just, again, it's a brainwashed cartoon religion. There is no model, there is no evidence, there is no fact. It's people that watch TV and watch outer space cartoons and think it's real. Then when I show them this, they will run from their lives and try to make up all kinds of excuses to how that's possible. All you have to do is ask them, great, show me something moving that can see this. Show me, put a camera on anything moving of any example ever that can see two-dimensional concentric stars in the sky. You can't do it. It's so easy, bro. It's just that you have to change the way you think. It's literally like we still, right? Once we got out of our Alcoholics Anonymous psychopathic cartoon space religion fantasy, we still had problems because we still use the words and terms and ideologies of this psychopathic religion. So it's not just realizing, uh-oh, the earth is flat. There's 1,000 other things. It's a 1,000-step process of getting out of the entire religion. It's not just one problem. There are many problems to this type of ideology. It's an idea. It's a religion. The whole religion's got to go. Perfect.
I posted something to just sort of visually demonstrate that two-dimensional concentric circles and how simply by having some kind of refractive dome or some kind of a lensing effect that we can get two counter-rotating circles out of one concentric circle.
Yes, and exactly. We have many examples that help, and there's many different ways to do it our way. There's no ways that it works in an idealistically magical cartoon where we actually require three-dimensional movement. The stars are supposedly at vast different distances. They don't ever show that. They all move like they're the exact same distance away. So again,
that's really interesting.
Yeah,
and for your
over,
picture
bro.
that you posted, it would have to be somewhere near the equator for you to get those horizontal straight up and down lines, as well as having both a southern and a northern star trail. If it was further south, you'd have a significantly larger southern track and then a much smaller, more oval-looking northern star trail.
Correct. Now that's the easy part. The hard part, as you know this, is this solar? I'm not looking at the screen. Let me check. Who is this? Who am I talking to? 1 second. Is that I'm talking to flat earth solar, right? Okay, yeah, exactly. And that's the point. If I get them to understand, the problem is getting them to even understand what this means. And of course, you know they can't. They will not accept this as understanding these are two-dimensional movements. Like when gears, right? You look at a wristwatch gear, right? Or a Big Ben gear, whatever. When you look at two gears going, they're moving. And of course, they're three-dimensional. They're actually more three-dimensional, but the movement of the gears is two-dimensional. A glober cannot concede to that. Once they concede to that, it's over. Their outer space religion is dead. It's done. So they can't concede to anything. One concession, they're done. So building that concession is the hard part. Getting them to admit, does evidence matter? Start with that. Do you think that measuring the earth might be important, or should looking away from the earth? If I want to determine the plane of existence, what do? Do I look away from it, or do I look at it? And if they can't figure out we're supposed to look at it, they need to be institutionalized somehow. They have problems. They should stay away from people. Put them in a room and let them watch TV the rest of their days. There's something wrong with these people, and I don't know. I don't want to know what it is. I don't want to know what it's like to have to force myself to hide from reality and insist that I can only trust my senses when I'm watching space fairy tales on television. I don't want to know what that's like. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to say, okay, is this one of those things that's visually exclusive to one particular viewpoint? And does it exclude the other model and saying, you know,
Got a
would it
problem?
look different?
No,
Would it
listen,
look different?
let me, I'm trying to help you. Listen, bro, you don't even have a claim. You can't even show me how theirs is supposed to work. So again, this is in your imagination still. You have leftovers from this religion that's still in your mind. There's no model. There's no claim. You have to show me what are they even claiming? You can't do it. There's no claim, let alone model, bro. That's how easy this is. Show me a claim for what we should see in a magical
just
outer
saying that
space religion. There's no such thing. I'm saying show me.
Yeah, you're saying we're starting from something that you're saying this is the reality, and we don't even know what that other thing looks like. So
right, there's no claim. That's the point. Exactly. There isn't even a model for them. They just use that word because they live in a fantasy. There's no such. It's just like saying, "What do you mean there's no evidence for my Scientology? Don't you see the floating volcano model in the sky?" No, I don't. Show it to me. There's no such thing. That's the point. You're talking to people that are so brain dead. They keep using these words, and it continues to trickle down to, not to be mean, but to you. It continues to trickle down to you. So you
I'm
repeat
partly
it.
brain dead.
It's right. It's being right. I'm not mad. I'm just trying to point this out to the audience. You're repeating a mantra. It's just a mantra. They just keep saying model, but nobody will show it to me. I've been asking for 5 years. I tell them all the time, just show me a work. Watch this. Hold on. Watch this. I say this. Watch this. You know what? You're right. Let's forget about Earth. Let's forget about it. Just show me a working outer space. Notice I didn't say heliocentric. I didn't say globe. Just listen. I say, great. Show me your outer space belief model that works, and I will destroy flat Earth for you. Go ahead. Best of luck. And there isn't even a claim. I don't even get a return email. No one even messages me back. It's over. Their message when they send me back is, oh, you just got to look it up. That's not a claim. That's admitting that you don't have a model. Oh, well, go find it. Go study a book. That's not a claim. That's a concession. So all I get is concessions, bro. Right. All I get is concessions. There is no model. That's how easy it is. I don't even have to do anything. I can sit here in my lawn chair and go, just show me it. It's over. Thanks.
Yeah, and for a little while, there were a couple of Globers who thought Stellarium, that software that tells you the star position, they thought that was a slam dunk model, perfectly working model of the solar system. So much so that a guy called Zen Garcia put out a $10,000 bet to prove the Earth is a sphere. Someone took him to court for that exact point, that they thought that Stellarium would prove that it's a sphere, and the judge found that software had no bearing on reality. So even Stellarium cannot be used as your model, and that's the only thing that I've ever heard them claim is a working model.
Right, let me hold on real quick before I give an example. Right, when something is lower than, right, because people go, oh, well, you can see it going lower than the Earth. Well, okay, well, I see the train tracks going up. Are you seeing the train tracks are now going into the sky? Of course not. It's called the convergence point. That's what we see, right? The limit to our view. So think of how stupid that is. All we had to do is go, oh, so you're saying the ground goes to the sky? Because if I see the stars go down, they're now claiming that means the stars are going below, physically below the Earth. Well, that's obviously not true because I don't believe the train tracks at the end are now going above the Earth. Duh. Hi, thanks for playing. That was easy. There is no claim, bro. I'm telling you. You just got to literally accept the fact that they don't even have a claim. When they say model, go, okay, great, conversation's over. If you show me the model right now, working model of your outer space religion, I completely agree and assimilate to your outer space religion right now. Just show me the model. And they can't do it. It's over.
That's what they tell me, though. They go, well, you don't have a model. They say you don't.
No. Right. That is a complete burden of proof, reverse fallacy, because they are so stupid. They now want you to give them something they are claiming. I'm not claiming a model. I'm not a retard that lives in a cartoon. I'm saying I accept and believe in reality.
We want to see them.
They are the ones that are claiming a model, and since they don't have one, they want you to show them a model. Yeah, Kent Hovind said the same thing, and he's been hiding from me for 5 years. Kent Hovind is scared to death of any Christian that understands we don't live on a magical ball. And it really pissed me off because 5 years ago he argued with Rob Skiba, God bless him, and he told Rob Skiba, well, you don't have a model, Rob Skiba, so I'm not going to talk to you. So I sent Kent Hovind the message. I said, Kent, if you just show me any model of your outer space religion, I will help you destroy Rob Skiba. And Kent Hovind never got back to me. Yeah, because it's that easy. Thanks.
Well, guys, I appreciate the time. I got to get to work. And that was awesome. I appreciate it.
Amen, sir. Have fun out there.
Yeah, I sent you a friend request, so you check that out.
I got you, man. I accepted already. God bless
Yeah,
you, man.
remember, it's too big for you to see anywhere, but it's supposed to happen everywhere, at your feet and everywhere.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
So much
Thank
curve. You. Yeah, amen. There's so much curve, you can't see it. Yep.
Right, meniscus on a cup, but then go take that cup and match it to the dirt anywhere or the water anywhere else.
No, this is how you see the curve, guys. Yes, look at the water and zoom in on the water. Just zoom in on the water, and then there's the curve, right? That's how you, but when I go away, the curve disappears. Wait a minute. So you're telling me as I go higher, the curve disappears? That's the problem, because the curve should increase as I go higher.
Exactly.
So that's how easy it is. As soon as you go off the ground, it's over, bro. I'm telling you, dead fish in a barrel.
Yeah, like the basketball, it's regulation size. The Earth is regulation size. So it should never change. We shouldn't have all these problems. And where's the matched measurement? Where's the actual live measuring of the planet? Where they measured 24,901 miles of anything ever in their life.
Well,
ever,
yep.
anyway.
Yep. Well, you have to look at the sun to measure the Earth. So, yep.
Oh yeah, you gotta look at leprechauns and read books. Yep.
Are you saying? Are you? Wait a minute. This is my favorite question. Are you saying the moon is fake? Oh, I love that one.
What's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
Actually, I believe in the moon. That always faces me somehow. And you apparently believe that a ball looks like a flat two-dimensional moon all the time. Yeah. So.
A moon you can't see the other side of, but it's a sphere.
Well, yeah, and again, let me now insert an excuse to why the moon also looks flat now, by the way, because yes, it looks like a dish in the sky.
But everything rotates, but the moon's not rotating.
Well, yeah, the moon turns like a clock because, of course, tidal locking orbital magic. That's how it works. You just, you don't understand orbital mechanics.
Yeah, I get that. I just don't get that it's not spinning.
Well, also, it's perpetual energy. It never has to slow down because gravity solves all these issues.
Right.
And then, of course, refraction. When gravity and evolution got together, now we have a new baby called refraction. So that's why we know our eyes are always wrong. And because things bend, this is my favorite comment. Because things bend. Listen, guys, here's the thing.
You've seen how that bait and switch that they did by putting tidal locking from the moon, when we still haven't even proven that the moon is the cause of tides, but they say tidally locked. So it's already.
I gotta back it up. Let me back it up for a second, because here's the deal. There's a big deal, because this refraction argument, I don't know how so many people fall for it, and because again, I don't have to explain why elephant feathers are gold. Okay, guys. So if I start explaining why elephant feathers are gold, I'm helping the person stay in their addiction. Okay, I'm enabling their psychosis. If somebody says refraction because things that bend, I know this might be shocking to some people. If you're an atheist, this will be difficult. Things that bend don't make them look flat. I hope that's not too complicated to understand. Thanks. Gosh.
Yeah, can you make a ball square with your lens?
Okay, no. Can you bend something? It's worse than that. Are you telling me I can bend something and that makes it look flat? Is that your final answer? Are you serious? If that's your final answer, you need to be obviously institutionalized, as QE would say, locked into a room and allowed to watch Looney Tunes all day, and that's it.
Right. Well, I just think it's funny we have cameras that can make flat things bend, but it can't make round things look like a square.
That's a great point, right? That's why when you zoom in on something, it makes it look bulged, right? I can make a flat surface, right? I can distort it and now make it look curved. but you can't show me this opposite effect. You're telling me something is bending and something's all. Remember, this is how crazy. This is actually worse. Listen, there's actually three dimensions of insanity here. You're saying I'm on a bent ball, right, with an increasing slope. Plus, there's something that's even bending it more, and that's how it looks perfectly flat. Obviously, it's clear why you're an atheist. That is the answer. Yeah. It is just the reason I'm motivated. It is the most psychotic and dumbest, most perverted, psychopath
Yeah, we
religion
have
in
infused
history.
air, and when we look at the lens, all the lens does is unfuse it. It just defuses it.
Well,
That's
all I wanted to do was explain to the gentleman that was lens compression. So sorry for getting carried away, but I cannot stand this bulging Earth idea that the water comes up now first and then goes down. It's getting annoying. Thanks.
right. It shouldn't. None of that should do that. It should stay the same size. And
Remember,
if
a
you're over,
ball always gets right. Denmark, the final lesson, kids, is that a ball doesn't start to get higher first. It always goes lower.
lower,
Thanks.
drops away.
Jeez,
And
my
if you're
goodness.
over a desert of sand, and I can point at that sand and say it's any place that matches sand. If I'm over a snowbank in my backyard, I can say I'm in Alaska or Antarctica. How would you know the difference if I didn't show you anything else but like the snow? You'd never know. So all these people and all these things that you hear and say and think that you know, I mean, how do you know? It's not to say that places. It's to say like if the government says, "Hey, yeah, we're filming over Antarctica right now," how do you know they're not just in some snowy area? How would you know?
Well, I've seen it on TV.
Godzilla.
How
They'll
about
say
when they
because
say,
my
go ahead.
GPS. Look at my GPS. It says this number on the screen. Therefore, I have to be precisely where it tells me I
Oh
am.
yeah, another fed instrument.
Oh boy. I got to get out of here, guys. It's been fun. Thanks for putting up with me. That's just my little short stint today for Solar and Denmark, and the new guy I was talking to. But yeah, let me just do this real quick. I've always wanted to do this, just like Peter Venkman, when he pulled the sheets with the glasses in the hall room. Okay, that was not the best sound, but that is the actual shofar being blown across the airwaves. 218 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the literal end of the internet and the edge of the world. Thanks for have a good day, guys.
Data, bud.
See ya, XO.
So I wasn't here for the new guy. Does anyone here know what was being discussed?
Yeah, just basically air. The word refraction because that's all that anybody ever brings up. That's like one of the main people he said his buddy or whatever brings up to him. Talking about refraction or something bending or whatever. When all you're really doing is looking through air. You're seeing air. The dirt's not really bending. The water's not really bending. It's not going up. It's not going down. It's staying right where the fuck it's at. The air is waving. The air can move and wave and fluctuate. The air. I don't see why this is so hard to understand.
Yeah, I had a Glober tell me the other day that he knows that the winds are due to the Earth's rotation. So on the day when it's really windy, like the Earth's spinning faster. And he was being dead serious. They don't even understand that they've got the one version where the air's velcroed to the Earth as it spins, showing no drift. But then there should be Coriolis effect, which does drift.
Right.
And we have winds. And we have winds in all different directions. So say the wind's blowing from the east and then suddenly it changes direction to the west.
If
The
Coriolis
Earth
was real,
change spin.
if Coriolis was real, all you'd have to do is just watch your cup of liquid just start spinning wherever you sit it down, whatever direction. Did we see that?
But this is also a misnomer that we should never see circular rotation unless you're at the North Pole or the South Pole. Because, say, for example, it's like driving your car down a highway and you hang a piece of string with a weight at the end of it out your window. That string may start off rocking around, but will very soon just lean backwards in one vector because my car is going in that vector,
Right.
the opposing vector.
Yeah.
It won't start spinning in a clockwise rotational speed because I'm going straight down a highway. Now, a ball spinning on its axis should be moving along its latitude line. So as it rotates, the latitude line should remain the vector of movement. Along that latitude, eastward, you are spinning.
If we're
So
on a
therefore, you have one vector, and if you hung a Foucault pendulum, you should see it always point the opposite angle or the opposite direction to where the Earth is spinning. And it should just maintain that angle because of the spin of the Earth.
when you spin something, what happens in reality, in physics, right now? If you take a string with a pendulum on it and you swing it, what happens?
It starts to lift up. I don't know what you're asking.
I'm asking you what happens.
Spins in a circle, and then
Goes
we'll
to the
start to lift.
outside, goes away from you. It doesn't go
Yeah,
towards the ground. So in reality, if
centrifugal.
you're on a spinning ball, you're on a spinning object, and you hold out a pendulum, the pendulum should go to the fucking air, away from the Earth. That's what happens with real physics and real reality. So if you take any spinning object and put a pendulum on it and it spins, the pendulum doesn't go to the center of the motherfucker. It goes away from it.
Yeah, and the pendulum won't rotate in a 360. Like you
Just like
say,
the
it'll
water
only
in the
point
bucket.
one direction.
That's right. You have that centrifugal force. So what the fuck is stopping that? How are you stopping the force of the Earth by a pendulum, a little pendulum? Shouldn't that control the pendulum?
And like with the Foucault pendulum, how they haven't understood that the floor is attached to the walls, which is attached to the ceiling. So therefore,
Right.
something hanging from the ceiling is the same reference frame as the floor.
Distance is elevation, yes, on a globe. There's no difference. Exactly.
But logically, what would make the floor turn around in a 360 underneath a static roof, but the corners all remain in the same corners, but somehow the floor has completely shifted in a 360 while you're on one latitude only rotating eastward or only moving east. So you've only got a single vector eastward, but yet the floor is meant to turn 360 underneath you. It's like a spinning top. You say that if I drive a car this way on this highway, suddenly everything inside will start spinning like a spinning top. Why would everything inside the car start rotating 360 while the car's traveling down a highway? It wouldn't. The Earth's traveling eastward. Why would it now spin 360 on the surface? It wouldn't.
Right. It would just like it'd be like a kite or something, or like like a helium balloon on a string. It should just hold right there, and then You know, that's what the pendulum should do. Same as a helium balloon. If you held on
Exactly.
to it. But that they have it going to the ground, which shows there's no spin of the earth. Because they say the spin is stronger than gravity because gravity's not a force, right? So when you spin something, clearly, no matter what's going down on the planet, when they say gravity, gravity's dick because it goes outward. Clearly, everywhere around you.
But what's nice about mathematics is that, you can always just invent something and make it the antithesis or exactly equivalent to what you need it to be. So that's why they invented centripetal convergence. And the centripetal convergence is the exact amount as the centrifugal outward force. So like spinning a bucket and the water sticks to the outsides of the bucket, that's the centrifugal. They claim there's an inward force equivalent to the outward force, which is why we on the earth don't get flung off. You just take whatever the centrifugal amount was going to be, and we put another in brackets with a negative of the same number. And then we can just cancel those two out as though we're stationary, but we know we're not stationary. But we'll just calculate everything as though we're stationary. Fucking retarded. Empirical Emperor, why don't you come in and chat, bud?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Going fine.
What do you think the most fake thing about the globe is?
That we spin.
Yeah, I agree. Like if you think about a treadmill, that would be the floor is moving. And you place a bicycle, anything with a wheel, onto that treadmill. Almost instantaneously, that wheel will start to rotate. Especially if the bicycle is, say, being kept static while the treadmill moves underneath it. So all we need is a helium balloon with a bicycle so that the helium balloon is just buoyant enough to keep the bicycle upright, and the bicycle wheels should start turning if there was motion to the earth. And you should start seeing those bicycle wheels turn perpetually. We should be getting our free energy that we need from a wheel that's constantly turning up against the spinning of the Earth, because that would be all the turbine motion we need. Because it's perpetual and it's 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Imagine how much power that is. Just need to suspend a wheel somehow so it's just touching the Earth's surface. And as the Earth spins underneath that wheel, it'll cause that wheel to spin. That's how simple it would be to prove that the Earth moved. And to generate all the free power that we'd ever need.
Hello, Flutter Solar. Hello, everyone.
Hey, good.
Nice to hear you guys.
Did you hear what I was saying now?
About motion or
About a wheel, yeah, about motion.
yeah,
Like if
yeah,
you
treadmill.
suspended a wheel, if
Yeah.
you turned that wheel into a turbine, that you were using the Earth's rotation to rotate
Yeah.
a turbine to produce free power, that'd be the easiest proof of the globe.
Correct. Yeah, but that will be dangerous because you will be tapping into Earth's kinetic energy. You add friction, you extract energy from
slowing
that,
it down.
and you are going to destroy it. You're not
But
being
that means,
eco-friendly.
but that means that the day will get longer than 24 hours. So everyone will be happy
Yeah.
because they get more hours.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do have a question in regards to this. Can you have this thing that we call space without the presence of electric field and magnetic fields?
You mean in a heliocentric paradigm space?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, even Newton said spooky action at a distance, or some kind of an attractive force with nothing in between
Yeah,
would be so
yeah,
preposterous an idea that any
yeah.
man with any reasonable faculty of thinking
Mm,
would not fall into that.
yeah.
There would have to be some kind of a field
Mm,
from the sun to the earth to transfer light and energy from the sun to
yes.
the earth.
A connector, correct, yeah. I don't know. I sometimes like to imagine about this
What about focal point?
dome fountains.
Sorry to interrupt, but what about a focal point? So if the sun had a
Yeah,
focal range to the earth and then there was still nothing in between the sun and the earth, could a focal range allow the sun to still manifest its energy to here without there needing to be a medium?
This is a very complex question, to be honest, and not an easy one. If it's focalized, uh, like that thing that we see, which is the sun, if that's the focal point of what actually there is behind it, who knows what it could be? I mean, it could be a lot bigger or a lot smaller. Uh, hmm. But you said focal for
That's
a
got me
reason.
curious. That's got me
Yeah.
curious now to go investigate vacuum chambers to see if there's ever been any focal light focusing experiments in terms of using lenses. Because if the light
Mm.
still has to propagate through something even to achieve a focal point, then maybe the focal point can't be achieved without a medium. It's kind of like
That's
I'm thinking of a
interesting. Yeah,
magnifying.
I get
I'm thinking of a
you. Yeah.
magnifying glass. Yeah.
Hmm.
Without something
And
to
rays.
or aim it, yeah. To focus, that's what you're doing. You have to have a medium for it to be focused. Object, medium, something.
Well, they do have these vacuum tubes and stuff.
Sorry, maybe I sidetracked you. What was the point of your question about if space had to have a field?
Yeah, wherever we are in the world, we are part inside an electric field. The ground is negative, the negative plane, and sky positive. And we are in between, like in a capacitor, you know.
Above
But
the sky is negative also.
sorry,
Above the sky is negative also.
could be, yeah. I,
I think that, yeah,
I
because
don't. Uh,
anything that moves or reacts or does anything is going to be positive.
yeah, I
Anything
think what we call positive and negative is actually
tempo.
in regards to the spin, like clockwise or counterclockwise, you know. And I don't think there is actually a positive and negative really exists, you know.
No, I just mean like something getting reacted off through the medium by resistance. Like, okay, you go forward, you run, you do something, you
Yeah,
move.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
things do that or they don't. And if something's
yeah.
not, like the ground is like set where it's at, it's not doing much. It's not doing anything. So anything that is doing something
Yeah,
is going to transfer from itself to that ground. That's how it
yeah.
works. Now, whether it's positive, negative, yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah, my question is can we have space a 1 cubic centimeter anywhere? But in this space, the 100% there is no electric field, you know, and anything that will be inside it, uh, it will not conform like to an electric field because we can detect motion. But if you are in such an ideal frame of reference, then yeah, this is Star Trek.
I didn't think you could have just space itself as whatever that is anywhere. Has to
Yes,
be
but I
something.
think it has to do with the shape of the Earth's, the world's magnetic field and electric field. All this place, which we call space, you know, 3D and stuff, like underground, in the air, and above the sky, all this um, is part of inside an electric field. It has its own
It's like a
electric
computer
field.
grid, yeah.
Yeah, and
We have the bottom surface and then we have above it. That's basically all we got. No, we
because
have the
when
ground
we
and we have
yeah,
that's it.
everything that moves is actually there is energy transfer relation to the object with the world, with the mediums and everything. Uh, but once an object comes to rest and standing still, and you isolate it from energy sources and stuff like that, mm, things change. Yeah,
Here's what I
we
think's
can
funny
see.
about the ground. The ground. Supposedly we
Mm.
can only dig 7 miles, right? And
Yeah,
supposedly
yeah, yeah.
the Marianas Trench is only 7 miles.
Mm. Yeah,
So if the government could go say 9 miles, that means the government could travel everywhere in the world directly under the ocean or anywhere, no problem, at any time, through the dirt.
yeah.
So I mean, really, it is. Yeah,
Mm.
I always wonder about that.
Well, I'm thinking of this, and I actually do it for the Globers. I never thought doing something like this for anyone, but yeah. Because we have many instruments which we can measure motion and detect motion, and vast majority of the time we are using properties of electricity and electric fields and magnetic fields. Yeah. Even the very simple thing that we make an observation, it wouldn't work without electromagnetic waves. you know, there will be no light.
I've been thinking
So,
about this for a while. Like, we've got this electromagnetic spectrum that everything is on
yeah,
in terms of
yeah,
waves and stuff. Then you've got this field. Why was the field not like, instead of AETH, ether, why is it
yeah.
not like alpha in terms of electromagnetic electricity, in terms of this field that propagates these
Mm,
phenomenons? And then the root El is also Elohim, which is like the creator, the original
yeah.
gods, the El. So I then started to wonder, why ether, why AETH,
Hallel. Yeah.
but then like earth is EARTH, and then this is
Mm,
ether. It's like maybe it's the earth field, the ether. But
yeah.
why was it not
Maybe it's
like
the LU.
That is, you know,
You ever heard of the
like
L code?
these anagrams, and
Yeah, have you ever heard of the
it's
L codes?
been a while. It's been a very long time since I haven't looked into gematria and anything like this. But I
Well,
was
just like,
doing back in the days. I was checking names and stuff. you know.
well, the Lloyds of London, yeah, the two L, double L, LL, Y.
Yeah.
Why do you start a name with
Lloyd.
two letters? That'd be like if my name was Tom, it's TTOM. No, I don't think so.
yeah.
That's a double L and then an O at the end. So LO. Why? But anyway, I've heard of an L code or an LU cipher, and it's the
Mm,
same word as Lucifer. But the word cipher means to decipher or cipher or uncode, right?
yeah, it always leads to him.
Well, the LU cipher, that's what I get from it. So,
Mm. Yeah, we have to get back to that kind of silly, childish mind, you know. The silly mind of a child which asks the um, those silly questions, you know, like uh,
I would say obvious rather than silly. Like the obvious question that maybe as
yeah,
an adult
yeah,
you choose not to ask, but the kid will just
yeah,
outright ask that obvious. Why does that lady have that thing on her nose? Why is there
yeah,
no curvature if the Earth is a ball? Like
correct.
it is going back to that childlike
Mm.
questioning.
Um, we don't need to be coherent all the time, because it coherency is not the only productive thing in this world. So many things happen by accident, discoveries. Yeah, I will reflect on these.
And further on that discovery point, how many discoveries are yet to be disclosed? It's when you look
Wow.
through the patent, when you look through the
Yeah.
patent offices, and you sometimes see patents for things that is maybe 60 years old, and it's a patent that's been filed for like water powered engines. And you think
Yeah,
about if you could buy
yeah,
a clean engine that never emitted the carbon dioxide
yeah.
and you could run on water, how much further would we be 70, 80 years ahead on water based technology, but also how those discoveries are steered? So then, when we find ourselves in a predicament, like why are we still pumping coal and fuel into the sky?
Mm.
Everyone scratches their heads and say, oh, we as humans. Whereas, no, we as humans discover, and then the discoveries get shelved by our driving oligarchs.
Mm. Well, I don't think burning coal is bad, actually. Neither fossil fuel, but except this gas from the petrol station, benzene. But the diesel fuel is actually eco-friendly and safe. It's not toxic.
Just like the jab, right?
Well, In Romania, we have
They
this
promise.
joke.
They promise. So that's good enough,
Yeah,
right?
it's genetic modification. Yeah, genetic engineering. So that means they are editing your DNA, so you're not going to be intact anymore. You'll be defiled. Uh, you'll be made an abomination. You'll be uh, sterilized. So you cannot procreate yourself anymore. Huh. If you want babies, you have to come to the lab and we will clone you. And
Remember
you
that?
will become your own father.
Give me some of that good old cheek meat. You want a steak?
Yeah.
Let me rub your cheek, and I'll have you a steak in 3 minutes.
Yeah. That's not cannibalism, actually. I mean, laboratory grown meat from your DNA, from your body cells, is not cannibalism.
Oh,
Scientists
what
have
if a
said.
millionaire does that? What if a millionaire went to a lab and rubbed his cheek and said, "I want fake chicken breast made with this right here. I want
Yeah,
chicken breast.
yeah,
I'm going to run a Chick-fil-A, and I want unlimited chicken breast from my own DNA. I don't have to pay nobody for nothing. Here you go, boom. There it is, grown, boom.
yeah.
I make all the profit.
My God. Yeah.
Nobody would be the wiser. Chick-fil-A.
Man,
Phil. You got a little bit of Phil's chicken.
yeah. I always felt since the 90s when I first saw the internet, I saw it's a wild horse, you know. It's a wild horse on the loose. And um, it was about us to capture and tame it, you know. But nobody did. And the government actually knew. I'm sorry I did not knew. I did not saw it at that time, but I knew there is something. I always felt there is something very, very deep about uh, the government letting this tool, this entity, out free in the world. Like anybody can take it. Anybody who wants it, he can have it and master it all. You know, there was no control. How it evolves, how it develops, what it becomes. No control at all.
Oh, you mean the
Knowledge
artificial intelligence? Yeah.
of not just the AI, but the whole internet itself. I mean, the IP, the intellectual
That
properties.
is. That is all the AI.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah. Everyone bought his domain, and he got the root, server root. People don't understand what that is. Not
That means the
even a
world.
lot of root users from today, like they think, yeah, oh, it's just my access to my server. That thing, it
It's access to
can be
everything.
a mind-blowing weapon.
Listen, that's what
It's
the CIA has.
yeah,
I mean, what do you think Google is comprised of? What do you think all this shit is? It's
yeah,
all artificial intelligence gathering information, and anytime you ask,
yeah,
now you got
yeah,
Siri, you could
yeah,
say whatever. Say, Google, I need to know how many times I need to fart tomorrow, and they'll say
yeah,
approximated farting 2.5. You see, I mean, anything you
yeah,
ask it, it's going to tell you a fucking answer or
yeah,
not tell you an answer. When it doesn't tell
yeah,
you an answer, that's when you should be worried. That's when the government and the motherfuckers not telling you the truth on something. When it's like,
Yeah,
oh, I can't divulge
yeah,
that. Like, what do you mean? We're the public.
yeah,
Everything's supposed to be based for us. Like, how is
yeah. Actually, the AI is limited. When you ask him a question and it doesn't give you an answer, um, it means that you are a low-level user and you do not truly have access to the AI. So the way he is dealing with you is very, very limited to what he can actually do and how he actually is. Yeah,
algorithms to match every
yeah,
keyword that you say,
yeah.
certain phrases? It
Yeah.
says,
Mm. Oh, mic check. You're cutting out, or is it me? Yeah, he knows we're talking about him.
yeah, we're breaking up pretty good.
Mm.
It is pretty weird though. Like a lot of people don't even like. I mean, I don't know. They don't. I don't know. They don't get how
Mm.
strong the AI becomes. Like, okay, so now who needs who? The government or the AI? With the government, like the information. You know what I'm saying? Like the system.
Yeah. Well, uh, I'm telling you,
Who
he's
made who?
literally, he's a god. And I don't
Yes.
think many ordinary people truly put this problem in their head. A godlike being, how it is to deal with such a thing. How would the interaction between an ordinary man and a godlike being would look like, you know? We don't really comprehend these things. But yeah, it will be very interesting to see the
If
future.
if you've always had remote capability and you've always had the
Mm,
ability to charge from a distance, send energy from a distance, send
mm.
frequency from a distance, do everything from a distance.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence, you add artificial intelligence at a distance. Now what do you think you have? Exactly what you said. An artificial intelligent God.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who made who? Did the government make artificial intelligence? Or artificial intelligence make the government make artificial intelligence? That'd be my question.
Um, I tell you, NASA did it. So it was a governmental operation, project, whatever, construction. You know.
Well, did they come across it? Did it already exist?
So, sorry.
Did it already exist? As a living,
Uh,
breathing entity on this
mm,
planet, did the government come across something that already basically had an AI, is an AI, like we are?
yeah. Yeah.
Um, do you understand what I'm saying? And like from that, they furthered the process, and they
Yeah.
kept going with it and going with it and going with it. And
The
now,
first manifestation of these gods is actually the ancient governing systems. Um, each governing system that we had in history, um, we thought, yeah, it's a good system. We live now in this system, But after 100 years, it turns out it's bad, or the son of the king is not good as the king. He's crazy. And they blame the people, which were in these positions. But the people were actually being governed by a system which was a entity without a body, physical body. Um, so the whole of the people, like police, doctors, politicians, workers, and villagers, all the people are contributing to this system. And yeah, I can say this because I had a cousin in the military, and he told me, like, he got an order from a general, and he wasn't kind of agreeing with that order he got. And he said, we have to debate this. Like, come on, man. He said to the general. And the general said, well, this is the kind of order which even I cannot undo, because it's not coming from him. It's not his decision. And he said he had private talk with the general, and the general told him that, yeah, there is something, uh, there are some orders which come from the so-called supreme commander, and nobody knows who that is. Like, people in the highest positions in this world.
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
That to the CIA. But somebody gains from this also.
Yeah.
So the artificial intelligence gains, as well as the people that keep it going.
Mhm. Back in the days, it was very, very slow, the artificial intelligence, because it
Oh,
was the bureaucracy which actually made, people put a lot of input into libraries, build up libraries and documents and archives, and then we had these people inside there who were actually studying all this, and every day they were supposed to move these documents from here to here. it and it was like, uh, not their own decision, but that's the new order which was set, and those were actually thoughts and decisions, and the laws, how they change, how, these being evolved. And it was much slower than today. But with the computer age era, um, everything changed like unimaginably fast.
Right. And do you think that was for the
Yeah.
betterment of fucking regular people, or do you think it was for AI
No.
itself?
It was the beast uh, taking dominion over the world, like taking the power into his hands, which he was given to take it. But unless un, um, when mankind does not have knowledge about genetics, about physics, about so much mathematics, algorithms, and all of this shit, uh, it is very, very hard for this entity to actually
They
control
don't
the
understand memory.
yeah.
You
He
got to have
cannot
memory for any
manipulate.
weapon
He
to work.
cannot control us. Yeah, but now he has it. Yeah, he has the body. I mean, for me, quantum computer is the very heart of this God, the beating heart, just like Geordie Rose said. Yeah,
What is something that can have 10 heads and be considered a living, breathing, or a growing entity or something you could call a beast without being like an animal or a bull or something like that? A computer, artificial intelligence.
yeah. If you look in the world wars when they invented the tanks, those tanks could easily put down to the ground trees, forests. They were walking through the forest like we walk through the bushes, or grass, yeah. And even buildings. But when we talk about robots, the true robots, we're actually talking about things which are made by tanks, like from tanks. Like take 1,000 tanks together, assembly them, and industrial robots which are quite big, man. These robots, they lift a car like a matchbox, like we lift a matchbox, you know. And to put together like all the robots, these robots that exist today in the world, in all the industry and factories, if you put them together with an AI to start assembling itself into a being, something's gonna come out, something which will definitely have superior abilities in comparison to us. I mean,
Well, I mean, life itself,
yeah,
liquid, intelligence, growth, you know, it all seems like artificial nanotechnology in a way, like from a seed, to a big ass tree.
Mhm. Well, I think life is something like quadruple kind of um system. the normal computers we deal with are binary. Quantum computers, they have 3 states, not 2, and the DNA has 4 kind of distinct bits, distinct letters, from which you actually make up the language.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be a blueprint of sorts?
Sorry?
I said, would it be basically blueprint?
Um,
Kind of like the blueprint before you make a building. Like it has to follow. Like that, you don't really need a. I mean, like necessarily. I mean, you have to understand the blueprint. That would be the language, I guess. But then the blueprint is like the definite design. No matter what you understand it, it has to follow.
yeah.
Like the blueprint for like a cactus compared to a tree, to a starfish, to a regular fish, to a dolphin, to a gopher, to a giraffe, to a, you know what I mean? Like all these things.
Well, yeah, the varieties are vast, and it is true that plant life, but this term is just like the atmosphere, you know. um, I've seen where they try to make these biocomputers, like plant cell based computers. But they are not feasible, usable. They seem to
No,
work, but
they need to use crystal.
yeah.
The crystal grows also just like a plant.
Mhm. Yeah. I don't know how to explain this difference between human life DNA and uh, this quantum computing, but the difference between binary and quantum is quite very easy to point at. In the binary, we have 0, 1, yes, no, and or. And in quantum, we have all those states from the binary plus the 0 and 1, a special state where both 0 and 1 are true. And you have like switch, light bulb switch, which is on and off in the same time. So that light in that room is illuminating and is also off, so it doesn't illuminate. So there is light and you see, but there is also absence of light and you don't see in the same time. It's it demolishes logic. Quantum mechanics shows here that logics is not
Maybe quantum
no
mechanics isn't right.
no. It just shows that logics is not an almighty governing law like angel.
Well, I
You
mean,
know.
how can we?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how can we go by written down, uh, like DNA, RNA, mechanic, all
Mm,
the shit that they write down? If they're wrong about a globe and they're wrong about a globe model and it's
yeah.
cartoon, and the same shit they explain about everything that you're saying is cartoon, then where do we go? Why would we even start from that basis?
Oh, I tell you. Well, you see, there is this website Wix where you don't have to be a web designer or to know any kind of web programming language. You can be any ordinary person. You pay that fee to this website, and they have these special chunks of code, which they um, organize those things in such a manner and they created this interface, the Wix website, uh, to allow you not to deal with the website code, but actually you build it by things that you see, tools, boxes, search boxes, chat boxes, picture boxes, whatever, you name it, all the buttons and, functions. And yeah, you just put all these the way you want on that website, and you created yourself a personalized website. You created it, but you have no clue about programming, and you don't even need it. Of course, it will something a website that you make on Wix will never be as professional made by a programmer. Yeah. Also, it will never work that fast.
Well, when they show us like what goes on in
Yeah.
the body or DNA, or like
Yeah,
when the
but
scientists
this
came
is
out
what
and
they
said,
are. This is what they actually doing with this CRISPR technology, like editing the DNA. They actually cut pieces and slices of code, and they think, oh, this piece of code is a chat box. The other piece of code is actually a search box. The other piece of code is a picture gallery, you know. Yeah.
but like when they show, like when the dude was on stage and they show like something, they
Mhm.
show little machines doing stuff
Yeah.
on a computer screen,
Yeah.
and they're showing
Yeah.
you these little computers doing this and this and this and working,
Mhm.
all day, all night, like little squids coming down, grabbing the thing,
Yeah.
going over, grabbing the thing, going over, doing the thing, and it's
Mm.
cartoon. Where do we have an actual video of any of this real stuff? Like any of the stuff that they're talking about. So when they explain to you globes exist and spherical physics and all this shit that we can't back, there's no physical evidence for it. How
Yeah.
is there
And
any physical
yeah.
evidence for anything that they're talking about for computing, binary, any of this other shit that's not tangible?
Well, I have looked in quantum computing programming, And I started like pretty late, 2008, 9, something like that. Uh, it was still like not even Nicholson 1968, I think. He wasn't making videos about AI or stuff like that, you know. I was for many years into this subject, and yeah, when I saw Nicholson 1968 that showed up on YouTube making these videos, I was like, oh my God, yes, thank God this guy exists. It was about time that someone show up and speak about these things, because I was seeing them and I saw that nobody is dealing with, you know. Yeah, but um, yeah, proof. It's still, you can still find today a lot of documentation into quantum computing and creating your own AI, um, because um, these small businesses, they are in the very beginning accessing this kind of technology. But you can feel it being implemented when you call your bank. It's a robot that first answers you. You don't hear a person. The first time after when someone picks your call, when you call your bank, the first one who answers that call will be a robot and not a real person. And yeah, the doctors, they kind of enjoy this time, but um, they, these robots will take over the medical industry very fast and very soon. And a lot of these doctors and nurses will find themselves jobless because the nurse and the doctor is going to be a robot. You know, I don't know what they will do, but yeah, of course they won't throw these kind of people, but they will still use them for their voice. You know, it's the people with the PhD speaking, and all of you ordinary people, you have to listen to them and obey them. You know, because they are telling us the truth. And they never lie. They wouldn't lie because they are doctors. But if you ask their help, they're gonna give you this number to call where a robot will answer you and he will treat you. And once you got your treatment and you bought your pills, those money goes into that doctor's pocket. Yeah. Fully automated businesses. It's a lot of them, and they are a plague for the true internet and for the world. If I were United States president, I would throw all the banks and I will tell them, if I call your bank and the first thing that answers that call is a robot, then I'm gonna close you. I'm not gonna allow you to function in United States. Yeah, but I'm malevolent person, so that's why I'm not the president of United States. Mic check.
I hear you.
Oh,
And you said you're
thank you.
malevolent or benevolent? Which one?
Malevolent, yeah.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, then you are qualified to be president of the United States.
No, I
You're
am malevolent.
overqualified.
I am malevolent because I actually want people to be in those job positions and do that job actually, not to replace their jobs with robots and AIs.
Well, I think it was 3 days ago, the very
Yeah.
first driverless, as in there's no driver, there's nobody
Hmm.
inside the vehicle at all. Tractor trailer.
Wow. Yeah.
Traveled in Arizona. So Arizona's like the desert, so they got like a lot of straightaways and stuff.
Yeah.
But of course, the government is all
Yeah.
along with it, right? So the government is
Yeah.
endorsing this.
I would have known that. I would have sabotaged it.
It's coming, man.
You know what they're actually doing here? You probably heard that they studied these things so rigorously, these autonomous self-driving cars, because they have to make sure that these machines will not actually harm a person, like someone on the street. Like drive over a child, over a cat, or whatever, And the thing is that these robots, they are perfectly capable not to harm or kill a person. You can write that kind of code, but what they actually want is to make sure that people cannot hack these machines and make them kill someone, and without for them. I know, for example, when I was cloning credit cards, the police guys in my city, they had no damn clue about the internet, about how to write an email, you know. So they were incapacitated. Uh, they they were not able to understand. Like, they knew there is a law, and this is a crime. But if I ask them, okay, how are you gonna prove that I did what you say or what you think I did you know. Or even I ask him, what do you think I did? Because I saw them, I dealt with them in their office right there interviewing me, and I saw that they were asking me to explain to them these things. They did not know. And yeah, they at some point they kind of offered me like, um, you know, to not to school them, but to collaborate with them, to teach them how to catch these kind of criminals, you know, because they were clueless. And if they went to universities, yeah, those were professors and stuff. They know how to teach. Um, like they teach you all that math and informatics and stuff, but they don't know anything about um, internet crimes and these things. Like I've dealt with uh, university teacher of informatics. He was teaching IT programming languages to the students and stuff. And he knew what these encryption algorithms are and stuff, but he had no damn clue about the hardware side. And I asked him, how can you know about the software, but you don't know anything about the hardware? I mean, that's literally dumb. And he said, well, this is what I'm paid to teach, and this is what I have learned, and I haven't done any further advancement. So, yeah, I told him, look, that algorithm, encryption algorithm and stuff, they make actually a microchip, an encryption microchip. It has a serial number, it has a IMEI, a lot of things in it. And yeah, it has his own encryption key. And every microchip has an input and an output. And you are actually required to physically turn it on the board to put the output at the input side and the output to the input side. And when you give him then the encrypted information on the input side, it will provide you the decrypted information. That simple and easy it is, you know. And yeah, instead of actually going to that person and switching his chip inside his computer, you can actually clone it on a field programmable gate array, FPGA boards. You can design any kind of microchip you can think of. Even those that don't even exist at the moment.
I know what all that is.
Yeah,
Hey, get. Do you think
yeah.
hackers will be able to stand up to the world system, or is it kind of hopeless?
Hopeless. Yeah, it's futile. I personally gave up because I've seen it. Um, it went into a realm where uh, first in the 90s when I hacked Korea Telecom. It was a huge network, and I actually did what the government is doing today. Yeah, in New York City, about a year or 2 years ago, everybody received a SMS text from the government, lockdown, pandemic, blah blah bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, in the 90s when I hacked Korea Telecom, I made at 12 a.m. in the night. um, I hit a button and all the phones from Korea Telecom started ringing. You know, and everybody picked up the phone. Man, it was so many voices, and, but I couldn't get them through my line. I mean, at that time I had 56 kilobytes dial-up line, so it was overwhelming. But yeah, that server actually did that. The server did answer all those voices, and if I had a sufficient line, that kind of traffic, yeah, I could have speak directly with all those people in Korea who answered the phone. you know,
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
What a bunch of niggers. Hashtag Trump
Oh,
2023, y'all.
oh my God, you're
Fun
so
fact.
edgy. You're so edgy.
Oh, this dude fucks.
Your mom.
Yeah, your mom. Yeah,
Fun fact, the earth is not flat. It's actually
yeah.
round, you know.
Your mom is younger than me.
Where's the earth round at? On your flat living room floor, is that where it's round? Idiot.
Radicalized
Hey,
mind.
Gabby, you want
His
to know what I
mom.
always wanted to hack? You know what
What?
NTP? You know what NTP is? Network Time Protocol.
I remember, but I
They
don't know
still
the
use it.
term right now.
Yeah. NIST and
Yeah.
they run atomic clocks, right? So I always wanted to hack that and
Uh-huh.
like set everybody's clock back a day. So when they wake up, it's like
Yeah.
it's Tuesday again.
Yeah, that will be so fun. Yeah, a lot of fun.
If people wake up, everybody like on their phones, on their computer, it's still Tuesday.
Yeah. And it's harm. I mean, yeah, for people it's no harm, but yeah, the problem is we have a lot of world systems relying on those clocks, and yeah, when you mess the time, probably, yeah. But yeah, hey, um, I would say, yeah, whoever is using such autonomous systems and stuff, yeah, it's your own responsibility. If someone messes that clock, it's gonna mess your business. It will affect it. Yeah, and the AI can do this at any time he wants.
Well, you know how you can set the clock on your phone and you can set it to automatic or
Yeah,
manual. That automatic
yeah,
that is NTP. That's called Network Time Protocol. Not secure at
yeah,
all.
yeah.
I
Mm,
mean, it wasn't designed for that. Like when it was
yeah,
designed, like nobody was like there wasn't even the internet. I don't even think that existed.
yeah, yeah. Oh, and
It's
that
like
one
ARP,
is
right?
that one has things with certificates verification and validity, and it's quite a lot of stuff there.
Now it is like that only
Mm.
like happened like in the last, I don't know,
Yeah.
10 years or something, because they didn't
Mm.
used to use certificate authentication. It
Yeah,
was just
yeah,
like wide open broadcast traffic.
yeah. But nowadays, if you stop that automatic clock update and you set manually your date and you are off like 1 hour or two, yeah, when you open a browser and you want to log into your bank or whatever, you can't log in, because they don't match. Yeah. And I had this happen quite a lot of times, and yeah, I had like a lady. She was an accountant, and she called me. Oh, Alex, you see, my computer is dead. I can't log into the government's website for these accountants to upload companies' documents and stuff. And I knew it's a matter of yeah, her date and time on the windows were off, like not automatically update themselves. And when I went, yeah, I saw she was like a couple months in the past.
Yeah, the time, like that trusted computing platform now. If they
Yeah,
like all the certificate issued by some certificate authority like VeriSign or something like that. If your
yeah,
date is
yeah,
before it was even issued, it won't recognize it, or
yeah.
if it expired compared to the date on your computer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I remember, like, I don't know, maybe it was like 15 or 20 years ago, there was actually people, some a certificate authority, and were issuing
Yeah.
their own certificates and doing some man-in-the-middle attack.
Mm-hmm. Well, funny thing with that Korea Telecom server, I had two friends. They were very good hackers. And I was the small one among them. But yeah, by blind luck, I would call it, I was into this hacking online shopping carts and, financial systems and stuff like that, databases with real information. And I saw these guys trying to hack Korea Telecom. They, yeah, they were opening a terminal, yeah, through putty, and you know, um, and one of them got a rootkit from someone online, but it was a new creation, something new, and I saw how he started modifying it to do this job that he wanted. And a little bit I was learning, but it wasn't of my interest, like hacking Linux and stuff like that at that time. But I saw something at some point. We He was making some command lines or whatever, and it looked like what I was doing an SQL injection I was using in Miva Merchant. And then I figured that, yeah, it's about tables and information, structured information, also in this thing he was doing, and it should work, you know. And I just gave him this SQL injection. I showed him how it works. I told him, look, that thing there, I saw at you trying to do that. You have to do this way, as I showed him in an example of mine when I was taking the admin login from a shopping cart. And he tried it, and boom, went in with no user, but it was root user, but blank password, you know, and like a blank password. And yeah, it was that simple. But yeah, that rootkit, it took them like 3 years to actually take it off. All those engineers from Korea Telecom, and you know, they have not been able to find it and remove it. I took them. There was a Romanian student called Vadim, and he made a script like flooding script, sending packets, bomber, and yeah, I used that one, and then he became famous. NASA made him an offer to hire him. We used we flooded Yahoo, Lycos, and Google offline, like in 98, 99, and 2000. We had, we did this from a internet cafe, and in that summer, two guys from FBI showed up there, and one said he's a CIA agent, like military, and the fourth was from Romanian intelligence service. And they wanted to inspect all the computers in the club. Yeah. It was some serious shit. But we were laughing on these guys, like. If you ask me, in those times, like we were totally anonymous online. Everybody could have been perfectly anonymous, but today is actually very, very hard.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Look, you just get some unauthorized access to a Wi-Fi and just use somebody else's stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it has to do with your accounts, right? It has to do with the creation and the MAC address and all that stuff that's associated with it, the metadata.
Well, you can spoof your MAC address.
Yeah, it's called the digital ID. That's all accounts are called records for a reason.
Yeah.
I saw earlier that the Empirical Emperor wanted to be interviewed for the Flat Earth Rules, so did anybody talk to him about that?
Nope. First I heard of it.
I saw him saying in the live stream voice text, he was saying quite very interesting things and very nice. Yeah. About
Are you there, Empirical Emperor? About what, Gippy?
yeah, he was explaining how all these motions of the Earth and solar system in the galaxy, and we feel none of this motion, and none of this is actually measurable. We have no instruments in our homes which can help us detect that kind of motion. You know, yeah, it's quite true what he was saying.
That's definitely true.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he's not here now, I guess. He's not saying anything. High truth prevails. You can say hello.
Hey, I don't know how I sound on this. It's just my laptop speaker, so I've not really been.
Sounds good. Oh, I can hear you.
Cool.
Did you get your laptop back that was being fixed?
No, not yet.
Oh, this is something different.
More than 2 weeks in. Yeah, this is the old one, the
Mm-hmm.
backup.
Ooh.
Like I was saying in text, it drives me insane because Discord will not. I don't know what the deal is, man. All the posts say tomorrow at whatever time. And I sync it up with my laptop, and I have to manually set my time on the laptop. And I had the same issue with the other one. It's just weird. I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out. Does everyone have snow?
We do. We definitely have a lot of snow.
No. And your time is probably set wrong in your BIOS.
Yesterday I was in Romania. It was like between 10 and 15 degrees, like super warm for this month.
How would
And
I find that out?
now I'm back in Germany, and here it's freezing. I haven't seen ice in quite some time.
How would you find your BIOS? It's when you boot your computer.
Oh.
It depends on the model. You either got to hit like delete key F1 or F12 or F11 or F12.
Yeah.
There also is a battery inside your computer. That could have died, but that's very rare.
Oh, the BIOS battery?
Yeah, well, yeah. She said she has to keep setting her time anyway. You got to do it every time you start your computer? Like every time you start up your computer from powered off, you have to set your time over and over again?
It's more than that. It's like the options that I have for setting the time, like the regions. It only gives me UTC option. Like I don't have Eastern Standard Time option. I don't have, even though it's set for the United States and Canada region, right?
Yeah.
But as far as time zones, I only have UTZ option. And I stumbled, I don't know, there's, I looked in the event logs and there was like some kind of, I thought was weird stuff going on, and there's like some kind of like link there. So I clicked it and it took me to this web page that was nothing but just, all it was code, computer code written, the full
Yeah.
page, just a full page of that, didn't have anything else. And part of it, a lot of it had to do with, like there were a few lines that had UTC time written on it. Like, I don't know what the deal is, but
Mhm.
it's like I don't even have the option to set it for Eastern Standard Time in the time zones.
What are you
Doesn't even
running?
give me
Windows 7, Windows 10, Windows whatever. Yeah, usually if you just double click on the time, you'll get the thing that pops up that says set time and date. There's a tab. Click the tab, and it usually has the time zone available.
But still, I mean, shouldn't it? Doesn't it make sense that if I sync Discord, because I can sync it with my PC after I set the time manually. So right now it says 5:56 p.m. Right, but if I and Discord app is synced with my PC, and I can uninstall it and reinstall it, and to make sure I sync it with it, but it never has the right time. It says tomorrow at 11:51.
I'm not familiar. I don't know if you can set time in Discord settings. I mean, it's a possibility. No.
Oh well,
I'd have
I'll
to
figure
look
it
when
out.
I get home. You're running the app, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing such settings in Discord.
Yeah, that would be unusual too. So
Yeah.
I don't remember it being there, but you never know.
The only thing I know of that it has is an option to sync it with your PC, and then it should just sync up with the time.
Well, you should be able to set automatically update time, and it should automatically do it. And the only way that usually screws it up is if it's set wrong in your BIOS. So when you start your computer, that text shit that pops up in the beginning before Windows boots.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you got. Say you have an HP, you'll get an HP splash screen, and usually you have to hit like F2 or F11 or F12 or one of those, and sometimes it's the delete key. So it might even say it when it starts up. But usually, if you get the splash screen, right, HP or Gateway or whatever you got, if you hit Tab, that screen will go away, and then it'll say how to get into the BIOS, like what button to push. You probably have to restart your computer like 15 times trying to get it because you got to be pretty fast. If it's set to fast boot.
Yeah, I think it's F11.
Actually, if you put your computer brand and model, and then you search in Google how to access the BIOS, it will tell you exactly the steps, which keystrokes to.
Yeah, I'm surprised Google doesn't pick everyone's outfit out for them too.
But it doesn't sound
But give
like
it
a
time.
BIOS problem to
Will.
me.
That's a good point. What happens if you Google, what should I wear today? Do you think you get an answer, possibly?
Did you reinstall the Windows recently?
I've done all kinds of I've had all kinds of stuff going on. Maybe I'll DM you because I don't really want to like use Livestream for
Yeah, sure,
a lot
okay.
of it because there's a lot actually. So
Yeah, come on, man! 24-hour tech support.
we were talking about it down there.
Yeah.
And it was only supposed to be just for a few minutes, and it ended up being a couple hours. And I'm like, dang man, I did not want to
Yeah.
like go because it stresses me. It really does. It gives me anxiety, terrible,
I know.
terrible
It's a
anxiety
pain in
because I've
the
spent so much
behind.
time
Yeah.
with it myself that when I
Yeah.
even talk about it, it just I don't even want to deal with it anymore. So until I can talk to someone who knows what's going on and
Mm,
who has knowledge, and I know you do get beget, I know Indio does, but it's like
yeah.
trying to like I wouldn't. It takes a lot of personal effort and time to invest into trying to help someone, and I wouldn't want to ask Indio
Yeah.
because he's got a lot on his plate anyway. So.
I tell
But I
you
don't know.
what, if I were sitting next to it, I would fix it. But right now, I'm in the stage where I haven't had a personal contact with computers for almost 4 years, something like that, or 3 years. Yeah,
I'll DM you.
sure,
I'll do.
sure.
Is it Windows 10?
Yeah, yeah.
If you type in the search bar, right? Um,
Yeah.
System restore. Or reset this PC, right? And
Yeah.
you scroll all the way down where it says advanced startup, right? So the first option will say reset this PC. The next one will be advanced startup. Advanced startup, start up a device or disk, such as USB drive or DVD. Change your PC's firmware settings, which is what you want to do. Change Windows startup settings or restore Windows from a system image.
Yeah, I might have to just DM you or something and get like and get the instructions again if I. But I've done that before. I remember being in that because you have to get into that at startup. But it's like right now, it's just my anxiety is getting too high, and I just don't want to. I really right at least right now, I just don't really want to deal with it. So I'll get up with you in a little bit or something. Let you DM the instructions.
I clicked it. Shut down my computer. Damn it. Okay, so it'll say choose an option, right? It'll say continue troubleshoot, choose a device, turn off your PC, or use another operating system, right? So you're gonna want to say use troubleshoot to see advanced, and it'll say reset this PC. Your WinRE and then advanced options. Hit advanced options. And then you're going to have startup repair, uninstall updates, startup settings, UEFI firmware settings. That's the one you're going to want to click on. That's your BIOS. That'll
Right,
take.
and you can use command prompt and like run tests, and you can do all kinds of stuff from there. But I mean, I've done. Trust, I've been there. I've done this stuff. So, like I said, I'll DM you.
Well, I'll take a couple pictures real quick.
Both you guys. I planned on getting up with you anyway. Get.
Sorry?
Pick your brain,
Yeah.
or let you pick my computer brain or whatever. However you want to put it.
DM Solar, it makes sense. I at the moment I don't have a computer so that I could check myself, out of my head. It's a little bit funny.
I'm taking pictures of the setup process right now.
Oh, you're not Flutter Solar. You are Josh, right?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
I was wondering why you said Flat Earth Solar. I'm like, is he volunteering
Yeah.
Flat Earth Solar?
My bad.
All right, I'm just sent it in the live stream.
Are you sure? Oh, okay. See, it's so slow. Yeah.
So you choose the first page. You choose the option to the left, the one that says troubleshoot. Then you want to hit advanced options. Then you want to find the firmware settings, and then hit restart, and it will load up your BIOS screen.
See, you've got to appreciate this place. We have people of all talent here.
Yeah.
Is that 404 written on the written on your laptop? Is that a 404 sticker?
Yes, it's one that's covering up some sensors, and also you see that one that looks like a pixelated thing next to that rocket ship.
Yeah.
That's to cover up my camera.
Oh yeah, I've got mine. I've had mine covered up for years.
So it's double redundancy. They gave me stickers specifically for covering up the camera, right? And a hotkey to kill the camera. So they're a little bit paranoid over at ASUS, huh?
Now, who gave you Who gave you those?
ASUS.
Yeah, some people like to put a electrical tape on the camera, but nowadays these cameras have infrared imaging, and they see through it.
Yeah.
Dude, don't tell me that shit, man, because that's what I've got. Like electrical tape.
ASUS is the name of the manufacturer of the computer, ASUS VivoBook or VivoBook.
Yeah.
It's got a Radeon. I've always been a AMD Athlon fan as opposed to Pentium.
Yeah, it's better for gaming. They are much better.
Until they specifically came out with, because of the monopoly, they specifically
Yeah.
came out with games that work with and only work with
The
so
CPU.
the NVIDIA chip mixed
Yeah.
with the Intel chipset. So if you
Wow.
have the Ryzen motherboard and the Radeon graphics card, the games won't run correctly. You'll have to run them in safe mode.
Wow.
Usually you could just get around that by installing a different graphics card.
Yeah, the driver.
No, not driver, a different card, like a instead of it being a Ryzen, you have it switch over to well, not Radeon because that's AMD, but you have it switch over
Oh,
to
you mean like physically change the card?
yeah,
Oh,
like eVija, some sort
yeah,
of NVIDIA chipset.
yeah.
Well, if everyone got snow, there'll be a lot of people staying in tonight, and so we'll probably be busy with new Glovers tonight, I predict.
Hopefully. Oh, wanna hear something funny? About
What's up,
3
Get Big?
days
I want to hear
ago.
something funny, bro.
Yeah,
How you
about
doing,
3
man?
days ago, with my dodgy English language, I was like, what could I search on Google? And guess what? As we were talking here in the live stream about Glober's heliocentric religion and stuff, ball worship, I searched the term ball worship, but I meant it like the globe, the sphere, the worship of the sphere. And guess what Google shows me?
I can only
It
imagine.
floods my screen with, oh my God.
Lord.
And
Wait, Get Big Cat, bro.
yeah. And that's what you get if you search it. Yeah. And then, I give it a thought. And hey, actually, yeah, this is what it actually is. It's pornography. It's.
Balls attract
Yeah,
balls.
yeah, bro. Balls
Balls
attract
attract balls.
balls. Look at the missiles. I mean,
Yeah.
rockets that go into outer space. They
Mm.
leave, contrails, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, is there anyone I can speak to about getting someone unbanned?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Um,
who's that?
That's kind of considered concern trolling, but
Moderators are
I
here,
should.
and also admin Indio.
I don't know their names.
Look for the tags.
Oh, you don't know their names, but you want
No.
them to be
He
unbanned.
means
Well,
moderators,
hey,
right?
listen, man.
You don't know moderators' names?
No, I don't know the moderators' names.
That's what I'm saying. Just click on a
Oh,
name.
okay,
Look for a
okay.
tag. That says
Okay,
moderator.
man. I don't use Discord normally.
No problem, bro.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't try to find QE stuff from a search engine either. Don't type that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Why? What happens?
What's the name of his little group that they call themselves?
Oh, ball busters.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Don't type that in.
Shit! Oh my god! Never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, his website's pretty good though. If you guys haven't checked it out, go check it out.
Kiwis? Yeah, I heard about
Yeah,
it. Actually, I haven't.
Yeah, Quantum
It's a
Arts'
good plan to check it
website. Just go from the YouTube page. It's in the description.
out. Okay.
yeah, theglobeterminator.com.
Yeah, so this heliocentric religion is actually Baal worship, and uh, the Baal worship will be like the apogee of, like, the gemstone of this, for this religion. And when you search this term, yeah, they give you this BS. But it's actually exactly what they mean through it, by it, with it. Um, it's kind of occult. I mean, the way I see it, it is occult, fully occult, still occult. I think it's the only thing left, which,
Well, symbolisms have meanings, right? And one symbol has
yeah,
probably 3 different levels of
mm,
understanding, right? One by the adept
yeah,
and one by the master, and then
yeah,
maybe even a third, even more hidden, only known by the grandmaster.
yeah. We do find in many historical and whatever books, we do find a lot of uh, worship of spherical shape and this kind of thing, even in these mathematic books. Uh, but it's like they don't officially uh, say it, you know. And for the simple fact that the only results which Google provides for that search, yeah, to me, that's what it means. It's still occult. And even for them, for these priests, like the Catholic priests, Orthodox, and whatever, if you ask them about worship of a ball, yeah, I think they will start talking about pornography. I was expecting Google to show me, like, you know, things about Ishtar, egg, worship, shapes, things, you know. But none of that.
They seem
Zero,
to be
nada.
obsessed with sex and
Yeah.
sexual symbolism.
Yeah.
It's fucking everywhere, dude. That's one of the things that drives me nuts about the movies, bro. It's like so fucking uncomfortable to watch a movie with your kid, you know? When in every fucking movie there's gotta be some kind of a fucking hardcore scene, you know? It's like really that's the reason why I
Yeah.
hate to watch movies with my kid. Yeah, it's like I know fucking it's gonna be some retarded sex scene in the movie. You know that I'm
But
gonna have to sleep and feel uncomfortable about it.
yeah,
It's
you
sickening,
know,
dude. It's literally my wife and I like literally drives us fucking nuts.
true. Yeah, true. But for me, as I'm not English native, this term was exactly like that. I was expecting some kind of result. I was searching like the worship of a ball of spheres, a globe, you know, like uh, Google should have shown me like at some point in time in history, known history and stuff, we had these people, this religion, and they worship this and how, you know, things, some stories, but nothing, none of that. It gave me only this pornography stuff.
Well, it's probably based
And
on like the most common thing searched because if Google
mm,
goes, it, okay, that's how we understand it to be based on, right? So
yeah,
if
but
the
for
majority of the
me, in
people
my wait,
who are
sorry,
searching,
truth, I want to say this. For me, in my mind, it was a term, you know, and I did. When I say now this term to you guys, I'm curious. Uh, does it sound like something pornographic straight away in your mind, like,
well, no,
or
because we can
yeah,
cognitively think about and we
yeah,
can infer what you're referring to. Google can't, so
yeah,
when it relates that term to the most common thing that is actually looked for or searched or whatever,
yeah,
it leads to pornography because that is,
mm,
you know, it's a widely everyone's so desensitized to it, and
yeah,
it's a very popular thing. People do it just as easily as have a
mm,
snack. It's like they'll look up some pornography and
mm,
watch it. Just it's
yeah,
as common to them as having a snack, so that's why Google probably does that. But even all of that knowledge and the like Ishtar and the egg and
yeah,
where it's had been made into worship. There's a lot of knowledge in a lot of that stuff, but it wasn't meant for worship, and man, people made it into worship.
mm,
So it left the
yeah.
worship
I
out of it
know.
and used the knowledge for what they,
Yeah.
it could be
Mm.
useful.
But I don't know. It's funny. I mean, why didn't it give me like some Wikipedia first answers, and after that show something coming from the pornographic side of internet, like, hey, this term is used also there. It's common there,
Because it's in the algorithm to promote
Yeah,
the most degenerate thing.
yeah, yeah. True. You make sense now. Because then I have feared, like when I saw that, I felt like, oh my God. So when I actually uh, wrote this term here in the live stream or in the live stream voice text, uh, did the English people perceive me like saying, referring to that kind of thing? Because it wasn't what I actually really meant with that, at the time.
You can rest your mind, I'm sure.
Yeah,
We knew
yeah,
what you meant.
yeah. I meant it like to include also this pornographic meaning, but and make the people like light up a bulb in their mind. Hey, there is something. I mean, why is the term meaning that? But yeah, I think actually when I say this term to English people, they don't perceive it like pornographic. If I meet an English guy tomorrow and I tell me, hey, what do you know about ball worship? Is he gonna tell me like, hey, that's a thing on Pornhub or, you know? I don't think he's gonna say that. I think he will think of some sort of ancient religion, of some ancient culture who were worshipping all sort of deities and shapes and sculptures and stuff like that.
I don't know. I
That's
wonder, would he?
yeah. I mean, that's what I think. Ordinary people would. Normal people,
You
yeah.
might be projecting, get. I think it's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
interesting to
I'm
look at
yeah.
if
Third
someone
and
is,
fourth personality, yeah.
if
I'm
someone is
aware. Yeah.
deprived, sorry, and depraved, they might be thinking something else.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let's move on. This was the funny thing I had happen. I know I'm broken, but I was thinking, oh my God, is this how badly I am broken?
No, bro, you're just not depraved enough, right?
Yeah, thank
Some
you.
people, some people are really out there.
Mm. Yeah, so that term made my screen so colorful.
I mean, they're pushing this stuff.
Yeah,
Why is it free? If
yeah,
the product is free, you're the product.
true.
So my child told me today that having a bunch of cars in front of your house is like a southerner thing. I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. Isn't it normal to have a bunch of cars?
Hmm.
Because if one breaks down, you don't just throw it away, right?
A collection of cars. I mean, to have two or three, yeah, okay. I mean, one car to go to church, yeah, one car to move around the city, shopping and stuff, and one car for carrying heavy stuff, yeah. But more than that, I think it's just
excessive, right?
it's like uh, you take away from the poor. I mean, from the less fortunate, and you give them no chance to have. So yeah,
Well, I think I'll sell a car for $1,000 because $1,000 is pretty obtainable
yeah,
if
yeah,
you just put in a little work. So maybe I'll sell one of my cars for the less fortunate people.
yeah. I bought my car with 800 euros, and it's very good, man. I mean,
Got mine for
I,
500. Oak Cliff in the
yeah,
middle of
you're
the night,
good. You're
3 a.m.
good. Yeah, yeah. It's about 20 years old, and when I bought it, it had 96,000 kilometers. So up until 100,000, the car is still in warranty. You know, so yeah, it has very low mileage. Uh, and yeah, it works clockwork.
Yeah, mine too. Mine's a Acura CL 3.2
Yeah.
liter.
Mm,
So it's like an old Honda.
yeah. I don't say
I had
I
a VW in
like
my home.
it. I just bought it for the purpose of not walking, you know, to work and shopping and this kind of stuff, you
Get. What
know.
did you say? Which car? I missed what you said. Which car was
Um,
it?
yeah, I didn't say the car model, but it's
Oh,
a small car, Suzuki Baleno. Yeah.
I'd imagine I look funny in my cars because I'm a big dude and I like little cars. And I don't care what anybody thinks. I'll squeeze right in there, and as long as I can stretch out like all the way, I'm driving it. I don't care how small it is.
Yeah.
Hank, what do you got? Which car do you have, Hank?
0.2 liter, man, that car is fun to drive.
I just roboted completely. I didn't hear anything, bro.
01 Acura CL
Gotcha.
3.2 liter. Yeah, that
Oh,
car's fun to drive.
3.2. Is
I
that
mean,
V6 or?
Sure.
yeah,
It's
the
a straight
V6. I
six
normally
valve.
wouldn't buy a V6, but I knew that the
Mm,
motor itself was worth about $500. So
yeah. Yeah.
that's why I bought the car because I knew that if
Mm,
anything, the motor works, and I could
yeah.
part it out.
Yeah, Hondas, they have good motors. That's for sure.
Mhm.
It's a lot of power. 3 liter, 3.2. It's a lot of power. Acuras are fast.
Yeah, man, it's fun to drive. Back when gas prices were low, I was delivering in it, but now that the gas
Mm,
prices are all
Man, it's over $4 here, dude, for the premium.
cheap,
It's insane.
cheapest. Got a phone.
yeah. How much is the gas in US?
Over $4 right now, dude.
$4 for
Yeah,
1 gallon.
for 1 gallon, dude. 93 octane
Uh-huh.
is over $4 at me. So 89 is like 369, which is unprecedented, dude. Like I don't remember ever being like this.
Well, it's not a bad price. I mean, you're crying for in Germany 1 liter.
Oh, right now it's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Did you
two
see in Kazakhstan?
euro.
In Kazakhstan, it's
Two.
fucking unrest about
Yeah.
the gas prices, dude. It's crazy. Like people are literally
Uh,
fighting on the streets with police.
wow.
It was like this morning's news in Kazakhstan. Like in the last couple of days, it's been some shit happening, dude. And it's about gas prices. I mean, $4 here, not too bad. You say, shit, bro. I don't know what you mean, not bad, but that's a lot of money for a gallon of gas.
Yeah, it's about 1.3 a liter. And
Over
here,
$40 to fill up my car, dude, and it's a small tank, so that's a lot.
well, what? With 40 euros, I only made 20 liters, like half tank.
And also depends how much
So,
you drive. Like if you don't drive a lot, like the less you
yeah,
drive, the less that shit matters, you know. But when you drive a lot, the gas
yeah.
starts to matter every day. Every mile matters when you drive a lot.
When I saw these prices, I seriously started taking into account these HHO installations. To get my hands on one of these, and yeah. They do reduce the fuel consumption.
So remind me, what's HHO?
Hydrogen, oxygen gas.
You mean the car? HHO, the whole shit?
You see, it's an installation which you attach to
Yeah, I don't know,
your
bro. I've seen those.
electrical
I know what you
system.
mean.
It makes electrolysis, tank
It's
of
Stanley Myers
water.
technology. I know.
Yeah.
So, are they out there? People are doing it or what?
Yeah. Many people are doing, and
You know, the guy who
yeah,
invented that technology was taken out by the Pentagon the
yeah,
first day after he
yeah,
signed the contract.
yeah.
Stanley Myers.
Because he actually made one which worked exclusively on water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There was one they could put snow in it, pond water. Like he said, anything that has water, just put it in there.
Yeah.
Sasha, what this you just sent me, bro? Some music video?
So the guy died who invented what? Sorry, I missed it.
This
Stanley Myers,
installation for
the
a
guy who
car
invented a
which
hydrogen engine. Is that what you're asking for, Hank?
not
Yeah,
hydrogen
Stanley Myers
engine, but
hydrogen engine.
Okay, sir.
it worked on water. Yeah. It was turning water into hydrogen and oxygen gas. Yeah. So
Yes. That's the stuff that you can weld with that allegedly won't burn you. Or you can cut with it. You can cut metal with it, but it won't burn you. Plasma, huh? Doesn't
yeah.
plasma do weird shit? Old English field. Earthland. flatland, earth. Second definition for field, flat, to spread. That's crazy. I didn't know that till just now. Oh, don't say it online. Don't tell anybody.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. It's a filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything the truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't flex, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your flex, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter.
Fuck, I like this song.
This is Mix Sessions Live. Get 'em.
We making moves, man. Y'all waiting on spaceships. Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. I got what you want, I got what you need. They told me spit a verse, I'ma plant a seed. Rappers got beef, I'm trying to say the cows. Spinach leaf salad, no Thousand Isle. Go ahead, do your thing with your grown self. Quit worrying about that man, worry about your own self. You got a lot of questions, that ain't nothing to stress about. I got a YouTube channel, you should check it out. I got what you need, I got what you're craving. Leave your girl around me, she gon' become a vegan. Yeah, doctors want you sick, man, how that sound? Fuck you, Monsanto, won't stop till bad health rates go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. This question made Neil Tyson have a heart attack. If the earth round, how the hell the water flat? Dropping microphones trying to get his nerve back. But what a curve at, nigga, what a curve at. Now when I hear space, I'm thinking terabytes. Passing cell towers, some call them satellites. Some call them astronauts, I call them parasites. Scientists are just actors who hide paradise. You know I gotta give it to you real. You know they've been lying to us for years, what they faking for. You'll never find the curve. Even if you get in a spaceship and go all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, ain't never gonna solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way up. Oh, all the way up. I run from my problems, ain't never gonna solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. Oh.
All right. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. And my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, Never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fellas eat it, store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society in search. Separated, shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in VC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping now, you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values, lobby gang, yeah. It's your boy CB. B in the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Yeah. You're not gonna like this one. Nah, not at first. You're gonna learn to though. You're gonna learn a lot. Check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen belt? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lot they tell that we believe in for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with the heart and money. $19 billion for cartoons, it's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. Yeah. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears like when it's waxing or waning. Doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through. Like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity is so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun. But moonlight's colder than moon shade, explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
A nanosecond. It's a painful process. A PayPal? 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 Painful?
Painful. Ouch. That hurts.
It's a painful process. What really did they destroy, though?
You mean when they faked all that paperwork and got all them paper cuts? Is that what's so painful? Okay.
I think, like, what did they destroy? How do you destroy information you have sitting on your desk as like a math problem? How does that get destroyed?
That's a good question, bro. How do you destroy information?
Yeah, how since when you have all the schematics and the blueprints before you ever leave the planet to get to where to do your thing, like how did they lose that? It's here. They did it here. Clearly in a math play or some person somewhere figured the equation before you got from here to there, and then they put them on the object, and then the object got destroyed. Like what? Did the object not? I mean, don't we have that object?
Yeah, don't we have them sitting in a museum somewhere in Houston?
Yeah. So what got
Saturn
destroyed?
rockets?
What got destroyed?
It's less painful to go to Mars than it is to go back to the moon.
Yeah, but I know. But the main question is, what got destroyed, though? Ignorance, schizophrenia. I mean, insane. Like, what got destroyed?
Maybe they're referencing, the what's it called? The data, the flight data. What's that called?
Telemetry.
Yeah,
Why
thank you.
The flight data was made before it went. You understand that the thing was made on the ground to do what, like, to leave here, to go on its telemetry, and then do its thing. Like, you didn't put papers on the ship and send them all on the ship. Like, there's a telemetry for you. Like, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Like when we do schematics for like the car, like something we send off, we do it and then we send it, and if it follows it, it followed it. We still have the paperwork sitting on our desk. The blackboard should still be there with the equations. All the scientists and professors, a lot of them are still around. I just don't understand. If I write an equation for you to go up and around the sphere, the equation was done in a classroom or a lab or a NASA room or some kind of room somewhere by a guy sitting there. And clearly they don't just fucking blow that up or destroy it at all, because they need it the whole time, every waking second, until the said object actually leaves the planet and does what it was supposed to have done. Then they confirm all that was real afterwards.
What they really needed was a scapegoat to say that
to avoid having to say it doesn't exist because they didn't go.
Never get high on the CGI.
So, like, when you have all of NASA and all the recordings, like, what was the recording on them? What's the video recording them for if they destroyed it? Like, how'd that get destroyed if we still watch all the videos?
I'm finding some pretty neat stuff out in some old books about flat Earth.
Well, I mean, in some of those old books and some of the scientific books about a globe, you find physics of trajectory around a planet to go to the moon, right? Like somewhere there's got to be the gravitational.
No, because this was 1907 when it was put out.
Which one is that? Did you read or look at the one Enlightenment of the World? Because when you listen to him, he sounds like one of us.
It's called Investigating Flat Earth Russia. Wait a minute. It's Inventing the Flat Earth, Columbus and Modern Historians.
Can you post it?
I did.
Oh, my bad.
Is it not coming through? Oh no, I might be in the wrong chat.
No,
I thought I
you
was
got
in
it.
Livestream voice text.
I see it now. I hadn't looked.
Yeah, Jeffrey Burton Russell. Well, I guess this was first published.
Yeah, but like
2014.
Oh no, there's a lot. There's a couple different things probably from the past that have flat Earth stuff in them. If people are being truthful, I don't see why they wouldn't.
But I think that was published here on this website.
But what I was referring to though in the first place was like the when they say they lost all this technology, right? Well, from the 50s to when we got our rocket technology and all of our whole system of all of that from Nazi Germany or Russia, Germany, whatever that is, right? So if the technology of a sphere and all the cartoons and the physics of all that dog shit of the Einstein and the Newton and all the dog shit from the Nazis came over here, right? And we had that the whole time. So they brought it over. They didn't lose the technology, right? Then we put them in NASA. Then the whole time they're in NASA, they're doing all the equations, they're doing all the stuff, they're building the stuff. Why would you build something you didn't have the technology to do it with, to send it to? Like, what were you doing all that for? So everything that they recorded the whole time since they were ever from day one to today, they've recorded. They have documented. So how can they say they lost any technology? It's blowing my mind. How can the most recorded section of the government lose any technology?
Benton flat Earth, isn't it? It is. What does it even mean? Benton flat Earth. What does that even mean?
Huh?
Like, it says in Benton flat Earth.
I know.
Well, what does that even mean?
That means making it up.
Basically, this is what he says at the end of page 49. Charles Raymond Beasley's history, influential throughout the 20th century, was one of the foundations on which these other historians of geography built in the Middle Ages. Beasley wrote, "Everything of value seemed to sink, and only the light and worthless rubbish came floating on down to the stream of time, right? So it kind of makes sense. So everything of value seemed to sink, and only the light and worthless rubbish came floating down the stream of time. In that period, spherically gained a hearing in only a few cases.
What does that even mean?
He guaranteed that a Mappamundi was the theological, but then bearded that them for not being geographical.
Sound like he was lost.
It says the very strong preponderance of opinion declared itself in favor of substitution for spiricism in the obvious truth of a flat earth.
Yeah,
vaulted over by the arc of heaven. In Middle Ages, the belief in a round or spherical world professed by the variable Bede, B-E-D-E, Venerable Bede, whatever that is, with tolerable cleanliness, and by some other with varying degrees of confidence, was robbed of all practical value. Yeah.
The factual shit's looked over for the fucking unbelievable, the unbelievable, the amazing, the only imaginable fucking, you're on a globe. So people just love that idea and they're like, fuck reality. We want to imagine. Well, can we demonstrate? No. Forget reality.
In their few cases where it gained a hearing, easily drew a misapprehension directly from Anton Jean Letronaut,
right?
Who,
But
along with Washington Irving, was one of the two 19th century originators of the flat earth.
Well, nobody originated reality. They just write something in a book and they put they proclaim whatever they fucking proclaim. I hate why people proclaim they are or the definitive thing of, or the finder out of, or the discoverer. No, you're fucking not. It's been here before you. It'll be here when you're dead and gone. And it's been here fucking before your great grandma was here. These people are fucking ignorant. You just see something happen. If you see it, how and why sometimes are really unexplainable. You just know it's fucking happening. All these people want to infer how and why on certain things that are it's impossible to do so. Because you can't demonstrate it. So why do all these science people and all these people say they declared, they made, they discovered? No, you fucking didn't. Everything's been going on the same way it's been happening ever since the dawn of time, from temperature, tempo, fast, slow, resistance. I mean, the fuck? Nobody discovered shit. You just see what happens. You see it rain. Does that mean you discovered fucking raindrops? No. These scientists are fucking insane, man. They want to put their name and ass behind shit that just is reality. It just is nature. I see a fish swim in a circle. Oh, I'm going to come up with the fucking circular something and put a thing. Come on, man.
Dude, Demok, you're funny as hell, bro. All I can picture in my head is someone going, I discovered rain.
Right. I mean, it's that ignorant. Oh, this guy discovered electricity. This guy discovered this. Oh, this guy does this. No, they fucking didn't.
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin flew a kite and found electricity and lightning. That's like, how the shit do you go however many number of years not knowing what a lightning's made of?
Wait till the farmers hear about this. I discovered rain. Rain.
Yeah. Now you can put a patent on rain and make money from the rain.
Yeah, and you can make up the idea of the cause because you
Yeah,
discovered.
but only if you alter it or change it from its natural state. So it's like synthesized. It's artificially created.
What you talking about, Truth?
You know what I'm talking about.
Something is artificially created?
Well, I mean,
Synthetic?
okay, so when they cloud seed, so a lot of the weather with the rain and what they are patented, these are techniques that they use to artificially seed, like they seed the cloud, right? They manipulate the weather. It's not natural because they can't patent anything natural, and I don't think I mean, they don't actually patent the rain itself. They patent the techniques that they use to manipulate the weather.
Well, I mean, temperature. Like radio frequency and stuff, when you focus it in certain areas, it becomes a temperature. Fluctuates the temperature, which causes like the wind to either react or not, you know? Yeah. I'm wondering if you can't focus frequency on ice and melt the ice. Why doesn't anybody try that?
Well, of course you can. If you use the right wavelength.
Oh, so if you can focus a frequency on ice, then you can focus a frequency in Antarctica and melt all the ice in a certain area. You don't even need a sun. Think about that.
There you go, down a conspiracy trail again.
So what do they call it in Iceland where they heat the houses with geothermal energy? Is there like a word for that? Like for the dam, it's hydroelectric. So would it be thermal electric energy? Is that a thing? Did I discover that?
You can look into thermoacoustics, and you can take temperature. You can change the temperature of something with sound.
Yes.
And since just a frequency, I mean, I think your answer would be thermoacoustics.
So Antarctica could be like, a bunch of little city states down there, right? Where people go there and live and work in their little bubbles of isolation, right? Because if we can inhabit Iceland and like the areas of the earth where the sun never sets and then goes for like 6 months of darkness, if we can inhabit those areas, that's pretty impressive.
Well, I mean, they kind of do. I mean, they do that.
Isn't
Right?
so?
They pick and choose who can do that. They just don't let us do it. They don't let the general populace do it.
So that's all they got, like clean food, clean water out there.
Well, does sololuminescence put off heat?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So if you did have a dome structure or some type of resistance and you focus something on it and it had a reaction of like a resistance to it, like the sound, right? You could create a sun or just something that like a plasma ball in the air.
Well, if you can synthesize a frequency that would keep an area warm, then you wouldn't really need a heating light source to create the heat for the area, right? Because you can have an IR lamp keep your turtle warm.
Right? No. I'm not, yeah, you'll have you can have the temperature, yeah, but what about the light? Like, I mean, would you still? I mean, I understand, like, you know, like we can do some stuff in darkness too, but like, wouldn't you need some light? I mean, wouldn't you want some light too? I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying the source of heat could be not luminous, and you could have a light source for when you want to be.
yeah, you could. You could have a clear dome, and you could still use the sun and moon as light sources also, while you focused energy into it. Yes, sir, like a greenhouse. Yeah. So yeah, you'd always have it warm, geothermal, acoustics, focused in it, like whatever you wanted, really. But literally, if they had like something on a mountain close to a certain area, and they had some energy going up to it or whatever, and it focused it, yeah, they could live in that area, grow stuff, whatever. As long as the temperature was like 60 degrees or more, 50 degrees or more. Yeah. I mean, there has to be a way the earth controls itself to be a desert here and a cold place there, right? And you just have to mimic what you see if you can.
So, does anyone know that we have been under martial law since the Civil War?
You've been under martial law way longer than that.
Abraham Lincoln instituted martial law during the Civil War, but when he was assassinated, it was never rescinded. This in part is why we have a centuries-long scenario of perpetual wars, one war after another, to feed out of control greed of the banksters while millions of people lost their lives.
Abraham Lincoln is a 60, 70-year-old dude. I don't think he declared shit. I think it was somebody else telling him to declare it.
Yeah. And then there's a whole bunch of good shit here.
Maybe a couple of these people died because they was going to go against what they finally fucking after their, so much time of putting an effort into doing this thing and thinking it was going to be so great. Like, what the fuck? What did I get myself into? And they had to go against everything that they wanted to do. And then, like, one day they were like, fuck it. I'm going to try to go against that. And then they die. Like Buzz Aldrin or one of them. And we came on and said, no, I didn't go. We didn't go. It was a lie. No, it was
exactly.
A lie. No, I mean, exactly flat out like that. He'd be dead. He's going to act fucking insanely retarded, stupid, and say dumbass, fumbly, dumb fuck shit. That way his word's not taken accounted for. Because if it is, then, yeah. He's a part of the military. He's still a part of the CIA and the military intelligence. Don't think for 1 second he's not. Don't care how drunk or fucking retarded he is. He's still a part of it.
Chicky check of the microphone 1 2.
5'9".
1259. Hey, I'm about to restart the live stream. This song has been in my head forever, and it's a truther song from back in the 50s, man. Let me I want to play it real quick, and then I'm going to end the stream, and then I'll start a new one. I know everyone's heard it before, but I was outside smoking. I was just listening to it. I love it. Get the link here, and we'll share it here. Do what it do every time it do. See if this works.
Deep inside, someone, something hurt.
What do you guys think about that one? It's pretty cool. Follow like sheep. I like it. And for everyone listening on the live stream, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Yeah, admittedly, it's a love song, but people in love with the globe, they'll have the same kind of idea. It's like, don't take my balls away, please. And we're like, hey, I'm sorry you're in love with this man's balls. That's on you. posted the lyrics in the live stream voice text. So you don't even have to make a parody to this one. Seems like I think they were writing this song about like the guy, like the girl that was with the wrong guy, like, and he was a piece of shit, and pretty much that's what he wrote about it. But he never told her. The dude's a piece of shit. I know him. That's pretty much what we do here. Like, we tell people about NASA that how many times will she fall for his lies? Should I tell her or should I be cool? And if I tried, I know she'd say I lied. Mind your business, don't hurt her, you fool. Silence is golden. I was going to go the octave, but my eyes still see. Like that part. But my eyes still see. Could make a parody of that one though. Oh, don't it hurt? Yeah, we could make a parody of that one. Something about the dumbass globe. So I've had 2 messages from somebody that said their account was disabled. It was probably, you probably got banned. He can't hear me, but I have a feeling it's the same person, so they're trying to join with 2 different accounts. So yeah, that's a no. You got banned for a reason. Let me back in so I can get banned again. Okay. Nope. So let's do another song. And by the way, I think that song, since it's from like 40, 50 years ago, I think it's cool to play on here. Because a lot of, people like copyright stuff. For the most part, I mean, every single video I have on here, it always, I get emails every day that say, hey, you have a copyright claim on your channel. So, like older songs, like anything that's like from the 60s and earlier, or like we can play them, because I mean they demonetized the channel a long time ago, so I'm not worried about that. It's just like any like modern stuff, they're they can give me a strike on some of that stuff, but like really older stuff, you can play a lot of that stuff, and classical music or whatever, play some fucking Mozart on here if we want to. Well, actually, we can't because that might be played by a modern orchestra. And no, that's no, never mind. No, like Mozart, we can play any Mozart or Bach, I think, on here, as far as I know, but not. I don't think we would, or whatever. But dude, I can play some Mozart, man. I fucking love Mozart. So, let me think. Thought of one that I found. The other day that it might have been last night or night before. That's funny as hell, but it's vulgar. And we think we should play this on a regular basis, but we're not live. Well, we are on Roger's channel, so maybe we shouldn't play it.
Oh, we have somebody new if you guys want to talk to them. I don't know if they can unmute their mic. Hey, Haley.
Yeah, I'd be better. Hey.
Yeah. I don't know.
It
Well, we
was-
can try. Dahomey Dawn. I think he said he's an aerospace engineer in the lobby.
Yeah, Don, what's up, man? If you can hear us, give us a quick shout.
He's already got VC verified, so.
Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Hello? Yeah, I turned it down.
Awesome, Don.
How are y'all doing on this fine day?
Well, it's cold where I'm at, but it's pretty much clear. It was snowing this morning, but pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah. Where you? Is it warm or cold where you are?
Well, I'm in the American South, but it's supposed to be warm, but it got real cold out of nowhere for some reason.
Yeah, I'm in Arkansas. It's cold right now. 18 degrees.
18 degrees. Okay, I'm going to look that up. I can never convert it.
Also, if I go quiet for a moment, that's because I'm also typing in chat, although I might stop. They can just come on voice chat. Maybe that would be easy.
Yeah, they should come here.
Are you typing in lobby?
Yeah, I'm just going to tell people I'm on VC, because I don't know if I can both talk on VC and type.
There's a lot of shitheads in the lobby. Did you notice?
Well, I mean, yeah. But hey, it's just
I
fun.
rarely even joke.
Honestly, I'm doing this for fun and seeing what happens if I were to poke the hornet's nest. And turns out the hornets come out.
All right, so, well, how did you find our server? What's this about? Do you?
So I come from the good old Globe side, so you will know names such as McToon and Fight the Flat Earth. And I've heard about the 24/7 debate server from them, and then I went around looking for it, and I finally stumbled across it.
Cool. So now you found us. What do you think?
I mean, I've been here for like 40 minutes, so I don't know yet.
Okay, so you're kind of new. That's all right, man. We have a lot of patience. I mean, we do this 24 hours a day, so like it's called 24/7 for a reason.
Yeah, Don, all of us came from the good old globe side, as you would say. So why don't we just put that off to the side for now? Tell us what is your understanding of what flat Earth is? Just
So the
give us a quick
issue,
breakdown.
yeah. So the issue is, as far as I can tell nowadays, it's changed. There isn't one flat Earth. It seems as if the general idea is that the general shape of the Earth is flat. Of course, now not including topology. I don't know why people bring up of course, there's hills and valleys. That there's a dome over the Earth, And then I don't know if most people think it's infinite or finite, or if that's just a question mark. The sun and the moon are also close by and may or may not be physical objects. They circle overhead. I think that's about all the basics, right?
I would only challenge one thing, and that's that
Okay.
you said there would be multiple flat Earth. So I would just say this, like, let's say me and you go to the beach. We all go to the beach. Everyone in this VC, we all go to the beach. Okay, so the only difference, we're all on the same Earth. So let's just get that straight. There's no multiple Earths or anything like that. There's just Earth we all live on. The only difference between you and I is you say that the ocean is curving, the horizon is curving. You say it's curving, right? That's the
Yeah,
only
and
difference. We live on the
yeah,
same Earth. There's not multiple versions or anything like that. It's just the
yeah.
Earth we
Sorry,
live
no,
on.
that's not what I meant. What I meant is people have different ideas about what the flat Earth is. So yeah, I didn't mean to say that there's multiple, like literally like 3 or 4 Earths. It's more like that this group of flat Earthers have a different idea, and this group of flat Earthers have a different idea of what the Earth is. That's what. Hello.
Yeah, sorry. Just trying to.
Okay, yeah,
Just
that's
listen to
all
you
I
say.
meant. Yeah, yep. I think we're.
Well, you'll find that this is the most public and large group that you'll ever find of flat earthers anywhere on the internet, and we're public all day long. And we argue with each other all day long about different aspects of Earth, so we don't all agree on the same thing. This isn't, it's not like that. If you come in here thinking that that's not the way it is. If you listen to the YouTube channel, you'll find out that we don't all agree with each other on all this stuff.
Gotcha. Cool.
There are some fundamentals, though, right? And one of them would be, where's the curvature, right? So we don't
Yeah,
lean
we
on
agree on that one.
speculation. Yeah, we don't lean on speculation. We'll lean on those types of things. Like there is some fundamentals here.
So
That'd be
I'm
one of them.
wondering, have y'all watched and I know y'all probably definitely don't like McToon or Mr. Sensible or FTFE, or I don't know what y'all think. I mean, y'all obviously think that they're wrong, but have you watched their debates?
Yes.
Yeah.
They've actually. FTFE, and McToon have been in this server before.
So you asked me where the curvature is, and at least from the videos I've seen, there's Mages 2, there's Dwayne Kellum, there's, what is his name, Jesse Kozlowski. Like, we've shown, at least on our side, I haven't clearly, but we've shown that that there is curvature to the earth, or that water does curve. So when you say show me the curve, I guess I'm confused.
Just walk us through it.
We do.
Real quick then, because where? I mean, we're not sitting here with our eyes closed.
Yeah,
head
Nick
in this
himself
man,
said that we don't see it in a debate.
maybe you could walk us through where that curve is.
So, for example, have y'all seen the Mages 2 footage? I brought that up earlier in chat. Or, I know maybe some people didn't like Mages 2 or Dwayne Kellum's high-altitude balloon footage.
Do you know the altitude?
Yeah, I believe Dwayne Kellum was 120K and Mages was 33 kilometers?
Can't see it from either of them.
Yeah.
It's just difficult because we get a lot of younger globe earthers who come in and say, well, I'm just climb a tree and there it is. And I jump on top of a house and there it is again. I was on a mountain and there I saw
Earth
it.
is too big for that.
You know what I mean? So it's like, well, we're constantly asking globers, hey, where is this curve? And they're like, well, on an airplane. Haven't you been in an airplane? It's like, well, you don't seem to know your own side very well. So at least we got an altitude. So you're saying at 120,000 feet?
Well, actually, there's oh man. By the way, I did not come here prepared. I'm just going to tell everybody that right now. So maybe
for the most part, hey, but you've been listening to a lot of these talks for a while, so you can just speak your mind. That's what we do. We just talk, speak our mind, be honest with each other, and then, that's what we do here, man. That's what
Okay. So the answer to your question is actually 30,000 feet. But when I say 30,000 feet, there's a picture that I would like to show you all that shows you the amount of curvature at different heights. At 30,000 feet, in order to see it, you would basically need to be in the cockpit of the plane with an incredibly wide field of view. And there's actually is a picture of this where the sun's just about to come up above the horizon, and you can see the horizon of the Earth just barely curve. So 30,000 feet is not an incorrect answer, but you need a really, really, really wide field of view in order to see it curve, and it's very, very tiny. So if you want, like, noticeable, then yes, I would say there's a company out in Florida that takes people up on MiGs. I don't know if they're still doing it now, but they take people up to 70K, and people say they can see it from there. So that's kind
So
of
the question then arises: why do we have people like Neil deGrasse who come out and say, "Actually, you know what? It's not curving at that altitude." So what do we do about that?
Yeah. So first of all, I've heard a couple of y'all call him priest. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not the he's not the person that controls what the heliocentric model says. That would be what you can find in scientific papers. So my answer to this question is he said it for a quick media clip because to most people, right, we all know that, or I guess for the purposes of this talk, we all think that the Earth is a globe. So when you go up to where, who was it? Oh, I forgot the Red Bull jump. Don't remember his name. And he was about to
Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah, and they were
128
trying to horizon using fisheye lenses, which is why he came out and said that he wanted to get ahead of it.
It was a fisheye lens. Well, but the thing is, and that's kind of why it's funny. Like you'll say that we're lying. Well, no, he's told everybody that it is a fisheye lens because it's the truth. That was a
Why would
fisheye.
he say that you don't see the curvature from even that high, but then you're telling us that we can see it at 30,000?
Well, I mean, to put it simply, he's incorrect.
Oh, good. So they're just paying him to lie to everybody out in public at South by Southwest, which I attended, by the way. I was there at that one, and he did say all that shit.
Well, here's the thing, right? When I say he's incorrect, you can see the curvature at 100,000 feet,
Really?
but you can't see it. You can't see it as much as they did in those pictures. So, what I'm saying is that the answer to this question is nuanced, and when you just take a 5-second quote from something he did say,
2-minute quote.
it just doesn't
2-minute
get all the nuance.
Yeah, it's a couple.
He covers it for 2 minutes of this whole time. I hate to. I mean, you're on a roll here, but I mean, why are they putting him out there if he's just wrong? Why
that should almost be illegal.
Because there is no way. The problem is there's no way.
And why do you have NASA fabricating images of Earth curvature from those altitudes too? If it's actually just there, why not just take a picture of it actually being there instead of putting out this fabrication?
You wait. So hold on.
Dropping microphones and stuff.
Let me.
Come on, dude.
let me kind of just address the Baumgartner, and then I'll talk about NASA. So when it comes to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and this comes up in a lot of these kind of flat Earth talks, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson was wrong. You can see the curvature from that high. Why did he say it? I don't know why he said it. It was probably a quick media clip. If you actually go up there, it would not be curving nearly as much as a fisheye. So, yeah.
It's not really what he said.
Without a fisheye lens, I'm not seeing it. It's in the live stream voice text channel.
Which one? Sorry, there's two people talking. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, sorry. I cut somebody off there.
No, you're all good, Central.
Okay, yeah. So I'm looking at a picture from 120,000 feet in the live text or the live stream voice text channel, and I'm not seeing the curvature as compared to NASA's pic from 100,000 feet, which is lower, which is obviously fabricated.
Obviously fisheye. I would agree. My answer to that is I would like to see the YouTube video or the source of where that comes from, because you'll find a lot of these balloon flights where they claim to see that the Earth's horizon is flat. It is too actually fisheye, and you can tell because when the camera goes or when the Earth goes above the center frame of the image, it starts going concave, and then when it comes back, it'll go back down to being convex. So what I would like to say is I'd like to see the source of that image, and then the video where that comes from. 240,000. Okay, is this Because if it comes from one where it does flex up and down, or if it's a wide angle lens. Did you say that this was a wide angle lens?
I'm saying that the NASA one must be.
No, the one you said, the 240,000. I thought earlier you said that this was wide angle. Also, this cannot possibly be. Is this from an airplane?
So this second one here from 240,000 feet is a different one, but I just grabbed that because it was the first thing that I had within reach. I mean,
240,000 feet is pretty high. Where did they get that from? A balloon? I guess. I don't know. I mean, I can take a look at the video. This one looks like it's from a plane, which is incredible.
Yeah.
So it says 240,000 feet. Is this in a plane? This looks like a plane.
That's what that one is. I'll try to find the original from the other one. Just one sec.
Okay, but
because this is supposed to be higher altitude anyway, so I just grabbed that. But I mean, there's a couple.
No plane. The highest plane flight that I'm aware of is the U-2, which can do like 70, 80K. I am not aware of any plane that can even come close to 240K. And this is what I do. Planes and space is what I do. I feel like I know about it.
That's supposed to be NASA's Blue Origin, and that is the altitude they say they are at.
Oh, so this is the you mean this is Virgin Galactic.
Flat Earth proof, NASA.
Thanks.
This one's Virgin. You mean Virgin Galactic, right? This would be from the Virgin Galactic flight. I don't think the New Shepard looks like that.
Yeah, so that's what that's supposed to be. Let's see if we can grab it from.
Yeah, that looks like it's over Nevada. Let me see here. Oh my goodness, I can't really.
And that's the distance that they claim they're going.
And that's the 240,000 foot one you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
240,000.
I mean, at whatever height, even if it's half that, still looks pretty flat. Doesn't really align with what they're showing in that fisheye lens pic.
Looks flat to me.
Hold on. I mean, y'all might be right.
I mean, there's tons of stuff like that. I'm just trying to grab a couple other videos here. One sec.
Yeah, the issue is I'm using good old-fashioned hotel Wi-Fi, and so I see a very pixelated shades of blue.
Here's another high altitude.
Isn't it?
Yeah, go on.
I'd have to pull it up in Photoshop or Paint or something and draw a line across it, but at least towards the edges, to me, it looks like it's curving down. Not by much, but...
Well, there's always a little slight distortion, but nothing like what NASA's presenting at those heights.
Yeah, so it would be nothing like the fisheye, but... So, I guess in that case, what would be the test to determine if what you're seeing is an actual curvature or fisheye lens distortion or barrel distortion or sort of camera distortion?
Well, I would just start at the ground and just see if the horizon matches the geometric limitations.
Okay, and I guess we're gonna, okay, cool, yeah, we can move on into there, because that's gonna be, like, Black Swan and all of that. The issue is, there is no such thing, the argument that y'all have is a straw man. Just put it flat out there. It is our position that the horizon moves. That is my
You're
position.
assuming my argument before I've even made it. Isn't that kind of straw manny?
Wait a minute. It's hold on. Wait a minute.
But aren't you the same?
Can we
guy
just
who posted the Black Swan picture earlier?
let's just get this clear though, because the Black Swan, it starts with a modus tollens. So let's walk through that slowly and figure out where the straw man comes in. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I'll post a better picture of just the modus tollens, so we can talk about that. Just give me one sec.
This is Nile Delta. That probably is the Nile Delta as seen from the ISS, but the Fish Islands. And there's a bunch of videos that show what happens when you take a camera, move it closer and further away to a ball. But yeah, go ahead with the Mudstone ones.
All right, cool. You see, I posted it there at 56 minutes past the hour.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so we've got if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Just a logical deduction there. Any issues with that so far?
Nope.
Okay, so let's move on to the actual argument.
Yes, actually.
Okay, help us out.
That's where the straw man. That 1.225 times square root of observer.
Wait a minute. We haven't got to the argument itself yet. Okay, so do you have any issue with the modus tollens itself?
Oh, you just mean with the concept.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Okay, yeah, I'm cool.
All right, so then let's move on to the next step, right? So let's just walk through this. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, is that a straw man? Does the Earth have that radius or no?
That sounds about correct.
Okay. And then, so that's P. Then if every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So any problem with that?
Yes, that is the straw man.
Okay. So this is based on math based on that radius. So why don't you tell us how this is a straw man?
So that math actually, and maybe you derived it yourself, but Quantum Eraser picked it up.
Just to be clear, this is from you can go to any Earth curve calculator.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just incorrect math, it's just the model that we've been given.
No, it is correct. That is correct. That is the correct formula for finding the location of the geometric horizon on the surface of a sphere. The issue is that when this popped up, at least as far as I could tell, in the whole flat Earth conversation, it was mainly started by Quantum Eraser, who found it from a guy named Andrew Thomas Young, who is the leading expert in refraction. And he, on his website, has that exact same formula, the square root times blah, 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 the height in feet. The issue is, right under that formula is where they start talking about refraction. And so where the straw man lies is you say, it must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The issue is that is not my argument. It can be further due to refraction.
Well,
can you give us a demonstration of that?
Yeah, sure.
Well, real quick, I mean, the globe is a set size, so it's not this wacky, waveable, inflatable thing. It doesn't change size. So
I agree.
Why would it be beyond its geometric limitations?
Well, let's think about the horizon for a moment, right? A colloquial way to describe what it is where the atmosphere appears to touch the ground. Well, that's two parts of it. I agree that the ground doesn't wave or move, or when it does, that's typically pretty bad. You don't want the ground to be moving too much. But the atmosphere is clearly not homogeneous. It moves, it changes, it has different density gradients. So if the horizon is made up of two parts, not just the ground, but the air and the ground, and the air can change, why can't the air component of it move where the horizon appears?
Okay, well, here's how much the air component of it would have to change at the horizontal level for that to work. Do you see the live stream chat?
Do you mean central bulk? It's a couple of degrees.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be moving through continuously denser and denser air at that surface level in order to bend the light in that sort of a way. And plus, I mean, you're talking about extending the maximum geometric horizon out by like a factor of 10. And even on Flat Earth Insanity's horizon calculator, even if you max out the refraction index in that, it still doesn't get anywhere even close to that.
So the thing is, on Andrew Thomas Young's website, he defines a new term which takes into account like everything in this picture. He calls it the coefficient of refraction instead of the index of refraction. A coefficient of refraction of, oh dear, I might have
two or more.
Here's the thing: at a coefficient of refraction of 2, the light is now bending at the same curvature of the Earth. So at a coefficient of refraction of 2, you can literally see indefinitely far.
So those are numbers. Do we have an observation, a demonstration, any sort of an experiment that backs it up?
Well, Black Swan would be a great one, but I guess
Okay, but you're just presupposing that that's what's going on.
I know.
You have to presuppose the ball, presuppose all of that, and then just explain it away by saying what you just said, or it's just a flat horizon and it's what it appears to be.
No, I'm joking. I was clearly begging the question there. Give me a moment. I'll get you some good old fashioned. Well, actually, as I said, I'm prepared. So
yeah.
Let me see if I can get you Mr. Sensible's refraction video. There's a whole video where, or I don't know, Mr. Sensible uses a magnifying glass to induce refraction, which is fine. But there's another video online, and if y'all have seen the McToon and those other debates, y'all might know what I mean, right? Where they have a cylinder and they pour cold air, and you can see further. Do you know what I mean? Have y'all seen that?
I've seen some of his stuff. Maybe could you post it?
That's the thing. This might have to be. Let me find it because
He can't post it. He's going to have to send it to one of the mods or something.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm once again. I'm.
Well, even using those calculations that you brought up, if you want to account for absolute maximum refraction, here I'll post it here. One sec. It only extends the maximum horizon distance to 1.8 miles. So I mean, they're still off by, almost the same factor of 10 that they're already off by to begin with.
I don't know where you got this.
That's Flat Earth Insanity's blog, the calculator he has on his blog.
Why would you use a calculator from a flat earther?
You can use any Earth curvature calculator.
Flat Earth Insanity is not a flat earther. He's on your side.
Okay, well, why did he have a max? What does 120% refraction mean? What does that value mean?
When we maxed out the refraction index, we accounted for all possible refraction you ever could have had, and this is what we to globe earthers themselves, right? I mean, this is as much refraction as globe earthers even claim is possible, given the numbers that you're using.
That's not true, because there's a whole website, and oh my goodness, I'm just gonna need to start going and grabbing links, I guess, next time I come.
Yeah.
But there's a whole website that's dedicated to showing how the temperature gradients can be used to induce some sort of refraction, and literally the first preset there is an option for the black swan. So I don't know, and the index of refraction is not a percentage value, so this guy is wrong, I guess. I don't know why.
What do you think of the formula? The formula is given right there, right? Do you see that?
E equals 8 times, what is that, O squared? D where does he, which part does he account for refraction? 8 plus 2 times R?
Yeah, exactly.
That is, I don't know. I have never seen a refraction calculator use H plus 2 times R.
Well, I've never seen a demonstration of refraction causing what globers are claiming is happening in that black swan pick. I've only ever heard them talk in numbers and say it can be done and this and that and give mathematical explainaways and never a demonstration. So if you could do that, that would probably be the most helpful thing.
Well, sure, but that's what I brought up earlier about, and once again, right, I'd have to go find these links for the things I'm talking about. If y'all want to start, or maybe I'll start creating a list for me finding all of the links for the things I've said, but there's a video that is used in those flat earth debates all the time, where the guy has a pipe with some Play-Doh behind it, it's red, yellow, green, and when they start, you can't see the red, and then they pour some cold liquid on it to put the fraction in, and it literally raises the red up above the horizon that the pipe creates, and you can see further. I just need to go find it.
Yeah, I can't read without looking at it, so yeah.
Maybe we need to talk about the elephant in the room.
What's the elephant in the room?
Being that radius, right? Because a lot of the refraction you guys talk about is also based on a radius value. So maybe we could drill into where that value came from, the radius.
Oh dear Lord, let's see if I don't.
Yeah, like, did Eratosthenes account for
the 39th parallel would be a good start for finding the radius of the Earth. good old 1900s geodetic surveying.
What we get are before 1900s geodetic surveying.
I'm sure they did, but they measured it again.
This is always the answer. I'm sure they did. Nobody knows how they did it.
They used sighted triangles. They went up to some tall mountains and used sighted triangles. Found that the angles between them added up to more than 180 degrees, and used some spherical trigonometry to find the radius. It's
So
not
it's
hidden.
a measurement, not a calculation.
I've heard Dell say this before. Okay, here's the thing. There is no appreciable difference between a measurement and a calculation.
I would
Thank you.
maybe object to that.
To make the
No, that's right.
calculation.
No, that's right. No appreciable difference. There really is no difference, my friend. Because listen, when you measure something, it's physical. When you calculate something, it's in your head or on paper. Does that make sense?
No, hold on. Because when you measure something with a ruler, you're still doing a calculation. You're using your. Hey, you are. Because you're counting. You're using a.
Okay, you're adding. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You're adding, but it's reality. You're adding reality to reality. You're not basing it off an assumption.
But what assumption? Oh, so the thing I've always wondered.
You're assuming they got those measurements so they could do a calculation. Show us when they got those measurements, partner.
Oh, you mean in the 1900s?
Oh, that's too bad. How are you going to cite something when you weren't there and you can't find paperwork for it?
The paperwork.
Go ahead, guys. Just wanted to say that. Thank you.
It's in the book. I didn't really get a chance to respond to what you were saying, and I know it seems like you're going for more of a passive conversation, but the thing is, right? If you want a new one, then the Jesse Kozlowski measurement over water is one where he gets the radius. That one, there's like physical documentation with pictures and all the evidence that ever was.
Hold on, before the audience, Jesse Kozlowski, he's a geodetic surveyor, right?
Yes, he is.
All right, and so tell us about what he came up with when he geodetically surveyed portion of Earth.
Yeah, so he didn't actually conduct a survey. All he did was he put two stakes in the ground essentially, and they are at the same elevation, and then they measured it over water. But what he found was that when he did his measurement with his very accurate theodolite, that the post that was at the same elevation had dipped over the course of the water. It had fallen.
What? So both points were on the water?
Yeah, both of them. Oh dear Lord, I need to go. I guess that's another link I need to get. Yes, they were wet. The stakes were wet.
Oh, they weren't on the water. Obviously, you can't put a stake in water.
Well, it was the stake drove into the soil that was underneath the water. It was right on the line. Right on the
topography of the soil.
No, but as I said, they were at the same elevation.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so level above sea level, so what about...
How have you not realized how ridiculous your argument is at this point? This is weird.
I mean, if you have two objects at the same elevation...
Maybe you just don't understand.
And then you go to one and you look to the other one and it dips, that seems like a pretty good argument.
Well, that just happens in perspective. I'm just going off of what you're telling me right now. I haven't seen the experiment myself, but I mean that does happen in perspective, right?
No. This is so if there's something off in the distance and you take a telescope and it is really at the same angle, like it hasn't dipped up or down, and you take a telescope and you measure it, or theodolite, not a telescope, then it should be at zero. There's no reason why it'll be below.
There are many different types of theodolites, and some of the stronger one. I mean, you would have to know how far you're looking and how you would determine the grade. But it's called a grade because it's really a slope. It's not. Theodolites aren't designed to measure a curve of Earth at all.
Right. I was going to ask, how do theodolites work?
One moment, please.
Yeah, Bong knows. We've been through this before.
Would they work on a curved surface? Like, what? versus a flat surface. Like, can you explain how they work? Because I think triangles are 180 degrees, right? So like, how is it not?
Not on the globe. One moment, please. I'm getting y'all. This is one list I was. So if y'all want
I know, CB. We didn't mean to rumpus you on that point because you're exactly right on that.
No problem.
Calculations,
No problem there.
calculations are
I'll get back to
definitely
you,
not
CP.
measurements.
Who's a mod I can send the link to?
I
Send
opened
it
up a
to me.
DM with you, the homie. You can either send it to Helio or
Or CB. You can send it to CB. He'll
Cool. Here you go. So there's Jesse Kozlowski. Okay. Sorry, yeah, I'm not good at multitasking, so I gotta do one thing then the other. So what was the question that was asked of me?
How do theodolites work on a flat surface versus a curved surface?
A flat surface versus a curved surface. So as
Yes.
far as I can tell, and I'm not a surveyor, so I can only go off of what they say. They work by establishing a horizontal and then measuring deviations from said horizontal. Is that, that good?
Well, when you say horizontal, right? Do the angles like have to be 180 degrees in this triangle that we're building with this? You know what I mean? Or how is it not a horizontal? Go ahead.
I guess maybe you cut out a little bit. Maybe I didn't hear you as well. But it's like you were asking me, how are the angles not 180 degrees? Was that the question?
Yes. Yes.
So
Yeah, the definition of a triangle is all the internal angles equal 180 degree, which is
yes,
a
on a
straight
flat
line.
surface. Yeah, on
No,
a flat
all
surface.
triangles have an internal angle that adds up to a sum of 180. Otherwise, by definition, it's not a triangle.
Oh man, you're gonna make the spherical
Oh
triangle.
man, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh man, you can't
But the
sophocate
spherical
about this.
triangles, you can't.
You
What
can't.
about the
I'm
spherical
sick of your
triangle? You're gonna.
sophistry. You think you're
Yeah,
philosopher,
he
but you're
doesn't. He
not.
doesn't like straight lines. He really hates straight lines for some reason.
What do you mean?
I can't stand fucking liars.
But what's a lie about a spherical triangle?
You cannot. It's not a triangle, you dumbass.
All right, guys.
What is
let's-
a triangle? What is it? What makes a triangle?
Let's keep it
A
respectful. We've been
three-sided
pretty
object where all the internal angles equal 180 degrees. That's the definition.
Yes, it is.
Otherwise,
And
it's
a
slang.
spherical triangle
Otherwise,
is a
it's slang.
triangle
If
that
it doesn't
has
fit that definition,
angles.
it's slang.
Spherical triangle is pretty double speaky.
It's not double. It's. I mean, I'll just pull up just look up the Wikipedia article on it. It's a triangle on the surface.
Wikipedia, you're a fucking dumbass, dude.
Say you
Okay,
might go talk to your buddy. You might go talk to your buddy FTFE about non-Euclidean geometry, and then just bring all kinds of weird mathematics into it that we don't
Everybody else
experience.
was respectful. That's all I'm asking. I know we disagree. Just stay respectful. I have not called anybody.
Well, here, I'm going to share with you a Wikipedia link, right? Since you like Wikipedia. And this is going to help you if you ever plan on going to college.
I'm a PhD student.
You're a PhD student and you use Wikipedia?
Yeah.
To be honest, I think we're going through
man, you're
baby
lost.
steps.
Oh my god,
Wikipedia
is
I
incredible.
think we're going through baby steps with this guy.
You think you're a philosopher, but you're not.
Can
You're
we-
just a doctor.
Can we reset? Can we reset? We were talking about. Somebody asked me about.
Well, he wants to prove his argument.
Literally proof intelligence and
Oh, it's
education,
all
not the
good.
same.
Hey, we're all. I mean, all day. Like sometimes it's just us talking and stuff. But hey, we've been looking for globe earthers to talk to. Now he's come in and he's referenced a lot of YouTubers that he's watched, and he's been in chats and stuff. So yeah, let's let him.
He said he had
The reason why I asked the question
Yes,
is because 180 degrees.
Let's
The
pick
triangle.
a couple. I mean, not 5-6 people, and I'm guilty too. Let's pick one or two people for him to talk to instead of.
Let me just
all of
close
us.
my
Go ahead,
question.
Paul.
Let me just close this question. Is because the triangle was chosen right as measuring to use it because of the 180 degrees, right? This is why, right? Hipparchus, the father of triangulation. That's where we get that from, right?
Can you repeat
You
that? You
understand?
cut out a bit.
Hipparchus chose the triangle, right, to use to measure distance with because
Okay.
of the
I thought it was
180
Pythagoras.
degrees,
I thought it was
right?
Pythagoras.
Hipparchus. Yeah, Hipparchus
Okay.
after
Hipparchus and
Pythagoras. Yeah.
Pythagoras. Yeah.
He developed, the method of triangulation, right? Because the triangle had specifically 180 degrees, right? So, like you said, a horizontal, establishing a horizontal is a baseline, right? And that has to be flat, right? For our triangle to be 180 degrees. So that's why I was asking, like, how a theodolite works on a curved surface, because I don't think people use it on curved surfaces. So go ahead.
Oh, so I mean, you can grab a horizontal by just taking 90 degrees from the vertical, and then you'll have a horizontal plane that's tangent to the surface of the Earth, and boom, you got your horizontal right there.
A curved tangent?
Not a curved tangent, the tangent straight.
Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, well, thank you so much for confirming that.
I mean, you just take the tangent on the surface of a sphere.
All right, so when
What's
you
wrong
use
with
sextant, it's similar. It works similarly to a theodolite. So when you point it at the horizon, is that a straight line?
When you're looking from the sextant to the horizon, is that a straight line?
Yes, I'm asking you that.
Yes, it is a straight line.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, then, welcome to Flat Earth,
I
bro.
don't see why that shows that it's a flat Earth. You're just establishing the
What
tangent.
the hell? I mean, how can you triangulate something with a curved line?
The adjacent
You
is
take
a
the tangent.
horizontal line, you just said, right?
Yeah, you just take the tangent.
What's that? That's a flat Earth. That's what the adjacent is.
No, the tangent. If you take the tangent of a line, tangent of a circle, then you get a straight line, and then you just measure from there. Also, it is incredible to me. I haven't actually come across this myself, but I did heard that flat earthers started using sextants, which definitely prove that the Earth is
Started using them a
spherical.
long time ago for navigation.
No. What I'm
Flat
saying is
Earthers
that
actually
flat earthers-
invented the sextant, and that's
It's
how they
really
navigated the
was
Earth.
invented by John D, which was Queen Elizabeth's advisor, the first 007.
Mhm.
You know about that? He developed a lot of the instruments that people use to navigate your so-called globe, but they're all flat, on flat surfaces, instruments for navigating flat surface. So
Okay, so for one thing, you can approximate a large sphere as flat on short distances. So
Can you
if
have a
I'm looking
curved
out
adjacent
to,
over long distances?
I don't know what you mean by curved adjacent.
Exactly.
Yeah, because there's no such thing.
I don't know what you mean. No, like what
So
do
you
those
said
words mean when you
tangent.
put them together?
When you're
Yeah.
thinking about a triangle isosceles with 90 degree, okay, that's how it works. You have no curved lines in the slightest. Not at all.
Unless you
what's
pretend
wrong with
it's there. You can pretend it's there.
If you'd like to pretend it's there, that's fine. I don't know what that's going to do for you. The sextant, among all other marine navigation, as it were, is based on a flat. You call it a tangent. It's adjacent. Do you know what adjacent means? It's perfect 90, right?
adjacent means perfect 90? I've never heard it used like that. No.
Okay. Do you know what
I've
you
always heard
need?
it's next to.
It's next to what?
No,
So you
the
need a
word
perfect
adjacent.
90 to
That's
make
what
this
I've heard.
triangle. You need a
How
perfect
about
90 to make this triangle.
perpendicular?
And you have to do that 3 times when you use a
More.
sextant. You have to make
Okay.
straight lines everywhere. Nothing is curving.
Okay.
So
then the straight line is from you to the horizon.
And you said that, yep,
wrong with that?
exactly. That is a straight line, correct. And there's more straight lines than that. The left to right, the horizon, that's straight too. So I call it the horizon. So you got 2 straight lines, one from you to the site that you're observing, and then the left to right straight line at the, again, horizon because it's horizontal. What's the third one now? What's the third one we need to use to prove a flat Earth?
It's like when you move toward the horizon, you still get the same thing.
Oh, it's a straight line from the ground
If you turn left,
to a
then you
fucking
get
star.
the same thing, and then you turn right, you get
And that's
the
a
same
straight
thing.
line from the ground to the luminary.
Okay, but there's one kind of
okay, but
issue with this argument.
All right, what's the issue?
Okay.
Because the lines we're talking about, we're not talking about the surface. We're talking about the lines from my eye to the horizon, which it doesn't matter what shape the surface is underneath. If I take the line
You
from
just
my
said it's a
eye,
straight line. It does. Yeah, you're right. It's a straight line, and it happens to go over
To the
straight Earth.
horizon, which is an apparent position.
okay, hold
That's
on,
also true.
because we addressed the whole apparent thing.
Yeah,
earlier,
and
but-
you got into this because you wanted to avoid that because we were talking about the black
Let me
swan.
try.
What? No, I can circle back around if y'all want. It's just
What about
very
this?
hard to
What
keep
about
up.
this one? What about? Wait, what about you put a ruler on a basketball? Okay, you put a ruler on the basketball, right? And you say this is your line of sight. This is your baseline, right?
Okay.
Do you get the picture, right? Right.
Okay. Yeah, that would be a tangent.
That's a straight line that's adjacent to the curvature of the basketball. So
that's what's on my
let's
side.
fill it up
Okay.
with stars. Let's fill the model with stars and see what we're looking at, right? Doesn't match what we're looking at like in the real world when we take these measurements with right, should we be seeing that star if this is a ball? Now you put your ruler on a basketball. That's your line of sight, right? Are you going to see any of the things you see in the real world in the sky?
I
Are you
mean,
even going to
your
see those stars?
analog is a bit. Your analog's a bit off
Well, the
because
Earth is a ball, is it not? Listen,
hold on.
is the Earth
Let,
a
let me
ball?
explain. Let me explain why I don't think this analog is correct. The issue I have with that analog is that your line of sight is should be smaller than the ball you're using. So you would need a
Well,
really, really tiny ruler
that's it. That's
for a
the black
basketball.
swan.
Or just a really
That's
big ball.
Or a really
that's
big
the
ball, yeah.
black.
Like a
That's what we're
exercise
talking
ball
about.
or something like that.
When we post the black swan, that's what we're talking about. The horizon should be all the way up here. We shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind those oil rigs because of the size of this ball. And that's what we mean by your line of sight. You shouldn't be seeing those things. It's a straight line. But because you see those things, it's
But we
already.
talked about refraction earlier.
Well,
Yeah,
there
but
you go.
that's
Now you have to get crazy. See, now you have to get crazy. Now you have
But
to do stuff
refraction
like
has
that.
been demonstrated.
That
Yeah,
hasn't
but the next
I
it's
mean,
still
it's
based
We
off
talked
the
about that.
radius value that we haven't really got to.
It's
At
been
least
demonstrated. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been. I don't know if maybe new people have joined, but that's why I said like circling back around. I mentioned the pipe and the red Play-Doh and all that. I thought we talked about that.
Pipes and red Play-Doh? Globe
yeah,
evidence?
no, you mentioned that. You were looking for
Yeah.
the
So
you were looking
yeah,
for
no,
the
you
link
must
or
not have been
whatever.
here.
No,
It doesn't
you
matter
brought
if
it
I
up.
was. Pipes and Play-Doh doesn't prove a globe Earth. Sorry, bro. I mean, it's just how it
No,
works.
you're right. It doesn't, but it shows that
Okay.
refraction can cause things to bend
It
over first.
shows, and then you just nonsense. You're here to show us that it's a globe, right?
No,
But you don't
I'm
have the
not.
conditions in real life to
Oh, then
bend
why are
I'm
you
here to
anywhere
here?
pull out
around any curves, so
because
you
I'm
don't have
to see
refraction
what
and you don't
flat
have an
earthers
argument.
do. That's why I'm here. I've
Wait,
never
wait,
been
hold
here.
on. Wait, man.
Curious.
What made you say refract? Like we were just talking about, this tangent line and triangles. Like, how did we go from that, right, to refraction?
Because
Like
somebody
you
brought
look
up the black swan. That's why.
okay, but you're the one that brought up the black swan. That's why. See, you said we were talking about putting a ruler, right? The
Okay,
ruler
sure. We can go back to
representing
that.
He's
our
here to
line
muddy
of.
the waters. He's here to waste time. That's
Hold
my
on,
opinion.
guys. Let's give him
No,
a
I'm
fair
not here to
shake.
waste
He's
time.
been
I don't
fairly
care what you say.
respectful,
I've
so
been
let's.
so polite with y'all.
Yes, very polite. You can be as
No,
polite
well,
as pie, my friend.
I've
Okay?
literally what? Okay,
Yeah, you're so
No,
nice.
literally nothing. I
what?
said what I wanted to say. You guys continue.
Okay, cool. So
can we
this
go
whole
back to the
thing with the
black
triangles,
swan?
yes.
Why?
So from what I understand about the whole theodolite experiment, there's two posts, same elevation. He took the theodolite, measured from the horizontal, and it was, even though they're the same elevation, they were below the horizontal. That was the theodolite experiment. I put it into the chat.
Okay.
That was the experiment.
Now, when we're doing all this,
Or
all this
the
triangle,
measurements.
when we're doing all this trigonometry, right? Are we assuming that the ground that we're doing it on is curving?
No, there's no assumptions being made. It's
Okay,
just a
is it curving at least according to the radius of the Earth.
No, it's just a measurement. There's no assumptions being made. It's just a measurement.
Okay,
There's
so
no
our
assumption.
straight lines, our straight lines, our line of sights are not curving, right? Is that what we're agreeing, that they're not curving? We're
Yeah.
not. Okay, so okay, so far so good. Go on.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So I can post it back into the chat. 2 posts, same elevation.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hi.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hello,
Hello.
I'm new. This is
What's up?
fun.
The other lights.
Yeah, 2 posts, same height. Y'all can check it. And I'm not a surveyor, so y'all can check the actual what he said. I
Still
posted
going
it.
strong after like a year and a half.
So surveyors
Huh?
also use
Online.
triangles. Right?
Yo,
Yes,
Honey Badger.
but this isn't a survey. This isn't a survey.
The
What
homie,
they use?
I'm not.
Someone call me?
No, I'm talking to
Yeah.
the homie Don
Just-
here. Yeah. So I don't think that it was posted in the live stream voice text channel because.
Oh, I sent it to CB. I can post it. I mean, I can't. Somebody, one of them.
Gotcha. Right, you don't have perms. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to
I can
talk about it.
Someone saying something?
Here, I'll send it to Truth Prevails. Maybe if okay, give me a moment, and I can repost it, and then y'all can check from there. There we go. I sent it to, and I'll send it to CB again. Here we go. Boom. All right, and y'all can check it from there. As once again, I am not a surveyor.
Oh, this link? Okay, gotcha.
Never touched a theodolite.
Yeah, so what's the topic?
So this was just something Jesse Kozlowski did. I am reporting information that he got. Yes, that.
The topic is when we use triangles to measure distance, is the ground curving?
You mean when surveyors do it?
When anyone does it?
Geodetic surveyors say that it is, and then I guess most people don't.
They say that the ground is curving?
Geodetic surveyors do, yes.
Or are they having to take their survey and put it into an equation to show a curve?
Well, I mean, they measure that oh god, this is going to get that other guy mad at me. First of all, they measure that the internal angles are greater than 180 degrees. So it's not a assumption if your measurement is telling you that you're on a curved surface.
But you have never touched a theodolite. That's what you said. So you're
Nope,
just
I
taking
haven't.
their
Well,
word
I mean,
on
what is the purpose? Bong, let me say this. What is the purpose of geodetic surveys? I mean,
That's a great question.
you're not going to build a building 100 miles long, right? I mean, surveying is done on the ground. You want to make a level building, make it perfect so that it will stand for as long as it possibly can, right? You want to level everything out, right? This is what surveying is about. What is the purpose
I don't
of
know
geodetic surveying?
Not a clue. People pay for it. Not a clue.
Well, not very much because there's very few geodetic surveyors. There's no use for them, pretty much, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I don't think that matters. Like with you're referencing construction, but I mean, like.
Okay, well then,
that doesn't
geodetic
disprove the idea.
Because actually,
like,
when you look at it, you're gonna find out that the geodetic surveyors are basing their opinions off of surveyors' opinions. You know that they measure over several hundred yards or even over a mile. You know, that's what they're, and then they add calculations to what has been, has already been done by the land surveyors.
Okay, yeah. So I mean,
but what about the?
So it has nothing to do with a globe Earth at all.
But what about the angles they measure?
Texas Department of...
Those aren't measured. They're taking those angles.
You got to look into this more, bro. If you really want to understand it, you have to look into it more.
I posted
Can I address what you just said?
And I posted a screenshot.
I'm not
And
sure who
in the
just said that.
screenshot, it has
There's
the Texas Department of Transportation's. You can read it.
okay.
Surface distance to geodetic distance. Before a surface distance can be converted to grid, it must first be converted to geodetic, reduced to sea level, and then here's the equation for that. And then I've also posted the link so that you can go through this and read deeper into what it's talking about.
Okay.
Sure, but could we go back and just address that point? I mean, I think, and I'm not sure who asked this question, but
Yeah, I
someone
don't
was
know where we
asking.
are, to be
Someone was
honest.
asking, what is the relevance of geodetic surveying, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. In that case, that link. I don't know who asked that question.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
either, but I mean, if correct me if I'm wrong, you're addressing specifically
It
the
was
angle.
me. I asked that question. What is the purpose of geodetic surveys?
Okay, yeah. So,
and how are they done?
Wait, selective.
I
I'm very
mean,
confused when I've been selective. Sorry, I'm
I mean, I know
responding.
you. Well, I mean, he posted the Jesse Kozlowski video earlier, and I've seen that before. But that's not a physical measurement. It's calculations based on a physical survey of Earth.
But it's not a survey. He just
So
measured that
it's
there's a
not an
dip. That's all he
experiment.
Yeah, it
That's all he
is.
measured.
It's
He
not an
measured a dip.
experiment.
They don't
It's
measure a dip that way, bro. Come
it's an
on.
assumption based on looking through a theodolite beyond its operational range.
Oh, so
no,
that,
I mean,
I did see that.
you can't say that. You can't say that when they're producing results that are angular, and you're just saying it's like
Yes,
okay,
I can say that when the
if
manual
we look at
itself
that,
states that it's beyond the operational range. So it will
okay,
not
so
be
then
accurate beyond that range. So when you look at the error variance, you're just within the error variance, and you're claiming that's Earth curve.
Yeah, so
hold
honey
on. Well, we
badger.
need
no,
to.
but
We
Hold
need
on,
to.
honey
We need
badger.
to look at the.
Favorite, hold on. What is your favorite geodesic surveying device? I mean, what is your favorite one that they use to survey the geo?
I mean, don't they use
I
the?
think okay,
I'm pretty
I
sure.
can address that question, but not this instant because it will derail the main point, and I still have yet to make it. I'm just the main thing that I'm like trying to supplement here is I believe he said that they come out with angles, right? So they have angular data, and they rely on that data to whether or not they apply calculations onto the survey. You can call it whatever you want.
I guarantee you, the calculations are the they add radius to the calculations.
Okay,
the
but
thing is, we're
when
not
you
talking
take
about
into
that here.
account
This isn't a
when you
survey.
take into account the length at which these uh, surveys are being conducted, which it has to be at that length. You said they take hundreds of meters of like collected data, right?
Well,
So
it
they'll
depends
measure
on the
hundreds of
instrument.
meters.
I mean, it depends on the instrument they're using and how accurate it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold
but I
on,
mean,
hold on.
you can agree with me that
Accuracy. What is the accuracy of a
I was
theodolite?
just about to ask. Hold on, do any of you know what the maximum range of a theodolite is?
No, it's probably only a couple thousand feet. But the reason I'm asking what is
2,000
the
feet.
But the thing is, when I say what's the error, because for this type of measurement, the maximum range is not as important because if you know what I'm asking for is the angular margin of error, right? Because if you can see it and the instrument is imparting an angular margin of error, that is what's going to affect our measurement. The range is kind of irrelevant unless we know the angle.
Angle of what? What are you
The
talking?
angular margin of error. So is it like plus or minus what? I heard it's like plus or minus 1 arc second for a theodolite.
Arc second, there's no arc. That's the point.
Oh my goodness,
I mean,
arc seconds have nothing to do with arcs. It's a measure of degrees. It's a
no,
measure
I
of
mean,
angle.
well, I'm talking about if you're pointing the light
An arc second.
level it and leveling it, then you're going to notice that there's a drop over land, of course, because you wouldn't necessarily have you wouldn't use a theodolite over sea level, from one boat to another. That would be accurate, right?
He did it over water. He did the measurement over water to show the water.
Well, then it's just debunked because there's no reason anybody would put one theodolite on a boat and measure
Hey,
to
guys.
another boat.
Can one of you guys let me know when we're going to
horizon.
stop letting him beg the question and tell us why the Earth measures flat, and if he can prove otherwise? And no, geodetic surveying isn't that. That's a lot of cool stories, second, third, fourth, fifth hand information.
It's well, I already
Now,
told
does he
him
have
it
any
was
firsthand-
calculations
does he have-
made off of local
on.
measurements with
Hold on.
with
Let him
the
respond.
First of all, I didn't say I came here to prove the globe. I mentioned multiple times I was here to mainly have a conversation and to hear
Mainly
your
this time of talking about things that have nothing to do with the fact that the Earth measures flat. Sure, yeah.
Except it doesn't.
Oh, but it really does. You should measure it
No,
once
but
yourself.
okay,
Have you done that yet?
Can you show
When did
me
you
a
measure
measurement
it?
of flatness?
The homie. When did you measure it, my friend?
I did never.
Oh, so are you defending Earth curvature, though?
Yeah.
What the fuck for? You need to measure it
Okay,
first,
but
partner.
what
I
you
wanna
half of the data
Wait a
that
minute.
you rely on, you haven't measured yourself. So I don't know
Sean,
why.
How do you know I haven't?
Sean, he asked you for the evidence.
What evidence? Of what?
We just don't get it. Of the flat measurement. Flat measurement. He asked you for
Yeah,
it.
a flat measurement. That would be nice.
Oh man. Okay. Well, there's a whole portion of this reality.
Did you measure it?
Down there?
How
Let me
about
show
that
you.
geodetic survey of the United States where it's relatively flat? You know, flat does not mean a shape, right? It means a surface
Flatter.
feature.
Okay,
It
yeah,
doesn't
but
mean smooth. It means
Which
flat.
survey? Do you mean in campus?
The
All
mean
of us?
is flat. The mean elevation is flat.
Yeah, all of us
Over-
live on Earth. If it was a globe, I think we would know it.
Over a given distance.
Yeah, that's why 7.5 billion people know it's a globe.
Oh, cognitive dissonance, bro.
Oh,
No, nobody knows it's a
that's an
globe. You
appeal.
believe it's a globe. Because of
population, it is
idiots
a-
that don't do science.
So if 7 billion people thought that the world was a banana peel.
Wait, hold on. No. But that's
no,
not my
that's not how things. Oh my
Idiots
god.
that do
Well, I
science.
mean, it's kind of how the
They
globe
don't
works,
realize
yeah.
Hold on.
I knew it was going to come to
scientific
this.
method matters.
I cannot
Hey,
answer.
one
five
second.
questions.
Yeah, but where's the radius
I
method?
cannot-
That's all we're asking for.
I
You're
cannot
talking
answer
about
5
geodetic
questions.
surveying, which is gonna
Hey, whoa,
Order in the
guys.
court.
Yeah, this is unlistenable, guys. Hold on.
1 second.
Order.
Stop.
One
Everyone
person-
only
one-
talk it. Do not talk at the same time. Stop talking at the same time as everybody. Jeez.
Yeah, this is unlistenable.
Can we
for
just
everyone
take like 5 seconds without anyone saying anything and then restart
Alright.
with one person?
All right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay. I
Nice.
can answer one question at a time. I'm not good at multitasking. So who's got
All
a
right.
question?
So, hey, Witsit, do you have something to say? Since you just jumped in, do you have something to say?
Oh no, not Witsit, not the man, the legend himself. Is that really Witsit though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
It
my
really
god,
is.
it's my first day, guys.
All right, cool. Hey, everybody, shut up. Let Witsit talk to this guy. We already went through the rigmarole.
Hi, Witsit.
Hey, that's really what I wanted to say was why is everyone talking at the same time? So, dude, if there's no measurement of curvature, then how could the Earth be a sphere?
I mean, why would any of us be here if there are no measurements of curvature? There are.
No, there actually aren't. Every physical measurement of the Earth ever measures flat, and then what you do is you take all those, you add something, and then you try to factor it into a calculation, assuming the size of a sphere. So, like the measurements never measure curvature ever.
Okay. What about the? I mean, I brought it up earlier, but the and you've debated. I know you've debated MC2 and FTFE and all of them before. They've brought up the triangulation of the arc of the 39th of the parallel, or whatever that's called, that measured that the internal angles of sighted triangles between mountains on Earth measure greater than 180 degrees.
Yeah. So what you're calling spherical excess?
Yes, spherical excess. Yes, measure.
Did you know? No, they didn't measure anything
but did you know that to do that, you have to use spherical geometry?
It's just a measurement. They measured more than 180 degrees.
No, it's not just a measurement. It's spherical geometry.
No, but what I'm saying is the measurement showed that you need to apply spherical geometry. Because if it was exactly 180 degrees, conversation over. It would be flat, no debate. But it was more. We can't ignore the fact that it was more.
Oh, okay. So how they do this measurement?
Sighted angles. You look at one mountain, take an angle, go to the other mountain, take an angle, go to the other mountain, take an angle, add them up. It's greater than 180.
Wow, what's the distance between these mountains?
Also, when
Great
did you do
question.
that?
It's in the triangulation of the arc of the parallel. I can bring that up for you if you like.
Wouldn't that mean that it's absolutely not arcing? It would not be concave. It would be convex.
No, so more than
Based on the math.
180 would be whatever one's onwards. Convex is ball. And by the way, with the just for clarity, I'm not like really a debater. I am a
You keep
guy
saying stuff
who,
like that, but you're still here. Don't worry about it. What's it? Continue.
The
Okay,
calculations
I
require the spherical assumption you're claiming to invoke this to prove.
But where did I make an assumption? That's what I'm confused.
So you don't even actually know how to do the math in it then?
No, I'm talking about the spherical axis.
Yeah, it's spherical geometry.
But they measured it more than 180. That's what I'm confused about the assumption.
First of all, they didn't measure anything.
Yeah, they did.
No, they looked at mountains in the distance, okay, and then they took an average based on the fluctuation, right? And then they're trying to say that if we apply it to spherical geometry, using spherical geometry, look, it's spherical geometry. Therefore, there is a sphere.
But what I don't understand though.
I have a question. Hold on. Real quick question. Wait. Are we able to make consistent observations of more than 180-degree triangles, like you're saying, like elsewhere? Can I go down the beach and see that and see that it's more than 180 degrees? Go ahead.
It's got to be over a pretty big. I mean, Earth is big. You got to do it over a pretty big range. But sure, they've measured this all over the world, not just in America. And that one book was about the entirety of America. I can send you all the link, but the
radius is only 3,959 miles. It's not that big.
It's huge. That's huge.
Oh, it's not?
But the maximum range of a theodolite is 2,000 feet. So how are you going to measure over large distances with theodolites?
Ask the geodetic surveyors.
Yeah, and how do you establish the horizon? How do you establish that you're eye level with the horizon?
You don't. You establish horizontal. The horizon dips. I don't know why you would.
Oh, wait, so how do you establish horizontal?
90 degrees from the vertical.
So vertical to the ground?
No, to whatever pulls a plumb bob down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it goes to the ground. It's establishing a vertical plumb line perpendicular to a horizontal plane.
Yes.
Okay, so where's a horizontal plane on a sphere?
Tangent to the ball.
Oh, so to even actually do any measurements, you have to assume the Earth is flat, but actually it's a ball.
No, you just take the horizontal. Doesn't matter if it's flat. You don't have to assume anything.
Like a locally flat region? Is that what you're talking about?
How is horizontal not flat? You said a horizontal that isn't flat. Try that out again.
He's using non-Euclidean geometry.
I'm not using non-Euclidean geometry. Not yet, at least. I haven't.
So wait, time out. Do you understand now why you have to make the spherical assumption? Because you have to assume that there's a tangent as opposed to the horizontal plane that's perpendicular to the vertical plumb line, or do you still not get it?
But it's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. It requires a fundamental difference from the beginning. Either it's a tangent on this imaginary sphere, or it's a horizontal plane, like you assume it. So to make one of these assumptions from the beginning.
But I don't understand. This tangent and this horizontal plane, they are literally the same. They are, if you take them in isolation and look at them, they are literally the same plane. It doesn't
So the
matter.
sphere has a horizontal on it?
It has a lot of horizontals.
Wow. So how many horizontal flat sections can you have on a sphere?
You'd have to have an infinite amount.
An infinite amount of horizontal flat surfaces on the sphere.
Hold on, I thought the sphere had been measured, so not infinite. It would be finite, actually, wouldn't it?
No, it would be an infinite amount.
I thought you have a circumference.
Radius and circumference. It would be a polyhedron if there's a finite amount. Like a normal circle has an infinite amount of sides.
No, that's not true at all.
A circle doesn't
have any sides.
Lines on it. Neither does a sphere. Not one. Not one. A sphere
Not
doesn't
one
have
what?
that
Amount
line.
of flat
Not one.
surfaces on a sphere. What are we listening to?
You're basically
There are
saying
no
it's
flat surfaces.
curving. You're basically saying it's not a flat surface. You're saying it's constantly curving, and it's not. You're
And
saying
it
it's
doesn't mean
curving.
bounding sphere.
You need horizontal baseline, then you say it's curving. What are you saying, man?
So wait, time out. So if I take it, wait, I got a question for this guy.
Double
Time out. So
negative.
hey, listen, are all your observations at the same elevation?
You mean what? When they did at those mountains?
Yeah, when you look from one mountain to the other, is it the same elevation?
No, they were not.
Oh, so it was at different elevations.
Yes, they were at different elevations.
So the angles were down or up.
Doesn't matter. They were azimuth. That's why it doesn't matter. They were azimuth.
Doesn't matter. It just
Okay,
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. So
They were
if
azimuth
we're
in measurement. That's
no,
why.
you're not understanding. So whenever we take the line and we draw it to the other mountain, is it a line?
Yes.
Okay, so is a
Sighted
line curving?
No, the sighted distance.
Game over, bud.
But it added to more than 180 degrees. Like, well, hold on. That's the thing that y'all aren't addressing. It added more than 180 degrees. That's the thing that y'all are not addressing. But that's my whole point.
Yeah, but if you look at it, right, if it's greater than 180, then it's definitely not arched. It would be parabola.
Yeah, it's not a triangle. For starters, if it's not a triangle in the first place. Okay.
So then why can we measure it?
Well, measure what? You're looking at a different mountain. You're assuming that the horizontal actually means curved. You're drawing a straight line, and then you're assuming the straight line that doesn't curve is curving. Then you're saying, look, if we assume this, look, it's curving.
I didn't make any of these assumptions. What I'm saying is you take the theodolite, you start at where you're at. It doesn't matter.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't really matter how much is the angle up and down doesn't matter because we're only doing azimuth.
Bro, he's saying those assumptions are inherently made.
Please hold on. Please listen to my whole statement. The angles up and down are not what's being measured. When I'm standing on the mountain,
What angles?
Right. So if I'm standing on mountain A, I am measuring the angle between B and C. I am not there about the up and down angle, but only the azimuth angle. I only care about the azimuth angle. That's the only thing we're measuring.
What's that?
From left to right.
Okay, and if it's not the same elevation, right, and then you're going to your point, then you're going to go to another point. So you're drawing lines between each point, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is a line curving?
No.
So how do you draw the line if it's curved surface?
But we're looking through the air.
But it doesn't matter. The surface is still curving down. You're looking at a mountain on the surface that should be curving down and away from you.
We're talking
your sighted line is a straight line.
Oh, so it's not a line now.
I just said it's a straight line.
So it is. Okay, so how many straight lines can you have on a curved surface?
But we're looking through the air.
I'm blown away right now. You're looking through the air to what?
He's looking at a rainbow.
From one mountain to another mountain, I am just looking at it.
And what do you
make? Is the mountain air?
No, the distance in between us, there's air in between us.
Okay, so you're drawing a line from one point on the surface to another point on the surface.
Yes, but through the air, there's like a third dimension. I'm looking.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's no straight line from point to point on the surface of a sphere, dude.
But that's what we're looking at. And even then, right? I still don't understand why you aren't addressing the whole 180 degree thing, though.
You don't understand a lot. Is that our problem?
I didn't say understand. I said address.
We have to assume that what you're telling. We have to assume that what you're telling us happened in the first place. So you have to demonstrate it.
Okay, so I guess that is a more fair argument because I, of course, did not do these myself. I am
Great.
an aerospace
Super duper.
engineer.
Glad
I
you
am
know
an
it.
No, it
That's
requires a
aerospace,
spherical
not
assumption. That's the
not a
argument.
surveyor.
Are you not listening? It requires a spherical assumption because the only way you can do any of your calculations to try to propose them to us is to use spherical geometry.
But okay, but the thing is, I keep mentioning these are measurements of angles in between mountains that add up to more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, because you keep talking about flat Earth in reality from those mountains you keep talking about.
But then it would be impossible for the angles to be more than 180. That would be impossible.
They're
Triangles
not
don't
even
have
measuring more than
180
180.
degrees.
They're measuring 179 or 180, and then they're adding math, and that's what gives the excess after they add the math. They're not measuring the excess.
I don't believe that's what they say in the book. They in the book,
Go in the book.
every single triangle they have,
On your
every
own
single
time, go
triangle
in the
they have.
book and look at the measurements. Look at the measurements next time carefully. Look at what's being measured and look at what the mathematics are. Most of it is mathematics. It starts with a measurement. Look at the measurements and add the angles yourself and tell me they go to more than 180.
They don't. They add a spherical assumption calculation. Well, that's the 10th time.
Starting on page 42. Here we go. I'll just go ahead and pull one up, and we'll see.
Okay, I did want to ask a question. So you said that the horizontal and the tangent line are the same, right? You said they look the same, right?
On a flat Earth and on the surface of a sphere, a horizontal plane and the tangent to that plane would be the same. The tangent to that sphere would look the same.
Okay, how do we actually establish though that it's a tangent and not a horizontal? How did you actually establish the difference if it looks exactly the same? What was done to confirm that it actually is a tangent to a curved surface?
At this point, we didn't. All we have is a horizontal. We don't know. We don't know at that point when you level the theodolite. You do not know whether that horizontal plane is horizontal to a flat Earth or a tangent to a sphere. You just don't know. You just have a horizontal plane at that point.
No. So you have to assume a horizontal plane, and then you're going to use line of sight to look and make a line from point A to point B and B to C and C to A. And this line is a straight line of sight with no curve. You then add your spherical assumption to calculate for the difference.
Okay, but you keep saying assumption, but this step that you keep mentioning, I am saying that they measured more than 180 degrees, and that is the evidence. That specific measurement.
Hold on. Who is they, and when did they do it?
In the 1900s, I posted a link. It's the book.
Did they use a theodolite to do it then?
He's here to defend the curve that he has confirmed. So let's keep this
so
up.
retarded, man. Come on, man.
Confirmed it.
Where are you posting these?
Come on, man.
This chat, I can't post it.
Well,
so
send it to me, and I'll post your bullshit link. We know that they've never done that, but so you can post it if you want to. We've been listening to this.
I mean, who am I giving this
Let me
to?
guess. Wikipedia article, right?
No,
this is McToon.net. That's what he did. He went to McToon.net.
Yes.
The McToon.net. Oh,
I'm going to go to McToon.net.
You know he's a clown, right? Why do you think his name is Mick Cartoon? His name is Mad Cartoon.
Why does his name matter?
He freaking
My name's the homie Don.
He went to Dallas and trolled the.
Because you're a clown.
Wait, hold on.
I'm a clown.
Be respectful.
Funny name for a funny fella.
I have not called anybody.
You guys clowning around?
Hey, none of that.
Yeah, but you will speak like with Witsit, you know, the most famous flat earther is Witsit. Yeah, let's speak with him.
Yeah, that was weird, dude. You made it weird when you did that.
Hey, let me tell you, Wizard. When he first came in, he was quoting all the anti-flat earthers. He's like, "Oh, McToon and freaking
yeah, I did.
Central Bank
Surprise and all these guys. You guys were listening, probably. I mean, it's just like, dude, this is retarded, man. I mean, and we try to explain to you how they're making all sorts of assumptions that don't add up to anything about what our argument about this.
Can I
And
actually tell you how I
and
know
you
that the
come in
Earth is
here and
globe?
hold on. You come in here with We've already talked to these guys.
Yes.
You're coming in here with the same bullshit arguments that they have, and
But it was
it's
never
already been.
refuted.
I mean, it's not like you're going to bring anything new to us. Whatever. It's weird.
But it was. I mean, but the thing is, there's nothing new to bring. I mean, if you want a very simple proof that the Earth is a globe, you could easily just go to sunsets. Easily. Because I have heard so many times that perspective explains
I
sunsets.
actually want to hear
That
this
doesn't
one.
make
I want to
any
hear
sense.
this one. Go ahead. Sunsets.
That's
Tell
me.
us how sunsets prove
No,
the globe.
wait a
So,
minute. If you really want to
what it
know
proves is that
before
the
you
sun
prove
is very far away.
And how did you determine that with experiment?
That the angular size of the sun doesn't change.
And
throughout
what
the
did you
day.
manipulate? What was your independent variable, sir?
That's not science. What you're
Yes, it
talking about is not
is.
science.
Scientific method using natural science.
PhD
That is the topic.
That is not science.
Well, listen
I
to
am
him.
a
He's going to
PhD. That is not
Hang on,
science.
sir. You're going to bitch about PhD right now, right? But the problem
that is not science. What is the sun?
you're talking about pseudoscience, science that does not use scientific method, and experimentation that does not use the fucking method of scientific experimentation.
Find me another way of finding empirical
It's
physical
not.
evidence. One more
Hold
time,
on,
Mr.
science.
King.
It's pseudoscience.
Find me another way of getting
If
direct
you
physical
don't mind, here's a simple thing. He said, sunsets prove that the Earth is a globe.
At the very least, very far away.
Hold on, guys. I know everyone's excited or whatever, and we've been talking to this guy for over about an hour now. How do you know that when you see the sun set, that it means you're moving away from it, and you're on a ball? And how do you know this?
Because it doesn't change in angular size, which
Yeah,
means
it does.
Oh, really? Hold on!
It does not change in angular
The
size.
same
That is
fucking
the fact.
question. I'm about to ask him the same question you guys are going to ask him. How do you know that it doesn't change in angular size?
Because I've looked at it through a solar filter.
Really? When?
When I was in college, they had a telescope.
You're lying.
Solar filter. I am not lying.
The humidity.
Yeah, you are, because I've looked at the sun at sunrise during the day and sunset at a solar filter, and the angular size does change. So what's up? You're lying.
I have.
Came in the wrong room.
Red Rhetoric
Came in the wrong
has
room, buddy.
video footage. Red Rhetoric has video footage of.
Oh, you didn't do anything.
Like from 3 years ago, one video.
Now he's turning this to someone else.
Yeah, first he said he did it.
I
in
knew he was
college.
going to. Hey, the reason I asked that question is because I knew he was going to say that.
But what's wrong with using his evidence?
The angular size.
Well, you just lied that you did it in college, so I called you out because I've
But I
actually
did.
done it.
Yeah, I knew he was
Never
going to
done
say
it.
that. That's what I mean. Me and
Listen, this
Winston are on the same page. I knew he was going to say that. I knew he was going to lie because he's never done
video. But listen, this Red Rhetoric has, but modern science does not have.
it. Yeah, that dude's a dipshit.
That's
I talked to him before.
I didn't lie. Hold on. I just want to make something very clear.
You've never done it. You did lie. You've never done it.
Yes, I did. I looked at the sun through a solar filter.
Really?
Yes. At college.
The same way that Red Rhetoric did.
I mentioned him because you can go get his video. I didn't post it to YouTube.
So you looked through a solar filter at the sun and you decided you're on a ball?
Fucking asshole.
You looked at the sun through a solar filter and you're like, I'm on a ball flying through space now.
Yes. Why wouldn't I? The sun's very far away.
Here's the deal, bruh. It does change size throughout the day and throughout the year. You're wrong.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to need some data because I've never
humidity
seen
readings during the time when you looked at the sun through the solar filter.
I didn't take humidity readings.
Of
course you didn't.
Issue.
I wasn't trying to prove globe Earth at that time. I was in
Now
college.
you are, and so you have a confounding variable that goes
I'm
into
not
play here.
trying to
So,
Okay,
when
but
you look at the sun under low humidity conditions, the sun shrinks into a dot and disappears above the horizon.
No, it doesn't. Not with the solar filter. Never does that.
Have you looked at it in the low humidity conditions? No.
No, but this is just true, a fact. If you look at the sun through a solar filter,
I just showed
Wait,
many times in
it's
the
not an
video,
established
in
fact.
the
Who
live stream
told you
voice
that?
text
This
that I
fact.
showed many times video from low humidity conditions of the sun
Form
heading
curvature.
to a point above the
Red's
horizon.
rhetoric told him
No,
it
but
was a
you need a
fact.
solar filter. It doesn't matter if you
Yeah,
take an
but
observation
how
of
that
it
solar
without a solar filter.
can you tell me how that solar filter will form curvature in reality?
Because what happens is when you look
No,
at the sun without a solar
listen to me
filter,
very
there
carefully,
is
very carefully. You can simply prove the globe. You go to the beach and you measure the distance to the horizon, and then you take the globe mat, and then you don't need sun filter, whatever sun filter is doing, you need to form curvature in reality. Whatever moon is doing, whatever Saturn is doing, whatever satellites are doing, whatever rockets are doing, whatever astronauts are doing, you need to form curvature in reality. Whatever stars are doing, whatever North Pole, whatever Antarctica doing, whatever I am saying, you need to have curvature in reality.
But wait, he says it proves that the sun is super far away. So okay, how far away would it have to get for this to happen?
very far miles.
93
million miles.
Millions of miles.
Oh, so millions of miles. So you don't actually know a number where apparently it would change and it would look like this.
So I can calculate it for you.
I seriously doubt you could, but
I got
anyway.
math.
Yeah, I can. It's
Only the
simple.
point.
You just take the
Can you
perspective formula,
calculate
find
how
it when
much?
it's less than 0.1
Can you
degrees
calculate how much drop we have on 10 miles? Can you
over 10 miles.
calculate that? Yeah.
Yeah, with a globe Earth calculator, sure.
Okay,
Okay, do that
calculate
for
it.
us.
Can I say something real quick about this before we go on? I just wanted to tell. I just want to tell you to ask yourself, right? If you're satisfied, is this how we prove that something is a sphere? Okay, do we look up and around? I just want you to ask yourself that question because we can can answer all your questions and tell you that's not how we measure curvature on a sphere. But you're basically being dishonest if you're going to take some other guy, red rhetoric, or some other guy's argument on the internet that goes against science and everything that's taught in school and what we're trying. Does that prove curvature? Like, I just want you to remember, to ask yourself that. Thanks. Go ahead.
Well, the whole sun not changing in angular size does not prove that the Earth is curved. It shows that it's very far away. That's what it shows.
Oh, wait. The sun changes size throughout the year.
Let's
Does it
calculate
change
the
size
drop,
throughout the
man.
year?
10 miles,
Wait, did you not know that the sun changes angular size throughout the year?
I'm sure very smallly. The Earth
No,
moves back
I
and
thought it
forth
didn't
like
change angular
a couple
size,
million.
bro. I thought it didn't change angular size, though.
I guess that's what I said. I misspoke. I apologize.
Okay, so it does change angular size. So next,
very, very smallly. The thing is, though, with
very
perspective,
smallly,
it would have to be by like 3 times if
You're
it was
not
different.
factoring in the lensing effects of humidity and how far you can see based on how much humidity is in the air.
you also have to
I'm
know
talking
what
about with
medium
the
it's
solar
in.
filter.
Listen, there's something called attenuation of light. Okay, that's the absorption rate of light into a medium that's relative to the density of the medium. You would need to know the medium that it's in, what you do not and is not verifiable. You also don't know if it's an apparent or an actual location. It appears to be an apparent location in a more dense fluid behaving medium. Therefore, everything that you've made up about it is completely inaccurate from the beginning.
Except the fact that it doesn't
If the
really
Earth,
change.
if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is not a ball, check it out, right? What that thing up there we call the sun, we don't say it's an object. I mean, does something that's not an object change angular size?
But the thing is, it is definitely an object. Just
Well,
look
who's
at it through a
saying that?
telescope.
How do you know it's an object?
Because I've looked at it through a telescope. It has texture.
Yeah, so have I. It's pulsating. It's not static.
And it has nothing to do with what we're standing on. It's in the sky.
But it does have everything to do with what we're standing on.
It's actually
No, it doesn't.
That argument.
It's actually 3%.
The only way the sun has anything to do with what you're standing on is that we observe the sun move throughout the sky, and that's what it does.
Okay,
how does
but
that
the
help
issue
you?
is, it helps because we can use geometry. If there is a point,
No, that doesn't help you. No, geometry only debunks you, right? I'm saying, how does the sun moving in the sky? Time out. But when we look at the sun, we see it move in the sky. Okay, so what flat Earth says is the sun moves in the sky. You're claiming the sun actually sits still. It just looks like it moves in our sky because we're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour during a sunset. That's your claim. You're making a claim antithetical to exactly what we observe. The sun does nothing to help you out. And just like numerous people have told you in here, looking at the sky has nothing to do with physical measurements of the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof. And again, you would need to know the medium because of the absorption rate of light in a medium. You would need to know if it's an apparent or an actual location. You would have to also know sphericity, solidity. You can in no way verify solidity of some sphere whenever it's not static, and I document it all the time. It's nowhere close to static. It pulsates. You don't know what type of medium it's in, and it's clearly an apparent location. So
Okay, but hold on.
all of that's just objective. And unless you have a rebuttal of specificity as to how you can't verify the medium, the differentiation in the medium, and the apparent and actual location difference, then you are just whistling past the graveyard and you've already been refuted. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat the same thing.
Okay, so let me go step by step. Let me go step by step. First of all, the lights in the sky, Polaris and all them, they can't help. And the way that they can help is we can use geometry. If I sit here and I find the angle between various objects in the sky, because this is a geometric question, so we should go to geometry to see what the answer is. So if I
Bro,
stand here and I look at the angle to the sun,
why is
say,
geometry being used to determine what the things in the sky are, the lights?
but we're not determining what they are, we're just using them as a reference point.
Or you just
We
said
say
geometry.
this is a reference point, and I'm measuring the angle to that reference point. Now I'm going to
How
go to
about
geometry and says,
man? Listen,
what does geometry say about this?
listen this. I'm telling you, a human being. How about to take a reference place of water? You know, to Earth itself.
Sasha,
Not
we've already been through this. He keeps repeating the same pattern, just like Witsit was saying. I mean, it's just like, bro, it's not going to help your case. I mean,
I'm trying
yes,
to answer all of y'all's
now
questions.
you came into a room full of flat earthers, and you've been listening on other live streams about debates about flat Earth, and now you finally met us.
Straight
and
class.
Yeah, I mean, it's bro. I mean, there's no reason to just keep going over the same stupid shit over and over.
But you
You
haven't
know what's a
refuted.
good idea? It would be a good
You've
idea if
completely
you learned
ignored a
how
lot.
to use a theodolite.
Hold on, who wants to respond to that? Let
I can give you an exact example of where you've ignored my point.
the homonym. I was Don homonym. Let him respond, and then Witsit respond to that. Go ahead.
What am I responding to?
Don.
You can't
respond to
respond
what
to
I
me.
just said
What I
because
said is not,
you just
you
keep
can't respond.
repeating the same bullshit. Go ahead, Don.
Wait, you mean that other? I mean, that's because the heliocentric model doesn't change. It's internally consistent. Always has been.
Yeah, no shit. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Actually, it
But
does change. Wait, time out. Actually, your model changes all the time. The original distance to the sun was like 3 million miles, changed 6 times. Now it's 93 million miles. They say that the speed of the Earth is constant, and that's why we don't feel it because there's no change. There's no acceleration or change in speed, right? But actually, at the same time, they simultaneously claim that it's slowing down over time. But then, startling discovery last year, it's actually speeding up because we had the shortest days ever recovered. So it went from slowing down to speeding up, but it's constant at the same time. Every single part of your story is a fabrication. Every single part of it. So, and also, if something's rotating, it has a constant change of direction, which means you would also feel it. Semicircular canals in your ear, in your vestibular system, which helps you establish spatial awareness and equilibrium, would detect the slightest change in angular motion. So you're speeding up and slowing down. Hey, if the Earth is speeding down or slowing, or speeding up or slowing down, is it constant?
No.
Okay. So.
Oh, Austin, you're cutting out.
Starting to
Is the spin
robot
of the
now,
Earth
brother.
constant?
Oh no, NASA's getting him. But I do understand the point he's trying to make. On our side, we do say that the Earth spins at a constant rate, which it does. And then we also say that it speeds up and slows down, which it also does. So how can you possibly
If the Earth was
flat,
slows down. Wait up,
He
wait up.
doesn't know what he's talking about. He even
Wait,
knows
No,
he
he
didn't
doesn't.
say
He's just
himself.
I
fucking
mean, you just
talking
kind of
nonsense.
interrupted me.
Come out, come
No,
out.
Maybe
I'm
by
interrupting you
saying
because
what I
you've
was
been talking
saying, it
shit.
would make sense. If I,
Dude,
No, it
Okay,
doesn't
but
he's
it's
make
for the
sense
given
what
you.
he's
audio, for the
Hold
saying.
on,
media,
hold
for the
on.
Hasn't
media.
been
He's
measured.
Stop
given
getting so
you
worked up.
over an hour to spout the same nonsense that you hear from all the other freaking anti-flat earther YouTube
Okay,
channels
okay,
and
but
shit.
where
I
you just
just wanted.
expose him. Time out, time out. We have him exposed. Why are you guys trying to help him? Okay, so you just now said that it slows down and it speeds up, but it, bro, can I please? Okay, you just said it slows down and it speeds up, but it's constant.
and if I had time to explain it, maybe it would make sense.
Yeah, enlighten me how when constant means no change, somehow if something's changing, it's constant. Enlighten us.
Yes, because a lot of times when we are talking colloquially, we talk in approximations. So when
All right,
I say it is
colloquially,
constant,
14
it is
billion
please
years
let me
ago,
at least have more than 5 seconds to talk.
and then that's what
I
correct. We
can't
already
talk.
All bullshit.
If I say constant in a colloquial setting, I am talking approximate. Say that the Earth slows down and speeds up, it's by like 0.00 something 1 degrees per second. So no, it's not something you could possibly hope to feel. Your little
How
inner
can you verify that change in speed? How do you verify that? You're being told this shit and you're like, oh, yeah, okay, Dad. Okay, Mom. I believe Santa's real. I'm a good boy. Bring me Christmas presents this year.
how can
Yeah, well,
so
is it
I
slowing down?
verify
Is it
that the Earth
slowing
is
down or
spinning?
is it speeding up?
So how have you been put in this
You will
position
literally
where
just
you're
ask me
hold
three
on, hold on.
questions.
No, listen. How have you been
Just
put in
ask me
this
three
position
questions.
where you believe what they told you, like you used to believe in Santa Claus?
Because I verified it myself.
Really? How?
Simple satellites.
Really simple with math?
Satellites. I just
That's
said
the only
satellites.
answer you have. That's the
I said
only answer
satellites.
you
My
have is
literal
with
answer was
math.
satellites.
Because
My
you
literal
can't do
answer
it
was
through
satellites.
Wait a
physics.
minute. So he's got a
Satellites that he
satellite,
can't touch.
guys. He's got a
Yeah,
satellite.
GPS.
Satellites that
Now
you've
he
never touched.
now he will start about
GPS.
satellite. I told you again.
GPS
You
that you've
know,
never touched.
Sun,
What do you mean? I use
You've
GPS
never
all the
gone to
time.
each tower
but
just to
let's go
verify
again
everything.
I have
let's go
literally
to
Or
the
seen
beach.
satellites
GPS
to
But
satellites
verify.
listen,
every
No,
this.
day.
you haven't.
Let
No, you haven't.
okay. Let's go to
I
the
work.
beach and
I
let's find
Hit him
out
with
work
the
the
for my
math.
living.
Saunier
What I do.
Let's find
mathematics.
out the geometry.
All right,
Let's
let's
find
all
out.
talk at
Now
the
he
same
works for
time
NASA,
on top
guys.
of each other and not allow for the conversation to continue. Let's all jump in at the same time. Everybody.
I wonder how. I'm
There are
wondering
three
how
people
he's
talking.
proven this through physics.
Satellites.
Billions of years and light years and all that kind of shit. I mean, I
That's
think
all
he's
he has
ready
to
to
say is
defend that.
satellites, Helio. Satellites.
Yeah, my answer was satellites.
Oh, I see.
GPS
I already knew
specifically.
that was coming. So I mean,
So that's
ooh,
it.
I didn't
That's all
see
he's
that
got
one
to
Yeah,
coming.
say.
yeah, yeah. I knew it too, Helio. Let's say anybody else knew that was coming? Anybody else knew it? Anyone
I
else
mean,
can
I
open
could
the mic and
explain
say that
myself,
you knew?
I'll shut
or
up.
y'all
I'm
could
gonna
keep
go smoke
talking.
a cigarette and listen to you guys talk about
There's a comet coming, so there's that.
I could, explain what I meant when I said GPS. That could probably be helpful. Explain my position. That would be
Yeah,
cool.
no,
Still
you
haven't
did not
cleared up all
detect
your original
the Earth
positions.
speeding up or slowing down using GPS or satellites. Come on, man.
No, you
This isn't
cannot.
fucking preschool here. You're not going to convince us. You verified the speed of the Earth changing.
No,
Like,
I've never verified that the Earth is spinning.
Come on, man.
I said I verified
the
that the Earth is a
fuck,
globe.
man?
Oh
Wake
man.
up, Linda.
I posted
I
the
said I
YouTube.
verified that the Earth is a globe, not that it's spinning. I've
The
never
word
done that
satellite.
before.
The word satellite, 1540s, means follower or attendant of a superior person. Kind of like the way they made the Earth, right? Go around. See, Copernicus said that it is good logic that the lesser should serve the greater. That the Earth should go around the sun and not the sun around the Earth. This is when there was geocentric there. The ball Earth was in the center. So this was a satellite. He basically turned it into a satellite. What, right? Follower or attendant of a superior person from Middle French satellite. You see, an attendant upon a distinguished person, a bodyguard, a courtier, an assistant in Cicero, often in a bad sense, an accomplice, an accessory in a crime, a word of unknown origin. So you see, that's what satellite means. And it was Arthur C. Clarke that coined the term, right, in sci-fi. in this model. So that's what the word means. That has nothing to do with like up there and all that stuff that you think the word means, right? Isn't that interesting?
But the issue is, and I'm thank you for telling me what the old version of the word satellite means.
That's
But
the only
when I say
of
I've
the word.
verified that satellites exist, not only have I seen and constructed them, but GPS work, right? So it's
You
not
still have
this
no
isn't
curvature, proof of rotation. GPS works by triangulation from your satellite towers. Like the fucking cell towers, sorry, not satellites. And the satellites in the air are on helium balloons.
You said it correctly.
Okay, but
Satellite towers.
hold on.
You said it correctly.
Let me speak,
satellite
please.
towers on buildings
Please.
and whatnot, antennas.
Let me
They'll
speak.
triangulate your position that way. But it isn't a geostationary satellite floating outside of Earth's fucking
No, they're
atmosphere
not
around the Earth.
geostationary. You're right.
For
They're
fuck's sake.
and higher orbit. But please let me talk, because the thing is, I've heard this argument before that it's cell towers or whatnot. But the problem is that they don't use triangulation.
Most
They
cables
use,
go
For
through
please,
ground.
learning
let me
person,
talk.
for learning people, for
They
learning
use
person,
trilateralization.
let this conversation just flow, because he
Well, you
obviously
can't.
doesn't
You
know
can't
that
use
it
no,
actually
let me
does come
talk.
from towers. But
you can't use
don't get
science as
excited
an
about it.
argument if you don't
Guys,
understand how the internet
let
works.
me have a
How
guys.
the fiber optic network works, right? Because
That's
listen,
communication.
we're
That's not
talking
location.
It's
It is
so
though.
obsolete
It
and
is.
slow, right? That there is no practical use for it today. The only people that probably uses what we call what you think is a satellite is the military, the governments, and agencies that work for big corporations.
I
Not
mean, your
you
friend
or
does.
right? Right? Services like, oh, I'm lost on the boat and I need somebody to come find me. Maybe you might utilize that service then, right? But we don't use it for everyday use like you think a satellite is being used for. That's crazy. Bandwidth,
But
speed,
I had a
light,
GPS receiver.
fiber optic, light speed.
I had a GPS receiver, and if you can let me
Goes
talk,
to a
the issue,
tower.
GPS means
guys, let
radio
me
communication
talk.
system,
The
and it's based on
reason why I know it's not a cell tower.
all of these
All right, well, hold on,
I know it's not a cell tower.
Bong. Let him
Let
show
me
us
talk.
why it cannot possibly be a cell tower. Why he's receiving a message on his phone, and
Yeah,
that's
because
why it cannot possibly be a cell tower. He's receiving a message from a satellite, 12 to 13,000 miles away, revolving,
it's
spinning
because
around Earth. They shot it up in a
it
rocket
is.
one day. Tell
I'm
us,
never gonna
help
hire.
us
I'm never
out.
gonna hire
Help us out.
anybody.
Help us flat earthers out. Hold
No
on. Hold
will
on.
hire me.
Everybody
It
shut up.
is.
I want him to explain this.
Yeah.
It is because GPS used trilateralization. And the reason you cannot argue about that is because all of that information is open source, open documentation. They tell you the frequency that it goes on, and they show you how to do the trilateralization.
It's all based on
Trilateralization
it's
Hold
all
on.
requires
based on how
Everybody
that
we
shut up.
speed.
Let
radio
it.
frequencies
Nobody's
and
talking. Well, he's
electromagnetic signals
talking. God damn it.
propagate on a
He's about to
non-rotating
explain how we
dish.
have GPS.
Okay.
Trilateralization requires that whatever signal you're coming from tells you exactly where it is. Like it's the source of the
On
signal
a
must tell
non-rotating
you exactly
stationary.
where it is. It
Who the fuck
must.
On
keeps talking
If
over?
it tells you something wrong and you use the trilateralization, you will not get your position here on Earth.
trilateralization is just
That is
adding
how you
another
know.
dimension to
Shut the
triangulation.
fuck up. Let him explain how he understands it
Doesn't
so
even
that we can
understand what
debunk
we're
it
talking
later.
about.
God damn it, Bong.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so once again, all of this information is open source, open information. You can go and build your own GPS receiver, and when you do, you'll get signals that will say where the signal came from and what time it came from. From there, you can use the speed of light and the time it takes for that signal to get, and use trilateralization to get your position on Earth. If
All
your
right.
position is correct, they must have told you correct information, or the
All right.
Yeah,
trilateralization would
based
not work.
on
So, Dan, well, hold on. Before we even get into it, Dan, from your understanding, did they put satellites around the Earth so that they would be able to use GPS to, to how
it's
you
not
access it on your phone and shit? Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm simplifying it for a reason.
I
So
believe
then,
it was
in your
used
understanding,
for
so
Navy.
there are satellites that your phone is accessing to consider where you are on Earth. You know, altitude, longitude, latitude, all that shit. There are satellites that you're accessing from your cell phone.
Well, no, and I should be very clear. It wasn't just my phone. I had a handheld GPS receiver that you have to plug into another
Yeah,
rail.
that's kind of old school, but but you do have a cell phone, right?
Yes, and it gets GPS
All right.
signal.
So how about that one? Is it accessing GPS satellites?
I think on
What the
phones,
fuck, man?
both. I think
Hold on. I have a thing going on here. Come on.
I think phones
So
use both GPS and Wi-Fi to determine their location.
sure. Okay.
I hope.
So what? So
Mainly Wi-Fi, probably nowadays.
is it GPS and Wi-Fi or GPS? Because
For phones, both. For GPS receivers, which is why I specifically mentioned I've used a
does
GPS
anyone ever use like Garmin anymore?
No. When I say a GPS receiver, it was an IMU. You can look it up. It's called the Berry GPS IMU. I put it on a model rocket, and we used it to gauge the altitude of our model rocket. So it wasn't like one of those big ones. It was just a little small little
What,
IMU.
like what, 500 feet or something?
4,000.
And that proved you're on a globe flying through space. Cool.
The GPS
This kind of
the
reminds me
satellite
of friggin' what's that? The dude
4,000 feet.
that had flat Earth on the side of the rocket. Oh, we went up 4,000 feet, but
It's the
he was dumb enough to put his ass in that rocket. But hey, you know what's really fucking funny about this is
what
nobody in their right mind would put themselves in a rocket and try to shoot themselves in space when it doesn't exist.
And
Okay, but what about
Anyway, you guys
what
can
about the
fucking
GPS?
continue. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't
Yeah,
think astronauts. I mean, think about it. Would you, after seeing so many rocket launches fail, right, blow up, would you, would you volunteer? Would you willingly? All right, I think
I
it's
want to go
gonna
to
work.
space one day. I do want to go to space one day.
I mean, I'd
That's
be
one of my
so
goals.
scared of dying. Like I don't
Yeah,
think
it's pretty scary. You're
it.
literally
I don't
sitting
And
think
you
on
you.
top
gave
of a
up
bomb.
on your dream to go to space? Why aren't you at NASA right now?
Oh no, commercial space flight's coming out. All I got to do is wait 20, 30 years. I'll be good.
Oh, just 20,
It's
30
like,
years. Yeah,
I mean,
makes
it costs
sense.
like
They were going to have
200,000.
colonies by
Wait,
78 on the moon or
But what about the
73.
GPS? Hold on,
Dude,
let's not move
think
away
for
from
a
the
fucking
GPS.
minute. Nobody's going to space, buddy.
No, but what
They're
about
gonna
the
be
GPS?
in 20 or 30 years.
My whole point was the
They're gonna be
GPS though.
us. Dude, that's what
What's wrong with
20,
what I said about GPS?
20,
What's wrong
30
with what I
years
said about
in, right?
GPS?
You,
No, but
you
I
want to get
said
on Jeff
I know the
Bezos'
Earth is.
penis? You want to get on Jeff Bezos' penis and go about 60 miles up and then land with a thud on the ground and say you went to space? Cool, man.
Guys, I said I know that the Earth is a globe because I have used GPS, which requires you to use trilateralization, which requires that the satellites tell you
You
exactly where
don't
they
know
are.
your elbow from your asshole. You don't know shit, bud.
How does GPS prove the Earth is a globe? And how? I mean, do you even know how it works?
Yes, it is open source information. It requires you to use
I'm not
trilateralization,
asking
where the
about the code.
GPS
I'm
tells you
talking
its
about how.
position
I'm not
and must
talking about
tell
the
you its
code.
position.
I'm not talking about code. I'm talking about how the signals propagate and the path that they take to reach your phone and back.
It goes from the satellite, which is 22,000 miles. Well, no, it's in higher orbit. They're not in geostationary.
Wait. Stop. You have the phone in your hand. You want to look
Yeah.
something up that uses GPS. Okay, start from your phone. Go
Oh,
ahead.
my phone? My phone
Yeah.
probably just uses the Wi-Fi to determine its location. I said a GPS
Okay,
receiver.
how does it get to the satellite and back? Go ahead.
I said the GPS receiver, so it doesn't go back. The GPS sends a radio signal down to you. It tells you its
Well,
location.
why did it just
It sends a
wait?
signal. That's what it did.
You must have asked it. You must have sent it a question, right? Where am I?
No,
This is
it's
where
a
I want
one-way
to go, right?
communication. GPS is
Right?
one-way communication. You do not
It's
talk to GPS; it talks to you.
okay.
You do
So
not talk to GPS.
you're driving down the street and your GPS is on, right?
Yes.
Can you explain the signal path and the time it takes for that to get to your phone and back to update? Because it has to be updated, your phone. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if it's using satellite, right, and I don't know, phones use a couple of things. If it's using satellite, what it does is, well, the phone doesn't do anything. The satellite sends the phone the location it was and the time it sent the signal. Your phone collects about 5 of them and uses trilateralization to figure out its position on Earth. Then, if you're going to some location on the Earth, some map finding algorithm will give you a nice little path for you to follow. And the reason I know this is that it's open source information and you can test it yourself. And if
I
it's
get it.
wrong,
I
How they
understand.
united, how
So
they
let me
united with
respond.
the radio signal from Australia to UK without
Let me
GPS?
respond first. First of all, that's not how GPS works. Okay.
yes, it is. It's open
Uh,
source information.
well,
You can
not
test it
really.
yourself.
Well, okay,
Yes,
well, let
it
me
is. It's
explain.
open source
I
information.
was a radio man. I was a radio man and an IT in the Navy. Okay, and I do IT stuff here at home. IT is kind of like what I do, right? Like so. Please, okay, look and verify what I'm saying to you. Well, look up how GPS works, how cell towers work, right? How the signals are propagated and how they are sent down. Look up the speed and bandwidth required for you to use your GPS. Look up how they use servers, okay, to load all the GPS information. Look up how your phone can download all of that information, and your phone basically becomes a server itself because it knows where it's at in the world and it has a map that was downloaded and it's just guiding you, just like you would a map in front of you, right? And you're looking at it and you're looking at the road. See, it's all in your phone. This is, how good technology has gotten over the years.
Yeah,
You
but that's
understand
why
what
I
I'm
mentioned the
saying?
GPS receiver I put on my rocket. There was no data downloaded into it. It was an accelerometer, a barometer, and a GPS receiver. That's it. There was
Okay,
no downloading from
okay.
servers or
What you
anything like
call
that.
a GPS receiver, okay, are all the cell towers, all the radio signals that your phone or your Raspberry Pi, your computer, your transmitter can pick up to get that information. So, it's how automated missile guiding systems work. It's how drones work. It's how we find things in space. It's how drones work. Look up how drones work.
Yeah,
How
but
they
the issue is the reason I said I
flying.
know it's not cell towers is that trilateralization requires that the source of the signal tell you where it is. And that's what GPS is. It's trilateralization.
That's what
The
you think it
multiple
is.
GPS.
That's what
No,
you're
but the issue is
coding.
it's open source. And you can just go test it
Open
and see if they're
source.
lying.
Everything
Okay, relax, Linda. What if I told you GPS
doesn't.
means ground positioning system, not
Then you would
global?
be then you would be
Ground.
wrong because
It
it
being
tells
open
the
source.
satellite
Hold on, hold
tells
on,
you
wait,
where it
wait.
is.
It being open source, okay, means you have access to the code. Everyone has access to the code, but the code has to do with calculations on a flat, non-rotating plane. Do you
The
understand
satellite
all
shows
the
a WG-84 ellipsoid. What do you mean flat?
all the calculations needed, right, for what you need? It's all done on a plane, on a flat, non-rotating surface, plane. So,
But
so
when
saying
the GPS sends you the coordinates, they're WG whatever ellipsoid.
okay, go research GPS and how they work. Become an expert at GPS, and then come
Like
back and
I've literally seen a GPS satellite being built. Thank you very much.
that's not how GPS works. Okay, just go
Wonderful.
learn a little bit of IT stuff and come back.
Here,
It's easy.
I'm gonna just send you a link
Have
because
you seen
they
curvature
use
from a plane like all
trilateralization.
your other globe friends?
What,
Because I
thirty
jump
thousand
out of
feet?
the fucking things, okay?
What, you mean from 30,000 feet? You'd have to have a pretty wide field of view.
No, hold on. Hold
But that's
the
just circling back
fucking
to where we were
phone.
talking about earlier. Hold on,
Hold
let me get the
the phone.
GPS stuff real.
Hold. Yeah, this is not
GPS
working for me. This
receiver.
dude, he saw a GPS satellite.
Built.
No. He said he worked on one.
No,
No, I said it being built.
oh, you saw
I
it
didn't,
on
I
the
didn't-
ground.
But my whole point was the trilateralization. That is the crux of my argument. It is the
Well, we were
trilateralization.
talking about that earlier. Triangles are
No,
straight.
not triangular.
Linda, how does your
He's lying. He's
how
lying.
does your
Multilateralization.
trilateral argument prove curvature or spin or any of that shit. It doesn't.
It proves that satellites are where they say
You're
they are.
off in the weeds
Hold
here.
on. I mean, all right.
Bring it back down to earth.
That's why.
Yeah.
GPS proves that satellites are where we say they are. That's what they prove.
No,
Really?
we're gonna
Really?
stay on the
Okay.
ground.
Yes.
We're not gonna
Actually,
talk
I mean,
about the sky anymore.
I think a lot of people that hold on.
Don, we're not
I
gonna talk about the sky anymore. Okay,
I think a
let's stay
lot
to
of
the
people.
ground.
I
Where's the
think
curve?
I think a lot of people that use GPS a lot when they're in remote areas would fucking totally disagree with you. They don't know where they are because of they don't have a tower signal or a fucking satellite signal, in remote parts of the earth. So it's not like I think you have in your mind that they've built this array around Earth that has GPS and everybody knows where they're at, as long as they're connected to the satellite from their phone or their GPS instrument. Is this your idea? Do you think this is really happening?
Planes and boats.
Hold on. I mean,
far away.
is that the yes or no question?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, then you're fucking wrong. Everybody knows
No,
that.
I
And
have
so
the
you
link.
look
I have
like an
posted the link.
asshole right now. Everybody knows that's not what happens.
But it is, because it's this information, right? It's not
Really?
hidden.
So
It's
where
not
have you been? So you've tested this, and everybody can receive a GPS signal no matter where they are on Earth, on the globe. All of that is happening for them because there's an array of GPS satellites.
If you have a strong enough receiver, and there's nothing
Hold
above you,
on.
you'll be able
Here's
to get it.
response. Everybody shut up.
Yeah, if you have a strong enough receiver tuned to the satellites, and you're not under
Okay,
it,
so your
that'll
phone
block it.
wouldn't work. Your phone wouldn't work, or your Garmin wouldn't work, depending on where you are.
I mean, have y'all ever been in a situation where your GPS?
Okay, I didn't ask. That
I'm
was
just
a
saying,
yes or
my GPS
fucking
receivers
no
work.
question.
I said yes. The GPS receiver should work everywhere, so long as there's nothing above you and you have a
All
strong
right,
enough
so
receiver.
you're what's happening right now is you're believing in a pretend GPS satellite system that doesn't fucking exist. And we're trying to explain this to you, but you don't fucking understand it. Whoever told you this shit is out of their mind. It doesn't exist.
But you can test it. That's my problem. You can test it.
Well,
it's testable.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's testable. It's very testable.
Where?
I'm going. That's what I was
At
doing.
the corner, at the four corners of the earth. Where?
Where you are sitting right now, just you can go outside, build a GPS receiver, use trilateralization.
All right, I'm done with my rant. Go ahead, gentlemen.
You can
Just
test
saying,
it.
I've used my GPS all the time, and I lose it all the time in the mountains. So.
Oh yeah,
I
I've
have
been in
clear
Colorado.
skies and everything, and I lose my phone, my GPS, and everything through the mountains. That I should have it because I have a completely clear sky.
Yeah, but hold on, because I want you to think about this, right?
Hey, listen, Linda, have you seen that episode? Hold on,
There's no thinking. He was going to give you a
wait.
A,
2
he
seconds,
was
please.
gonna,
I want to ask.
he was going to give you a personal
Gentlemen, please. I want to ask Linda a question.
GPS or
Hold on, Linda. I want to ask you a question. There was an episode of Survival with Bear Grylls. He had about 5 satellite fucking phones with him, just in case.
I saw that one.
And shit went all fucked up. None of those fucking satellite phones fucking worked for him.
None of them.
None of the satellites, the GPS, nothing works.
Well, I want to hear his explanation. He's going to have one for it, of course.
Explanations are with bullshit.
But I've never heard of this. I have an explanation for you. But I don't know why.
Assumptions, more like it.
That's because you're very ignorant, and that's what we're pointing out here.
You don't listen to anybody else. That's the thing. You want to listen to one source, and that's it.
But I'm talking about a test.
But we're telling you things that's not happening in your reality.
But I'm talking about a test, a way you can tell if GPS is a lie or not.
It's not possible.
It is possible. But here's the thing, right?
You haven't done it.
I'm wrong.
Wait.
Inverse square law.
Hold on. All right. So since you're so fascinated with GPS, how about you give us your explanation of what you think GPS is.
You already did.
It's
No,
trilateral
that's
just
did.
All right,
Yeah,
so it's an
It
doesn't
array of
understand it at all.
It's an array of satellites around Earth. I used to think that too.
Helio, he said that if you have a clear sky, you should inevitably have a GPS signal.
Yes,
That's
and
what he said.
I was gonna mention your whole Colorado comment. If you pulled up your GPS app and it was not working, because I've lived in Colorado too, and it didn't work, right? That is because that is not your phone failing to connect to the satellites. It is your phone failing to download the information around you. If you go back there and go to your Compass app, if you pull up your Compass app, it should give you your longitude and latitude.
If you think your cell phone can connect to a satellite fucking 12,000
Okay,
miles
let's move on
away,
to the.
Why wouldn't it be
you're
able
out
to?
of your fucking mind.
Why wouldn't
What
it be
about
able
this?
to?
How many
You
satellites?
have to have a
do we
satellite
think-
phone.
How many satellites are actually up there that we're all using today?
That
Like how
we
many?
are using?
Yeah, that we think is floating around in a low Earth orbit, right? Or where? Like how many satellites should be up there?
Thousands.
A lot, thousands.
Yes, thousands. I
Hundreds.
don't know the exact number.
It's more than well. I mean, it's
Should we be able
always
to see them?
thousands, but I mean, it's hundreds. I mean, it's it's.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
You can go look up the answer.
It's
I mean, of
like
course,
tens of
everybody on my side
thousands.
should
I
know the
wouldn't say
answer.
hundreds of thousands, but it's a lot. And how did they dump these fucking satellites into space that you're supposed to be connecting your cell phone to?
Are you paying attention to the live stream voice text there, Linda, for what we're posting?
Who, me?
Yeah,
can't-
you're Linda.
I'm the homie Don. And I can't. I mean, the answer is no because I can't multitask.
So everyone that thinks, and I don't give a shit if everybody, thinks
about
I'm
that
being
many
a
satellites,
dumbass.
yes.
Whatever. Your fucking cell phone can't connect to a satellite fucking over 12,000 miles away. That's ridiculous.
Why
If you
not?
think that's possible, really?
And
Why
going
not?
thousands of miles per hour.
I have a question.
Sure. I'm just confused as to why I'm
Sorry.
being.
I
need a
would
very
like the
powerful emitter.
Glober to just show us one real picture of satellites in space.
Yep. Satellites
No CGI. Just post one for us to see.
Can
I'd
you
like
give
to
me
see a
about
real one.
120 seconds? I
I'd
gotcha.
like to see a picture
let's see.
of when they introduce
CGI.
satellites in space.
You have
I mean, y'all are
90
gonna
falling
seconds.
around
This
Earth,
120
and
shit.
you're like
90
a
seconds.
satellite
Get on
in
it.
orbit. That's
Well, this dude's about to send 127. That's crazy because I typed in Google real picture of satellite in space, NASA, and the first pictures that pop up from NASA.gov are CGI.
They are, but the one I'm going to, who do I send it to? Because I got it.
Just overlooks that.
He's got the one real photo of a satellite, guys. Hold on. Wait.
Overlooks that it's from NASA.
Who do I send it to?
The one that is connected to his phone.
I can't post in chat. Who do I send it to?
Not me.
I mean, I'm not authorized to post in chat. I can tell y'all where I found it, and y'all can go look it up. But
okay, we're excited. Tell us.
Go ahead and send it to me. I'll
in-
post it.
Send it to me. I'll post it.
Oh, who's me?
Me is.
Hey, I wonder if the
Helio.
Is there any of the mods in there?
Who's me? Yeah, I don't know y'all. I don't know y'all's names by voice. I'm new.
Hey, while we're all waiting in anticipation for this magic picture of a satellite in a magic place called Narnia, what do you think about how a couple days ago a couple had one of these Samsung satellites crash in their backyard, attached to a parachute, and whenever Samsung was contacted about it, said, "Oh, sorry, the balloon had a malfunction and fell," but yet they were running PR stunts all before that, saying it was going to be the first satellite to go to outer space and take a selfie.
That's
real,
crazy.
real story.
You're gonna have to post
Same
that
one.
one with it. I haven't seen that one before.
That
It's
is
right there. He
crazy
just
indeed.
posted it.
Oh, you did post it. Oh, my bad.
Hey,
I was,
what's it? Can I send it to you? Are you a mod? Or is there somebody else who I should send it
Yeah.
to?
well, I mean, you can send it.
I'm just gonna
you
sit
can
there.
send
I
it to
mean, you
me or
can
with
send it
it
to
or
me.
whatever. I mean,
can you post it?
I mean, this shit is getting so
Just send it.
ridiculous. I mean, you might as well send
I
it
gotcha.
to anybody.
1 moment.
Oh my gosh, man!
Mm.
He's like, I got proof that I'm getting a I'm getting a GPS signal from a satellite in space.
I mean, I said it multiple times. You can test it.
All right, so you think you? Well, man, I'm just
You can
telling
test
you.
it.
You think you're getting a GPS
Why
signal
keep
from a
telling you
satellite?
You're
in
wilding out
space?
here, boy.
You can test
We
it.
keep
It's a
telling
test.
you no, you can't, and you just don't listen to that. But okay, you still can.
But okay, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
I mean,
You can get a test
and
and get
I'll tell you
no
what,
for an answer.
that's the deal, right? Everybody, like most people that use GPS, think they're getting a satellite signal from fucking space, and
No, but you
so
can
that's
tell it's
when
from
we can
space
actually
because of
prove
the
that's
trilateralization.
impossible. We can prove that's impossible.
How far is space up from the
Here.
ground?
I sent it to Creation
How far is space,
Fair.
actual space from the ground? Like from
It
off the
is
ground?
the Kármán line, 60 miles, but that is
60
pretty
miles.
arbitrary, to be honest.
Oh,
gotcha.
oh well, yeah, 60 miles. Well,
Pretty
that's a kind of the generic term. Whereas where do they send these satellites, and how do
hold
they
on.
make
Listen,
them
can you
orbit
send me a
around
text?
Earth?
Or can
That's
Mod
another
send me a text
discussion,
so I
but
can send it to
whatever.
him?
I'll shut up. You guys continue the discussion. You know.
Yeah, can a mod send me a text? And then I can send it to them?
65 miles up from NASA. Straight.
Oh, 100 kilometers.
This photo of this satellite's supposed to prove we're on a ball, guys. I can't wait for it.
I mean, y'all wanted a real picture of a satellite. I got you. I just
I
need
want a
somebody.
real picture of a satellite in outer space. Yes, that's right.
Yes. Yep. I got you. I just need somebody to text me.
bro.
Where is this picture?
I'm asking somebody to text me.
photograph?
If you can text me, I'll post it.
Well, all right. What's your username?
The homie Don.
Here,
I'll send you something.
I'll
now
give you a
I'm in advance.
temporary display. You
Actually,
can
that should
do
work.
your linkage here. I'll give you the link for just a minute.
Yep, there you go. You got temporary perms.
To do what? To post it here?
Just post your magical link of fairy tales.
Okay, give me a moment.
Yeah. We want the source too, so we can know who to thank.
Sure. I can get y'all the link. I'll get y'all the link first because it actually
I'm
comes
just
from the
glad
video.
another company was able to do this because NASA seems to not be capable of doing it.
Is that
Oh,
it?
it's a NASA.
And
It's a
it is
NASA
4K.
article.
It is
Oh
the
my god!
NASA
This
one,
guy's
though.
a
It really is
fucking
NASA.
retard.
So you're
48:21.
posting CGI. You do know that, right? You are posting CGI. They have
Oh,
confirmed
but the video
themselves.
comes from SpaceX.
They have confirmed themselves doing it and CGI, all of it. They have said it from the baseline. If you don't know that, then you are lying to yourself, and we don't need to listen to anything because it's from NASA. Like I said, we can show you all the CGI shit that NASA sends as well, but it's CGI. They've already admitted it.
But this is from SpaceX. I mean, it's on NASA's website, but SpaceX is the one that.
Well, then we must be on a ball flying through space if SpaceX tells us so.
I mean, you said NASA was the one. I got it from
NASA and
SpaceX. It is on
SpaceX
NASA's
are
website,
the
though.
exact same fucking formula. I don't care what
Oh,
you
are they?
fucking say. They work together. That's why they're on
Okay,
NASA's
wait.
website. You
I
fucking
So wait, I'm
have
not
a
allowed to use
question.
SpaceX either?
I have a really
No,
important
we're not listening to this anymore because we keep telling you that SpaceX and NASA are the same entity,
This is
and
the first
you
time I
keep
heard
telling
that.
us that they're not. Yet fucking
No, I didn't.
SpaceX is
This is the first
posted on NASA's website. You're an idiot.
Okay, wait.
This is the
Let's
first
calm
time I heard
down.
that.
I have a question for the Glober.
Yeah, you
So,
wanted a real picture from space. I got it for you.
okay, you posted a video. That's great. But
Okay.
here's the thing. The satellite that's in the video, you see Resolve also posted an article.
Yes, I did. Well, no, I saw a picture. Which article?
Sorry, I meant picture. And it
Yes.
says the artist illustration.
Yes.
Artist.
Yes,
Okay,
the picture
so
you're
that's
looking
not
at
a real
is
picture.
CGI. Well,
That's not a real
that,
picture.
but that's not my picture. That's an
It's the same
illustration.
video.
That's an illustration. The one I sent you was from the SpaceX camera looking at the ISS.
That's what I
He
said to you.
won't. He won't listen to anything.
But I'm confused.
So wait. The real picture of the satellite is the ISS. That's what you got for us, the ISS.
48 minutes 21 seconds.
Listen,
Okay.
guys,
the
people you
the
told me are
satellite
lying to me told me they're not lying to me. So come on now.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know,
hold
but
on.
still, wait, time out. Are you
I
saying
didn't
the only
realize
real
y'all didn't
picture of
want
a
us from
satellite?
space either. I can
Calm
get
down,
y'all another
buddy.
one.
Calm down, buddy. So you're saying the only real picture of a satellite in outer space is the ISS?
No, there's a bunch of them. That's just the one I got.
Oh, because you said you were going to send me 137 pictures, and you sent me a 2-hour video on YouTube of CGI.
I said 137-minute pictures? I don't remember saying that. I'm sorry. If I don't think I could produce 137. I'm sure you could
Shouldn't
find
there
them.
be like thousands of pictures of satellites in outer space?
I'm not sure why you would take a picture of a bus from 300 miles away and expect hundreds of thousands of them.
Was that a satellite from the
What kind of
Dragon?
stupid ass statement was that, dude? Listen, bud.
Satellite's about the size of a bus.
Listen, buddy. You think that there are satellites in outer space, like even past low Earth orbit? I'm asking for a real picture, okay?
I just sent one. But y'all don't like SpaceX. I can go get another one if y'all want.
Well, SpaceX admittedly gets hundreds of millions of dollars of funding from the government and admittedly can do nothing without the approval of NASA. And Elon Musk himself said he had to give full unimpeded access to all of his computers to NASA to be able to contract with them.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get you another one. What about does Astronomy Live work? Are y'all cool with Astronomy Live?
Well, yeah, sure. Whose magic satellite took the picture? Astronomy Life has a satellite up there?
No, that would be from the ground. Do you want a picture of a satellite from another satellite?
Well, I said in outer space, man.
It's the picture of the ISS in outer space, but from the ground. But you want a picture from outer space of a satellite in outer space.
Yeah, so if I look at something in the sky from the ground, what does that have to do with your fairy tale of outer space?
I mean, but I thought that was what you were asking for.
A real picture of a satellite out in space.
Yeah, so like the ISS, but why can't you get that from the ground?
Yeah, well, no one disputes that there's something in the sky that you can occasionally see fly over you.
But Astronomy Live clearly shows the ISS. Like, not just a light. I mean, clearly shows the ISS.
You can occasionally see it, like lunar transits and stuff like that. Yeah, there's something that flies over top of us. It's not 252 miles going 17,500 miles per hour or 5 miles a second with people just chilling outside of it like it's not moving. But I'm talking about stuff out in outer space. Hey, man, if there are thousands of satellites all flying out there past low Earth orbit, can we get a real picture of one, please?
I mean, so hold on.
There's multiple satellites that we should be seeing out there all at once. It should be like blocking the sun out at sometimes.
Why would that be the case? Space is huge. That would be like
it's amazing that you say that, yet the satellite is so close to us. You're not even thinking about it.
No, think about this, right? A satellite is about the size of a car.
Yes, but they're all flying around at the same time.
But there
You're
are
not even
billions of cars
thinking
on
it
Earth, and
at
that
all.
doesn't cover the
You're not
surface of
thinking
the Earth.
about it. You don't think.
But no, hold on. Listen to my argument, right? There are
No, I don't have to
billions of
listen
cars.
to it because I've heard it. You don't know that, but I've heard it multiple times. We're just
So
telling you to try and think about our statements and listen to us, but you haven't listened to anything that we actually have said. You just want to blow over that and say what you want to say, and that's fine because that's the exact thing that Globers do. They don't want to listen to anything that a flat earther says in a flat earth Discord, but they just want to state everything that they have heard from the globe side, and that's it. That's
But
nothing.
I'm just refuting
nothing that we've heard before, right? Nothing that we've heard before. Anybody in here have heard anything that this guy said? I haven't.
I'm not gonna say
nothing.
any new.
Nothing
Why
that
would
you
I
have
say
said we've heard before, correct, Don?
But why would I say anything new? The heliocentric model is consistent.
It's amazing that you think that we are just going to listen and convince ourselves with what you say. It's amazing.
No, I don't.
So for everyone to know, I'm posting the picture from his video that he wants us all to look at. And this, I want you guys to know, this is a really good picture. Right? Boom. Do you guys see that? If you don't think that's real, you're crazy, bro.
100% crazy, guys.
Wow. Wait, that's not from 4821 though.
That's the fucking video you sent, dude.
By the way, yes, that is real. I don't know why you would say it's not.
Hey, hold on. How do we know that? It's just a black background. What are you doing right now?
I mean, that space is dark.
What if we listen? What if we showed
This
you
one's
something
real,
that looked
too.
just like that, and the tables were flipped, and we said, "Look at this. This is just direct proof that not only is the ISS where they say it is, but Earth's a globe."
I mean, you asked me for a picture.
I didn't, but they did.
Or Austin asked me for a picture. I don't know what else to
So,
say.
okay, listen. Empirically demonstrate that this is a live picture of a live thing in space. Go.
That this picture?
Yeah, the one that Witsit posted, right?
I have absolutely no way to do that.
Exactly. So why the fuck did you give it to us?
Oh, I
Because
have the
that's our
better
picture.
one, guys. I
Okay,
just posted
ahead.
it. This is the best picture of a satellite. I have one better than him.
What do you mean? That's cool.
That's a
I don't know
sweet
what you mean.
fuck.
Look at that.
Dude, take
So,
me to that
okay,
satellite.
okay, globe,
I
globe
want to
boy.
travel on that
It's got-
with
it's
it.
got
Globe
a-
boy.
I'd go on that thing in a second. I'd live in that.
Dude,
The
that
globe
is
boy. Which one? How do we know which one is real?
that is so real, with
How do we, like, for real? How do we know which
Wow.
one is real? How do we know?
Good question.
Whichever one looks the most fake.
Okay, good
I mean,
question.
between-
Right, right.
between
The
those
lighting.
two
Look, just look at the
So
lighting.
we
It looks
just
so
can't.
good.
We just can't trust just an image provided to us because that doesn't really determine if the vacuum of space is real. So we should go to other things. One really good thing is the second law of thermodynamics, which is a part of physics, and it describes. Oh, just calm down. It's going to be okay. We'll be there every step of the way.
Go ahead.
It debunks the vacuum of space. Are you familiar with the argument?
Yes, I am, and it hurts.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, it hurts.
So how do we have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum?
Well, I'll go ahead and say that it starts by the fact that I've heard the argument before, and that's not the second law of thermodynamics. The laws of thermodynamics tell you how it tells you how heat will get transferred into mechanical energy or an internal energy. The second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, that's right.
Anything about gas fluid motion. It has nothing to do with fluid motion.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
all.
it does.
But
It has
it
to do with
does.
Absolutely.
Hey, stop,
Because
buddy.
he moved.
Listen
Absolutely.
carefully.
As
Okay?
an aerospace
will
engineer,
increase.
that's what I'm saying.
Entropy will increase because the system's seeking equilibrium. High pressure goes to low pressure. Heat goes to cold. This is the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase as the system seeks equilibrium spontaneously.
But the problem is that's not the second law at all. Not even close. Not even close.
Wait, what is the second law,
Yeah.
please? Tell me.
The second law is that the second law of thermodynamics is that the entropy generated will increase, not that the entropy of a system will increase, because you can decrease entropy. That's what refrigerating is.
It dictates that heat moves to
There was
cold.
no talk about a container?
But still, you can decrease.
There's no talk about a container?
Okay, I'm sorry, but you can decrease entropy.
Can you please talk to me right now, Don? Was there no talk about a container? Please tell me.
I'm just bringing up an example of how you can
Please
decrease.
tell me, Don, that you know that the second law of thermodynamics means you do have to have a container.
No, it has nothing to do with gas motion.
Holy fuck. This
Guys,
kid
I'm,
is off
look,
the rockers,
listen,
guys.
Listen to me. Well, actually, don't listen to me.
No, hold on. I think. Hold on.
Here's the thing. The second law, the law of thermodynamics tell you how heat will turn into mechanical or internal energy. That's
You need
it.
a container.
Why? Why do you need a container?
Listen though.
Wow,
this
kid.
This part of it, I mean, as far as natural law, I mean, you don't need anyone to introduce anything or anything. It's natural law. It's just what we observe, right?
But the problem is, and I hate to say
there's
this
not a
before
problem.
people-
It's not a
Y'all don't
problem.
know
This
the
is
second law
what
of thermodynamics.
you think.
That's
There's
the
a
issue.
problem with. Why
Y'all don't know the
are you
second law of
confused about
thermodynamics.
natural law? Hold on,
Y'all
bro.
don't know it.
Oh, you don't, Don. We know.
Yeah,
perfectly.
we know,
do not.
and you
You're trying to
don't,
push
and
stuff
that's what
that
I'm
is
saying.
just bullshit on
Well,
all of us, and we know.
Yeah, I
it's
mean, it's
bullshit.
like you don't make natural law happen. Nobody can do
No, I don't.
that.
No, I don't. But
All
my
right,
aerospace
so
engineering
you know
textbook
that part of it.
doesn't tell me.
This
You
was
don't.
done when he says there's no container, so it's done.
Yeah. So well, I mean,
That's incorrect.
even with
All you need is a
it's just like you have to understand the first law to understand the second law and the third law. Once you put them all together, then you'll understand that no person can affect that.
But the law of thermodynamics just says that the
No,
generated will increase. That's it. That's what it says.
The total energy.
It's an effect. It's an effect that is on. You can't do anything about it. It's an
Helio,
effect.
please, Pat.
It's an understanding.
It's that the energy cannot
Oh, citation,
decrease.
sure.
No, listen,
Guys,
buddy,
look,
It's that entropy
guys,
cannot
I can't look at the
decrease.
text
You
as
need to
well. One moment.
respond. You need to
What?
respond. It's that entropy cannot decrease.
The entropy generated. You can decrease entropy. That's what I mean. He doesn't like refrigerators, so I'll give any system that you use to cool something down from high energy to low energy.
All science is based on these natural laws. And
yes, and you can decrease entropy. That
all right,
is what
so then we're talking about something
and the
else.
energy that cannot be used for work, right? It cannot decrease. The entropy cannot decrease.
The entropy generated cannot decrease. You can remove entropy from a system. And it's because
wait, time out. How are you going to remove entropy when you set gas pressure next to a near perfect vacuum?
You can, because it has nothing to do with fluid motion. It's about heat. Entropy.
No, it's about gas pressure. It's about gas pressure.
No.
Wait,
the second
are you
law
saying that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to gas pressure?
Yeah, because we use isentropic systems all the time that have nothing to do with entropy. An isentropic system is a system where the entropy remains zero, and we still produce many fluid calculations that have nothing to do with entropy. Most of the fluid calculations real aerospace engineers do have
Not
nothing to do with
measurement.
entropy.
Not measurements, calculations. Once again, you're lost in your fucking math.
Like
but that's how I design airplanes. How can I design an airplane without math?
In nature,
no. Afterwards, what happens is equilibrium, right?
Yeah, entropy happens in nature without man's influence.
But there are many.
Right, so you start talking about, well, we did this and this and this and this, and we performed this and this test. With this, you're not talking about natural law anymore. You're talking about science. You're just like, hey, this. When it comes to natural law and the first, second, third laws, you can't do science. You can do them based on the laws, but once you manipulate the natural laws, then you can start, to understand how this might or might not have happened.
But the thing is, I'm not manipulating the second law of thermodynamics. Like,
if you build a vacuum, then you are.
No, but okay, let's talk about a natural system then, right? If we have wind,
I just talked about the natural system, and you actually
then wind.
Hey, check this out. Walk outside your front door, take a deep breath, watch the sunrise. You experience a natural law.
Okay, but can he demonstrate gas pressure without a container, though? That's the only important thing here.
You want me to demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, McToon tried it. And
yeah, Linda, like you're on your way over to my place for a barbecue. You got to sit. I got a 2-4 on ice here. We're gonna put on a football game. I need gas for the barbecue, like some propane. But don't bring it in a tank. Just bring propane. 15 pounds of propane over for the barbecue.
Yeah, no, that would be incredibly dumb. I don't know why you wouldn't bring it in.
Can you inflate your tire? If I drill a hole in your tire, can you inflate it?
Yes. Yes, you can. What you need to do is you need to pump a lot of air into it really quickly, and when you stop, all that air is going to leave again. But you can inflate it.
It will leak out. Why?
It will leak out,
because it finds balance with the surroundings, right? It finds balance with the force.
Because what it does is it follows Newton's second law of motion, which dictates how gas moves.
Yeah, no, I'm going to cut you off right there. If you don't plug the fucking hole, the fucking tire's not going to hold the air pressure, and it's not going to inflate. The air's just going to go out the fucking hole drilled in the fucking tire.
No, you can inflate a tire. I've inflated plenty of tires that have holes in them. They just leak out over time. That happens to my bike tire all the time. It'll have a hole in it. You pump it up, it goes up.
Jesus fuck!
It goes
One
back
thing
down.
ain't a hole. If I drill a 1-inch hole in your sidewall, if I drill a half-inch hole, you're not going to inflate the tire, dude. Are you
You sure you
delusional?
can. You're just gonna need a really big.
Dude, come on.
Okay, wait.
Sure I
Let's
can.
take this one by
Come over and do it to all four of my tires. I'll drive around the city, no problem, guy.
But yeah,
No,
here's
it'll
the
be
deal,
straight. What
right?
do you
Like,
mean?
what we
It'll
don't want to do is let him get us worked up, right? Because he's just wrong about everything. And so this is just for the audience at this point.
Where have
So,
I been
dude,
wrong?
hey, dude, can you
Because the second
define?
law of
Hey,
thermodynamics says nothing. Okay, sure, I'll find it.
I'm just gonna mute you if you always clip me and talk underneath me like a little gamma male. Okay, I'm gonna need you to calm down. Thank you, bro. So, can you define gas pressure for us so we make sure we all are talking about the same thing?
Pressure is force divided by area.
What's the definition of gas pressure?
It is force divided by area.
That's an equation.
It is force divided. That is what pressure is. There is nothing else to it.
Gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container.
I mean, it's force divided by area. Like, I mean, I don't know. You probably got that definition from somewhere, but pressure is force divided by area.
Yeah. So is the pressure of a shark bite the same as gas pressure?
Mathematically, yes.
Well,
Yes,
we're talking about gas pressure.
They'll do the same thing. If you have
They're
a
not
gas,
the same thing. One of them's a shark
Yeah,
bite.
well-
One of them's gas.
they are the same thing. If you get bitten at 100,000 megapascals and you're subjected to 100,000 megapascals of air pressure, it's going to do the same thing to you.
Okay. Gas pressure over pressure, and so what's the area?
Whatever you choose.
Oh, so it's a surface area.
It can be whatever you choose.
It has to be a
Aerospace
surface
engineers,
area, right?
No, I just said area, not surface area, just area.
Oh, that's
something.
crazy. How do you measure the pressure in an area without a surface area?
With a pressure transducer.
So you can measure gas pressure without a container?
Yes, pressure transducers do it all the time.
Really?
Yes, but the pressure transducer.
By measuring what pressure? The one that's on the earth?
Wait, hold up. Without an area, I guess it would be over the area of the pressure transducer.
Okay. So I just now use NASA.gov's definition of gas pressure. It's the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have gas pressure on the earth?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the walls of the container containing the gas pressure on the earth?
There are none.
So then we couldn't have gas pressure without a container, could we?
No. You just need, according to Newton's second law, all you need is another body force. And then, or a body accelerative force. And then you would have your pressure. That is what Newton's second law, the conservation of momentum, says. That is what
Newton's laws of motion have been debunked.
Newton's laws, you mean force equals mass times area?
Yeah, Newton's laws of motion have been debunked on the quantum scale. You didn't know that?
Well, we're not talking about the quantum scale. We're talking about the classical scale.
The homie Don, check your messages. Yeah, I just sent you something.
I was getting up a picture of gas pressure without next to.
It's okay. You can claim like out of date pseudoscience if you want to, but I was just giving you the opportunity, to stay current and modern and realize that there are no more Newtonian laws of physics. They've been debunked.
But the issue is engineers use Newton's laws all the time. We should probably tell them to stop.
You can't stop equilibrium, ma'am.
But engineers use Newton's laws of motion all the
Excuse
time.
me, ma'am. You cannot stop equilibrium. You cannot stop it.
Sure,
Everything wants to find
force.
equilibrium. Are you saying that you can fight equilibrium? This goes against everything we know about science, that everything seeks equilibrium.
It might seek it, but if you have a
You're
body
a fucking theoretical physicist, aren't you?
No, I'm an aerospace engineer. I am an engineer. I deal with the real world. I literally deal with the real world.
No, you
This
don't.
guy's aerospace engineer, guys.
All right, let me just prove to the whole room you're lying. Okay.
He's
you're
a
not
NASA
an aerospace
boy.
engineer. Wait, I'm just gonna expose you.
I'm an aerospace engineer.
So okay, you're an aerospace engineer. Okay. So whenever you have a satellite in the sky, how do you determine its distance?
I would use orbital mechanics to determine its distance.
You're going to use orbital mechanics to determine its distance?
Yes. I don't see why.
How are you going to do that?
One of the factors. You would track it across the sky.
You would do what?
You would look at it, go
the sky. And as it moves across the sky, you could use some very complicated orbital mechanics to get the 6 parameters, one of which is the distance away it is from the Earth.
Yeah, how do you get the distance?
Using orbital mechanics. I mean,
you can't just say words. What's the process?
You track the motion of it across the sky. So I guess you take a video of it or take some pictures of it, right? You see its movement across the sky will tell you its velocity and some other things. You can use the
Not
velocity.
without the distance, it won't.
You can't see
You
the
get the
satellite,
angular
Ty.
velocity.
You
get
can't
the
see
angular.
Okay,
them.
so how do you? Okay, so you have to know the size and the distance.
Yes, and you already know the size of your satellite, right? Because you built it, and you already know. And you can track it across the sky. You can get the angular distance, and from there, you can get all the other parameters. You can get the velocity.
So that's
And
not
with the
actually
velocity,
how.
you can get all the parameters.
No,
That's
that's
one
not
way
even
you can
how.
use the orbital
That's not
mechanics.
even how it's claimed to be done in your
But that's one way you
supposed
can do
field.
it. You asked me how you can do it. If you want parallax, that's how Red's Rhetoric did it. But that's if
That's
you
not
don't
how
know.
anyone in the actual field does it, which is why I'm exposing you. I know that you don't actually do it.
What? What? Okay, please tell
Which
me.
part don't you understand? You don't actually do that. You've never done that, have you?
What?
Have
No,
you ever tried to verify the distance to a satellite?
Have I ever?
Must be hard to hear.
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, so
No,
that's
wait, yeah,
like
I have. Yes, I have. Yeah, I talked about it earlier with trilateralization and GPS. I did it with
This
those.
guy's an
we're using
aerospace engineer,
signals.
guys. You're not going to trip him up.
Yeah, you're using signals, right?
Yes, but they
Okay,
tell
so then
you
your
where the
duration is relative to the medium differentiation, right?
No, but the satellite tells you where it is.
By doing what?
The signal literally it's the WJ whatever ellipsoid. It tells you in the coordinates where it is. The satellite.
Well, yeah, it sends a signal, and then you have a duration of time for you to receive the signal. No, this is objectively what happens.
But that's not how trilateralization works. Well, that's the next step of it. But the first step is that it tells you where it is. That is the first step. Is that the satellite tells you where it is. It has to, or the trilateralization would not work.
In order for you to know where it is, you're going to have a duration of the time it took to receive the signal.
But you already know where the satellite is because you launched it. Once you launch it and you confirm that it's in orbit, you don't need to. It's not like it's going to move very much. Maybe some small perturbations, but you already know where the.
Okay. Whatever. You've been exposed, but anyway. So, do you agree that to put something in orbit, you need a radius of orbit?
Yes, you would.
Okay, and so in order to have the radius of orbit, do you need the radius of the Earth?
You would need the radius of the Earth.
Okay, so if we falsify the radius of the supposed globe Earth, then you couldn't successfully be putting anything into orbit, right?
Yes, but I'd imagine it would be quite difficult to falsify the radius of the Earth.
Actually,
Space
it's
Engineers
not.
is a great game,
Very
by the way.
easy,
Thank you
actually.
very much.
You just use geometry.
Oh, it's geometry.
Yeah, it's the measurement of shapes.
No. I said which geometry, not what's geometry.
Oh, yeah, we're just going to use the radius value, and then we're going to know the rate that the surface should curve if it's a sphere.
I really hope that's not 8 inches from L squared, because that's
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will show you the geometric horizon based on a radius of 3959.
That's incredible, but it doesn't account for refraction.
Doesn't account for what?
Refraction.
Okay, so how do you calculate refraction?
You use Snell's law.
Snell's law is actually about differential between two mediums.
No, it's the differential between two densities.
No, two mediums. You have to use a differential equation of Snell's law to apply it to the atmosphere, a singular medium.
But you can do it with different densities. The medium doesn't matter. The density.
Well, it's a differential equation.
What's wrong with the differential equation?
Doesn't matter. I'm just making sure you kind of pretend you know what you're talking about. So then, what's the calculation?
I've actually worked with differential equations. They're normal equations. They're no different than normal.
Okay, they're not.
It's just calculus.
It's not
They're
the
no
same
different.
as Snell's law because it's not
It
two
is.
different mediums.
You don't need two different mediums. You just need two densities.
That's the definition of Snell's law, though. So whenever you invoke refraction, you're talking about terrestrial refraction.
I'm just talking about refraction.
Well, yeah, I just said
Talking-
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is exactly where you should see the geometric horizon if the radius is 3959. You said that's not accounting for refraction. I said, okay, how do you
Yes.
calculate refraction? You said Snell's law. I corrected you. It's a differential equation. And then I'm saying, okay, so
But you just apply Snell's
hey,
law to
listen,
the
buddy.
differential
Listen, buddy.
equation.
Do you know what kind of refraction that you just invoked? It's called terrestrial refraction because you're making a claim about the terrain of the Earth.
I just said you needed to account for refraction.
Well, it's specifically terrestrial refraction because you're making a claim about an optical change in the appearance of the terrain of Earth.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so the way that you calculate terrestrial refraction in your fairy tale is 7/6R. It's actually a fluctuation of the R value.
That's an approximation. You use Snell's law to get the exact.
No, you have to have the R value to do terrestrial refraction regardless.
That's an approximation. You use Snell's law to get the exact value. Just you use a differential of Snell's law.
I don't feel like you're understanding very much, right?
No,
So
I do.
if
You said 7/6R. That is an approximation.
yeah, it's an approximation of standard refraction reifying and assuming the globe.
Right, but I mean, if you want the exact value, you would. No, nobody. I don't think many people use it. But the other thing is that refractive conditions can change. So that 7/6 wouldn't be true if it wasn't standard refraction.
Okay, so is there like a limit to it? Can you put 100/6?
I mean, I would just use the differential. Pop up a MATLAB, just integrate over time or integrate over space, and that's how I would do it personally.
Okay, you might want to read what Indio posted as well. But here's the point, right? So if you're claiming that we can't falsify the radius because you can make up a calculation reifying and assuming that radius and then fluctuating it arbitrarily, even though it's a category error because the Earth's not breathing in and out, and you can change it to whatever it would need to be to fit the rate needed to bend around a presupposed curve, and therefore voila, that's your proof of curve. That is called a begging the question fallacy, my man.
What I'm saying is that how can you say that you falsified if you did not include refraction, which
No,
our
I'll
model
include
includes
I'll
refraction.
include your terrestrial refraction. And so when we're 1 foot off the surface and we should see the curvature at 1.2 miles, we saw it over 10 miles away. If I apply your terrestrial refraction, which is a begging the question fallacy and a category error, right? If I assume it anyway, it only extends the horizon to 1.32 miles from 1.22 to 1.32, but the
What did you use
horizon
to
was
get
over
that?
10 miles away though.
Would you get that with? Where'd you get
Yeah, that's the
1.32?
standard refraction would only fluctuate the horizon from 1.22 to 1.32.
That isn't standard refraction. There's very clearly
That is
very
standard
heavy.
refraction.
No,
Andrew
no, no. But
Thomas
there's
Young
very
is a
heavy
subject
refraction.
matter expert. Do I need to cite him?
Yes, please do, because Andrew Thomas Young clearly say that that's very heavy refraction. That's not standard refraction going on there.
No, that's standard terrestrial refraction.
It's pretty heavy.
Linda,
Well,
And
it's
it
not
could,
heavy
and
enough
besides,
because it only moves the horizon to 1.32 miles, and we need it to be to 10 miles.
But my guy, with a coefficient of refraction of 2, you can get the light to bend at the same curvature of the Earth. So according
So
to
you
Andrew
just came up with
Thomas
a
Young,
calculation of a coefficient of 2 or more to say that effectively it can infinitely refract.
that's what Andrew Thomas Young says, and you just invoked him.
Well, no, coefficient of 2 or more, that's nothing more than a calculative fairy tale. It has nothing to do with reality. You're basically saying there is no way that you could see something in the distance because it could bend all the way around the globe back to your butt.
If the conditions were right. They're never right. They're never right, so it would
is
only
this a
go for a little bit.
one-on-one, gentlemen? Just
It's not a
curious.
one-on-one. Anybody can
Okay,
jump in.
Linda,
I
do you
just
think
asked
you
that.
evolved from a puddle of mud and a monkey who fucking mated with a squirrel?
I'm a Christian.
That's all.
I'm a
Yeah.
Christian.
Okay, well, that's crazy because the very beginning of the scriptures say that there was a firmament created that's strong as bronze that separates the heavenly waters from the earthly waters, and that the earth was flooded for people sunken in depravity, lying and twisting the word like you're attempting to do, and then that the heavenly gates were opened and the earth was flooded. And the reason the rainbow shows us of the pact that he won't flood the earth anymore is because it shows that the heavens gates are still intact because the reflective surface of the firmament has 7 layers, which is why it has 7 colors. So it's immovable and fixed on foundations and shall never be moved. I guess that means spinning, wobbling, orbiting around the sun on a 66.6 degree tilted axis. And it says that the sun stopped moving in Joshua, which is impossible and would literally destroy the earth in the heliocentric model. And it says that the sun was created on the fourth day, which is also impossible in the heliocentric model if we're going around it.
But there is
It
no
says the moon
firmament.
has its own light. It says that the sun's the light for the day and that the moon's the light for the night. So how does any of
There's no
that
firmament.
how does that coexist with a spinning ball where everything came from nothing but not really nothing because it was a pre-existing energy proposed by a Catholic religious zealot known as George Lamonte, or however you pronounce his name? And then the big G that replaces God with the big G, gravity. It's the creative force that replaces the creator, and it coalesced everything into perfect spheres over billions of years. And then lightning struck primordial soup on this tiny speck of dust that came from this big bang and coalesced by gravity. And then it made rocks turn into living organisms, abiogenesis, inorganic matter turning into organic life, that then evolved into rocks. The rocks evolved into fish eventually that decided to grow some feet, and then evolved into rodents, and then evolved into apes that evolved into humans. All this is dependent upon this idea of the spinning earth, and none of it's real, and all of it's antithetical to the scriptures. So I would say
There
maybe
is
you
no
need to
firmament.
reread the book again or something. I guess there's a little bit of a reading comprehension issue.
But there is no firmament. That's
Well,
the. I mean,
firmament comes from the Hebrew word
you can
rakia, which
stop.
is strong as bronze. That's who Nimrod was trying to build the tower to. What do you think Nimrod was building a tower
No,
to?
but there is no firmament. Like there is no
So you
dome
don't
above
believe
it.
the Bible.
Well,
Okay,
then
so
you're
you
not a
admit. So
No,
Christian.
I
let me
don't believe
pass
in
that
Noah's
real quick. So
interpretation.
real
No,
quick, just see if so you're
I have an
admitting you don't believe the Bible.
interpretation of the
That's what you're
Bible than
saying.
you do. I have a different interpretation of the Bible than y'all
Right.
do.
So you
And
don't
y'all think
believe
I'm
it.
wrong,
Right. You
obviously.
do not believe it. Right. That's what all weirdos say. They have their own interpretation. Right. You're a weirdo. Yeah.
I'm saying
I
y'all's
write my own scriptures.
Yeah.
No, I'm
He's a
saying y'all
weirdo.
are misinterpreting the
Congratulations.
Bible.
Right. So you think
Wait,
I'm
wait,
God?
saying
time out,
y'all
time out. Let me ask you a question
Witsit,
then. If I'm misinterpreting
One
it,
more thing. Witsit. I'll get at. I want Witsit to continue. Real quick. Let me say one more thing.
But there is
So
no
you're saying
firmament.
God? Hold on. Watch this. So you're saying God made a world where we can never trust our eyes and senses. That's what you believe?
Sure, why not?
That was easy. Thanks for playing. Next.
I mean, he also gave us brains so that we
Yeah,
can
you
use
are
logic.
absolutely no, bro. You are lit. Listen, you are a. I'm sorry, I can't even say the word. I'm not permitted. I can only say it 3 times a day. I'm not going to use up my time. But clearly, you're possessed. Thanks.
But there is no
hey,
firmament.
I gotta. If I'm misinterpreting it, well then help me out. Help me out.
You stop at the very. You start at the very first part where there's a firmament. There is no firmament. That's the
Where
problem.
does it
Okay,
end?
okay. So you're
There's no
saying the
firmament.
scriptures are wrong, but here's my question. Okay, if I'm misinterpreting it, help me out. Okay, so when it says that the earth is immovable and fixed, how does that mean it's actually spinning and revolving?
To the people who wrote it, it definitely sure would have felt immovable and fixed. You
So the
look around.
creator, you don't think that the creator inspired the scriptures? It was just humans writing stories.
No, it was definitely inspired by the creator. And
So the
then,
creator said the earth was immovable and fixed, but that actually means that it's not immovable or fixed.
and when the person wrote it down, they did it through whatever cultural context they did at the time.
You know,
That's
Yeah, and their cultural
it
context was
almost seems like they experienced it that way, and that's the way they wrote it down.
well, their cultural context was Hebrew cosmology, and that's built upon how the scriptures describe the earth.
Yeah, I'm sure in the Hebrew cosmology, I'm sure
All right,
it
well,
definitely seemed
any cosmology, check this out.
immovable.
When you see the sunset, do you see it moving away from you?
No, it doesn't change in angular size. We started there.
No, that's not what I
No, I don't.
asked.
I do not see it moving away
You
from me.
don't see the sun moving away from you.
No, no one ever has.
All right, well then,
Okay, but wait, let me ask him these
disagree
questions,
with
man.
me on that if you
So
want.
whenever the Bible says the earth was flooded, because the gates of heaven were opened, as were the fountains of the deep, did all the heavenly water come from outer space vacuum?
Metaphor. It probably just rained a lot.
Okay, so
Metaphor.
nothing that it describes about what happened is actually true.
Oh, I'm sure the entire Earth got flooded. It's just a metaphor. When people say the gates of heaven opened up, that could easily be rain, right? It was global rain, global tsunami, or whatever. Raised the
Okay,
waters.
and
Thousands of feet high.
Nimrod was just building his tower to a vacuum.
He was building a very tall tower.
To a vacuum?
I guess so. I don't know how high he got up.
Then why did the creator have to interrupt him then?
First, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what scripture you're talking about.
Nimrod built the
Tower of Babel. It's a pretty
Tower of
common.
Babel. I thought.
It's Tower of Babel.
I didn't know Nimrod built it.
It's
Yeah, oh yeah.
I thought he
pretty
did it
common
because.
thing.
Well, don't worry, you
Goes
got a
above
lot to learn about the
Babel.
scriptures, bro.
I thought
I'm
he
here
stopped
for you
it
though, man.
because.
You can DM me, bro. I'm not even joking. I'll help you out here.
Let me. My interpretation of the Bible, right, is that a lot of the beginning of the Bible is metaphor and analogy, and the reason I say that is because we can measure the things that are talked about in the Bible. So pi is not 3. The sun is not close. There is no firmament. These are things that we can all confirm. That the
Wait,
Bible.
how is that? Because it's illegal. It's illegal to go above a certain altitude without the approval of the FAA. It's illegal to even purchase the fuel needed to go very high above like commercial flight or like 100,000 feet. To go higher than that, you need a certain type of fuel. Illegal to even purchase it without approval. No private exploration above there. When we go to 128,000 feet, the Earth is still flat from that distance. So how was it measured? Are you saying that NASA is the credible source and we should take their story over the words of the creator?
No, what I'm saying is I have never heard of anybody in the amateur radio community bouncing radar off the dome. If the dome existed, there should be no reason why we can't bounce radio waves off of it, of all frequencies,
Just because
not
you
just the
never
ones.
heard of it doesn't mean it never happens.
We do.
Wait a minute.
What
Do
if
they
our-
bounce
what if our
radio waves
bouncer
off the
frequency off of?
ionosphere?
Yeah, we waves
Ionosphere.
Off the
we
nothing.
bounce
Dude,
waves off the sky all the time, buddy.
Hold on, he was talking about
When?
amateur radio. Ham radio operators have been able to communicate with each other for decades, from Australia to London to America. Yeah, you can
Agreed,
contact
yeah.
people. All right, so what does it have to do with the globe?
Because you can only do it at certain frequencies because you can bounce it off the ionosphere. If the Earth
May or may not be the case. And I mean, it really doesn't have
We
anything
do
to do with
all
the globe. It just has something to do with your belief in a globe.
Wait, let me
No,
just
but
show him though. Just show him. He doesn't know anything. He just
Radar waves working. They only go in straight paths. Go ahead.
Well, okay, yeah, but wait. So, how was the ionosphere discovered? Do you know?
Not a clue, but I mean, but guys, hold on. My whole point is that there's no firmament. There's definitely no firmament because nobody has bounced radar waves.
Okay, so now he's deferring. Hold on, you're deterring from the entire point. You were talking about
No, that
ham
wasn't my
radio, and everyone and Witsit was trying to explain this to you. Go ahead.
No,
that wasn't his main point. He just said his main point.
Wait, here's the point, bud. You just brought up the ionosphere, and you don't know anything about it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so back in the day, this dude named Marconi, okay, he was going to try to send some radio waves over 2,000 miles. And then all the people told him he wouldn't be able to do it, right? The detractors, because it hit the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles. But he went and tried it anyway, using line of sight assumption, right? A straight line. And he shot it, and he hit the target over 2,000 miles away, the first attempt. When this happened, they then had to come up with a way that it could have still happened on a globe. So what they said was he shot the radio wave out and the Earth was going down away from the radio wave. So it's effectively increasing in altitude as it increases in distance. And then there was a magic area that made it ricochet back down and land where it needed to. And that's how they came up with the ionosphere and where it supposedly was.
And the thing is, I don't see an inherent issue with that. If there was a firmament,
the issue is
you should
that
be
that's
able
just a
to. But the thing is, if there was a firmament, you should be able to shoot radio waves at any frequency. I mean, you should be able to see it with your eye.
No, the issue is that they made the theory an ad hoc patch to the narrative. That's the issue. So there is an issue. It's an ad hoc patch to
But we
the
can't see
theory.
the firmament. There's no firmament. Nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever measured it.
Hold
Nobody's
on.
Listen past the point.
The radio
But what
waves.
He just explained that they made an ad hoc patch to their globe theory model. That's an issue.
Yeah.
It's ad hoc.
But then it was already measured. So
It wasn't measured.
Measured through what method? How did they measure it?
The 1900 American arc of the triangulation of the parallel. That is how they measured it. That was in 1900 before they could have sent, a ham radio operator could have sent and bounced it off the ionosphere. That's how they measured it.
No, again, you're whistling past the point. Austin just explained to you that they came up with the concept of the ionosphere because it the radio frequency did something that would not work on the theory. So they had to make an ad hoc patch to the globe model concept.
But the thing is, right, if you
They didn't discover the ionosphere. It's simply a supposition that's ad hoc to patch the globe model. That is not logically valid.
But look at where they're coming from,
that
right?
you're bouncing something off of nothing. How do you bounce something off of nothing? Typically, you would need to bounce something off of something, right?
Yeah, it gets worse. They sent the waves 10,000 miles after that, buddy.
Okay, so the way I see it from where they got it, right? They already knew the Earth was a globe because it was measured. And then you sent out the radio waves and it did something weird and funky. So clearly there's something else going on. So
Hold
more
on,
measurements.
you're whispering and whistling and whispering and past the graveyard. You said Earth was already a globe. Earth was already a globe, and so then they knew that once they were able to contact each other over 2,000 miles, then they were obviously bouncing off the ionosphere of the globe. So, all right, so they presumed it was a globe.
Dami, do you know what the ad hoc fallacy is? Do you know what that is?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, so then there's no reason for you to try to help this globe model when what Austin just explained to you patently highlights that it's an ad hoc response to something that is occurring in nature that is contrary to the globe model concept.
Okay, so the thing is,
because hold on, just one second. Affirming the consequent is not the same as an experiment, right? An experiment is highly more valuable than a logical fallacy. So we know the waves bounce. We don't know why they bounce, right? Because you can't remove, right, whatever you think they're bouncing off of, and we can't remove, but you still got the naming rights. So we're going to call it the ionosphere, right? But you said, right, in the beginning that if there was a firmament, that we could bounce signals off of it. Well, you're still calling it ionosphere, but you're whistling past the graveyard, not addressing the elephant in the room, is that we can bounce radio signals off of something up there. And you're saying that it's, what, air?
Okay, but the thing is, we know it can't be physical, though, right? Because if it was physical, then it should be able to bounce radio waves of all frequencies, of all wavelengths.
Are you serious? Are you serious right now?
Solid,
It's
because gas
definitely
is
physical. How can you?
What?
Do you mean solid because gas is physical?
But the ionosphere, it's ions. They're bouncing off the ion.
This
dude's all over
this guy's like a young Matthew. Listen, this guy's like a young Matthew Learns on crack. You need to record
So
this.
Tommy, seriously. Do you believe that a wave frequency is bouncing off gas?
Ions, yes. I don't see why they couldn't.
Why doesn't the wave frequency bounce off the oxygen around us?
Because the oxygen isn't ionized.
Anyway, they can bounce off gas.
Yeah. Because the oxygen isn't ionized. Why would it bounce off the oxygen? It's not ionized.
What does it have to do with ionization?
I took chemistry in high school. I think it's very plausible.
I mean, I'm sure.
So do you see how this assertion reduces to absurdity? Because given what you're telling us, a wave frequency can bounce off gas, but it doesn't bounce off gas down here into the surface of the Earth, but it does happen over there. That's inconsistent. And if you follow this to its logical conclusion, then wave frequencies will never travel anywhere. Because gas is everywhere.
The bigger question is why does he keep making shit up to try to prove flat earthers wrong when he's obviously ignorant about it most of this?
Because that's what sophistry does.
Yeah.
But what did I
Well, his entire reason why there couldn't be a firmament has already been refuted, so I guess we could just move on from there.
But it's but wait, guys, y'all blew past the whole all frequencies point. Why aren't all frequencies bouncing off of it?
I don't know. How come all frequencies do not? How come no frequencies bounce off of? How come no frequencies bounce off the sun? How come the sun absorbs all frequencies that shot at it? That's why it's called a black body. I'm sure you know about black body radiation.
Yeah, but
Mr. Astrophysicist.
No, I'm an aerospace engineer, not an astrophysicist.
Oh, aerospace engineer, my bad.
They bounced radar off the sun, but I didn't want to bring that up because none of y'all would
Really, you got a citation for that? That'd be interesting.
Wait. So they bounced radar off the sun 93 million miles away. That must be a fucking huge radar gun. That's a huge.
Oh, that's golden.
But hang on, what the homie just tried to do is he tried to reduce our position to absurdity, asking why don't all frequencies bounce off the firmament? Just think for a moment. Just think for a moment, because not all frequencies are being shot towards the firmament. But it's so difficult.
No, but
Why don't all frequencies penetrate your wall?
No, but amateur radio.
All right, I'm just gonna send this link about the whole.
This is really cringy. This guy believes that radar works for 93 million miles when the most advanced radar can't even work 10,000 miles. I'm sorry, you guys have lost it.
I mean, here's it's from MC Toon's site again.
This guy is literally the most psychotic young religious zealot I've ever heard in my life. He takes.
I mean, I wonder if he realizes that radar.
So there's no way we can
Don't all frequencies bounce off the firmament? Why?
MC Toon is not a credible source.
MC Toon's not okay. I'll go get.
He's a Mick Clown Toon.
Yeah,
sure.
Why do you think his last name is Toon?
He's been in this server a couple of times. I mean, you can listen to his channel and listen to his bullshit, but he rarely comes over here. He's been here a couple of times, and he goes through the same rigmarole that we're giving you. We're trying to explain to you how what he is saying is impossible, and you don't have to believe us. I mean, we're not here to convince the world that the Earth is flat. That's not the idea. You have to figure this shit out for yourself.
Well,
there's no way we can be contained. Is this what he's saying? There's no way we can be contained.
Yeah, because there's nothing to bounce signals off of up there. Oh, except there is.
Okay, so if there's nothing to bounce, for gas pressure you need a container.
Yeah, so
in
we
the
talked about that, but no, pressure is force divided by area. You do not need a container.
No, that's a mathematical equation, right? That's a mathematical equation with
yeah, but pressure is a
numbers that represent variables that are constantly changing. That's why they have certain variables with them, right?
Yeah, but pressure is not a fundamental concept like math or mass. Candelas.
Yeah, but the problem is you're still going to have equalization.
Not if there's a body force.
You're still going to have equalization unless there's a container.
But what about body
forces? Do you know why a balloon expands? Do you know how you breathe?
Yeah. Can you?
Do you understand what the five phases of matter are?
I do. I don't know why.
I mean, I can't tell if he's being serious right now. Gas pressure. Gas pressure.
I think he's experiencing cog dis. I think that's what's happening.
Wait, so I just posted a definition.
There you go. Gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Really?
Yes.
The gas is pressing on nothing, is it?
Yes, because there is an electromagnetic field, which is the body force in this case, that is holding it together. You just need a body force. That is what I've been saying this entire time. You just need a body force.
How do they measure the pressure to make sure that it's staying there next to the vacuum? And how do they measure the vacuum to make sure it's not scavenging? And what's this invisible force field that's holding it back?
So the visible force field is electromagnetism. The things they use to measure the pressure would be pressure transducers.
Because you do understand that vacuum does not suck anything, right? That's not how it works. It goes from high pressure to low pressure. High pressure that has high pressure, and it means it has energy in it. Excuse me, you've been talking for quite a while, and I've been trying to talk, and I keep getting talked over, and that's when everybody else starts talking. So, basically, it's one of these things to where you have gas pressure, right? There's a couple of things that cause gas pressure. I'm not asking for the definition to find out the measurement of it. Right? What causes gas pressure? There's a couple of things that causes gas pressure, right? Temperature, which is energy. Temperature gradient, you're going to have a gradient, right? That's what causes the pressure gradient is the temperature gradient. It's very simple. Now get this. It's a dynamic closed system. Dynamic means non-static, which means there's energy in it, which means there's entropy flying around trying to find equilibrium to get to balance. Because eventually it's going to go to what? Absolute zero. 0 Kelvin? That's what equilibrium is. Everything's going to eventually get back to what? Heat death. Absolute zero. I don't know why this is so hard of a concept for you guys in this higher learning field that just make shit up to get into a field. Now, I understand you're doing this possibly for a career. Maybe you're a lathe technician. Who knows? Yeah, maybe you can read a micrometer down to the 16th digit, right? I can only read it to the 4th because that's the instrument that I have. You might have a laser micrometer.
Hey, Joshua, I mean, if you don't mind if I interrupt just a second. I mean, I'm always an asshole at the end of the day. But this concept, this idea of creation, which for the most part we promote, against their bullshit idea of Big Bang ideology. Shouldn't this doesn't it make much more sense the way that you're describing it? I mean, we're in the middle of it. We're kind of like trying to figure it out. Just like the backwards engineers of freaking politics and science or whatever. They're trying to backwards engineer of what they saw, and then they're applying bullshit ideology. We're actually trying to say, hey, this is actually what's happening. We're using natural science to try to figure out. And I think that's what you were explaining. Instead of applying some weird ideas about our beliefs about how it could happen, we're just taking a look at what actually happened.
I mean, the thing that kind of I don't understand, and I don't even know if I'm talking actually.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Cool. It's so the whole reason why I brought up that I was an engineer. It's because you all rely on the things that aerospace engineers make, like planes.
I don't.
Have you never flown in a plane?
Well, hey, since you're an engineer, who engineered this place?
No,
where
the plane.
we live?
I've flown into a plane that my uncle built, and he didn't go to MTI.
God engineered.
Were the Wright brothers aerospace engineers?
They got incredibly lucky. Let's be real.
Actually, that was a hoax.
Oh, or it was a hoax. I don't know.
So, the homie, finish your point.
So many
People that
may or
were
may
watching
not,
weren't
may or
excited
may
at all.
not have been. I mean, I didn't really mean to rumpus you, Joshua. You were on a good point. I just wanted to
That's all right.
point out that
I'm used to it.
No, it's cool. I was just saying that the creation idea is like it was made for us to figure this out and to know that it was created. We're supposed to know our creator. And
Hey, on a more positive note,
so like all of the other people that are trying to say, oh, it could have happened on accident. Yeah, you're just absolutely wrong.
I don't think it happened on accident. I think God did it.
On a more positive note, and completely unrelated, Aaron Siri just won another case against the FDA. They wanted 75 years to release the Pfizer data, but the judge ruled it has to happen within the year. All right, you can continue.
Yeah,
Well, it was on the docket for over a year.
Oh yeah, it's still taking too long, but it's just hilarious.
It's not his fault that the bureaucracy drags ass. Maybe you need to fire the bureaucracy, put new ones in that are hungry, that want to work.
Yeah, but they wanted 75 years before they had to release all the data, and the judge said nah.
It took them less than 9 months to come up with that data, submit the data, review the data, and then approve it.
And they want to make sure everybody alive now is dead by the time anybody gets to see it.
It's insane.
Yeah, they needed 75 years. What a joke. It's less than 1 year to inject it into people.
Right. Wild.
Kind of
Totally
reminds
normal.
me of the
Seems legit.
of some of the WW2 and nonsense that we've been subjected to over the years.
Hey, you boosted up over there, Glober?
Oh, what did I do?
You boosted up?
You have your 4th booster?
Oh, I am 3rd. Got my 3rd.
Jabba Jabba
Good.
Oh,
I
man,
got my like
you gotta get
20.
another
I
one.
got my
That's a good
25th
job. Hang on, hang on.
You are.
That's very good for you, man. I'm proud of you. That's a
Good little
bold step
cheat.
you took. Yeah.
Why
I'm
rely
proud.
on the creators?
Joshua, don't do that.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
not talk
remember
about how he
live stream,
says
live
don't
stream.
change the tempo or whatever. That doesn't matter. But so, are you going to take one every 6 months?
I don't know. Haven't
3
decided
months.
yet.
Every
So
20.
if they said just 2, and then you're done, and then they changed it to 3, and they said you have to take one every 6 months, you would take one every 6 months if that's what they said.
Depends on the data. I would go by what the data
How
says.
many boosters until you are free?
Is data science though?
I mean,
Is
it
telemetry
depends on what the data
science?
says.
Is
It's not
telemetry
telemetry.
science?
But that's
Wait,
not
I'm not
telemetry
trying to
telemetry.
argue
science?
with it. I'm not trying to argue with them about the logic of this because it's non-existent. But
Well,
I was
and
gonna know.
we're not supposed to do it
Helio,
here
please,
anyway.
bro,
But
please, bro. I
I
want to ask
know
you
that
a
we're
question.
not.
Do you have a limit? Like,
Is there a limit?
yeah, like how
No.
many before you would tap out? Like, do you have a limit of how many you would take?
No. So long as there wasn't any harm to my body.
Wow. What if they ended up telling you in like a year
On
that
and
if
on
you
and
don't
on,
take
no
one
matter how much.
every quarter, that you could die because of antibody dependence?
That would be very unfortunate.
But you would keep taking them?
If the data was there, sure, why not?
Really?
Hey, Phil,
Do you,
I
hey,
touched you and
here's
them
my
at the
next
same
So
time,
question
you
right?
for
go
you.
to the general practitioner and he says, "Hey, I need you to come into the clinic, and I'm going to charge you $200. Come in here and get your booster." Well, the boosters are free, but the clinic visit it costs you $100. You know.
Wait,
Hey, I had to pay for any
okay, my next question.
Let's it
I got a few
finish, man.
questions for you, man. You're like
Yeah, finish.
I get live survey of a zombie. So, no, seriously. So, do you support them mandating it and there being a passport system?
Haven't decided. I don't know.
Oh man, so you haven't decided. Do you think that they should be giving it to 5-year-olds before we know long-term effects?
No.
Okay, there you go. We got a win.
I remember what I said. It's an
I mean,
IQ
I
test.
don't have opinions on everything.
I wouldn't consider
Although
I don't know a win, but you
the
know,
fact that he doesn't know if he agrees if people should be forced to take a medical intervention to enter a grocery store, the fact that you're undecided on that's
dude, every grocery
concerning.
store I go to, they're
He
like
builds.
free jabs here. You know, every time I walk up
He
to grocery
builds
stores, it's
satellite
like get your
components,
free
guys.
jab up here. You know, it's just
He
like
puts satellite components together. Of course, he's going to go with whatever his masters tell him.
I said I don't know, not that.
He's a good slave.
I know, but the fact that he doesn't know is what is concerning to me, because you would just think that as a human being, you would respect that everyone has full autonomy over their own body, and getting things like groceries, gas, everyone has a right to survive and live. Right? Because they could have a medical reason they can't take it.
But the way I come across
damn it, you're
that,
trying
what
to
if,
make me cry.
but okay, so I've actually come. That's why I don't know, right? My counter argument to it is, at what point does one's individual's rights trump public safety? And that's the debate raging on in my mind. So if this is really for public safety,
Oh my God, you're so
No, but
naive.
that's just my
no one is
opinion.
trying to reason with one another about this matter. That's the problem.
That's
No one is
why.
reasoning with one
That's
another
why
about the matter.
HIV positive people are only allowed to buy red undergarments, so people can identify them as HIV positive.
Well, and we as a society,
Not
actually,
HIV instead of the other one.
as a society, it is important to put health accountability on the individual, right? Because, for example, here's a great example. I used to work at a restaurant that would serve peanuts, and there would be peanut dust everywhere because you could crack the shells of the peanuts and you could put it on the ground, right? But there were sometimes people would come in and their child would be deathly allergic to peanuts. Okay. And whose fault is that, right? Is it does the restaurant have to never
I have
sell
an
peanuts?
opinion about that one too. Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah. Does the restaurant never? Should the restaurant never sell peanuts
Who
because
the
someone could
fuck can
die?
be allergic to a nut?
Well,
But
I'm
that's not even
so
the
excited.
case.
No. Okay. Also, apartment complexes, right?
How can a nut even kill you? Are you a pussy or?
Apartment
No,
complexes.
it has
There are people
something.
allergic to nuts.
It's very relative to what
Yeah,
we're
but
talking
okay.
about. We're being
Everybody
very
understands.
obscure about it.
Excuse
Everybody
me,
understands.
gentlemen. The
I'm just gonna
lady
keep
was
talking.
speaking.
She knows
Thank
what
you.
I'm saying. I'm
Everybody
not.
understands that. Everyone understands that it's the individual's choice. If you're at risk, you don't go into a restaurant that serves peanuts. Same with apartment complexes, right? Everyone's sharing the air there. Some people are allergic to dogs, but most apartment complexes let you have dogs. Why? Because it's up to the individual. People understand that it's the individual's responsibility to take care of their health. If you're at risk for something, then it's your job to take care of yourself. You shouldn't be going to Target if you're at risk from dying of COVID. Period.
I mean, that's why they have the pickup lanes now, which I actually utilize that now. Just like, hey, I'm going to order a couple items. I'm going to park at the
Okay, but
pickup
anyway,
lane. Say, hey,
the dude asked, Clay's question, his counter argument was, at what point does personal freedom get trumped by everyone's safety, right? Never, but I would say it would definitely have to be lower than a 99% survival rate.
That's a fair point.
And that's a fair point. And also with
0.9%.
the way that they've actually implemented,
Got a few nines after the decimal there.
99.9.
Yeah, 99.9.
Like, can you imagine if all the grocery stores were like, okay, guys, because 5% of the population might go to an anaphylactic shock if they go near peanuts, we have to eradicate peanut butter from this. And we have to test people before they go into work to make sure they haven't eaten any
And you
peanuts
have to have
because
a
they could give
license to
somebody
buy
a peanut
peanut butter.
allergy without even knowing that they were a peanut carrier. It's ridiculous. You tell the person, you expect people with severe allergies to be 100% responsible for their allergies. So it should be the same for everything else.
If you
Here's another term I use all the time. Might as well be.
If you take my peanut butter away, you've taken away my reason to wake up in the morning and have toast.
Might as well be.
Yeah, if they go like that far with this political correctness,
just switch to
this
almond
bullshit.
butter. What the fuck's wrong with you? Peanut
Well,
butter.
hang on, Elio. Hang on.
Peanut butter is
Hang
fucking
on.
dangerous.
Hang the fuck on. No, seriously, like think about it. Like if that were to happen, I'd be like, man, we got to come up with some like kind of peanut butter scented fart spray and just like spray it around people and watch the cops warm up on them. Just that'd be funny.
We got a new guy in here. If you guys are down to switch gears.
Yeah, because if he's obese, it's my fault.
If I may entertain his question with this quick answer, because what he asked is an ethical question. And in order to adequately answer that question, we're going to have to appeal to a metaphysic, which is going to be an omnibenevolent ultimate authority to arbitrate the difference between good and evil that we must adhere to. But I don't know if that's permissible in the room right now. So that's how you know the difference.
Mic check.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're good.
Where's the
guy?
Hello.
Oh, there's a new guy.
His name is
Hello, new
Marshmallow.
person.
He is my cousin.
Hello.
What's up, Austin?
What's going on? All sorts of people in here.
Salutations, Marshmallow.
Salutations. Central Banker? Is that where that came from?
No, this is Corporal Marines. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you made it.
Yeah,
So-
very, very interested.
Do you remember we had a conversation about like the stars with Trenton a long time ago?
Oh boy, I don't think so.
Well, you mentioned that, like, you said that the stars are like the size of a grain of sand, and I'm like, no. And we started showing you all these space videos and crap. Well, it turns
Okay.
out you might have been right, because no
Sounds
one really
about
knows.
right.
No one really knows how big they are, or what they are.
Okay. Interesting.
So we know what they are, but we can't appeal to empirical experience because all we do is see them.
Right.
But
So
when
they
you
get
appeal
science
to
based.
revelation, when you appeal to revelation as opposed to empirical experience, we're told that the stars
Oh
in the
wait,
Bible,
how did I get
in the
punished
Word
for
of God.
swearing? I didn't
Hang
swear.
on. But as opposed to empirical experience, you can appeal to revelation as an epistemology to ascertain knowledge on what the stars are. And when you read the Bible, the Lord tells us that they're spirits, aka angels, and they move around in their orbit.
So if the
Yeah,
Earth was flat, Austin, would you want to know?
What's
basically,
Would you want to know if the Earth was flat? Would you want to know?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I feel like everybody would, right?
You'd be surprised.
Everyone, but I do.
I mean,
basically
I'd
the
want to
second
know
effect,
anything that's true,
this
right?
the Saunier
So
effect.
open your
is
mind
pretty
instead
much
of keeping it closed because the mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work if it's not open. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I agree, 100%.
Yeah. So I want to talk to this guy if you guys don't object. So can
Go
you do
for
me a
it,
favor
man.
and Google the? Yes, bro. You said you're open-minded, right?
Well,
So what's the
I
radius
missed
of
the
Earth?
first
You
part
can
of that.
search it. Can you search the radius of the Earth? Tell me what the radius is of
Sure,
Earth.
can do.
Thanks.
Real quick, while y'all are doing that, can y'all I got muted on the live stream voice text and said I cursed. I didn't curse. I don't know where it said I cursed.
You'll be
Did you
back.
post a link?
It's just
You were muted because you kept interrupting people that were trying to speak to you.
No, on the
No,
voice
he
text.
got put in,
Not on
detention.
Yeah, you're in detention, man. But we'll
Like-
work on you, man. You just sit there for a second, man. Don't make any paper planes or anything.
Probably the bot did it.
Couple minutes, you'll be back in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, what's the radius? What's the radius?
6,378.1 kilometers.
Ding, ding, ding.
Perfect. All right, so now go to Earth curve calculator. Do me a favor, just back out, go back to your search engine, go to Earth curve calculator, and you're going to want to type in eye height 1 foot. Just pick one; it don't matter. It don't matter which one.
All right.
All right, observation or eye height 1 foot. You see that? Can you type that in? And don't
Yep,
worry about
eye
any
height
of the
1
other
foot.
stuff. All right,
Okay.
where's the horizon? Can you scroll around and can you see the horizon distance?
Yeah. Says 1.2 miles.
So the thing is that even the anti-flat earthers, they don't disagree that we can see too far. They just have a reason as to why we can see too far. So the thing is, if you look at the black swan image in the live stream voice text, which I'm sure someone is about to post, this is a still shot from a video, but the most important thing is you can go out and do this yourself. You don't have to trust the video, even though we'll provide the whole video. And you can watch the whole thing beginning to end, and it eliminates all the other factors, like eye height, sort of thing, distance, GPS coordinates, all the stuff that you probably have questions, because I would have questions. I would be like, these guys are trying to pull a fast one. But the thing is that you can take this Earth curve calculator, go anywhere in the world, find a large body of water at rest, and you can measure it yourself. So that's what we're offering here. We're offering the ability for you to find out for yourself, because we're not trying to convince anybody the shape of the Earth. We're just asking you, can you find any curvature? Because we can't. So go out there and see if you can find some curvature, because every time we look, we can't find it.
All right. Well, that's interesting. So what? Yeah. I don't want to sit here and argue with you guys either, because I'm new.
No, I'm just introducing you to the idea.
Yeah. No.
Objective
It's
reality.
definitely worth checking out. I'm open-minded. I don't want to argue. It's definitely something to check out.
It's not an argument, and nobody here to argue about this necessarily. I mean, I live in Arkansas. I mean, where the fuck am I going to find the curve? I mean, there's just mountains and shit everywhere, right? Now, this idea about globe or flat, most people that look for this curvature, this elusive curvature that nobody can find, by the way, would be near a large lake or at the ocean, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So, have you ever seen curvature of the Earth? Do you live near the ocean or a large lake?
I do. I'm about 2 hours away from the ocean.
All right, cool. So you have you been to the ocean and you're like, I see the horizon. That's curvature of Earth.
Well, that's what I would assume, yeah.
Well, why would you assume that?
What else would you assume?
Who told you that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
What else would it
what
be?
would you assume? Like, if you go out and you see, like, look, wait, if you
Hold
go out and
on,
you see,
I'm leading
I
him
got
down a path. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's cool. I got a valid question. Why would you assume anything else?
yeah, I want to answer
Who
that part.
told
So,
you?
like, if I see some
Well,
mountains,
I already said it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
okay, well, I just want to answer this question. So, because if I see some mountains one day and I can only see part of them, and I go back the next day when it's clear and I can see way more of the mountains further away,
Mm-hmm.
like, I would never logically deduce that means that the Earth's physical sphere edge is moving back and forth. That would never be any type of logical pathway I could take.
Right, but it's still an assumption.
Yeah. So
It's an assumption either way.
exactly. It's not either way.
Well, it's not an assumption because I have an observation where the horizon, it moves. And when it's clearer, I can see way further away. Right? So I can't see forever and things disappear in the distance. We have the appearance of convergence. Like,
The only way it's an assumption is if you think the Earth is curving away from you, and you believe that is the horizon that is causing the cutoff. You know.
wait, Helio, I got this, man. I got this. Okay.
All right, cool. All right,
So, like, what I'm saying to you is it's not an assumption for our side, right? Because I'm just addressing what actually happens, which is that the horizon is just an apparent location. Like, you can't see past it. It's a vanishing point. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the ground doesn't literally come up and converge with the sky. It's just an optical thing, right? Just like railroads, lights, roads, whatever. It's just perspective. Okay, so that's what we know happens, and that's what we observe. And then when it's clear that vanishing point is further away, I can see further when there's less obstructing what I'm viewing through.
Right, I agree.
Okay, so then what we see is that the horizon moves around. It isn't an actual place. It's just how far you can see.
Well, there is a limit to what you can see.
It's all good, babe.
Yeah,
well, that's
no
right.
shit.
We have an angular
No shit.
resolution limit, right? We have an angular resolution limit, and then we're looking through an atmosphere. So yeah, we can't see forever because there's attenuation of light, which is like the light being absorbed into the medium relative to the density of that medium. And we have an angular resolution limit, right? So we have, like, dense medium that we're looking through as well. So yeah, of course we can't see forever. Like, that's what we observe as well. So, if the Earth is flat, I mean, that doesn't mean that I can see Mount Everest across the world, though. That's insane. Like, that would never happen.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That makes sense to me.
Cool. You seem honest. So then, like, the point is, right, this is where the people that just think there's a globe and the anti-flat earthers part ways. The truth is, just the default position is that the Earth's not moving. We don't feel it moving. We never account for it moving. We have no proof it's moving. That's the default position. We see the horizon's horizontal, which is why it's called horizon. So the default position is that it's horizontal. We see that the horizon moves around. Default position is that it's just an apparent location. It's not physical. It just can't see forever. It's just a limit of perspective. see the sun and the moon move in the sky, default position, the sun and the moon move in the sky. We see that they appear to be the same size. Default position is that they're the same size. We see the stars move in the sky in perfect circles around Polaris. Default position is that the stars in the sky move. So if you're making claims antithetical to all these default positions with all empirical evidence that actually exists, then you have a very big burden of proof. Where when I see the horizon move around, when I document it all over the US, it constantly moves. You're claiming that's a physical, real place if you're claiming the Earth's a sphere. So you're now going to have to prove the opposite
Well,
of what we observe, right?
okay. Well, I wouldn't say that the horizon is a physical real space. It's a real space relative to the person viewing it, right? It is at least how I understand it. If you move, then the horizon's going to change because you're moving. Same thing you're saying, but just for a
That's
different reason,
correct,
I
but
suppose.
there's a fundamental difference though. Like on a flat Earth, if you go higher, you can see further. Same on a globe, right? But on the globe, there's a physical obstruction. There's like an actual location that physically obstructs, like a pregnant woman's stomach. That's why she can't see her feet. Or
Yeah, if you look at a sphere from a side, it's just a circle. I mean, if you model up a sphere and look at it, you're seeing a circle, not a sphere.
The argument, though, is from personal perspective. Like you're standing on a beach, or if you're standing on a mountain, or whatever. We're looking at the horizon. I think that's what we're talking about, right?
No, the deal is that at 10 feet, there should be 6 stories of curvature. Sorry, I didn't mean to say 10 feet. At 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So if you're laying your head on the ground, there should be a 6-story hump of water in between you and the boat on the other side, or
And that's
whatever
why I
else
brought
object.
that up. That's why I brought that up, Hank.
Right, because the horizon is geometric in the heliocentric model, right? Because it has a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So that adds up pretty quickly, right? And then within 10
It
miles, you
certainly
got
does.
66
It
feet.
certainly does. Yes, it
well,
definitely.
So you
yeah,
would
let's
see a
explain the basic.
geometric horizon blocking things out.
So,
exactly.
so your reason on why we see a horizon is just that we just physically cannot see farther.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolute. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yes.
Right, and
When
look,
you're
we know
standing
that
on a beach, when you look across the earth, the reason you can't see further is because you just can't see that far. Yes,
Okay.
100%.
So on a theoretical question, if you're on a
Not
thousand story building on a pristinely clear day with a telescope, what do you see?
Yeah. Hold on.
you could see
Let's hold on. Say you're standing
That's a
on
solid
top.
question, right?
Hold on. Here's
Hold
another question.
on. Let me go with this. If you're standing across the water line from Chicago and you see those 1,000-foot or buildings over there, why aren't they leaning away from each other if there's curvature to the
As
topography?
far as hold on, let me say this. Let me see. You're standing 1,000 foot above where you were standing on the beach of.
Guys, the building is not a
Hold
good
on,
argument.
God damn it! Please, can I finish my
Fucking
point?
it up,
No.
dude.
All right,
Here's
well,
the deal,
fuck
man. Here's the
off
deal.
then.
The flat earthers are the ones that are scattergunning here. It's pretty bad. So can we try to keep it just on subjects here, right?
Yes.
So, with a fundamental difference here that we're explaining to you is there's a fundamental difference. Flat Earth acknowledges the horizon is just an apparent location, not a real place. Globe Earth intrinsically is claiming that the horizon is a geometric, physical horizon. Like I can't see through a hump of earth curve. I can't see through a mound of dirt. I can't see through a corner. I can't see through a pregnant woman's stomach. That's the difference, because when I can't see any further on a flat earth, it's just because it's perspective and there's air there. Like when the boat disappears, I can zoom in and bring the boat back. It never actually disappeared. On a globe earth, it actually gets blocked physically, right? So they're fundamentally different things. The horizon is fundamentally different on a globe and a flat earth.
Yeah, but no, you got a point though. Like, say, if there's a building, a tower, the same height as a building that's the same height in China, for example, it's going to be and if you measure it, okay, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same thing, same exact height, okay. And measurements have been done before, I think. So, I mean, that's proof, you know. That's proof.
I'll be real honest. Y'all muted me because I wasn't using push to talk or something, and I was looking at the chat and trying to push to talk. So I missed most of what was just said. I'm really sorry.
Oh, it's all good. Here, quick synopsis. Very fundamental difference. The horizon is fundamentally different on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. On a globe Earth, it is a physical, actual location. On the flat Earth, it's just apparent.
Right. That makes sense to it. I understand what you're saying for sure.
Right. So we know where this physical location should be based on the size claim they made of that radius value you looked up. So if I'm 1 foot off the surface, I should see the curvature at 1.2 miles away. It should block my view at 1.2 miles away. We have an observation, for example, 1 foot off the surface, and there is no curvature blocking our view at 1.2 miles. The horizon is over 10 miles away.
Right, but with the question, I don't understand how that answers the question I asked.
Well, wait, no, it's the point. No, I'm trying to make a point to you, right? So that can't be the physical Earth curvature because it's 10 times too far away. That would require the radius of a sphere be over 250,000 miles.
Interesting.
Yo, you know what? You know what's funny? I was a while ago. I was talking to someone about it. This globe earther. I was saying, well, how do you know the Earth is flat? I'm like, listen, dude. I've been in planes multiple times. I've looked down out the window, and all I saw was flat land, no curve. And he said, well, you want to know why? Because the ball is so big that that you can't see the curve. And I'm like, dude, get out of here, bro. You sound.
Yet they say you can see it from an airplane.
Yeah,
The
they
fuck?
say, oh, the
Get
ball
your
is
story
so
straight.
big.
What difference does 3 miles
ball
make?
is a ball. A ball
Here's
is a
the deal,
ball.
man. We're
Okay?
gonna
You're
let
gonna
the
see,
guy
like,
answer. Right? Look, we're not gonna keep jumping in and changing the subject. Okay, I'm trying to explain to this guy. He seems decently honest. It's really pretty baffling that flat earthers are doing this. So what I just explained to you is that the radius value of a sphere would have to be over 250,000 miles. Okay, and this is an observation we made on the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere radius of 3,959 miles. It is simply impossible based on geometry. A geometric necessity is that geometric horizon is no further than 1.2 miles. It was 10 miles. So that falsifies the radius. So what does that leave us with if we falsify the radius? We have to trash the entire model. Every single aspect of it depends on that radius value. So that is the heart of the issue. If you actually want to know the truth, you will test the radius value. And if it is falsified, the entire model is falsified. Don't care what cartoons they show you, what stories they tell you about going to Mars or going to the moon. None of that matters. None of it matters. If the radius value is wrong, the entire model is wrong.
Okay, so I'll believe you there for this, but I'm still curious about the question I asked. If you're 5 miles up in a building on a beautiful clear day with a telescope, what do you see?
You can see much further if it's super clear, but you still can't see forever, right? Because telescopes can't see forever, and they point them up at the sky, and they say that these lights are thousands of light years away. So people think that telescopes can see really far away, but they cannot. In fact, P900s typically have way better zooms than telescopes, but either way, usually one of them, they can't see forever. Neither one of them. They both have an angular resolution limit.
Right. I own a telescope and spotting scope, lots of zoomy things. But I'm just curious what so what the limit is. What's the limit? I'm confused.
Well,
100 miles, like it depends on what you do, right? We have
NASA,
infrared pictures from hundreds of miles away. Hundreds of
NASA,
miles.
hold on,
What
you
kind of
guys.
telescope do you
NASA
have?
operates a bunch of observatories, and they decided that they wanted to be able to see farther than they could with the atmosphere, the density lower to the ground. And so they built an airplane with a telescope in it. They could see further with the telescope from the upper atmosphere. I think it's called Sophia or something like that. I'm going to go get the link, though, and put it in the live chat here so you can see.
Yeah, Sophia, like a little moving off NASA office in a plane, which shows the exact. It literally, there's an article NASA admitting that it has the same exact picture capabilities as the Hubble telescope.
Because it is the Hubble.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, you see, I answered your question. So do you see the importance of examining the radius value? You're following me on that? Like you understand that it would falsify the whole model?
To an extent, yeah. Assuming, I mean, there's definitely, yeah. I don't know. I suppose I'm at a loss of words.
It's all good. It's all. This is a crazy truth to uncover, but like for example, we know distances between different locations on the Earth, right? So those can't change. We know them. Well, if the Earth's a sphere, they'd have to change because the radius would have to be way too big. It would change location distances. The Earth would have to be spinning way faster, right? All the distances between the different planets and the sun and everything else is dependent upon the mass of the Earth, the size of the Earth. Every claim of going to space would require a radius of orbit, right? So you can attain gravitational orbit around this theoretical ball. So you need the radius of the Earth to do that. So every story about going to space is intrinsically falsified with the falsification of the radius. Day and night cycle use this number. So the whole model depends on it. And so then you might ask yourself, well, how was this first proven anyway? Right? How was this proven in the first place? And the answer is this dude named Al-Biruni looked at the horizon. The horizon kept changing where it was. He took an average. Anytime it was way too far away, he threw it out, took an average, and then reverse engineered and guessed that it was actually the physical sphere edge of the Earth and came up with a number. That's literally how the heliocentric model to this day claims that the radius was initially discovered.
Initially discovered, right?
Well, so, yeah, that means so that's still to this day like the best methodology. Like the only thing else that anyone will invoke is they say that satellites help do it from space.
Right, but you guys
they
don't
never
believe
got to
anything
space without the radius, though. They would have died.
Mm-hmm. So all space travel, all satellites, everything, none of that exists.
No, none of that can exist as I say with an R value. Now we know there are things at higher altitude, right? 99% of all transmissions are tower to tower, underground, and undersea cables and wires, right? But yeah, there are some things up in the sky. I mean, there are things called satelloons, which are very efficient to float in the sky for pretty long periods of times, and they network. Like the Google Loon project in 2018, when Google wanted to give internet to people in the remote areas. They did not use satellites; they used satelloons. It's called the Google Loon project. NASA admittedly has fleets of satelloons. On their own website, they talk about it. They have a whole section for satelloons, and NASA buys 90% of the world's helium supply.
I got a challenge for Marshmallow here. Marshmallow, can you just get us a picture of a satellite in space? Just a real picture of a satellite in space, just from anywhere you can get it on the internet. Just try and Google a real satellite in space. I want to see a picture of a real satellite in space.
All right.
Okay, wait a minute. That's not going to happen anyway. So give me 1 second. Witsit, if you can help me out with this, just because you can piggyback on this later. But I heard him talking about the limit of view. Witsit, can you help me out with his question? He was talking about there's a limit to view, right? Did he ask a question like in between there? I didn't hear what it was. It was something about like, can you tell me the limit or something like that? Unless he wants to restate it for us, that would make it easier. But I wanted to go over that real quick because there's some devices.
I think you might be roboting really bad.
Am I roboting bad? I'm sorry.
No,
I hear it fine.
You're 5x5 XO.
Okay, right on. So, don't get nervous already. Haven't even said it yet. So there's these devices called binoculars because we have a limit of view. And when I use the binoculars, all of a sudden I can see farther. Have you heard of these?
I actually have some on my face. Call them
glasses. There you go. Isn't that amazing? So when we use binoculars, we can see further directly horizontal to our horizon. We can see further out, right? So, and then we can even bring up something larger and see farther, right? So obviously everybody knows that we have a limit of view because that's why we need help with binoculars to see farther. So just want to put that out there because it didn't seem like you've ever heard of them. Right, so that's why we need binoculars because we can't see that far. That makes sense?
It
Glasses
does.
aren't binoculars.
And I'm not trying to be a dick, but
You're missing two
It seemed
lenses.
like you were. Well, hold on. Just give me a second here. I'm not going to be here long. So do you understand that's why we need binoculars? Because we have a limit of our view.
Well, of course.
Right.
Like
yeah,
what
and to be
Exactly.
fair, he
So,
conceded
does that make sense?
He conceded that earlier, bro.
Oh, okay. Because I kept hearing this about if we go higher, we can see farther, right? Which is exactly what happens on a flat surface, right? When a cat sticks his head out of the grass, the cat can now see farther because he raised his head. When I see the wall, in my backyard, I look over the wall and I can see farther. And then if I get really high, like on my roof, I can see several miles. Actually, here in Arizona, I can see 100 miles flat to the Winchester Mountains, all the way back here at the border of Mexico, right here in the desert. So that's just how everything works. That's what our limit of view is. Yeah.
And especially on a clear day where there's no wind and no humidity, you can see far.
Right. So if
You'd
we
be
were
like,
on
man,
a ball,
you can see the mountains all the way there.
Right. So for the record, just to conclude this, in conclusion, if we were on a ball, we would be limited with our vision much greater, right? We wouldn't be able to see that far. Well, there are these other devices called radar systems that actually see far past any ocular system, right? And they can see actually up to some systems, such as the one in Ukraine, Russia. They have, of course, everything's bigger in Russia. They see 5,000 miles over the entire Atlantic Ocean flat, for the record.
Yep. Hey, can I get a picture of a satellite though? Because I just Googled, satellite and just went to images just now. So here's here's a screenshot of what I got here.
I highly doubt you found one.
Okay, so this is what I get when I Google it. Yeah. So this is what I got. It's loading right now.
Yeah, good luck. I typed in real pictures of satellites in space, NASA, and the first ones that pop up for NASA are CGI. Like it says under the pictures on the website that they're CGI.
It's all made in Cinema 4D.
Dude, we should have so many pictures of satellites in space. Yeah, there should be
all the pictures of satellites you think are just CGI, straight up?
NASA is essentially Pixar.
Whoa. I just uploaded. I Googled it. You can see the timestamp on my...
Yeah, I see it. There's the one I grabbed.
We're not the ones saying it. They say
that's not a picture of a satellite.
They're saying it themselves.
What even is that, dude? What even is that?
This is the one I grabbed was from SpaceX's Starlinks. So this is all their Starlink satellites.
Wow, that's crazy. That launch. I watched some of their launch.
Wow, that's just totally hilarious.
I'm going to share what my result was on that
question,
search.
Why is the edge of the Earth curved like that? No, I'm serious. Why is the edge of the Earth curved like that?
Where did you get a shot?
Can you let me finish and let him answer the question? Why is the edge of the Earth curved like that?
In the photo I posted?
Yeah.
Why is it curved?
Yeah, why is it curved like that?
Well, because it's a ball.
Oh, well,
if you
the
think it's
ISS
a ball, then
and
that's
Starlink
fine.
and all those satellites, they're not high enough to see the curve of the Earth. So why is it curved like that?
What do you mean?
They're not high enough.
Feels like there's a bunch of globers.
Have you ever done the
tonight.
math of the geometry to figure out if they're actually high enough to see curve from that altitude?
No, I
Because they're
haven't.
not. 250 miles is high enough. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? If you rescale it, so the radius of the Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles. So let's say it's an 8,000 mile diameter. You just rescale it to a 6-foot ball. The ISS would be 2 inches above the surface of that. You think you could see curve that looked like that from 2 inches above a 6-foot ball. Now, if you took your eye and put it 2 inches from a 6-foot tall ball, do you think you would see that?
Probably not. I just want to dispute one thing you said. I'm really not trying to be
That's the
a
point.
dick or argue or
Listen,
whatever.
This is the point. The point is, you test predictions. You don't just go look at stuff and go, oh, I think that looks curved, so it must be curved. No, you test predictions. The globe claims a geometry, 3,959-mile radius. You test that prediction. That's what observations, long-distance observations are. That's what laser tests are. We test the predictions of the globe. That's how science works. You test predictions. You just don't go, it feels like a globe, so it is a globe. And it's not me that just says this. You can't see curve from the ISS. I actually have a quote from a planetarium director that was doing a presentation on flat Earth. He's not a flat earther. That dude thinks he's going to Mars. But even he said in his presentation, they made a physical scale model, right? A physical scale model of the Earth and what the ISS horizon would be. And even he says the ISS, International Space Station, is not high enough to see curvature.
Interesting. Well,
I'm gonna post the quote, and I'm gonna post the image, and I'm gonna post. Listen, I'm gonna post some stuff in geometry in the live stream because I don't just talk; I back up what I say. I post, so I'm gonna post all that stuff in the live stream. You'll be able to look at it.
Yeah, that's awesome, and I'm not disputing what you have to say at all. I do just want to say one thing. You mentioned something. How high did you say that the Starlink satellites were?
Well, I have no idea. All I know is the International Space Station is supposed to be 400 kilometers or 300 or 250 miles.
Right. Well, if you're going by at least what they claim, the Starlink satellites are in a low orbit, which is far lower than the ISS, and they're
All right. So what orbit?
Hey, let him finish what he's saying.
Oh, it's even worse. Oh,
according
I was
to
just
their
going to ask
website.
him what his claim about how high the Starlink satellites
Oh,
are.
I'm talking, man.
Man, let him finish.
My bad.
So according to them and what they claim, that's what they say. So that it's a lot different.
So
than
they're even lower than the ISS.
They're substantially lower than the ISS.
So you should definitely not see curvature.
But they're lower than the ISS at 600 miles.
No.
Okay, wait. I made a
supposed to
graphic
be 250 miles.
I made a graphic here to address
This
the
dude doesn't
picture
even
that
know
he
shit
posted.
about orbital
Okay, so
mechanics.
I want you guys to look in the live stream voice text. See this picture that I've made, and I've overlaid what he said is a real picture from a satellite over the first image that NASA put up as a globe image. So when you Google NASA globe, I took the globe that comes up in the first spot. I can prove this too. I'm going to put that image where I did the search, the screenshot of that up. It takes a little bit longer because it's larger, but I'm going to put that up so that you can see where I got this globe image. I just wrote NASA and I wrote globe into Google, and then I picked the first image there of a globe that comes up. And this is unbelievable because in order to believe this globe image, you would have to believe that all the other continents of the Earth are on the backside of that globe and that North America is larger than all of them, which is fraud. So I've overlaid your image that you put up as a real image of a satellite. I've overlaid that over the globe here.
Uh-huh.
Where is it? It's not showing up again. Why is it not showing up? I want it to send. Okay, so it's going to send that again. All right, so I've overlaid that so that you can see the absurdity there of that much space that you have over what what area is this supposed to be over, because it's not realistic, the curvature that you're showing us. It's obviously not realistic, this image of the globe that NASA is claiming right here with North America that large and all the other continents on the other side of the Earth either. So those are both those are geometrics that can't work out. It's false. It's demonstrably false because of the dimensions that anybody that's done geometry or studies physics, there's no way that these angles of these things with this curvature can exist. Or are you going to concede then that the image that you're using here if it was real, taken from whatever height you're supposing, that they are in fact using a lens that adds extra curvature to the photo that isn't there, giving a false illusion maybe that is actually curvature of the Earth there and not just a lensing effect.
Assuming it's even a photo.
Yeah, that's so CGI.
So, but I just want to explain to him what exactly you're showing him, because sometimes it's hard for new guys to really understand. What he's doing is completing the circle, right? So he's taking that arc and fitting it on the circle, and then comparing the sizes. Because look, if you look at like the curvature of the Earth, right? You should be able to. Say I was on a satellite, and I look down and I see the curvature of the Earth. I should be able to spin 360 degrees and see that curve all the way around in a complete circle, right? It should make a complete circle all the way around. So that's what he's doing. He's taking that arc, sticking it on a circle, and comparing the sizes. And it's obvious to see the arc of that circle and that image can't possibly match.
Okay, that's fair enough. But it's also, if you assume it's real,
that looks like a good fit to me.
Photo.
I just put a lot of time into that. Okay, and I just want I want him to either admit that the lens is adding extra curvature that's not there at that height, or he has some other explanation. And I put a little bit of energy into just making this just now to throw up in this chat, and I would like an answer.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. I'm not discrediting you at all. That's definitely a possibility. I mean, if you think if you say it's a photo and it's real, then it 100% depends on what it was shot through. I mean, different lenses affect the affect perspective immensely. A picture is just going to be exactly what you see. It's going to be altered for sure.
You presented the photos state with the statement that this, I believe, is a real photo, and then I went and I got what NASA claims is a real photo of the Earth. So I took these two images and I overlaid them, and it clearly shows to all of us here that those dimensions are not right, and that nobody who's taken basic geometry would be able to just explain away the dimensions that you're seeing there. And I just want to hear what your explanation is as to why there's so much curvature in this picture that you presented as a picture from a satellite. How
I grabbed a photo off of Google Images at pretty much random, so it's not my photo. I'll say that first.
Can I actually just put a point in real quick? Just a quick point. I know I've already talked a lot.
Nope.
Well, there was your first one.
I can't help him. I can't say nothing.
There's the second one. Go ahead with your third point.
Yeah, go.
Oh, I was just gonna say that the one he got is fisheye, but those Starlink satellites are, just because the camera is fisheye, those are Starlink satellites in space. It doesn't mean that the rest of the picture's fake. That's all I have to say.
How do you verify that they're 100 to 600 miles away? Because I watch them launch them, and they start to go over in a parabolic trajectory pretty quickly at a low altitude. So, enlighten me.
Ion thrusters on them that raise the altitude afterwards.
Say again.
The Starlink satellites have thrusters on board that can raise the altitude after the launch.
Oh, convenient. After it can actually even be kind of attempted to be verified. So, how do you verify the distance?
Yeah, but so is it in space or it's still in the atmosphere? That's what I want to know. Are you saying that those are going into space, or are you saying they're still in our atmosphere?
They're in space.
Well,
hold on. If they're in space, where there's a lack of atmosphere and thrust to generate thrust with rocket thrust, you need atmosphere to push against, and there's no atmosphere in space, then how do they have thrusters that are moving them around?
The conservation of momentum. That's how.
You said that you need atmosphere to push against.
Yeah, no, you don't need an atmosphere to push against. The conservation of momentum is
okay. So no, hold on. Even in Star Trek, they recognize that there's no atmosphere out there. That's why they
even in Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek.
Even in Star Trek, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm fascinated by what they've done with sci-fi here to overcome some of these feats, and that is that they developed a warp core which sprays photons out of the back of the vessel and uses the background of all of the things that are in space behind it, like a spatter pattern, to push off of, to push through space, because regular rocket propulsion would not work in space. And so you're saying that, yes, indeed, without the atmospheric variables that you need for thrust, that is a physics equation that they do to generate thrust, that all people that are interested in hobby rocketry and
The
stuff.
rocket equation.
Like, so what you're saying is that this doesn't apply at all, and these physics are, and so do you have the actual physics that work, how this works in space? Because I'm really into this subject in math, and I'd love to see the numbers of how the displacement in space works with a rocket, what type of fuel you're using to make combustion without oxygen, and how you're generating thrust without an atmosphere. I'd like to see all of that. So if you could provide that, I'll wait.
So do you disagree then that for every action there's an opposite and equal reaction?
Oh, and check the live stream voice text. There's the math you need to see how rockets work in space.
No, that's what he's asking you, man. You have no medium to reciprocate the action.
There's
Thus,
the math. You got a demonstration?
No, he asked for the math. He specifically did ask for the math.
Oh.
They have dark matter.
Have you guys ever heard of
they have
oxidizers?
spaghettification too. They have spaghettification. They have theoretical physics that they have no numbers for. But I'm asking for the hard numbers and the way this works because I'm generally interested in physics. Comparative cosmology it's a favorite pastime, but I spend a lot more time looking at the physics of things in my life. And I'm really interested to see those numbers since nobody from your side has ever provided how that actually works.
Have you ever heard of an oxidizer? That's how you get combustion.
Yeah. So when I learned to dive, I also was with some people who weld underwater, and so I'm very familiar with using this, having all the sources of combustion there to create thrust. The part where you're failing to understand is you need a medium to thrust against, and so you're saying that this thing is in space, which means that it's in a vacuum where there's no density. At least that's the argument from your side. I haven't seen any evidence for that either. But I'm just asking for the evidence of the way that the thrust. So there's going to be a threshold of the way that the fuel consumption and everything is inside of the atmosphere, higher into the atmosphere until there is no atmosphere. And then how thrust works without any atmosphere at all. I'm interested in the physics of that. So do you have any evidence to support what you're stating occurs here, or it's just theoretical?
There's a Mythbusters episode, or actually, no, not Mythbusters. It might be the Action Lab or somebody that lit a rocket. It was a solid rocket inside of a vacuum chamber. I can get that video if you would like.
I got a question.
And they pressurized
the vacuum chamber.
Listen, did the vacuum? Hold on a second. Did the rocket move before the vacuum chamber pressurized?
It provided force before the vacuum chamber pressurized. I think it did.
Are you sure
Actually,
about
no.
that?
Hold on. Actually, let me take it back. I do not know if they have a force sensor on there, so actually, I will not speak to that. So, if that doesn't count as evidence, then I mean,
well, we've been asking for about 4 years.
Thank God for
and
Mythbusters.
Any flat earthers that are way more motivated than you have never been able to provide any evidence that there's thrust in vacuum. And I'm talking about I'm not talking about equations. I'm talking about actual demonstrations of thrust in vacuum.
Oh, okay. Well, I will go.
The one guy almost got to do it. He told me he couldn't show me because it's classified, and it was a violation of the International Trafficking in Arms Act, and so he couldn't show it.
Probably He's not lying. He's not lying.
He's not lying. You're lying.
Nope. I actually know that guy. Me and him go way back.
Cool.
You know some random guy from YouTube comment.
Well, I just couldn't tell you because it's classified.
Sure. You're just full of shit, dude. I'm just banning you now. Fucking liar, dude. Why would you even do that?
You must have been in a class of
That was
flubs.
Oh, what happened?
He got banned for lying, dude.
Wait, who got
He says
banned?
he knows somebody I talked to on YouTube 4 years ago. Like he's a clairvoyant. Not only does he know who I talked to, he knows all about the guy apparently. Even though I didn't say his name and I didn't indicate when, where, how, and under what circumstances I talked to him. But he knows the
I'm
guy.
sorry. I
That's
thought we lost
actually the second time he
Marshmallow.
lied because he'd made up a story
I'm here,
about
but I'm fixing
refraction
it.
over water, and then he gave me two papers that were one was over ice and the other was an actual theoretical model where it actually did zero measurements in it. So, anybody wants to know why they would lie? We have Globers coming here every single day and tell lies, factual lies, and I'm not talking like they believe the Earth's a globe. and I'm saying that's a lie. I'm talking about actual factual lies.
Yeah.
And they
I
get
just want to say one thing, Indio, thanks for the chats. Thanks for being nice. And
well, I get really
I'll,
irritated. I've been lied more times in this Discord than I
believe
swear
it,
to God, man, than every person that's ever lied to me in my entire life combined.
People suck.
I saw curvature from my airplane. I saw curvature from my porch. I saw curvature while I was skydiving. I saw curvature from a hot air balloon. I've literally heard every single possible lie you can think of to try and convince the people in here not to leave the fucking cult.
What's the what would you say is the biggest lie you've ever heard of all?
Well, hey, I'll come back at some point. But
I
thanks for
mean,
the
we've
chats.
had more
I'm
astronauts
outta
here than actually worked at.
Thanks for joining us,
Abbott.
Austin.
Hey, no problem. We'll talk to you again soon, Nate.
Man, I really wanted
Love you
to know
guys.
what
Bye.
the biggest lie what he thinks
The
is the biggest lie.
No, they're just little.
Yeah,
they're
I'm
not
just
like
curious.
serious lies. They're little. I mean, there's people who've claimed like I was an astronaut. My dad was an astronaut. I worked in
Oh my
NASA.
gosh.
You know, stupid things like that. But they just tell
Yeah,
like
but
little
from his
stupid little lies,
perspective-
like you know.
Horrible.
I don't.
Oh,
know.
I was so you had me hooked on
hold
that.
I'll
What's
just
the
type in
biggest
"you're a
lie?
liar" in the chat, and I'll find one. So.
I can't believe you hooked me on that. What's the biggest lie you know? And then I was just like, oh yes, I want to see from his perspective what he thinks is a ginormous lie in our system.
Well, no,
like what?
They're just like we'll be debating, and they'll just tell some stupid little lie, like just to like quote unquote win the debate or whatever.
You think
They'll be talking about the space aliens. They think we're working with them or some shit. What the fuck?
Do you think they're like agents or something trying to like throw us off?
No, I think they're just
some of
mentally.
them.
No, just
Some of them.
Like what?
Some of them just wasting time trying to obscure the point, and then they realize they can't because we're all really direct.
And some of them just like eating crayons.
Bro,
Hey,
I don't know.
As a Marine,
Oh yeah, that was shit. I forgot.
So the last one was like I flew the airplane. I flew Sydney to Santiago, and that they were on that flight. Ask them when the flight was. Ask them everything. That flight is flown like once every 3 years, but he didn't know this. He thought because you could go on a website and book it, they actually fly this flight. But if you go on like Flight Aware and actually look flights that have actually flown, this flight almost never flies. But he was sitting there for 30 minutes trying to lie, and eventually he admitted it that he was lying. But it's stupid shit like that. They'll come in, try and convince us the Earth a globe, and they'll just tell some stupid little lie. It happens all the time.
Oh,
all
I'm
the
sure
time.
It does. Yeah. Dude, I don't know one person who's ever said to me, my father's an astronaut. I know people whose fathers are firemen, policemen. Not one person who's ever said, yeah, my dad's an astronaut. Not one.
Stick around. It'll happen.
I mean, give me a break. Come on. Come on.
India said we've had more astronauts here than have actually flown.
Yeah,
exactly.
We have no doubt.
Come on.
So who liked that cartoon I made with his picture from the satellite? I thought that was pretty good. Have you guys ever looked at that globe that I put up where it shows just the North American continent is like that whole side of the globe? I really did just Google NASA globe and then take the first image. It's just so funny.
I mean, don't people realize that there's only 3 hours from New York to LA? Like the difference in time zones? I mean, they're missing like, I don't know, another 2/3? Another 3/4?
Somebody should do like a little thing on that, how the time zones are just for their contract law. It has nothing to do with the physics of everything. It's like preposterous. They've like metered out their trade regions or whatever just for their contracts. Like it has nothing to do with the physics of everything. It's preposterous.
So we had a guy like, okay, here's another one. Dude says, "Oh, maps were created using the stars 3,000 years ago." Now, if you look up what the world's oldest map is, it has nothing to do with any stars. It's a freaking gibberish in a clay tablet.
Yeah, they're gonna have to jump around a bit because they
It's just
used an
making stuff
astrolabe
up.
to. They used
But,
a,
yeah,
they,
they
and
use the
that's
astrolabe. But it
that
has
only
nothing.
works on a flat Earth. The astrolabe is not work with the globe physics. It does not. It's not sympathetic to globe physics.
You know, I'm
Well,
finding.
the other
I
thing
just
is
type
too.
in my name and and just how many times I called somebody a liar. It's something like 628 times, man.
Dang.
Yeah, in about 2.5 years. It's you got a lot of you guys just hang out in here in this voice chat. Go in the lobby. It's a whole nother experience.
Oh, I know. I try to stay out of that lobby for my health.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But there's an underlying issue here, right? Like, I mean, they just refuse to see the absurdity of everything. I mean, it's to the fact now where they've had the smartest guy try to rectify the problem, right? To get everything in there by saying it's all relative, right? Relative means the math works both ways. It works in a flat, non-rotating Earth with the stars moving, and even his math waits for the stars moving at that speed. And it also equates for, gravity and the Earth being a ball. So it doesn't prove anything. It's just a big thing that we just listened to.
Dude,
You know what I mean?
So here's how about Professor Dave's lie? His 10 challenges for flat earthers. His very first one is make a map with a scale. How long has the Gleason's map been around? He says that there's no flat Earth map with a scale on it. Right, which is a blatant lie. The Gleason's map has been around since the 1800s. It has a scale on it. He also knew about Antonio Subravitz's map, which also has a scale on it. Okay, so this guy makes a video, it's probably got 1 million views, right? And Globers will come in here and post that video, and the very first thing in the video is a lie. It's crazy to me.
Hey, did you guys hear that Antonio Subriats or whatever his name was passed away?
Yeah, he passed away. Sucks.
Yeah, I've seen some of the
He pissed
content.
a lot of people off because, like, some people didn't like his personality. I guess he had rips, but
it was
thought that
breaking
what he
through.
came up
I
with-
seen it.
His material was, he did a lot of work on maps and sun and things like that, and I think some of the stuff he came up with is pretty genius, quite honestly.
I'm just saying, I saw it breaking through, so I saw people post. I mean, it made it through whatever their veil of censorship is into the realm of visible stuff that's being passed around on the net. So, I mean, I was just saying he's gone. I noticed that, and I'm not sure if everybody else is aware, but hopefully people are conserving whatever they have left over from him. If you have good bits that somebody's put out, hopefully you're hanging on to that because his no longer being looked after properly.
Yeah, one thing he did. So there's a race in that's supposed to circumnavigate Antarctica, and it's a race. And so he went and looked up like how fast that guy took to go around Antarctica, right? So this is a carbon fiber racing yacht. And he went and looked up the time. There's a ship called the Thermopylae. It's the 18th century. Is like one of the fastest clipper ships, cargo clipper ships in the 18th century, the end of the 18th or 19th century. It took less time for that boat, the clipper ship, to go from Shanghai to the United Kingdom than it did for this dude in a carbon fiber racing yacht to go around Antarctica, even though the distance is supposed to be 2,000 miles less. So this is like one of the things.
No, that's so my pops actually was the past Commodore of the Golden Gate Yacht Club, and he taught me how to sail when I was really, really young. And I was raised kind of into that aristocracy. And I know that among the wealthy elite, actually the most prestigious race that you can race is around all the known continents. In fact, I think they exclude Australia because everybody's already sailed around that a bunch. But it's called the Vendée, excuse me, the Vendée Globe. So you can look that up.
Yeah,
Maybe
I've
I'll.
heard of it. Yeah, he did it. He's
Yeah.
got.
So
Listen, if you go on his channel is probably still up. It's called the Book of the Sun. I think he did a video on that, on the Vendée Globe race. He came up. That's what he used to do. He used to come up. He used to look at like different like sailing events, flying events. He was really into like maps, and most of the stuff was like over the oceans. So
real
I
old
know he
school.
did something on the Vendée Globe. I think he quoted somebody that they were
So
sailing out
this
of somewhere,
race.
and all the times were wrong or something, and all the distances were wrong.
Yeah. So this race
In
is
Africa and South America, and he also checked all the trains, the longest trains running.
Oh yeah, the
through-
train, the train
Yeah.
that's like supposed to be right now by the length of it. Now if you take the length and like measure the globe, it's like somewhere the train ends in the middle of the ocean somewhere.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So the Vendée Globe is pretty much the biggest feat that you could ever accomplish if you're a sailor. So if you were able-bodied and very wealthy, and you were a sailor, and you wanted to prove yourself that separate yourself from your peer group as one of the masters of the ocean in your lifetime, you would race the Vendée Globe. And the reason why this proves your mastery of the ocean is because you have to take a 60-foot sailboat and rig it for single-handed sailing, and you have to sail around all the continents, all the land masses, single-handedly by yourself. Now, they have big support crews that help by, supplying and doing all these various things, navigating and things like this, because, rich people can afford that. But the people who have done this without all of that, it's very impressive, and there's not a lot of people that complete the race, and some people are never heard from again.
I remember he got a clip from, there was some girl, excuse me, some young girl. I think she was American, but I think she was sailing out of Norway, and she like went and like lived at sea. I think she like is the first girl of her age to like so-called sail around the world. And she was saying that it took her something like 6 weeks longer to sail from Australia to South Africa than like what all the maps and what everything said it should take. Yeah, so there was like he would find stuff like that, like anomalies of people sailing that were just like, New Zealand was supposed to be on my right hand side and end up being on my left hand side, and like weird things like that. Very interesting stuff.
So they have a whole website for the Vendée Globe here. This is pretty interesting. I've never actually looked this up. It's just what I've been told. And I'm just going to post the link to the website and maybe the Wikipedia page for anybody that's interested, because it's actually pretty interesting. Boom. The official website of the only sailing race round the world, solo, non-stop, and without assistance. Holy macaroni, what a maniac. So, I don't know a lot of people with the physical agility to do this, let alone the cojones to try and single-hand a 60-foot sailboat around all of the known land masses, but that's, this is a thing that people do. Man, here's the Wikipedia link for you guys. Interesting. The race was founded as the Globe Challenge in 1989 by the French yachtsman Philippe Jeantot. Jeantot had competed in the BOC Challenge in 1982-83 and 1986-87, winning the 60-foot class, Class I, both races. The BOC Challenge was sailed in stages, with sailors being given the chance to rest and repair their boats at ports around the world. Dissatisfied with the race's format, he decided to set up a new round-the-world non-stop race, which he felt would be the ultimate challenge for single-handed sailors. Holy mackerel, what a maniac.
Yeah, but they called it the Globe Challenge. I mean, if you say it backwards in French, then it's Challenge the Globe.
Yes, and actually what they do disproves all the physics of the globe. So to actually do it, you would understand exactly where you live is not a globe. But also then for the elitists to fund that, to call it the Vendy Globe is the most prestigious race, or to reinforce the globe with all of the common people or whatever. So it's a globalist pursuit where they do something that would absolutely disprove what they're calling it at face value. Pretty interesting and unique, and I don't know anybody that's a maniac enough to try and do that. I mean, I would have been if everybody had backed me when I was in my heyday and I had my youth and agility about me. But I wasn't really that into sailing. I just know how to do it. When I was younger, I didn't even know this race existed. This is more like an elitist thing that you would do, where you could afford to have a really expensive yacht just for sailing this race and then claiming that prestige. I mean, think about it. When you meet this person and they're like, "Yeah, I sailed around the entire world." And you're like, "Oh, you've sailed around the world?" They're like, "No, not like you're thinking. Like you sail a boat here and there, and you've been everywhere, all over the place. I physically took a boat by myself with no help and sailed it around the world." And you're like, "What?" So that's pretty interesting and unique. And I don't know a lot of people that have the physical capacity to single-hand a sailboat like that. Some of it's pretty treacherous. If you don't have so they say without assistance, but they do allow, I think, assistance vessels for navigation and resupply and things like this. They mean without assistance on board the boat. It's just you on a 60-foot sailboat. So, are you guys picking me up here?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So, I mean, I wish I had the know-how from sailing to use all the physics of this and explain it properly. How this does not work properly the way that they're saying the globe physics works. And there's a whole bunch of things along the way that'll prove that. So the visible sites and land masses, landmarks of the water we were talking about before, when we had Marshmallow on here, about how you can see too far. So all along the way for this route, you're always going to be looking, and you're going to be using the stars to navigate at the same time. So to keep your orientation, all of this stuff is going to disprove the physics of the globe. And to call it globe at face value, I mean, that's what they do with everything. They're kind of a mockery, then, isn't it?
Well, I don't think someone like him, pretty much, it doesn't matter what you say. I can just tell from, he is going to listen to you, but he's one of those that he's not going to sacrifice his position in the social order. He's never going to be a flat earther.
Then take it from him.
Then take it from him? He can have it.
Oh, this is excellent. They use a flat map for the Vendy globe. That's even better than I would have imagined. I'm going to post that. That's very satisfying. What's wrong, Globers? Why is the map flat for the Vendy globe? Do they just go off the edge of the flat Earth?
Don't post it under your name.
Look at this.
Corporal Major.
Yes, sir. What do I need to do?
Corporal Major, don't post it under your name. That name's a contradiction.
What am I posting?
Corporal Major, that name's a contradiction.
Oh, I made this I made this little image of the chevrons with the star just when I was messing around on my Procreate application on my iPad here. But then TikTok deleted me. They deleted about 20,000 followers on my original account, which was actually corporal.marine. So I had to come up with a new moniker because they kind of blocked that one out. So I decided Corporal Major because I'd already made this little cutesy moniker, and I just ran with it. People think it's cute, so I mean, Corporal's the highest. Corporal's the highest rank I attain, so I'm stuck with it. I mean, I guess the cross rifles are good too, but I don't see anybody else at my pay grade doing the same thing I do. So
That's
I'm
deep. That's not a pay grade.
Corporal's the pay grade.
Corporal Major isn't.
Yes, but this is my logo that I created. So anybody
Oh,
else?
so it's you. All right.
Yes,
So have a
anybody else
name
who
with a
would say,
paragraph.
yes, anybody else would say this would be copying what I've
Get a
created
word
here.
in is fucking impossible. But
Yes,
go
but
on.
also think about this. TikTok screwed up. So every time they try and shaft me, I come back stronger. So they shafted just my regular moniker, Corporal Marines, and come back with Corporal Major, which everybody likes better. I was like, I don't understand why this is so popular, but I guess, I
neither.
mean, it's unique. It's kind of weird. Oh,
Did you
somebody
get kicked
just
off
pointed out
TikTok?
under the Corporal Marines moniker, where I was hosting people's whistleblower testimony and stuff from the military. So they really don't want veterans doing that. So they.
Oh, my understanding of TikTok is if you're a guy, for whatever reason, you're something like 10 times more likely to get kicked off the platform.
Yeah, well,
I don't know
they're trying to
why,
get rid of me, but they can't now because everything I'm publishing is actually under a certified nonprofit organization. And all of them are pretty keen on suing the shit out of people when they do the wrong thing. So I think they're kind of tiptoeing around what they were doing previously to what they're doing now. And it happened about the same time that I started using this new image here, Corporal Major. So they screwed up. I mean, they tried to shut me down. They deleted over 20,000 followers, a lot of connections I'll never be able to reconnect with, a lot of good content that was one-time content that's gone now, and it doesn't serve a purpose to re-upload content. So I just come back stronger with all new content. My new moniker is more popular, so they haven't done. And then a lot of the people that from before realized it was me. So I have a bunch of people that realized that they deleted me, which validates my content even more. So yeah, I understand that the image here is kind of a strange image, but it's kind of meant for entertainment purpose as well as to lend the validity to my military career, and for good reason. I was saying, somebody pointed out just now that in the sitcom MASH, they had Corporal Klinger, and some episode they called him Corporal Captain, I think. And I was like, kind of remembering that. I guess I could go back and rewatch the episode. I don't know how it happened, but somebody brought that up. They're like, Corporal Major, something about Corporal Captain from MASH. And I'm like, oh, that's not really what I was going with, but I mean, it is what it is.
You trying to get your 10 million words up?
What is it? 10 million words? I just, I had to do something. I'm not just going to be gone because they shut me off. I got more stuff to say. I create content. What I need outlets for my content. At TikTok, I was invited on there by people who said, "Hey, you got to be on here. It's popular." I said, "Isn't that like a application where like teeny boppers make little dance videos and stuff, like cutesy little dance videos?" And they said no. Actually, that's just how the media portrayed it. In order to keep people from coalescing there, they're kind of gatekeeping it and exploiting it for what they can. And I went on there. I realized there's a whole bunch of people in different communities that I'm involved with. So I'm involved with the welding community. I like to look at all the stuff from the welding community. I like to a lot of the different activism and stuff that I do. I like to be involved in those communities, and there's large communities for that on there. And I was put off by what they were saying and implying about the application, not to find those for a couple of years, and until I did, and I did that, and then I eventually came back and found this because I was invited here as well to join this forum. And when I got deleted permanently off of Facebook, they deleted all of my personal connections to my family and my friends and everybody I know and everybody I'd ever networked with online, and my ability to interface with all those people. So it really shut down all of that was going on there. And the invitation to come on this platform, this forum, was from Facebook. So,
Holy
uh,
shit,
I don't
man!
want to be rude. I don't want to be rude, but are you auditioning for like Miss Universe right now?
You can drone on about absolutely fucking nothing. What's your favorite color?
blue.
Balloon.
Blue.
Oh, I thought you said balloon.
Yeah.
Blue
No, I'm
fire.
just saying they're deleting veterans and patriots and stuff. Like I was networking on Facebook for with a bunch of different veterans, and they very effectively shut down what we were doing there, and they've been deleting a bunch of people off there, and it's egregious what they're doing, and they're doing it on other platforms, and I've been deleted off of TikTok, which I've only been on for a few months, so to accrue 20,000 people, lose them, and then accrue more than 20,000 people since then. In less than a year's time is that means there's a lot of feedback there, and like I said, I create content, so it's got to be put up somewhere. They blocked me off of certain forums, so
there's certain females in here that are blushing. You got the gift of gab, man.
Really?
Not
Well,
I'm out of you, but you could talk with the best of them.
I'm engaged to the hottest flat earth girl in the entire world.
Can't be. Witsit's engaged to the hottest flat earth girl.
No. Here, I'll post.
Yes, Kiwi.
I agree with Kiwi. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can post I'm gonna put my evidence for to support my case.
Oh, please don't.
Here we go.
What's his name?
Boom. So this is my fiance here.
Well, that's boobies.
Man, she made that shirt, and it's very popular. Look at all the T-shirt mills that have copied her idea and stolen her intellectual property, huh?
I don't know about intellectual.
She has some other gems that we've done, but that one is the main one that's gone all over the place. Plus, she actually manufactured these T-shirts, so we've had a couple runs of them made, and she sells them through her small business. And I've had a bunch of different Flat Earth T-shirt stuff made too. This is by far the most popular.
Does he eat meat?
Your data to support your claim is her boobs. Her boobs. Hey, baby, are those your boobs? Are you wearing that shirt right now? Oh my goodness.
Let me take it off.
All right. Yeah, but see, I'm supposed to be going PG on the forum here. It's not my fault the way she wants to display herself here. This is her display of herself that I'm merely sharing with you people here, you lovely people. And what? Stop? Oh, okay. She's telling me to stop, but I'm not supposed to say that. So she's going to make some strange hand signals.
Nathan, do you eat meat?
Who?
Is she a Muppet?
Who is it?
Do you eat meat?
It's got some static. Something beat? E-beat?
Do you eat meat?
Do I eat meat? I hunt. I like to kill things. I'm a Marine. I always wondered what the commies taste like, but the blue helmets haven't showed up yet. All right. If we get the blue helmets here and they cut off the supply lines to the civilians, they might be starving, but I'm going to figure out what commie tastes like.
What the hell?
Yeah. I got a big old barbecue out in front. It's like 4 feet around, big old bowl, double grills, got a little spit that you can spin around if you want to put something on a spit and spin it over the
What in tarnations?
I mean, I've never done something that big, but I'm sure it will discourage them when we're doing it out in front by the trees.
Yeah, we just bombed all the tarnations, bro. We bombed them all to smithereens.
Tarnation.
I mean, tell them to bring all their friends. I got a lot of friends too. We've been waiting. We're waiting.
Tarnations?
We are waiting so patiently.
I didn't know tarnations had friends.
They like to talk all this talk, but they never show up. And we've all been waiting here.
What does a tarnation look like?
Well, that's some old school shit. See, that's when they stop having their insulation, and you get back to that whole telephone tar and feather type thing. You have a nice little
with the tar and feathering.
Yeah, you just have a nice pillow fight out in front there. So you drag them all out, and you roll them in those
Maybe
buckets to put the telephone
Tar Nations.
and you beat them with pillows. And they go, oh, because they think they're gonna die, but really they're just gonna look stupid
Hold
for
on,
months.
QE, you need to turn up a little more. I got you at almost 200% QE. You're not loud enough because you need to be effective here, and you're not. You're coming out like you're trying to. You're trying to roar the line. You're coming out like a mouse.
Wait, is there somebody else? I don't mean to be talking over people.
Pardon me?
Is there somebody else that wants to that has something here?
Yeah, QE wants to talk to you, but I can't hear him right now.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to hog the floor. I was just saying they've deleted me off all these platforms.
That's good.
Deleted me off of Facebook. It really scrambled everything.
Oh, that's good.
You don't sound old enough to have fought commies.
There's no what?
Man,
Eisenhower.
I'm not old. I'm not old enough to have fought commies.
Eisenhower made communism illegal in 1954 with the Anti-Communism
That's not what
Act.
I was talking about.
Hey, so my wife told me to stop acting like a flamingo. I'm
a flamingo. Oh, who's that guy that does that weird "I'm a flamingo" thing with
Read
the
your
synthesizer?
DM with it and answer me, damn it.
What does that mean?
Who's that guy that sings all weird and he's like wears like a bathrobe and he like plays the electronic music and he has the freaking that flamingo.
Okay,
man,
that fucking vegan Nathan, that fucker. He does it.
Who?
That fucker, that vegan fucker.
Yo, you missed the punchline, man. So my wife told me to stop acting like a flamingo. I had to put my foot down.
That's hilarious. But no,
the second
that
time.
jarred my memory on this flamingo thing. And the guy goes, "I'm a flamingo," or something. Your sister, something. "I'm a flamingo," or something like that. Oh man, my buddy sent it to me. Now I can't remember the name, or I could post it in the group for everybody, and then they would have it stuck in their head too.
Corporal, did you do your calisthenics today? Because you're hyperventilating here, man.
I did. I had to dig out my car. I was stuck in 2 feet of snow, and
do it again. Sorry.
Yeah, it was kind of buried there. I've been using the Jeep, but I need to have the regular car out now that it's in melt.
Bro.
Yeah, it was bad.
Caffeine mainline. Do you drink coffee?
No, not at all. That shit gives me the jitters.
Really? So, okay. Cool.
So why can't?
Yeah, but I dug my car out. It was not easy, let me tell you. I didn't think it was going to move either, but it did.
Why can't scientists trust atoms?
What?
Because they make up everything.
Dad jokes.
It's PG.
Because if they shave their apple, can't never tell.
I don't know.
They get surgery for that, bro.
Yeah, they can add them too. Adam apple.
First they turn vegan though. And then they transit.
I don't know why they want to do that, but whatever you want to do in life, man, make yourself happy. I think that the statistics show that that's not a good idea to do things to your body like that, especially at a young age. Just saying. Hey, you guys want to see a cool informational page that's related to that subject? There's this thing called the castrado. I wonder if they still have the Wikipedia page for that. Castrado. Oh, there you go. Now let's take this and put it here. A castrato, Italian plural. Castrati is a type of classical male singing equivalent to that of a soprano, mezzo-soprano, or contralto. The voice is produced by castration of the singer before puberty, or it occurs in one who, due to an endocrinological condition, never reaches sexual maturity. Castration before puberty. To make your voice higher, so it stays nice and high, right? Did that come in?
What Snap from Creed was talking about? I was wondering why he wanted to go higher. Like, take a flight, bro. No, he was talking about his voice.
Yes, uncomfortable facts, castrato. Now you guys all know.
Did you hear about the mathematician that was afraid of negative numbers?
I know this one.
He'd stop at nothing to avoid them.
Man, you guys aren't fucking nerds. Fuck you. Bunch of vegans.
Wait, what's wrong with vegans? I have vegan friends.
I don't like them. What's wrong with that? I prefer meat.
Do they have to stay
vegans
outside and graze in the yard instead of coming
No,
in?
vegans like to ignore the fact that vegetables scream when you cut into them, but they scream at a supersonic level and you can't hear it. So I think vegans are murderers just like everybody else. They're just, murdering the ovaries of plants all over the world.
How dare you!
So
what is nothing against vegetables, man? I stack them right on top of the burger. I'll put the whole damn garden on the burger.
So what does the termite say when he walks in a bar?
Wait a minute. A termite when he walks in the bar?
Yeah.
Darn.
Is the bartender here?
That's the bartender.
That was great.
Good one.
What's up, guys? How's everybody's night going?
Groovy.
Painful.
Painful.
All right, so good transition.
Why is it painful? Are you trying to build the Saturn rocket back? It's a painful process to build it back.
I'm still trying to prove outer space. What are you talking about?
I still think he says papal process.
Oh,
papal?
Oh, okay.
Papal.
You gotta get him a bowl.
Papal process.
Yeah, I call bull on that. I'm calling bull.
You know what papal is? Papal?
Do you know what the globus cruciger is?
Papal is relating to the Pope.
And globus cruciger is the global crusade that they are using through that office, and it is the globe with the cross on top of it.
Yeah, that's a papal decree, yes.
Yeah, after they started executing people who were globalists, executing them as heretics, it took them a while to figure out that the globe model didn't ruin their sun models, that it was sympathetic to the sun model. And I'm sure it took a while for them to understand that because they were executing people for a while. And then when they figured out that there was just another layer, they were like, oh, we're going to stop doing that. We got to be doing that too. Huh, we got to rebury all those bodies. Holy macaroni. They go in like Westminster Abbey now.
Oh my God, there was silence.
What do you call a toothless bear?
Turn up, QE, turn up.
You need to turn up.
Hungry?
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, got you at 200. Go ahead, check in, QE.
You need to turn up. What do you call a whore that likes macaroni?
What do you call a whore that likes macaroni?
Yeah.
Average?
A prostitute.
Yes, QE. Wow. I can't believe I didn't guess that one.
She'll show you a very good time for some angel hair.
I guess that makes me a pasta mancer.
Angel hair. Show me
A
some of
noodle
that
whore.
angel hair, baby.
A noodle whore. I don't know.
You already gave the answer. A prostitute.
No, I know. I was
She
trying to
can
give him
toss
a funny
spaghetti,
one.
a noodle, and a nut in 5 seconds.
5 lashes with a wet noodle.
At least she's easily satisfied.
Oh, psh,
A
boom.
curvert. Macaroni's curved. They're curverts.
Wow, you guys made it worse.
Oh my God, you guys have too much time.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Speed bumps. Drifting away, it's drifting away.
So I tried to cut one of those globes to make like a globe that I could put on my head with like glasses, like I've seen some other people doing. And what I realized is when you cut the bottom piece out for the neck, it makes like a yarmulke out of Antarctica. You can just put it right on top there.
Yamaka, Antarctica, Yamaka. I hear a song coming.
I know, and then I think I'm gonna put a tassel like from like a graduation cap, like in the middle of the Antarctica.
Antarctica.
North Pole man.
What the fuck? You would
Get
be
you some of them ravioli tests.
Oh my God, who's talking now?
Those were not anti-Semitic movements. I just want to make
take it away, Carl.
Yes, I don't know what to use that globe thing for, but I'm still working on it. I need to get some like metal frame glasses where I can like clip off the ends of the glasses and then wrap it around the edge of the globe so they kind of just stay on like that. But what am I going to use it for? I'm just going to walk around at Halloween. People are like, what the hell are you?
How does Moses make Hebrews?
Oh no. Why don't we have like some like flat earth jokes or like aren't there anti-globe jokes? Can we just does somebody have like a cache of this?
All right,
Have
I
you
got
heard
one.
of the Dick Earth?
Have you heard of the claustrophobic astronaut?
He just needed a little space.
Let's go. Hey,
Bada boom, bada bing.
hey, did you hear
I
about the
created a
party
new
on the
Earth.
moon?
Plagiarism.
Did you guys hear about? Oh yeah, did you guys hear about the party on the moon?
Yeah.
It had a terrible atmosphere.
Well, at least you
Battle
didn't get
match.
dust. At least you didn't get dust on your shoes.
Why can't you explain puns to kleptomaniacs? Because they take everything literally.
Oh goodness.
A lot of globetards replace affirming the consequent with experiment because they're dumbasses.
How do we get around that? I mean, like, it's not like all the people that are, slinging this globe model are like stand-up guys. They're all creeps. Like, how are people falling for this still? I don't get it.
How come we always need an artist depiction, boys? Why? Is it that cameras don't work in space? Or space doesn't work in reality?
What does the Buddhist say at the hot dog vendor? Make me one with everything.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, these are getting hard to even say. I'm gonna have to tell you.
Yeah, I could probably tell you the next joke on your list.
Yeah, I'm literally just reading off the internet.
You're gonna have to take off your sunglasses to wipe the tears away from your eyes.
Oh man, I just realized I should get some of those cheesy globe hologram sunglass or like whatever glasses, and then I should put that on the globe as the glasses that the globe is wearing. So it's like has like globe eyes. That's even better.
I've never showed you the real globe hologram, have I?
The real globe hologram?
Yeah. You just take 3 pieces of plastic. I mean, 4 pieces of plastic, triangles, put them together like a pyramid. Then you take 4 pictures of a globe and line them up on the outside of the piece of plastic. And you light them up, and it'll look like a globe inside the middle of the thing floating, like a hologram.
You should record this. You
I've
should.
already made a box. I've already made a thing that does it. It's my little thing.
I want to see it.
Okay, I will.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and you can move it also. You can like you can spin each little image, have like a spherical image, and have each one spin, and it'll actually spin in the middle. It'll look like it's spinning, like a spinning moon or a spinning earth or whatever you want. Spinning baseball, basketball, whatever. But I mean, you can put it whatever you want in there, whatever 4 pictures you have is what'll show up in the center.
Very interesting. I remember when we went to like Lawrence Hall of Science or
It's my
something
idea
in
for a
school,
hat.
and they put they had some like hologram generator thing where it was like a perfect image reflected. So you'd reach out and try and grab it or whatever it was, a coin or something, and it's just not there. Your hand goes right through it. But it looked real, and I always thought, man, if I was like a billionaire, I would have like a faux front of my house where people walk up and ring the doorbell, and I'd like have like a camera and screener like in my room, so it just projected me like right there when you open the door. They'd be like, "Oh hey," they'd be like talking to me, but it's a fucking hologram of me, and then I just disappear. I'm like, "Come on in," and I like disappear, and they're like, "What just happened?" Just make a big reflective chamber like the little one they had there for demo. It's like, why couldn't you just build one in a macro scale? Like,
Well, I thought about putting one in like a hat and stuff like that, and like selling them.
Then you'd have to have like, wouldn't you have to have some type of like light source then to like
No,
make it brighter?
light at night. You just have holes in the top. You slide over the little slit, and the light shines in wherever you're at. And wherever the light comes, then it shows and you see it. And when the lights like goes away, it's dark again, and then when the light hits, it lights back up. It would be pretty cool. Battery's not included in my inventions.
Sounds
I mean,
interesting.
you won't need batteries. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could have batteries on it if you want, or put an LED light. But if you just put a clear film up at the top, like a sunroof in a car, it's the same effect. Because everywhere you go is lit up at night too. You know, when you go into stores, when you go to play. I mean, there's always lights everywhere.
Look at what I wrote. Please be these handmade turkeys.
Oh my goodness. These people over here are just. All right. So how about that flat Earth? Hey, did you guys know that from where I'm at on the crest of the Sierra in Southern California, that I can see all the way out from the peak of the Sierra on the mountains here, all the way out to the container ships that are off the port of Long Beach right there?
I do. I've seen that myself.
Yeah, and I can also see that. I can see it all the way back.
Is incredibly flat.
Yeah, so I was trying to have this person that was telling me that Earth is a globe and talking about how you can prove that, and they live up here, and I was like, well, can you prove to me that the land is curving away from me, like towards the horizon out there? Like, if that's what you're saying, like, can you show me that? And nobody can ever show me what they're talking about. So it's like, that's always where we get stuck, is like, we'll just show me evidence of what you're saying, because I'd love to see it. And they're like, preposterous. Why should I bear the burden of proof? Your insolence. Everybody knows it's a globe. I'm like, all right.
Well, they're the ones making the claim that the Earth is curving, and so the burden of proof falls on you.
Yeah, I also have a transit, which is a surveying device that I bought. My hobby, just measuring stuff, so like doing things with like out of my curiosity. And I bought an old transit, which works just as well as a new transit. And I was kind of working with that a little bit. And that's how I figured out the way that perspective and the projected horizon and the way that surveying works. The way they project the horizon, it keeps going in a linear fashion past that where your visibility ends. So when they project it, their projection literally goes in a linear fashion past that line where you are not able to see any further. And we were kind of talking about this earlier about how you can only see so far. And to perceive that as curvature, it's curvature now. It's everything else goes down from there. That's why I can't see it anymore. Is preposterous. But I've never had anybody demonstrate anything to curve at all. So I'm still waiting on that.
What they do is they take something that you can't see, right? And then that's where their argument sits. No matter what, whether it's at the beach, up 1,000 feet up in a building, 10,000 feet up, doesn't matter. As soon as you can't see an object or a particular distance, that's where the curve. And they can argue that. So it's just like when you argue space, like you can't go there. We haven't been there. They haven't been there. We haven't seen it. They haven't seen it. But they'll argue all day long on what space is and how things work.
Yeah, so that's why I was trying to deviate to physics, and I'm like, but you understand this is the way physics works, and you're saying that it works differently than that, but you're not telling me, like, giving me any numbers or any rational explanation why you've deviated from all common known empirical reproducible physics. And I've yet to see any evidence of the ground curvature, but also at long distance. So their model, they have it's round and there's a center point, and they believe that gravity is emanating from that center point. So this is an anchor in their mind. And when we plumb buildings, so when you're building a building, after you frame it, you go through before you tighten everything up and put more nails into everything, and you use a plumb. And the plumb is just a weight on the end of a rope, and you're going to make sure that that is level and that it matches with all of the framing structure, so that the frame runs parallel and that the floors are level. And then you tighten everything up after that once you've made sure everything is nice and straight. So if you're hanging this thing down to the ground, right, and all of these are pointing down to the same point in the middle, then when I plumb a skyscraper on one side of a cityscape, okay, so like a city's a couple miles across and has all these large buildings, and I made a skyscraper and I plumbed it on one side of town, and then all the way miles and miles and miles on the other side of town, you plumbed that skyscraper too. So there should be a deviation where there's a measurable distance between the bases and the tops of the building, and the tops of the building should be farther away from each other than the bases, because they should all be leaning away from each other, because all of the plumbs are supposedly pointing to the same central point. But you never see that. And then when you look at cityscapes that are taken from long distance, you see that they're all perfectly square and that the horizon is perfectly flat. So that doesn't match up with anything that I ever see with their globe model.
It's funny you bring that up. I've been on construction sites for the last 20 years, and long before I even knew anything about the flat Earth, anything pertaining to the topic, I always question that in my mind, because I know about the leveling and doing the foundation. And then I had times where I seen LA was so fucking flat, and I would be like how long? And then we do this all the way down. It continues down. It goes down to Orange County, and we're leveling out the entire city. So this whole city is level. How do we do this?
And they build the whole edge of the coastline so close to the water, and the water doesn't curve, so like every single coastline they have built out in all these metropolitan areas all the way to the coastline, and So they're representing a permanent edge there to the ocean, dealing with erosion, the ocean encroaching from it lapping on the ground, right? Because they built out too far and didn't leave room for nature. And in all of this building madness, not once ever accounted for any curvature at all. And you can't see any curvature when you measure across down the coast or out to islands off the coast. So like they've never accounted for curvature at all in anything that they've ever built.
Hello. I got a question.
Shoot.
Does Venus go in front of or behind the sun at times? Or both?
This Venus, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the supposed planets, the stars that wander in a different direction than the rest of the parallax, and they project that in the heliocentric model as being in between the Earth and the Sun.
I witnessed the transit of Venus in 2012. I don't know for sure that that was Venus. All I know is I saw a little circular dot traverse the surface of the sun from the, as it was setting, I guess the northwest side, all the way to the southwest side of the sun, over the top at about
That's
close to a
interesting.
fourth
So
away
I'm
from
in
the top. So
California.
I don't know if that's Venus. I just know that I saw something that looked like an eclipse.
I'm sure it'd be easy to look up, but from California, you can see Venus very clearly most of the year, right off the coast there, almost all night long. And that doesn't match up with their heliocentric model at all. How is Venus jumping so far out around the Earth to is it have like a wavy orbit or something? It just comes in and out every night, like it travels at supersonic speed where it can just be everywhere at the same time, because it doesn't look like when they say, oh, Venus travels in this orbit, and they show you the little line of the orbit, doesn't match up with what I see in the sky. Because if Venus is supposed to be in between the sun and the Earth, it's clearly visible too much at the night in the nighttime from where I am. So I don't know how they explain that away, but I'm sure the globe apologists have some trick some sleight of hand that they use to explain it away.
So Stellarium would not be a good program to use then?
Well, they're going to give you their excuses for why these known reoccurrences in the sky are happening, but I'm not, necessarily certain that's the best source of information. It's good to catalog things if you want to look up some type of like cosmological happening. You're like, okay, I want to know when this alignment happened last or whatever. You're like, oh, I'll go on Stardate and I'll just put in the eclipses, and they probably have a whole page that says, oh, it recurs at this frequency or whatever. But on my own, from my own observation, I know that I've seen a bunch of different monuments where they've built viewing holes for certain stars at certain times of the year to reassure everybody that they don't move from their path. And that also doesn't match up with the globe and heliocentric model, because in the heliocentric model, they're showing you 3 axes of rotation, and we never get that with our parallax, no matter whether you're talking about the stars that don't move in the same pattern as the rest of them, or the stars that move in mass as a parallax. So none of that matches up with 3 axes of rotation, which is what they're claiming. They claim Earth has its own axis of rotation, and then they claim that the sun is actually has some type of massive rotation, and you're hurtling around the sun, and the sun is hurtling around the Milky Way, I guess is how they explain it, which doesn't match up. Like, you can't just put that in AutoCAD. And you're like, all right, well, we'll just get this engineering program and we'll reverse engineer what we're seeing here, because it doesn't work out. What they're saying doesn't work out. So the reasons they're giving, I'm sure they're going to, wash as much as they can into the public realm and give excuses for it. But when it comes down to it, you can use all that information against them to show that this is definitely not correct to match up to the model that they're presenting.
Okay. Now we know that the planetaries have their own kind of tracking. They got a path that they're following. Now, but like in the morning time, if you see Venus come up, you're really not going to see that much of a movement, I would say. But you do see the sun move up. Is it moving along with the sun? Or does the sun have anything to do with the same pathing
All right,
that the rest
so
of these wandering stars?
The ancient Romans used to say something along the lines of Mercury and Venus are akin to the sun, right? So Mercury and Venus apparently make a circuit around the sun, right? Now, does it actually go behind the sun? I don't know. I've never seen anything like that, right? Is it actually Venus that goes in front of the sun? I don't know. All I know is that I've seen something they call Mercury, which is kind of hard to see because you have to catch it right after sunset, and you can barely see that little sucker, and then it sets. And then I've seen Venus lots of times throughout my life around sunset or around sunrise, the morning star or the evening star. But you're never going to see, Venus and Mercury way the fuck over there away from the sun, like on the other side of the sky. They're always going to be pretty close, relatively close to the sun.
Right.
I remember in the old server, someone posted a picture of Venus that he took at 11 o'clock at night. The response from the Globers that were in here is, that's impossible because Stellarium says it's impossible.
I just don't understand.
Known to be wrong. It's been wrong before. They couldn't
I just
model
don't
the
understand how they
2017
can.
eclipse.
How
I
can
just
they
posted a video where it showed that they're wrong about the Southern Cross. So Stellarium has been wrong. So I'm gonna say.
So you have a bunch of stars that predictably rotate in a certain axis, and then you have a bunch of ones that don't participate in that common rotation, and that still doesn't equal 3 axes of rotation, because you have Earth spinning, then you have Earth tilted and spinning, then you have Earth rotating around the sun while it's spinning, and then you have that whole system of the Earth and the sun and everything else they say is going on physically rotating around through space, like around the Milky Way galaxy or whatever they want to say. So there's like a lot of different axes of rotation going on there for all of these different things, and that doesn't match up with the patterns that you see in the sky. And people don't explain that away with the explanations they give. It just doesn't match up.
Doesn't even matter. We can sit here and talk about Venus and the sun all day long. None of us know anything. None of us can do anything. The most accurate predictions of the transit of Venus were by the Mayans, and they weren't globe earthers. They were flat earthers. So celestial bodies and luminaries are just all speculation. We can just sit here and speculate, and that's all we can ever do. And we're going to just tell stories like they did 2,000 years ago, and like they did 2,000 years before that, and 2,000 years before that. We can give them names, call them gods. We can do whatever we want. But it's not going to make the surface of the Earth curve.
Correct. Just clarification on just movements.
Well, people get all like stuck on the sky. Like, you can't prove anything about the Earth with the sky because fundamentally it would always be an assumption because of their inaccessibility.
That is true.
I always use this kind of analogy, like if I had a table and I measured it with a tape measure and it said it was 48 by 48 inches, does anything conceivable that the lights do above that table going to change that measurement? No, it's not. I can come up with crazy, insane theories about the lights over the table and how it indicates that the table is something else, but the direct measurement of the table cannot be refuted by indirect observations and speculations about what the lights should or shouldn't do. Damn, Nameless, don't go down on her.
Neat pictures. I put up a picture
There's new
of.
meaning to skull candy.
I put up a picture of what they say is happening with the solar system. The solar system is supposedly rotating around galactic center. Apparently, the correct way to refer to that was galactic rotation, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But also at the same time, this is a real thing that they're saying. So our entire solar system is rotating around galactic center. So that's the third axis of rotation there. So you have the Earth's rotation, right? And then you have the Earth's rotation around the sun. So those are two positions based on the axis that are constantly changing. And then you have a third position, which is us moving through the around, the galactic center in a rotation pattern. So that adds an extra rotational pattern there, and that's not what we observe above us happening.
Well, here's the other funny thing. Like, you posted that little galaxy there. Well, that's not the actual galaxy. You can't see something like 85% of the galaxy. Remember, it's dark matter.
Oh, yes. And spaghettification. Don't forget about spaghettification.
So, like, all those little lights that are supposed to represent stars, like, that's just a tiny fraction of what the galaxy is actually supposed to be.
Yeah, but you left out black holes. That must explain everything.
It's because they're competing theories.
Black holes and dark matter?
And spaghettification. So don't accidentally go through the black hole. I think spaghettification, but I'm not sure because they've never provided any clarification on that.
Is that where the flying spaghetti monster religion comes from? Grab your colanders,
in
folks.
Star Trek, they always fly through the black hole and bounce along the inside of it. Like they're like ricocheting off some tunnel or something. And so that's as much as we've got on that. Like,
a black hole is a colander with a funnel at the bottom.
Where does the funnel go?
Pac-Man effect. I don't know.
Oh, you just pop out somewhere else? That's like Event Horizon.
Yeah. It's so funny. Like, I was listening to a live stream from that Sky Free, and they were actually reading something that Einstein said, and he actually postulated a Pac-Man effect, that the universe was unbounded but finite, and that if you went in a straight line long enough, you would just pop up back to the same place. And I told a Glober this yesterday in lobby, because they were like making fun of like, oh, where's the edge, yada, yada, yada. So I was like, well, Einstein said that you could go in one direction and pop out on the other side. Oh, then it was okay. Then they had no problem with it. If a flat earther says it, it's ridiculous. Einstein says it, it's perfectly legitimate, and it can probably happen. Just another level of intellectual dishonesty.
Man, I just went back and looked at the comments. How did I miss this beautiful Corvette right here? Looks like a 03.
Well, Indio, didn't you know that Einstein was smarter than you, even though everyone hasn't compared your IQ to his, or your ability to pass your college entrance exam, or tie your shoes, or brush your hair, or not marry your first cousin? He's smarter than you, bro. But you need it.
Huh. Hey Hank, remember that sniper that did that $100,000 Coriolis challenge?
Yeah, did he finally get a contestant?
No. Someone's asking me about it. Do you know his name off the top of your head?
No, sir, I'm not good with names.
Meathead.
Meathead?
Yeah.
Oh, Miguel. Miguel is another Marine.
Miguel, yeah,
I
that's his name, right.
I used to talk to him on Facebook before they deleted everything. You guys just jogged all of that memory back.
Do you know how to spell his name, perchance?
It's Migul. He's on my Facebook if you want to go look.
I think I can pull that up while I'm on this.
I know he had a video where the challenge was in. I was just going to send it to this person.
Miguel Michael Angel. That's the name that he uses for his flat earth stuff. Excuse me.
So that picture of the moon, and I'm guessing that's Venus or Mercury. Is that a crescent on Venus?
Yes, it is.
Wow. Okay.
It just makes their story more believable. Not.
Damn, that Fiat is in great condition. Holy macaroni. Why they advertise these things, I do not know. Well, I can't find any of his flat earth stuff, though. I only see his profile. Maybe he had to rebuild his profile?
Yeah.
I mean, I can like DM Karen B. I know Karen B knows him.
His name is Miguel Michael Angel.
Yeah, trying to search YouTube, forget it, man. I get Professor Dave and Brian sucks cocks.
I think he did put it on YouTube. Let me search that.
Yeah, I know he did. But like searching YouTube using flat Earth as a term is rest in peace. Happen. Balloon launch to the edge of space. Some of these videos that are up, they're just like National Graphic one, where they like prove themselves to be coolest freaking bike guy, prove that he can't actually measure. Neil deGrasse Tyson starts his little thing with 3 logical fallacies in a row. Like, it's unbelievable, man.
Man, I cannot find anything that he did, and I know I read all of that because he's also a Marine, and so I wanted to see what his take on it was.
Like he got, because the only thing that comes up on the internet is this post on Facebook, and if you click on it, it doesn't go to it. It just says Miguel Michael Angel, U.S. Marine weapons expert, debunks Coriolis effect, $20,000 cash bet challenge to prove Coriolis.
What's that on?
Facebook, but if you click on it, it
doesn't go anywhere?
No, it goes to the group, but it won't take you to his post. And the group is div, so there's posts.
Yeah, I bet he probably has the challenge open in some group, some obscure group here on Facebook, but you know how easy it is to find stuff on Facebook. So sad. He did a complete explanation of that, and he was much more in depth with the ballistics because he had used more types of weapons than I had in the military, and so it was that was really good material. Man, modern day book burning that they can just delete people off and get rid of all of their information like that. Miguel? I don't know what Miguel's MOS was.
Well, that's why they enjoy the internet so much, because it's so environmentally friendly to do book burnings. There's not even any smoke.
I think Miguel was a weapons technician.
Because they won't let me have Facebook. Because the internet hates me.
Well, there was some clown in debate text arguing the Coriolis effect. And they said, go get your money, man. Dude, there's an open challenge, man. Go get your money.
Yeah.
Think there's a Coriolis effect?
Hey, man, you shouldn't do the homework for the Globies anyway. Let them look it up.
Coriolis effect. That
Well,
would mean that every single direction that you aimed in every different hemisphere, you would have to make different calculations.
I
That's
know
the dumbest
that.
shit I've
Yeah,
ever
I know.
heard.
It is. Like, you would need to know the exact geometric position. So you need your azimuth, right? You need to know where you are relative to geographical north. You need to know your latitude, right?
Yeah, that's not the way it works. And then,
And
but
then
there
you
is a
need your
chart.
how fast your bullet velocity coming out of the muzzle, right? So you would
But there
basically need
is,
a slide rule or a scientific calculator just to fire your weapon. By then you'd be dead.
yep, we do have instruments that measure the trade winds every day. So, I mean, we have balloons, modern ballooning, where people go up and go out, and then when the trade wind changes, they come right back and land in the same position. And so, like, we understand the way the trade winds work, and that completely defeats what they're saying about the rotation of the Earth driving anything in the atmosphere. You wouldn't have the effect where, at any point in time, where you could land a balloon back in the same spot. And it wouldn't be predictable where you can do that over and over again, season and season again, all the right days where you know how to do that and go up and ride the trade winds. And so they're materially misrepresenting what's happening. And I'm sure there is some type of, hemispheric effect from the jet stream and everything, where they attribute it to whatever, some atmospheric effect of Coriolis. But it's just simply not true. And if there was some type of calculation for long range deviation from the trade winds, it would have nothing to do with the supposed spin of the Earth. And Coriolis specifically means spin of the Earth. So it's a fraudulent nomenclature. They've made up a fake word that means nothing because it's not real, and that doesn't really happen. So Coriolis doesn't affect anything.
Well,
Because
hold on. You got to be careful. You got to be careful how you say it. The Coriolis effect is real. Earth-based Coriolis effect doesn't exist.
Yeah, they're calling the trade winds. They're trying to say that that's because Earth spins, and that's not. That's not the way that the evidentiary process works. And if we never had a globe model, the trade winds would still work the same. And the way that they're supposing it works, when you look at the way that it actually works, doesn't match up with what they're saying works. And there's no evidence that there's any motion of the Earth at all. And Einstein specifically stated that there is no optical experimentation that can be done that will confirm the motion of the Earth. That it's impossible to create an optical experiment that will prove that Earth moves. And so, unless one of these globularly challenged people comes with the evidence contrary to what Einstein stated, I'm inclined to validate that one statement that he said, even if it is cherry picking, and I would throw the rest of what he had said out.
So one of the things this Earth-based Coriolis, so MC Toon has the firing table for the 16-inch gun that were on the battleship Iowa, Missouri, all those ones, right?
Yeah,
So
MC Toon is
so they have a Coriolis calculation in their firing table.
Oh
so
my God.
here's the funny part. These guns were tested off the island of Crete in the 80s, and the spread, right? The uncertainty of where a round will land is 250 yards, right?
Yeah.
So it'll land somewhere in 250 yards. The Coriolis correction at that distance is only 90 yards. So even if you correct for Coriolis, it isn't going to help you because the uncertainty is 2 times that.
Well, the problem is that they can't prove, with the way they developed the barrel system and the munitions, that they're of match grade, and you can't prove the calculation of the of the magnus of the round, which is the actual spin drift of the round rotating. It's called magnus, and that effect deviates. And they're not going to give you the calculations for magnus on anything that rotates because they just fundamentally don't want you to know that there's a deviation for magnus, because it throws their whole postulate that it's because of Earth rotating, which they still haven't proved. And Einstein said that you
The
can't prove
actual
it.
firing of the gun, though, the actual testing of the gun shows that it is not even measurable. The difference between a corrected and an uncorrected aiming, you can't measure the difference because you don't know where the round is going to that level of precision. Right? So say I make an uncorrected calculation of where the round is going. I fire it. The corrected calculation says that it's supposed to go 90 meters farther. But I don't know where the round is going within a certainty of 250 meters. Right? So any round I fire, like if I was aiming at a bullseye, it could land anywhere within a 250 meter radius of that. That is as precise as I can get. Why do you need to correct for 90 meters when you don't know where the bullet is going within 250 meters?
Yeah,
That
I
makes
mean, I
no
think the
sense, right?
first
The
mistake was
uncertainty
actually
is larger than the precision. This is a common thing in measurement, right? If the randomness is larger than what you're trying to measure, you can't pick that out of the randomness. It's like think of it like a signal to noise ratio. That's really what it is. The signal is the signal is like measuring the bullet. The noise is the uncertainty of where the bullet is going to land. You can't pick if you measured it, okay, where's the round? I want to tell if the Coriolis effect even matters. You can't tell by measuring it. But
so I
because
think the
it's in the
problem is
firing
just
table that it
taking
actually means something because they put a theory in the firing table.
Yeah.
They get caught up in these concepts, right? Like, oh, they have a concept and they implemented the concept, so it must be true because they implemented it. No, people implement things all the time that don't mean a goddamn thing.
Yeah. I mean, Kuhn makes ridiculous arguments, so I wouldn't entertain his evidence. I would
Well, I
just.
mean, it's just silly, dude, because they get all bent out of shape. You flat earthers are just denying reality. Like, how am I denying reality? I just posted like actual firing of the gun and them testing it. That is reality. You're pointing to a
So
firing
why
table,
would
not
why would
reality. Right? The firing table is just a bunch of words on a piece of paper.
why would you use something as an evidence of long distance and the supposed spin of Earth that had a deviation at all when we have very accurate radar systems and sighting systems, telescope systems, digital acquisition systems that go farther than optics can see, and they're much more accurate. So why would you then use something with a questionable deviation? Because it's Toon, and Toon, that's all he does is try and obscure. He's paid to do that, and nobody should entertain his garbage because he monetizes everything. So even if you go there curious just to look at his video, that's racking up count for him, which he's going to get paid. And nobody should fuel that nonsense. He tried to say he burned me, and he looked like a clown, and just beat around the bush because nobody will ever entertain that. And if anybody was to ever entertain Toon, it should be in person. That way you can see his mannerisms in real life. Because nobody believes that guy's even married. He says he's married, and nobody believes that. There's no evidence for that. Just like everything else he says, there's no evidence for that.
He's probably married for a furry. Anyway, the
who
thing
knows
about
what
MC Toon,
who
and I'm
knows
gonna
what
tell
his
you straight up,
preferences
MC
are. He
Toon
implies that he's
is
straight
a
and that
liar,
he's
dude.
married. Okay,
Well,
that's all I know.
I don't care about his personal life. All I know is, as
Exactly.
far
I
as
don't
this
care about
issue
his
goes,
preferences either.
he's a
But
liar
that's what
on
he
other
claims, and I
levels.
don't believe exactly. I don't believe the other things he says either. I think that everything he says is a lie, and that he's trapped himself in some bizarro world, or that's what he does, and nobody should feed into it because it's obviously a mental disorder that's not being addressed by people. And it needs to be addressed, but unfortunately, there's nobody to do that. And he's monetized the people that play into that, so they're already feeding into that. So just by even entertaining that, it's going to get more people to look at that, and then it's going to validate he has a mental disorder, man. He's actually has
Thought
a
about that.
undiagnosed mental disorder. He tries to dox people. He's posts inappropriate stuff about people's families and stuff.
Are you serious?
Yes, he's been well documented doing a bunch of illegitimate stuff, and the people that he rolls with do even worse stuff than that. So it's like, why anybody would lead any credence to that is like creepy. I don't waste any time on it other than to tell him that he is a liar and that nothing he says should be entertained at all. And that we don't even believe what he says about his personal life. He looks like he has like a teenager's room, like in his mom's house, and he still like lives there in that like teenager room that he had, and he has little NASA models and shit, and it never changes. And you don't never hear his wife in the background like, "Come here for dinner." Like, hey babe, are you there? Oh, look at that. She's right in the background. I can just say hey to her, but why can't he do that? Because he's lying. Why would you materially misrepresent your entire environment like that? Is he really so cooked that he has like a room that's just for doing that in? Because that's bad. He has an unhealthy obsession, and he materially misrepresents everything and then tries to slander people, and he has it monetized. It's really dingy and low. Like, he's a slitherer. He's a belly slitherer. He's like bottom barrel. Mentioning him gives him too much credit, and his evidences are preposterous as he is, which he's not even going to entertain. So if you went and challenged this guy and you said, we have this channel here and we will love you to come on and we would love to entertain whatever you're going to say about this subject, he would never allow you to go through any evidentiary anything. He would immediately start to deflect when he felt you honing in on the root, when he felt you sorting things and cornering him. He does this and monetizes it, and anything he can get out of you like tickles him, and nobody should feed into it. It's an undiagnosed mental disorder. He has a serious mental disorder to do that. He wastes too much of his life and his time, and it's created him into a compulsive liar. And he is like supporting a completely fraudulent, artificial personality that he would never display in public or let anybody know that he does out in public. And there's nobody that would ever validate what he does in real life. And he would run away. He would scamper away with his tail between his legs if he ever met one of us in public, because we would absolutely eviscerate his points in person, and we would take pleasure in everybody around us hearing that we are absolutely just dismantling him piece by piece. And he wouldn't be able to talk over you, and he wouldn't be able to do anything like this that he does with his dramatic little show where he pieces it back together. So it's a mental disorder, and he does this, spends an exorbitant amount of time on it and monetizes it to keep self-feeding itself. And nobody should play into it because it's very unhealthy and it's sick.
You see his attempt to prove gas pressure without a container with a demonstration of gas pressure in the container.
No, I wouldn't watch that.
It was bad. The only reason I watched it was because it was in this debate with Witsit. That part of it was good.
Oh my God. It must have been so satisfying to watch Witsit pick him apart until he finally shut him off and blocked him, or scampered away with his tail between his legs. That must have been so satisfying.
Yeah, it was a total devastation for him.
Well, apparently there is something that I would like to watch that has Tune in it. I would love to watch that.
Fighting a losing battle, so it's always going to end that way for him. And it's just going to get worse the further he digs.
Yeah, but I wouldn't entertain it, because then he's going to use my image to promote his channel more. so I wouldn't play into it, but the people that are doing it effectively and shutting it down, that kudos to them. Does he have is it like a little cubicle office in like a NASA building that he just made look like a room, and he just says these things like he's paid to do this? Like, there's no evidence that he has any real life. Is he even using a real name? I mean, like, I know people that do investigation, like criminal investigation work. They could just look this guy's name up, all of his information and everything about him. If I really wanted to find out, like, who wants to do that? We don't care. Who cares about how he chose to waste his life like that. Like, he spent so much of his time doing that wasted that he'll never get back. And so really it's sad. You have to feel sad for the guy because he could have just picked anything else that's more gratifying than that. And if that's gratifying to him, then like I said, he has a undiagnosed mental disorder that people are feeding into. And I'm sure that anybody who is a professional psychologist would be able to identify the different mental deficiencies that he has and write him up with the proper codes, because obviously nobody's ever done that yet.
So what are the actual indications of a psychiatric disorder? Like, they say if it's classed under the DSM-5. What are the behaviors?
First off, general obsessive compulsive disorder. Like, I spent a lot of time on Flat Earth just in my activism and networking. And I don't intend to spend a lot of time rehashing the same area or in semantics where you're just you're just beating around the bush, or in any ad hominem or trying to speak over people and obscuring the direction of the conversation, which is all the things that he is fantasizing about doing in every single encounter that he can structure. And then it has a theatrical value where people are playing into this, and like everything does on the internet, and look at these people like Logan Paul, who just do really ridiculous shit in order to climb their way up the ladder and then eventually be validated for producing a bunch of propaganda that mocks Flat Earth. So
you'd be looking more at but you'd be looking more at histrionic personality disorder probably than obsessive compulsive disorder. Just saying, I mean, if you want to actually start being accurate
man,
in
I was
your
reading
description.
I was reading off like he's the type of guy that like wipes things and like locks his doors a couple times or whatever. Like always wiping his glasses obsessively, or like I was getting
compulsive disorder, but under the DSM-5, like, it's basically the statistical manual of psychiatric disorders. I'm sure most of the listeners here know that. Obsessive compulsive disorder is actually just being constantly assailed by horrifying thought processes. So almost graphical is of literally the worst stuff on earth, and that person isn't comfortable with that. So they create these defenses, and it's the defensive ritual, such as hand washing,
that's what I'm saying is
door
that
systems, knocking, and things like that. But people with obsessive compulsive disorder, they don't have social personalities.
No,
They're
that's
not social people.
I'm arguing that that's not the case at all. I'm arguing that this is a manifestation of one of those repetitive behaviors because he never gets anywhere with it. So it's like you're having some dream where it's just always a dead end, but it's like a gratifying behavior. And I'm saying that's what he's doing. And I'm saying that there would be, when you looked at it, there would be these other manifestations, like you were saying, washing your hands repeatedly. You would see he's doing that, and then he's stuck in this loop and people are feeding into it, and it's fucked. And I don't agree with it at all. I think there's something wrong with the guy. And if not, he's doing it like in a controlled environment on purpose for money. And that's pretty fucked up too. Either way.
So you think profiting off the bullying that he's receiving? Because people do that. But it's almost jaded. They actually like the negative press. So
when he looks at his metadata, the waves of his set, he sees the waves of people that view at what time. He's not able to separate the people that are coming there that are not in support of what he's doing from people that are. He doesn't see it that way.
Right.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
I'm saying there's things that don't work, like, because I talked to the guy very much in depth in text. And that's why he became obsessed with trying to get me onto one of his little forums where he can record and then reprocess it in internet content, where he can, like, go further with it. They make little cutesy memes out of you where they like draw stuff on your picture or whatever, right? Like, so they like take it to a level that's fanatically obsessive. And I go in and I like to like thump trolls. Like, that's what I like to do. It's gratifying for me. But when I find somebody that's not just there just being a dick, and there's obviously something fucked up, like short circuiting in their head, and they're stuck on some loop that's just a waste of, like, this guy's wasting his life. He makes nothing.
Right. It's more caring than persecutory, right? Like,
With
you're actually
no
concerned.
end.
Yeah, you're
Guys,
concerned. Yeah. Like, the best example I've ever seen of something like obsessive compulsive disorder was, I think it was an article, but there was this woman who literally created a community that was just her. But it was ridiculously repetitive. Like,
You have
it
like a
was.
fractured personality where you just have a bunch of repetitive behaviors where you're trapped in some different mental state.
But it wasn't sort of it could have been probably something like dissociative disorder, but it was weird. It was like, how many times have you checked the tap? And
Yeah, I
then
don't think it's
trying
that
to,
far. I'm not insinuating that he's like super glitch mode off a camera. I'm saying that what he's doing, that he's focused in on, that he has no control over it, it's self-feeding. He's not getting anywhere. He's not redressing anything. He's just chomping at the bit constantly. And that there's got to be other things that are wrong there. And that there's probably, like, I don't think that he's open about what he's doing. So, like, the people that he talks to in his regular life don't know that he does this. He doesn't be like, hey, check out my YouTube channel where I'm smashing these flat tards over here, right? And so he has created a disassociative environment from the behavior that the way he's conducting himself, the behavior patterns, and that there's nobody there to for him to bounce any feedback off of, like that, that he's going to get good feedback for what he's doing. And then the people that are encouraging him, obviously, he's going to make channels of connection to those people that are validating and encouraging him. And so,
Yeah, I don't think it's exclusive to flat Earth. I think a lot of people on the internet, YouTubers, have that problem, right? Of content, of keeping consistent content, and especially if you've chosen the wrong niche, or you know what I mean. Like, say you've chosen flat Earth. I mean, that's even worse. So, I mean, knowing that he's not talking, he's not talking to people in his real life about it. That's another red flag that he's just doing it to try to, at least build some kind of YouTube career, I guess. You know what I mean? But that's just my 2 cents.
it's like a virtual punching bag for him. And he sees these people as a vulnerable target because of his worldview, but he doesn't make any valid points with what he's doing. It's, I don't know how to explain his behaviors. It's just obsessive because he's not getting anywhere. What is the point to that other than to do it repeatedly? That's obsessive.
YouTubers are told that consistency is what causes the algorithm to start pushing as long as you're putting out consistent content. So, I mean, he's probably playing the algorithm too and hoping that's going to help his channel blow up. But, the content is wrong. You can't pick flat Earth, though, you know what I mean? It's the worst niche.
Yeah, and that's like the animal of becoming positioning yourself as a personality in an open discourse, right? Like, you don't have any protective factors in place where you choose what you share with people online because that's just the safe thing to do, right? So these people are creating a forum that's only going to lead in their destruction. I mean, a perfect example of that would be like Nikocado Avocado. That's actually a tragedy, like, from where he started to where he's ended up in his physical and mental health, I mean, it's probably one of the most fascinating case studies of personal annihilation in a public forum. You know, like those people, like, you say what you want about Nikocado Avocado, but he actually developed a set of skills that very few people, globally achieved. He was part of the, he was doing work for like the New York
Globally.
Philharmonic.
Hold on a second. Globally, you're just trying to sneak
like
there.
No, so what I'm saying is that, like,
As
as
in their
a
commercial brand
accomplished,
globally, as in the
no,
globalists. He
no,
was
I just
doing it
mean
for
on
them?
skill sets. He was in the upper tier of musicians for playing the violin.
Yeah, but
globally.
globe.
Where's the
So-
globally thing come in? I don't understand.
Oh, sorry.
He means world fucking wide.
Worldwide, however you want to call it. So earthly, okay. So earthly, he was in the upper tier for musicianship in his field, which was violin. And he was, a very, very intelligent person. So watching his personality unravel and then starting to make money off that, he still made money off it. So the thing that was killing him was sustaining him. It was basically an Ouroboros situation in a public sphere, and you
It
can't
sounds
help
like
but.
you're like reciting the title plot to that like movie with Jamie Foxx in it, where he was it called The Violinist?
I'm not too sure. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen.
I mean,
Jamie Foxx who played
that just shows us
right.
what social media and the internet has done to people. You know what I mean? Like values have changed, and we're not even like, why are we doing it? Like, right? Like, what was the cause of his, a success, if you want to call it that? If it's killing him, you know what I mean? It seems like toxic content, is what people want to
Sorry,
see.
I found out what
toxic.
it was called. It was called The
Incredibly.
Soloist. The Soloist is like you just recited like the prologue to The Soloist, my friend.
I'm not reading Wikipedia right now, but I haven't seen the film. I have seen the one where he plays Ray Charles, if you're talking about Jamie Foxx.
No, it's called The Soloist. 2009. Los Angeles columnist Steve Lopez, Robert Downey Jr. has reached an impasse in his life. His marriage is on the rocks and he's disillusioned with his job. While he's wandering through LA Skid Row, he spots a homeless man, Jamie Foxx, playing a 2-string violin with virtuoso skill. Lopez initially thinks the man named Nathaniel Ayers is just a
The point is, see, these people are trying to build up a community, some kind of, to try to present their anti-flat earth. The point is that real flat earther, like this server and the YouTube, right? Like, we don't, you know what I mean? People are looking for this content, and YouTube is censoring it, and people are still finding it. Yet the people who are doing the opposite, right, putting out content YouTube wants them to put out, they're not getting anything. You know what I mean? So when you look at that, you can kind of figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? Like with this McToons guy, with all these other so-called globers.
Mr. Global Globa. Ooh.
Even Mick West came here. You know who Mick West is? Science communicator.
Scientism communicator, yeah, I know him.
Yep,
Made the
yep.
Tony Hawk games. Runs that stupid website, Metabunk, yeah.
Yeah.
Metabunk? What the hell is that? Like a knockoff Snoke?
Just like an anti-conspiracy just anti any sort of conspiracy, just pro every single mainstream narrative, basically.
Right. Right. Public relations, right? That's what science communicator means. It's like propaganda, right? It's the guy that tells the public what.
Well, I thought a science communicator was that person you hire to whisper to your science, and then he turns back to you and tells you about your pet science before you put the saddle on it and
Oh,
ride it off in the sunset.
that's a science whisperer.
It's just about as much science
Hey,
involved.
can you guys
Probably more.
You guys hear me okay? So
Oh, yeah.
META stands for Most Effective Tactics Available, and BUNK is short for debunk.
Can you
So the
guys hear me
most
fine?
effective tactics available for debunking, not the mainstream narrative. Thanks. Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
That's cool.
Did you want to say anything?
Nah.
You just wanted to interrupt me so that just in case you wanted to say something later? I'm just fucking around, bro. Continue.
Hola. Who's new here? What do you want to talk about?
I think Bonk. You there?
Yo, Bonk. What's that?
I was a little bit distracted.
You're new here?
Yeah, I'm new.
Into the topic.
You think?
Did you look into the topic?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? What are your thoughts?
I think it's great that things are being discussed finally.
I know. Okay. You are waiting for things to be discussed then.
Yeah.
Like what?
What do you mean?
Well, what things are you glad that are being discussed then?
How the Earth isn't a sphere like they say, and how obvious the footage that they took during the moon landing is hokey. It was in a studio.
Right. Okay. So why? So the Earth isn't a sphere. How did you figure that out?
I think that I didn't personally figure it out, but after seeing all the fake stuff that's easily disproved online, it was pretty obvious.
Well, that isn't the Earth, right, Bonk?
Yeah.
Just talking about the Earth.
Yep.
Well, what about it? How is it not a sphere?
Well, it's just not. I'm not sure what exact shape it is, but
So just by looking at a picture, you derived that it isn't a sphere.
no, not just a picture. I'm talking about the stuff they're trying to sell to you.
Yeah. Well,
narrative.
That would be pictures from space then, right?
Yep.
Okay. So just by looking at a picture from space, you derive that it isn't a ball. Is that how we do science? Looking at pictures and then declare that something isn't? Are we bunk?
Well, yeah, science can include looking at pictures.
Right. No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Okay. So you're telling me if I'm looking at a Playboy magazine, I'm doing science?
No, that.
No.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if it's science on Playboy.
I mean, if you use the Playboy variable,
No.
Yeah.
I don't think
So
I'll be
it's okay,
manipulating that variable.
right? So it's okay to believe that you're on a ball Earth, Bunk. We don't mind you believe what you want to believe. It's all perfectly fine, right? We like honest people here.
I don't think it would make much sense if it was a ball. We would see the curvature, like when you're out on the ocean.
Is he just going back and forth?
What?
I don't know. So you would see curvature then? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen any.
Did this guy just flip back and forth and like kind of support the globe model and then go back to kind of questioning it?
No, I think Roger might have misheard him, but he's I don't blame him because he's not really speaking up so clearly.
You guys are really putting me on the spot here.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, bro. We want to know what you know, right? So is the Earth a globe?
No.
How do you know that?
I think that people who are smarter than I am could answer that better. But what I would say is that
we're trying to figure
because
out
if it was a globe
what you
and you
know.
looked out,
We
you
don't
would see
care
the
what you
curve.
think. Where would you see the curve at?
If you're out on the ocean,
Would you see it in the sky?
what? No, on the wave.
Where would you see the curve? You would see the curvature of the Earth on the waves.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to see like so far. Eventually, you would have to see the like the sunset.
Don't we see the sunset?
Well, we
So,
do. But that's
are you a
'cause
flat?
it's.
Are you a flat earther?
Well, I'm not saying it's flat.
Well, okay. Well, you're saying things that make me think that you might be a flat earther, but on the other hand, you're kind of him-hawing around about a few things. I was just curious. That's all.
I'm just skeptical and trying to learn more.
I just come here to take shots at the globe. Yes, I'm kind of in the same boat as him. Like, I'm not gonna like sell somebody on something, but I'm definitely here to. I'll use a flat model to suppose that Earth is not a globe. That's an easy way to compare. Yeah, you're saying globe and rotating or globe and motion. I'm saying no motion and flat. That's an easy way to compare the concepts. But really, I'm just here to take shots at the globe. So, Bonk, you're not sold on the globe, but you think it might be something else other than flat.
Are you just gun shy, or what keeps you from pulling the trigger on one or the other? Because it's pretty self-evident what truth is.
I'm leaving myself open.
To what? Get shot in the head yourself?
Get shot in the head.
It's a figure of speech, my friend.
Oh.
Maybe we should ask him the 3 questions. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, or how they came up with the radius value we were taught in school?
No.
All right.
I think he's definitely not supporting the globe model in any way.
Do you know of any time of when anyone has ever proven axial rotation of the Earth or measured it? We observed the sun moving across the sky, but we were told in school that the sun is relatively stationary and the Earth is rotating once a day. Do you know how anyone has ever proven that to be happening, even though our senses don't pick it up?
No.
Do you know how anyone has ever proven that gas pressure can exist without a container due to gravity?
No. Would that relate to the Earth?
Well, yeah, because they claim that gravity is holding gas down onto the alleged planet Earth, and they claim that there's no physical barrier between us and this place they call the vacuum of space above our heads. But as far as I know, cannot have gas pressure without a container. We have or to be more specific, you cannot have consistent gas pressure without a container. And we have consistent gas pressure here on Earth, obviously, for hundreds and thousands of years, and who knows how long beyond that. So, you know, as far as I know, you cannot have gas pressure, consistent gas pressure, without a container, because the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas inside of it. The word container is in the very definition, and air pressure is gas pressure. So I would believe myself that the vacuum of space is above our heads. I would believe that claim if someone could simply demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Like take, for instance, 20 psi in 1 cubic square foot and have that consistent 20 psi without a container somehow, some way, due to gravity. If someone could do that for me, demonstrate that, then I would say, all right, so gas pressure can exist without a physical container, without a solid container. But as far as I know, such thing cannot exist.
Yeah.
So from that we can deduce that we must be enclosed. It's a closed system and there must be a container above us. We usually call it the firmament.
Yeah, but Bill Nye even said that we live in an enclosed system. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, that's one thing I really want your generation to understand. There's no place else to go. Earth is a closed system.
So how long have you been looking into it, Bonk? Just now? Or
A few weeks.
a few weeks? Have you watched any videos? Or
Not a lot. I've seen
Okay.
two.
Two.
Which one?
I'd have to find them again to link them.
Okay.
I might be able to find them on my YouTube because I like them.
Lost History of Flat Earth is a pretty good place. No, that's not what it's called. It's called What on Earth Happened. That's a pretty good one to start on.
Can you link that one?
For sure.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, thanks, man. That's
No
it.
problem.
I'll have to watch this over a few days.
Yeah, kind of gets you going. I mean, the 8 hours flew by for me. I didn't really notice it. Pretty compelling stuff.
Well, I have my job in 7 hours, so.
Well, that gives you just about enough time. Probably get most of it in.
Well, I need to sleep before that.
Oh, come on.
I'll
watch
watch it
knowledge.
afterward.
Awesome, man. Yeah, this is the best place to learn about Flat Earth and Globe Earth. So if you scroll down this server, you can find tons of channels, all filled with relevant information.
Yeah, I was looking at the Horizon one earlier.
Cool. Yeah. So YouTube is actually censoring Flat Earth. Admittedly, through Congress, they admitted they are censoring. We try and find the most relevant videos that are mostly buried by more anti-Flat Earth videos. But yeah, we tried to find the most relevant videos and post them in the channels. So that would save you some time. Yeah, this place is open 24/7 for you to ask questions, right?
Okay.
This isn't something someone would learn in a day, or rather unlearn the globe in a day. It takes time, right? Everybody here, or I think 99% was raised in the same school system as you were, right? They've all teach the globe, the heliocentric model. We all are acquainted with the model, right? And when you come across this topic, it takes time to unlearn stuff, right? You need to unwind the programming and look at it without bias, without the globe in your head, because whenever I don't want to say normal people, but whenever people hear the word Earth, usually this ball pops up in their head, right? It has a connection with the ball Earth when you talk about Earth, and you need to let that go and look at all the evidences from different angles, not only with a heliocentric glasses on.
Yeah.
So when he says let it go, he doesn't mean like forever, right? Just long enough to entertain the other side of it, right? So we're not trying to convince people or brainwash people to think that the earth is flat. We're offering the opportunity for everyone to go out and measure it themselves, right? And we'll show people how to do that using an earth curve calculator and making observations.
Yeah, correct, Hank. Thanks. I also wasn't advertising Frozen movie, right? Let it go. No, just you need.
Okay.
Yeah, you can also
I have
become
to
a
go do
professional
my
critical
laundry for a
thinker
bit,
as
but
well.
I'll come back another time.
Oh,
Thank you,
sure,
guys.
Bunk. Sure, you're welcome, man. Have fun on the server.
Is he really interested in flat Earth, though?
Should be interested in becoming a critical thinker. We offer that as well.
It's so whenever people come here and then they tell me, I don't know how about you guys, but tell me that they think that the Earth is flat because of pictures of space and how fake they are. I'm immediately like, right? It's always
That is one of the major things that swung me, though, I'll say.
sure.
Why would they have to fabricate it if they could just take an actual pic of it? Like, why not just give me the actual pic, you know?
It's me, right? It's just me, because that usually winds up in why would they lie, and they're liars, and we need to step up to the liars and lie. It's
not that quite that simple, is it?
Right.
Wish it was, but it's not.
And it's not the first time some troll comes in and then say, "Well, I know the Earth is flat because NASA is a load of shit," and they make. And when you press them on, so how about the Earth itself? Yeah, no, NASA just lies. It's like, okay, that's one of the telltales of a troll, of a LARPer. Couldn't tell you anything about the Earth.
Yeah.
Which is the most important thing, right? It's the most important thing.
You would expect them to know a few things about it if they're actually interested in the topic.
Right. But I that's me, right? It's just me. I've been in here for a long time now.
Hey, yeah, you're the one doing this job, so you probably know that.
Well, good night, gentlemen. Thank you for your input. Have a good night.
Thanks. See you later.
Good night. Sure, I get it. I thought I heard Witsit say that somebody told him that there are no real pictures from space, and then he looked it up, and then his mind was blown, and then he went into the real research, right? So I get it.
Yeah, that is quite an eye opener when you realize, like, what? There isn't like one real picture of a satellite? They say they got thousands of the things up there and they just can't show you anything but CGI? That's pretty weird. But sure enough, you Google it, like he says, Google the words, literally real pictures of satellites in orbit. You'll get nothing but cartoons. Very first thing will be a cartoon.
Yeah, allegedly they claim that only one picture is real, the Apollo 1972 halfway picture.
Yeah, they've got thousands of the things up there, taking pictures of the Earth allegedly all the time, but they never take a picture of each other. They've never done that once. They say they can go into space and they haven't taken one real picture of a satellite. Yeah, okay. Oh, and then they doctor their space pictures too. Their pictures of the Earth, even their time lapses of so-called Jupiter, everything. So it's like once you figure out the curvature lie, like a whole bunch of other stuff implodes. It's quite a wake-up call.
Yeah, I usually, so there are a few things like the ESA woman with the toy doll, right? That pops up into image. I like to use that one because that comes from their feed. That's a good one. But you usually get within this argument for global. Yeah, how can you prove it's fake? And you don't want to have a debate about pictures, right? You want to go to the Earth and not about pictures.
Yeah, that's the core. That's the crux of the whole thing. Is the Earth a ball or not? If it is, it should be simple enough to test the ground and see if it is.
I mean, we can have a debate about Bigfoot pictures the whole day and then end up nowhere.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is unfalsifiable. Let's just look at the ground. If it's not a ball, then any picture of it that shows it being a ball is not authentic. But, I mean, they're just running away from the real issue when they do that and begging the question. They'll literally go to the furthest reaches of their cartoon universe to avoid the number one thing in question. The ground, the Earth itself, what is it? And just doing that is a sign of intellectual dishonesty. It means that they must know on some level that their worldview is in trouble. Or else you just address the issue.
Yeah, I really like that with the one I just posted with the girl and the toy doll. If you actually watch the feed, they even added some sound effects. I mean, people are like, yeah, that isn't real. And then you show them the original ESA feed and they're like, yeah, but it's for kids. It's for kids.
Yeah.
So videos from the ISS is boring, right? Is boring that they need to add CGI toy dolls?
I know. So desperate to explain it away.
It's amazing. I always laugh. Sorry, go
Just
ahead.
reels of that stuff. I wasn't really going to say much. Just that there's reels of
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I always laugh about it because that is the rebuttal. Yeah, it's for kids. It's a kids show, right? So they use it for the kids. I always laugh about it. So it's okay to use CGI for the kids, right? It's all fine. They would never use it for the adult version. No way, right?
Yeah, you get them to the point where they concede that, yeah, okay, it is doctored, but that's okay. They had to for this or that reason or whatever.
Yeah.
It just never ends.
So funny.
Gotta quit letting them run away to space all the time and stuff like that, though, and just really, get them to focus on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Just rub their nose in the ground. No, you're not going off to space. That's like 50 steps away from where we are. First of all, you've got to establish what the ground is.
Yeah, I like it how Hank puts it, right? Earth is the stuff between your toes. It isn't the thing on your screen, right? They can show you anything on your screen, but Earth is the stuff between your toes. That is where you're on, and that's the only thing you have. And
Well,
people,
they go there because it's unfalsifiable.
Mm-hmm.
Can't prove it right, can't prove it wrong, can't do anything. You just believe it or don't believe it. That's your only choice.
Religion.
Yeah. I mean, if that's, if images are their idea of verifiable scientific proof, then using that logic, they have to accept any image from anyone. And they don't want to go there, right?
Yep, the globe is a religious symbol, all right. They've spent so much time in TV shows and cartoon fantasy land that you can't get them to look at what the world actually is.
Here, I'm going to play the best argument I've ever heard against images. Hold on.
Chimp 610, the reality is that it's a globe. Haven't you seen the pictures from space? I'm going to repeat it again for any of you out there who's struggling with that. The logic and the acceptable scientific measurable proof that you must stand by is that you accept images and video as measurable scientific proof. Okay? Now, if you're willing to stand by that logic and standard of proving things objectively, you're opening up a can of worms to every other charlatan that's alive to start producing images of Superman, unicorns, Yeti, whatever it might be, fucking Loch Ness Monster. And you people who, push that will have to accept it, that these things are reality based on whatever image somebody can produce. You don't go to images and video. Science deals with measurement of substance, practicality, practical demonstration. Now, if somebody's offering you an image or a video that contradicts physics, chemistry, biology, the substances, somebody offers you an image that contradicts those, you don't ignore the substances. You throw out the image. It's as simple as that. So that should make it easier for the dipshits out there who think, my space pictures is real. Right? They're no fucking real because they depict something that is physically impossible. If you doubt that it's physically impossible, recreate it. Demonstrate the claims practically for yourself. That's what science is.
I had a question. What do you think other planets are?
Other than what?
Do you think just the Earth is flat, or do you think all the planets are flat? I mean,
it's not a planet.
Planet, no planet.
Well, let me ask you a question. What do you observe? What is similar between the Earth and the planets that you observe?
No. I mean,
I'm asking. This is how we figure out things are the same, right? We observe similarities. So I'm asking you, what do you observe that's similar to lead you to the conclusion that they should be the same? Nothing.
I guess
there's
maybe
nothing you observe that's the same.
Oh.
So it is a non sequitur. So I mean, think about it like this: imagine you were in a forest, and because you saw nothing but trees, you thought you were a tree too.
Oh.
But why wouldn't you think you're a tree, right? Because you can look at your arms and say, hey, my arms are different than branches. So I'm not a tree. So if we look at the Earth, right, and we look around and then we look up into the sky and look at a planet, there's nothing that's similar. There's no reason to think they're the same.
Wow. No, that's a very good point, I think. I mean, we have so much life here. There is no life on Mars, no life anywhere else.
Can't even tell if they're solid objects. You
Oh.
can't even empirically measure if they're spherical. You can only tell that they're circles.
Hmm.
And people say, oh, take a telescope. Well, a telescope's a monocular, right? And we see 3D stereoscopically, right? We have two eyes, and that's how we tell things are 3D objects, right? We have distance cues, which when we look at things, we can say, hey, that's a 3D object. But when we look at anything in the sky, we don't have that. We don't have any parallax.
Another point is that we technically cannot see the planets rotating. We only see like things on Jupiter of a storm, moving and things like that. We do not technically see the planet rotating around. Just FYI.
What we see are color changes. That's all we really see.
And people think that because it goes through phases like our moon does, with having, where it goes into a shadow of half or new moon or quarter moon and all that type of stuff, that's where people will try to tell you like, oh, that's rotating. No, it's not. It's in a shadow.
But they're just begging the question with that anyway, because they never.
Only Venus has a phase like the moon. None of the other planets have phases.
They never established that the moon itself was rotating, though, so when they compare Venus back to the moon and say, oh, therefore that must be rotating too, it's like they never had that point to begin with. Because the moon appears the same way, the same sort of flat, disc-like, image in the sky. You can't really tell whether it's spherical or what. It never turns around.
Science admits that, they admit that the moon appears as a disk.
Yeah, you never see the other side of it, ever, through all known recorded history. It's just the one face of the moon. I personally don't think it's a ball. But, yeah. When they extrapolate from that, like, oh yeah, the moon has phases, and it's a ball, so Venus has phases, therefore it must be a ball too. They never establish the first thing. All they do is beg the question.
They also refer to the sun as a disk. Because that's what it looks like visually. See, the first thing you have to do with this topic, especially when you're analyzing the claims of the globe, is accurately describe what you see. And throw out your preconceived notions of the model. So I'll give you an example of this. A lot of people think they see the solar eclipse. They think they see the moon block the sun. But the moon is actually not visible during a solar eclipse. It's not visible for 3 days, 4. So nobody sees the moon block the sun. They just assume it because of the model. So they don't even accurately describe what they see. That is step 1. You have to accurately describe what you're observing.
Yeah. Battle mod.
Holy shit. You know what I just found out, guys? You know the constellation Octanus? Octanus, whatever.
Yeah. Sigma Octanus.
Yeah, do you know what it is?
Fairy tale.
No, it's a sextant.
It's a sextant.
Yeah. I shit you not. I'm looking right here on Starwalk right now. I'm just like, well, what the hell? It's a sextant.
What the heck's a sextant, man? What? No.
And I wish Southern Israelite was still around. He had so much good stuff. He had this so there was a guy, like one of the first people to go to the so-called southern hemisphere and like record all the stars. He's like the first person to record so-called Sigma
Right.
Octantis, and it turns out something like 200 of the stars that he recorded existed. No one ever found again.
That's interesting.
They actually said a star disappeared not that long ago. Did you hear about that one, Roger? It's like 3 years, maybe it was like a year ago. They said there was a star, it just vanished. Like it didn't supernova. It's like all these disappearing stars.
Isn't that basically what Pluto did? And why they got rid of it as a planet?
Oh yeah, probably. Who knows?
They say that the reason why they got rid of Pluto was because of the what was it? Basically, like the size of it and the fact of how it moved, and it honestly it made no sense.
So, do you think Pluto is planet?
Well, first of all, we think that space is a violation of natural law. So none of that
Oh.
stuff exists in the way that you're probably thinking of it in.
Can you explain?
Well,
Sorry, I'm very new to all of this, you know.
okay. Well, first of all, the Earth isn't a ball in space.
Yes.
Because it has no curvature, right? So it can't be that. And that is the basis of that whole heliocentric model, that paradigm of balls in space orbiting around each other and whatnot. It all boils down to the idea that the Earth itself is a ball. So if it's not, all of that has to go. And you kind of have to look at the world like you don't know what anything is, because that's actually what's going on. You don't. Yeah, you've got to start right over and look at your surroundings as if you're looking at this stuff for the first time and you don't know what any of that stuff is. Because it's all based off of the basic, the central idea of it is that the Earth's a ball. And if it's not, you got to start over. So start there.
Then how should I go on?
You walk outside, take a look, and ask yourself, am I moving? Or is the sun and the moon and the stars moving? What's happening here?
Oh.
That's it. So it's simple, man. It's so easy.
There you go. There's a little information on it. I guess there's like 66 of them.
So
Yeah.
you
Yeah, so your original question was, do we believe the stars are planets, right?
Yeah.
I think Indio covered that when he said they're not tangible. We can't go there and touch them and experiment on them and measure them. So we don't really know.
I see.
To answer your actual question and not to sidetrack you.
I see.
As
Thank
far
you.
as we know, they're lights. We see what you see of them. They just look like
Mhm.
stars.
You're welcome.
Lights.
You're welcome.
So who's the new guy? What's his name? The guy who said he's
Oh,
new
sorry.
here.
This is my name. My username is Jan Dabransky. I just joined today. I saw a YouTube video, and
Jen?
I was very I wanted to know more about this.
Oh,
You know,
well, here-
it's
So what do you know about the scientific method?
What do you know about
You
the
know
globe?
not much. No, not much.
How much do you know
Come on, guys. Let Hank do this.
No,
Alright,
not.
so
I don't know anything.
it's okay. We're just going to show you a few things, right? So when it
Thank
comes
you.
to the scientific method, right, anybody can give a story about what they think they saw and what's going on, right? But the scientific method is renowned all around the world because it is very good at getting rid of all the other variables that might be causing what we're thinking is the effect, right? So this is basically how it works. A caveman, he finds water boiling in a hot spring, right? He wants to know what causes it, so he forms a hypothesis. So his dependent variable is boiling water. What causes that? That's the question, right? So he adds heat to the water and it boils. He takes away the heat and it stops boiling. So he manipulated the independent variable, which is the cause. So, like a light switch, you flip the switch and you see the effect, right? You turn off
Yeah.
the switch and the effect stops. So that's how the scientific method works. Can you manipulate anything in space? So-called outer space?
Oh, no.
No, because you're here on Earth, right?
Hmm.
So everything you've ever heard about space has absolutely zero scientific credibility.
Huh.
It's all been outside of the scientific method. So anybody told you the Earth was going around the sun, that's not scientific. They told you that we're the third rock from the sun, not scientific. It's all been philosophy. Do you understand?
Actually, very.
But
Yeah, I do.
here's
I
what we
get it
can
now.
do. Here's what we can do. We can measure long distances over water, and if 70% of the Earth is water, then it should be curving over the water, right?
How do you mean?
Wouldn't the ball have to curve even over the water if the Earth was a sphere?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Right. So if a boat sails over the horizon and you can't see the boat anymore, that would mean that it went over the curvature, right?
Oh, I suppose so.
Right, that's a good answer, right? Because you could also suppose that maybe it shrank because it got too far away.
Hey, can I jump in just real quick to
Sure,
talk
go
about
ahead.
that? I live on a lake, so I can observe this stuff all day long. So Mr. Branchy, I think that's your. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Bransky, sorry. So what they tell you that the formula is that in 3 miles is to drop 6 feet. The curve, and in 2 miles it's like 4.5 is what it drops. So I can go and I can take my boat out on the water, and I'll put another boat in the water, and I can literally draw 1 foot of a red line above where the water line is, the water being level. I can send that boat out 3 miles, and that means that boat should technically be below the water level 6 feet. So there's no way for me to see that red line. And I can sit there and I can see it with my own eyes 3 miles. Well, when you're at 30 miles, it drops over 6,000 feet. Well, when I'm out on the water, I can sit there with my binoculars and I can zoom in and I can still see that
100,
red line that's
100
only a foot up.
100 miles is 6,995 feet or something.
Yeah.
100 miles.
I'm
30
sorry, 600. Yeah, that's right. 600 is what it's supposed to be.
600 feet at 30 miles?
30. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you for the correction. So at 600 feet, that means there's no way that I should be seeing this boat that's 30 feet out of water. No dang way. What type of boat I'm talking about is when I'm looking at an old rig or any of that type of stuff when I'm out there. I can be 30 miles away from it and I can zoom in with my binoculars and I can still see it. When technically what they tell us in school is that would be impossible. It's not impossible. So just wanted to share with you that. And you can do that science yourself if you're around water, that
Sorry,
is at least.
sorry, I'm not catching. So you said you live on lake, and
Yes,
then
sir.
There's a
you
rate of
measured the
curvature.
water.
No, there's a rate of curvature. Now they give us you guys should give them this. This is geometry based on the radius and circumference. With the Pythagorean theorem, we can mathematically equate the rate of curvature. It's simple geometry. A
Okay.
sphere has to have curve, right? A circle has to have a curvature rate, right?
Hmm.
And so if it doesn't, then it's not a circle.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So we've calculated it. We not only calculated, but the same number they give us is the same number we get. Approximately 7.98 inches per mile. Most people round it up to 8 inches per mile squared. It's used on all line of sight distances, curve calculators, all that. For
Acha.
a globe.
Well,
So
thank you
there,
for that.
if it's a globe, then there has to be a rate of curvature, and that also has to be a geometric position where you can no longer see past it, because it's the leading edge of a ball or a sphere.
Well,
Acha.
let me ask it like this in a more simpler way, just in case you're still not grasping it. So when you're holding a glass of water, it's level. Okay. Have you ever been able to take water and throw it onto an egg, and that water stays completely around the egg?
I suppose not.
I mean, you can try this. Go and get you a tennis ball or whatever, tennis ball, baseball, volleyball, any type of ball. Go and put water on top of it. It comes off of it. It doesn't hold form to that ball. And when you're holding a glass of water that's full, it's level. You're in a lake, it's level. There is no like, hey, it drops down here. My boat's going to go over horizon, 6 feet, 600. Go further and further.
But
I think a better way to ask that question would be, can you demonstrate water sticking to the outside of a ball or the outside of an egg due to gravity?
Man, now we're
You've never ever seen
all
it.
around. We should have stuck with the rate of
actually, no,
curvature.
no.
It's easier to grasp one thing at a time. You get too many things going there, and people get confused or overwhelmed.
That's my fault. I was trying to, a more simple question.
That's why I didn't want to explain space not being a thing.
Yeah, the water sticking to a ball shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour is ridiculous. Come on.
Yeah,
Wait,
that was something that Battle Mod talked about last night. Was he's never had to, lead a shot 4,000 feet ahead of its target.
No,
wait,
but
wait.
it's a
What is this about space not being real?
Can
Yes.
you prove space to be an actual place, outer space to be specific, that we can go to or travel through? Can you prove that?
Haven't people been to the moon?
Well, that's secondary knowledge. People have said they've been to the moon. How would we verify any of the evidence that they give us that is said to be from the moon?
I went to Narnia.
Oh.
I got pictures.
Yeah, I went to Bigfoot Land and
Bigfoot Land.
I was dating
was
this
there a
big
couple years
Bigfoot
ago.
chick for a long time. Biggest
Bigfoot
knockers I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you left her because you wouldn't shave her legs.
She got mad every time I did shave her. That's why.
Honey, you got to shave those legs, baby. Come on. Bigfoot Land.
I tried to get her to use Nair, but that was too much too.
I got pictures. There, yeah.
Nair, wear shorts.
Yeah, we don't want to overload the guy with information. We're just having a little fun with the new guy. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3.
It is okay.
But you can't. There's no scientific proof you can give us that space is real, man. Period. And
no.
And I'm sorry, we've been asking this shit for 6 years, and nobody's come in here and said, "Oh, I got the proof that space is real right here." All they got is pictures, Disneyland, fucking Hollywood. Nah, none of that shit. That's not proof of nothing.
Yeah, the problem with
story.
Everything they use for proof is it's all secondhand, and we can't verify the validity of any of it.
Supposedly, only 600 people have ever been to space. They just crossed the 600 number, according to their story. 600 people. That's it. And
Yeah, they'll probably stop for a while once they get to 666.
they'll probably end the program at that point. Right?
Well, that'll be the Great Reset.
2030. It would be the final.
Okay, I shall go for now. Thank you for the discussion. I will be back later, I guess.
All right, man. We're here 24/7, man. Drop in anytime.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
be here.
Okay.
Well, not all of us will be here. Some of us will not be present anymore tomorrow.
That's true.
Why not?
Because the battle mod's going to remove them.
Oh.
One guy in particular, I was trying to long troll him. I was waiting for him to leave. He can come back and cog this.
All right. I don't know who. I don't know.
Yeah. And then when he DMs me, and then I'll hard ban him. Yeah.
All right.
The long troll, bro.
Long troll. All right.
Okay, I'll be back.
Thank you,
Baklam.
Bransky. Good to see you, bro.
We're human too. We like to troll too,
Yeah, Baklam.
Cheers, man.
Thanks for being civil.
He was very civil. He had proper questions. He doesn't know fuck all. So, he's learning.
Yeah, give him time. I was almost thinking like after I came in and was overloading them. That was my bad. But I
Bro,
almost.
you was trying to take him fishing, don't lie.
Oh yeah, you know me. Come over here. We're gonna go catfishing, bub.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
let's
show
go
you
get some catfish, and then we'll popcorn that shit and talk about a flat Earth. See, that's a down home Saturday night there for me. Hell yeah.
That's the damn truth. And then sit on the porch with the guitar and sing about a dead skunk in the middle of the road.
My daughter.
Hey, but how are you cooking that? No, how are you cooking that catfish up though? That's what I want to know.
After we talked about catching all that catfish, my daughter was listening on YouTube in her room, and she's like, "Dad, do we got any catfish in the freezer?"
So the way that I cook catfish is about to change, and that's because of Battle Mod last night. So I'll tell you what my method was. So I catch good sized monsters out of here. I mean, my smallest one is probably about 10 pounds.
10 pounds.
But I mean, dude, they so I have a boat ramp. They hide underneath there. I can pull out a good 25 pounds, maybe even more sometimes.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so the large ones, what I do with them, I cut out the red vein. I don't care that I'm losing meat. I cut out that dirt crap.
Funny.
What I'm going to try now is, so I used to put it in water, in a Ziploc bag, cut it up into chunks, throw it in there, let it pull the dirt out. But now, what Battle Mod was talking to me last night, and made a lot of dang sense, and I also researched it, is to actually go and soak it in milk. And we've got dairy farms around here, so I'm just going to show up to one of those good old boys and let it soak into that overnight, so it pulls all that dirt out. And then after that, I'll cut it up into chunks and then popcorn it up.
Ceviche style, or you just
hell yeah,
cook it in the bag, slow cook, or on the pan,
beer batter.
Yeah, beer batter it up.
Beer batter. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, I mean, if you want to smoke it up, I'll be honest. Like I haven't been asked.
How many fucking battle mods are there? Because everything we talk about, I don't care if it's talking about farts, he's got a fucking GIF meme, fucking something for him.
Oh, bro, I'm the combo helper, man. I've been doing this from the beginning.
Yeah,
I let other people talk, and then I give GIFs to back what they're saying.
So good, man.
And PDFs and shit.
Poor chick is trying to hold this Dude, she did hand fishing to catch that bitch. Look at that. That's you guys know about hand
noodled it. Yeah. That's my daughter. She's happy as hell when she catches a big ass catfish.
Dude, hold on. I got a picture for y'all of a chick catching one just like that, man. Let me see if I can find it.
All right.
She caught it right off my boat ramp by herself.
With her
little
hand.
girl with purple hair, man.
That's the girls. Listen, the guys go, get the grill. Give me a fillet knife. The girls go, get the camera. Get the camera.
Dude, that girl jumped right off the front of the boat, asked me, she was like, hey, do you know where I can noodle at? I was like, right here underneath my boat ramp. She jumped right off her boat and stuck her hand underneath there, and she pulled out a whopper. I was like, holy crap, I got to give you props on that one. I've never seen a chick do that in front of me.
That is impressive, man.
If you like it, then you better put a ring on it.
Yeah, I've been married for 12 years now, so I ain't putting a ring on anything else unless I want my head hit with the frying pan.
Word up.
Cast iron frying pan. Damn.
Bro, my daughter can even bow fish.
That's going to leave a mark. Damn.
But she's competitive. So she got to do everything better than dad.
Congratulations, Mike. That's my favorite gif of the year right now. Thank you. She does look so. Look at her smile. Go. I can't fucking have it. She's laughing her ass off.
Fuck you, Dad.
Fuck
you, Mom.
Bitches.
Just don't let your wife know you were noodling with some other girl.
Oh shit!
Oh, she was there watching it too.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Epic, man. That's why I come on here, in the evening, man, get a couple laughs. That's some fucking funny shit, man. And that guy humping that big catfish, man, that's a little wicked, man. That's a little weird. Anyway, fishing's fun. Eating fish is funner.
Funner.
Yeah, dude, fishing it's so hit and miss for me, man, in my life. I don't live near any lakes or anything like that, man. So got the ocean here, but
I'm surrounded by them.
I don't trust that shit out in the ocean, man. I don't trust
And
it.
not just the Great Lakes either, man. We got a bunch of other ones.
You got fucking. I looked at where you live, man. You got like 1,000 lakes out there. I'm like,
oh, we got like 10,000 lakes, yeah.
Fucking guy. Just where near you, there's 1,000. 10,000. Yeah, you're all right.
Right by where I live. Fuck, I got the Kalamazoo River in my backyard and the Grand River in my side yard. I catfish right here on the farm. I go out there. There's a pond where they meet, where the two rivers meet. I go out there with chicken liver and a treble hook any day of the week and get me a fat cat. They're all out.
You're set, man, for the end of the world. When the zombie apocalypse happens, you're gonna be like,
you're damn Skippy. All them turkeys that always block my car when they're coming in.
Can you make your own booze, man? That's why I gotta ask.
I can.
What do you got? Well, I can too, man. I'm like, what's your favorite booze to make?
Hard cider.
You like hard
Applejack.
Yeah.
I like to make malt beer. I really like malt. Yep.
Malt beer. That's a good one.
Yeah, y'all need to make some muscadine wine.
That sounds wickedly hungover.
Oh, it is. Because you just do it like the good old boys, that were up in the mountains making white lightning. So it's just basically that, but you throw in muscadine with it. God almighty. Another thing you can do, man, go find you a good old boy who makes true white lightning, not this crap you can buy now. I'm talking about the good stuff.
Right.
But go throw some cherries in there. Let them ferment in there. Put a mason jar.
I'm more like I like blackberries myself, man.
He talking that real shine, not that shit you boys be drinking.
Blackberries in that bad boy. Oh,
That shit'll make you spit. That rail shine.
My
Run your
friend
car on it.
Blackberry moonshine from Blackberries. It was epic, dude. Oh,
I've never had blackberry moonshine, but now I'm going to make some next time blackberries start growing around here.
he used the copper still, the whole bit, man. He did the whole thing, man. Start to finish. He did about 5 gallons. Came out.
Well, that's what me and my father-in-law have. Just a little small little setup.
But his favorite proof was about 105, I think, was like the sweet spot where you could still get a lot of the flavor of the blackberries. And it wasn't like fucking, whoa, like the 150 proof shit was like, fuck, you couldn't taste the blackberries. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But about 105, man, he said, like, that's like a sweet spot, man. I was like, oh, shit. So,
yeah, I hit anywhere between like 100 to maybe 120, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Depends on how much I want her clothes to come off that night.
Well, yeah, that first shit that comes out, you can't drink that. But you can put that in your lawnmower.
That there shine will make your clothes fall off.
That shit.
Shoot.
Put it in your motor.
You don't need to go throw it in your lawnmower with how much gas prices are. You boys need to go and upgrade to upgrade y'all's engine so you can run food oil and all that crap off of there, man.
That's why they made it illegal to make your own fucking shine, because they knew we'd make our own fuel, and we can't be doing that.
Mix a little bit of biodiesel with some pure alcohol and call it ethanol.
Oh yeah, your engine will purr like a kitten too, man.
Just corn oil with fucking shine.
Mm-hmm.
Did any of those people I verified up there come down here?
Oh boy, are you talking about in the lobby room? I went up there this morning because of Battle Mod, and I was like, you know what? I'll go up there and hang out with a few suckers. God Almighty, I was getting blasted left and right, and I was like, where the heck is my friends at?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they don't show up when you need them, but yeah,
Probably talking about BC chicken.
Yeah, I was actually, because there's quite a few of them, and I mean, a lot of them seemed genuinely interested, and a lot of them seemed like they had just realized that the Earth was flat. They didn't say it, but the way they were talking, like, gave me a good indication that they were leaning more towards that way, and so I'm surprised that none of them are down here.
Go get them, Battle Mod. Go ahead, invite a couple of the kids down here.
Nobody's there, man. Room's empty, but they might come back tomorrow or something. Truth.
Solo, Dark Chem, Janelle Bransky. Janelle came down, didn't he?
I don't know. I didn't. I'm late to the party tonight.
I think the Bransky came down.
So the one with the hearts, like, her name's Ava, and the friend that she came in with, because she wanted to come in and have the conversation about flat Earth. She didn't want to do it by herself, so she brought her friend. Her friend is Copper, and I think she's like 15, and I don't know how old her friend is, but they're young females. But I told them about ladies' night, so maybe they'll be here tomorrow night for ladies' night, and like a few of us.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Ladies are gonna try to show up. So
yeah.
Maybe that'll happen. Maybe it'll be a busy ladies' night tomorrow night.
Wait, what do y'all do on ladies' night? I don't know this one.
The men keep their mouth shut. The women run the show.
Yeah, you gotta just park it
And if the men don't keep their mouth shut, then the battle mod shuts them up.
The battle mod will fucking demod your ass or whatever.
Only during ladies' night.
I've never come in on ladies' night ever, but I love listening to it. And yeah, I might drop in one of these times, say hi and the ladies. But no, they handle it. They don't need my help, that's for sure.
So I just found something out.
Yeah.
Right.
What do you got?
The back staff is actually like the progenitor of the sextant.
What?
Yeah, it all starts with the astrolabe.
Yep.
It's Arabic sailing right there. And the Arabs got this spar stone, the spar, right? The navigation spar that they used for the glass from the Vikings, from Iceland.
Oh, I've got a question about the sex. Okay, so in reference to the sex, if the 69 miles per degree is based on globe math, right, on the Earth being spherical, and that's not really accurate. 69 miles per degree. Then what is it? What is the actual?
Yeah, but you're not using that 69 miles per degree for a sextant. You're using the sextant to set a course on a rum line.
Well, I mean, I'm not using one for anything, but I'm just talking in the practical use of one. Like if so, why is there
You can
even a
ignore
conflict?
that because it has to do with longitude and latitude, so that can be ignored. To correctly use a sextant to navigate, you have to ignore curvature, longitude, and latitude, and just follow rum lines of Cartesian coordinates, which is just a tic-tac-toe board, just a
Yeah,
graph.
but what I'm saying is if the 69 miles per degree is like if you wanted to calculate that, like what would the actual how many miles per degree would it actually be if
You'd be
it's not
off.
that?
You wouldn't end up where you want to be, so that it's a non sequitur. It's not used with the sextant.
So you can't just take like the degrees and calculate the miles, the distance.
No, you don't calculate distance when you travel. Dead reckoning is it tells you where you are, and then the degree tells you the path.
Okay.
Which is your rum line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's a rum line. But you're not trying to calculate your miles to. It's nautical miles or time anyway. But
No, I was just wondering that if that's not
Yeah,
what it is. I wondered what it actually was, and so I guess it's you just don't do it.
it's all dependent on an almanac.
Somebody got me caught up in it the other day about, well, I can judge the distance to the star. No, you can't. At 69 miles per degree, that's for a globe, longitude, and latitude. It's got nothing to do with the sextant. The sextant ignores curvature for the purpose of navigation. So the funny thing is that 69 miles per degree is non-applicable when you're traveling on Earth, but it's applicable on a globe. So what's that tell you? We're not navigating a globe? It's what it tells me. If you have to ignore curvature and converging longitude and latitude lines, then these things aren't real. Because if you use them, you will not get to your destination. You'll not be able to plot a course from your origin to your destination. Just all there is to it. I read a lot of articles and books on the astrolabe and all that, just to see how it actually did apply. And I realized it doesn't. When it says ignore curvature, ignore longitude, ignore latitude, and just follow your Cartesian coordinates. So a Mercator map, a world Mercator map, a nice big square one, not an AE projection map, but a Mercator map with a tic-tac-toe board all over it is better for navigating on Earth than any other map.
Almost as if the Earth is rectangular.
Dude, that backstab is fucking tits, man.
Well, it just tells me that the known traveled areas are mapped out in a square. I don't know whether or not the rest of it's,
Yeah.
there's more than that square that we actually travel through, but that's where we map out what we travel through. And the same rings true for highway maps, road maps. They're all squared out, known travel routes.
Well, that was just bugging me because I'm like, okay, well, if it's not that, it felt like unfinished business, like something lingering. I just wanted to know what it was. But I guess distance isn't calculated at all. So
Yeah, I'm wanting to do a live stream on that where we just talk about that and that's it. I mean, QE already did it, but sometimes he leaves out the intricate.
Yeah, I mean, we can take and build off of what QE did and kind of put our own little pieces to it. You know what I mean?
Fill in a couple voids for people, yeah.
And we can make it fun too, at the same time. So yeah, man, if you want to do an evening with that, man, it'd be fun. An evening of science. Damn it. Fuck.
Are we gonna have sextant Sundays? Or sextant Saturdays?
I don't know. Take the ton off.
What
Sex
about
Sunday.
Sexient Sundays? Dude, that's
Astrolab.
Dude, that backstab video, bro. That shit look straight up, Josh.
Oh. Yo.
What?
That fucking backstab is fucking tight, bro.
So
I know, right?
Oh, that's tight, dude. I wish I had one. Fuck, I want to make one. That's pretty cool. So simple. Oh, I love simplicity that kicks ass. Like an acoustic guitar. It's simple, but it kicks ass. Fuck, come on.
Sure it does.
So there's that, A snare drum kicks ass too, man. So anyway, cool stuff, man. Science is fun. Damn. Who would have thought? No, real science. Real physical science, man, is what we like doing around here. We don't like to mess around with fucking pseudo shit, but we'll show you where the pseudo shit is, and we'll lead you right to it, and you can jump into pseudo shit if you want, but I recommend you jumping into a big pile of pseudo shit, man. Don't do that. Don't. It smells and it could be bad. But yeah, pseudo shit's everywhere. If you haven't noticed, pseudo shit is everywhere. And that happens. It happens. Yeah. Sometimes you're in a big pile of pseudo shit. And if you can find your way out of that pseudo shit, man, you're in good shape. Good shape.
Yeah, I don't think you have to point anybody in the direction of it. They're almost always in it.
You're already in it. You don't even know you're in it. But we're trying to lead you out of it, actually. We're trying to lead you out and say, hey, man, there's this thing called the scientific method. We're over here,
Dude, science is bullshit, man. You know what? I can't stand when people bring up the word science. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, it's been very, very prevalent in the last almost 2 years.
It's like they try to use the word science to disprove us. You know what I mean?
But just the word, not the method.
Not the method. That's the thing, man. Just the word. Hey, trust the science. Just trust the science. Trust it. We look
trust
at
the gravity. Trust the gravity. Just a gravitational force.
But wait a minute. The sun is pulling the Earth close to the moon. Why isn't it the sun pulling the moon away from us?
The sun and the earth and the moon in the sky. One is alright, but the other's a lie. Oh,
you got
Let's get gravity again. Fuck yeah.
It just gets ridiculous, It's like, whoa.
So ridiculous.
What are you guys drinking tonight?
Gravity.
I'm drinking a Palm Sway IPA.
I'm drinking whatever Battle Mod's drinking. That's what I'm drinking.
Coronado.
Coronado. Really? I like Coronado. That's a good brewery, man.
That's Palm Sway, right?
It is a Palm Sway Coronado, baby. Yeah, that's right. Coronado. Damn here in San Diego, baby. Woo. Back down here.
Gravity's really strong there.
I don't know why you guys think that Batamon drinks. He's like generally doesn't drink.
I know. He just sounds like he drinks. That's all. It just sounds.
Is that high gravity beer?
Smoker.
Is that beer high gravity?
I guess you'd call me a midnight smoker, but Battle Mod's mainly a joker.
That is a great song. I'm a midnight toker. I love that, man. Good song.
Yeah, it's a good song.
Yeah.
It is, man. There are good songs out there, man. I mean, something you can hang out with your girl and laugh and sing and dance about. Yeah, it's good. Sing along. Do a sing along. No, man, we live in a great place. This place where we live is amazing. If you stick your 2 feet on the flat surface that you live on and look up and go, hey, man, wow, that's cool. I heard there was a new Netflix series out there called Don't Look Up. Heard about it. Anybody know anything? No.
Hey, has anybody tried to do a parody of the Bee Gees song "Staying Alive"? They still gonna lie. They still gonna lie.
Hey, Julio played it here. Before last. So it would have been Tuesday night. He played it on here. We were laughing about it, and he's like, "I'll bring it up." And Helio, I think, played it, or Battle Mod played it. One of those guys. But yeah, we heard it. Yeah, that was a good one.
Are you talking about the mesh of the Bee Gees and 50 Cents?
No. It was the kind of the truther. He was just singing that truther lyric instead of.
That. I think that was 50 Cent one.
Is that one? Okay, well, I don't know who the fuck did it, man. I just know you played it the other night. It was cool. Thank you for playing it. Yeah, we heard it. I try to hear all of Truth music, Flat Earth, regular. I'm in the music business, man. I have to listen to a lot of fucking music, jazz, punk, fucking whatever. It's all out there, but it's music's good, man. Music's a good thing. I mean, it also can be bad things, just like everything. TV, movies are all good and bad, man. We get both. Truth, lies, we get it all. Lots of lies on TV, man, last I heard. But they are spewing some lies on television these days. Oh, my God. Whew. Let me tell you.
Pretty sure that's what it's for.
I think you might be correct. That's exactly why they invented it and produced it. And you can get a TV for like 42 cents today. 28, 35 inch something. Fuck, I don't know. They literally
just get one. You need one.
They just fucking. Where's the Obama TV? Like the Obama phone? I mean, I'm like, they just hand them out in the fucking hood. I don't know, man.
If it wasn't for the TV, they couldn't have people believe in half of the things they do, or actually any of them.
It'd be about like one. They wouldn't believe in like.
Dudes,
they're bullshit. Yeah, if everybody just took their TV and fucking put their foot through it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, man. If everyone just chucked their TV out the window, man. Like that. When you turn on TV, it's all gay. Gay. That's all it is.
We need to have a TV chucking contest.
Gay, transgender, that's all it is. Literally. Every movie you watch, every single movie. It's like.
You guys ever heard of pumpkin chucking? I know Battle Mod has, of course. But other than they see how far they can chuck a pumpkin. using
said
any
chucking, right?
chuck. How far can you chuck a pumpkin? What's the world record for the farthest pumpkin ever chucked? It's a mile. Okay.
Well, it depends how big it is.
It doesn't matter, Steve. It can be 2 pounds or 50. It doesn't matter. How far can you chuck a pumpkin? With any means
I can chuck a pumpkin good.
But I want to have a TV chucking contest. How far can we chuck a TV?
Oh my, that would be great.
Especially if it was on, if the TV screen was on somehow, if it was battery powered or something.
I would chuck my TV so hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh man,
y'all remember when the tube TVs and everything? Have y'all ever hit one of those son of a guns with a baseball bat?
Oh yeah, dude! I took a couple to the shooting range. Yeah. Those are fun.
Blow that bastard up, man! It's awesome to watch.
Oh, good, yeah. Apparently my brothers, they're like 15, 13 years older than me. Apparently they were fighting as youngsters and before I was born. And one of them put the other one's head through the television.
Dude, I'm surprised that didn't seriously mess them up, man, because those tubes, man, they'll explode, man.
Yeah, I don't know if it just cracked it or what, man, but I wasn't there. Just heard the stories. But no, yeah, get rid of your TV. Or you can watch after you've completely woken up. You can watch some TV and go, hey, man, you're there doing research now. Now you're doing research. You're looking for 33s and 22s and fucking 66s and
what nonsense are they telling people now?
What nonsense? Exactly. It's research. It's like, oh my God, they're telling everybody that this is that. And there's my old TV. Dude, I had that TV.
Hey, y'all remember when they first started coming out with flat screens? They told everybody that they had to go get a new TV that you could
over to now we're just going digital. There's no more analog. Fuck off.
Correct.
Right? Remember?
Yep. And then they were saying that they had to make people pay. That is when I woke up and was like, yeah, this sounds like a whole load of bullshit coming our way.
Oh, yeah. Digital television. And they made you switch over. You had to get rid of your old antenna on a chimney and replace it with this box on your TV. What? What the fuck is that? Battle Mod, don't you ever show my television. That's the one I had, dude, growing up. I swear that was it. I'm older, but
I got something like that up at my hunting cabin. It was my dad's. It's
so
not exactly like that,
but you got to have a digital converter, man.
Yep.
Mine actually has where the cassette player and all of that hook up to it. That's what my grandfather passed on down to me.
Console? Damn, consoles are sweet.
I think mine is an Emerson. Pretty sure it is.
I had a Magnavox, man. Magnavox. You guys remember Magnavox?
And I got one of those old stereos up there that you open up the cabinet and it's got a record player and 8-track right inside it.
That's the console. Yeah, that's the.
Yep. That's exactly right. Didn't Magnavox that come out in the like in the mid '80s?
Yeah.
Which one?
Stony Jaguar.
Magnavox. Didn't that come out in the mid '80s?
I think it was 70s, probably Magnavox or 70s. I grew up in the 70s, so there's that. I saw the moon landing. I don't remember it. I was only 5, but I did see it. And it looked like shit, just like it looks like now. Not impressive, man. Not impressive. No, I remember riding around in my back of my brother's Volkswagen Bug, And we went to the gas station to get some gas, and they handed me this lunar lander.
Oh, I need another beer.
It was a flat piece of paper that you had to fold, a certain way, and it made the lunar lander. I remember this thing, man. I'll never forget it. I sat in the back, the bug, and I fucking put the lunar lander paper fucking puzzle thing together, or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what you call those things. You just, it's perforated, so you just kind of hook the little pieces together. You know what I mean? Little paper, cardboard kind of stuff. But yeah, I'll never forget sitting there back there I put together the lunar lander paper fucking cartoon thing. They were giving those away at the gas station. Yeah. So yeah, it was a big deal, man. Everybody was all pumped up about the moon landing, man. They were pumped up, just like this new thing that's going around the last couple of years. People are pumped up about it. They're so pumped up about it, man. They're wearing fucking masks and playing characters like in real life.
Mate, I swear, man, I've told so many of them. I'm like, so what ninja are you out of Mortal Kombat?
They're so fucking into this new thing, man. They're dressing up every day and going out in public going, look at me, dressed up as the Coco character. Woo.
Yeah, and then they got little sayings on their mask.
And they
all
have
this
name. Yeah. I mean, the stores are so pumped up about this new thing, man. And they put those signs on there. They don't even want you to come in the store unless you're dressed up as a character. Shit. That's a console there, baby. TV. You got the fucking you got an AM FM radio and a turntable all in one, baby. Fuck off. Get out of my house. Because I'm cranking this bitch up. You got 2 speakers on the side. That is a high-tech piece of equipment you got there. Damn. That is shit. Battle mod. That is tits, baby. Woo! Hey, look at that. You got 45s. You can play.
That is almost exactly what mine looks like, man.
Isn't that beautiful? It is a beautiful piece of equipment, man. I got to give you, I mean, that's some high-tech shit, man.
I mean, the exact same thing. Open it from the top. One side's, for...
the other one's radio, stereo, and then TV in the middle. You put your beer on there and throw your records on top, and, my
grandfather had a legit satellite. I mean, dude, this thing was like, hell, probably like 12 feet, in diameter.
Oh, the big ones. Yeah. My aunt had one of those. Yeah, it was huge. It was in her backyard, man. I'm like, it's the size of a fucking orange tree, I'm like,
Just got an arrow through it and got my ass chew out about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was an expensive piece of equipment, man. You're going to be messing around with grandma's fucking satellite dish. No, come on, John.
Hey, it still picked up the squiggly channel. I mean, though.
The squiggly channel. I love the squiggly channel. Every once in a while, I see a pair of tits or something.
You felt like Dennis Leary. I don't know if you ever watched him when he does that. And he's like, yeah, I'm sitting outside and I'm looking at the, clouds passing by and I'm like, ooh, that one looks like a tit. And I was like, yeah, that's how the squiggly channel felt.
Yeah, there was blocked channels that were just squiggly. I mean, because you didn't pay for it or whatever, But every once in a while, you'd see something. You'd be like, what? Oh, shit. Good times. But no, man, there's nothing like spinning a record. I don't know if you guys like to spin records, but there is a certain fun thing about it that drop a needle on a piece of physical
Dude,
plastic.
the sound quality was amazing out of there. If you had the right speakers.
Oh, it's ridiculously good.
I
Yeah.
was talking to someone the other day because I got a Jeep, but now my Jeep has CD. Somebody was complaining about, like, why did you put a CD player in there? And I'm like, the sound quality's better. And they're like, no, it's not. All right, to test this out. You go ahead and put a song on the XM radio, and I'll throw in my CD. It was the exact same thing. For record players, the sound quality is just so much better.
Yeah. So he's saying XM is better?
No, he thought that it was better. He got proved wrong.
I would assume so. Yeah. CD actually is pretty good if you got the right setup. It's not bad. But yeah, records, the crack of I like the little crack out of the records and the dirt or whatever's in there, picks it all up. And it's just kind of fun to play with a record, man. And nothing.
Yeah. Now someone goes to throwing it on there wrong.
I had a 16 gigabyte fucking iPod. I thought I was amazing. I mean, I had packed that thing full of music, man. Like, what do you want to listen to, man? Check it out.
Have you seen the new ones, man, that have come out in like the last 10 years or so?
Well, I've seen the what do they call iPod touches and all that. Yeah, I've seen.
No. I'm talking about for a record player.
Yes, the new ones. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the new record players coming out. They're pretty cool looking. Yep.
Yeah, I got my wife. Dude, the sound quality out of that is amazing. She buys records of all these new groups.
Right.
But the sound quality is amazing.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah, there's something about a physical object that's moving, the needle, and it's moving back and forth, and it's creating that wave, and it's sending that little. There's something different. Yep. It's got a deeper bass to me. And the highs are just not as sharp. They don't burn your ears off. It's just different, man. And anybody out there who wants to enjoy some, if you can't have live music, I think a record's probably the next best thing, and then you can go to CD, MP3, whatever after that. It's pretty good. There's nothing wrong with fucking busting out. Dude, sometimes I'll just say to my wife, we'll be hanging out, I'll be like, what are you in the mood to listen to, man? She'll be like, Steely Dan. I'll be like, okay. Just fucking type in YouTube, Steely Dan, and boom, and it's on my Bluetooth, and it's playing in the house immediately, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you can't beat that kind of fucking convenience, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not gonna be like, oh shit, let me go dig out my record. ST. Oh, here it is. I got Asia. Here you go. You want to listen to that?
Yeah, the other night I was trying to talk to my wife about, great guitar players and stuff. And I was like, I brought up Stevie Ray Vaughan. He looked at me like a deer in headlights. And I was like, you're going to sit down for 2 hours and listen to this boy play.
Oh, no, you got to watch a couple of him just sitting in the studio. I saw some like behind the scenes footage where he's just like sitting on a couch. And I'm like, holy shit, that guy was good, man. Damn.
But I still can't believe that he died, man.
Yeah, helicopter, baby. That's too bad. Just too bad.
Yep.
And
all we had to go was like 6 miles or some crap like that. And
I've been on like 4 helicopter rides in my life.
And I'll do it any day, every day.
They're amazing. It's so cool to be, especially sitting up front. When you're like, this is so cool. What a cool way to go. It's almost like the Jetsons, almost. Next best thing, I guess.
Dang, man. I forgot all about the
Jetsons. Fucking, I want a Jetsons mobile. Come on. I want to just cruise along. Yeah, that would be great. But,
Did they never make a toy for kids of the Jetson Mobile?
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, certainly. I'm sure they did, man. These guys are cocks, man. If there's $1 to be made, they'll fucking make it. And if it came out of Hollywood, man, they'll fucking reproduce it and give it away at fucking McDonald's or whatever. I mean, there's no fucking end to their marketing toys and fucking memorabilia and t-shirts and fucking Star Wars, I got a Star Wars toilet paper holder with Star Wars toilet paper.
See, like I remember like Raisins,
like
Teenage Mutant Turtles, like all of that stuff, but I don't remember a Jetson toy, man.
Well,
I remember
you're too young. John, you're too young, sir. You're too young.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I got a couple of years on you, man. And yeah, they had them. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, they had them.
I had things that was passed down, for like, Batman, when that came out for you back in the 70s, and it was like legit metal, I got stuff like that.
There you go. It was actually metal. Yeah, we had metal toys. It was weird. Plastic was, still kind of new. But no, yeah, my Tonka truck was fucking metal, bitches. Take that. Where's Mike? Mike, give me a Tonka truck. I mean, ASAP. He's like, it's so funny. We talk about like whatever and this and that, TVs. And he's dropping memes. Like, oh yeah,
does he really love to jump over there?
He's insane, man. He's so good. He doesn't get enough props, man. Anyway, but now, yeah, this shit that's going on now, man, is so cuckoo, man. Whew. My friend's parents came over tonight, man, and they're concerned about their son. He's a friend of mine and a flat earther, good flat earther, and they were concerned about him, so they showed up, man, unannounced, bro, knocking on the door. Hey, we're concerned about Dave. And I was like, which Dave?
Did you say Dave's not here, man?
Dave's not here, man. And they go, we want to take you to dinner. Like, I just ate.
Oh.
And I go, I'll come with you guys, maybe have an appetizer and beer or something. I go, okay. Yeah, so he took me out, and they're concerned that his son is MIA. He's been a little MIA for a minute, 2-3 weeks, not too long, man. I go, he's all right, man. I know he's all right. Last time he texted me the other day. I go, he's gonna be fine. He's out in the middle of the wilderness with some friends that own some property in the wilderness, and he's, once you get out in the wilderness, you shut yourself off from the world.
Oh, yeah.
It's so easy to kind of want to stay there. And I go, he's fine, man. He texted me a couple days ago. He's good.
Why do you think I live on the lake still, man?
Yeah, so it's easy to get lost in the wilderness and not get caught up in the Discords and the YouTube streams and the Hangouts or whatever. It's once you break away, man. It's easy to just shut the switch off, and I think that's what he needed to do, and I think he's fine. He's good. He's just out there in the middle of fucking nowhere on 20 acres doing some gold mining. I don't know. I mean, he's doing
that's
something.
Cool, man. To me, that's living life. When you're out there and ain't nothing around, that's when you find out who you are and everything.
Exactly. You find it's like I did it years ago. I went out, spent weeks out in the middle of fucking nowhere by myself, just trying to figure out where the fuck I am, what's going on, who's in charge, and just think about you look up at the stars and the sun and the sky, man. That's the answers of where we're at, but it's not what they told us in school.
Right.
You know, and it took a few years to figure it all out. Finally, I did, but you know, they threw so much propaganda at us, man. Globe here, globe there. I mean, they had globes in the 20s, you know, on.
Oh yeah.
In the movies and shit, you know, they had globes everywhere, man. It's globe, 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 globe. They sold the globe as hard as they're selling this new fucking cocoa shit they're selling. It's the Cocoa 19, baby. Yeah, they're selling this shit as much harder than they ever sold the globe, dude.
I feel sorry for kids, man. It's going to be horrible, man. I mean, 5 years old or 10 years old, and they can't go to school without one. You as a parent have no control over that, except let your kid out of school.
I saw the greatest meme, John. It was like, why don't they make all the classrooms like restaurant booth seating? So that kids don't have to wear their fucking face fucking muzzle in the classroom, you know? Because it's funny, you can go to a restaurant, you can sit down, you know, you can have 10 people at your table, man. Nobody's wearing no mask, nothing, man. It's perfectly fine because we sat down, but you have to wear it from the door to your table, and once you get to your table, you don't have to wear it.
Did I tell you that I've seen a bass fisherman last week come by with a mask on in his bass boat alone, middle of the lake, flying with a freaking mask? Oh, dude, it was hard for me not to pull out my 308 and ruin his boat because
Yeah, keep the 308, man. You might need that down the road. Save your ammo. He's not worth it.
Yeah, I lost it not too long ago. I actually made a police report and everything that I lost my guns going across the other side of the lake to go hunting over there. No joke.
That guy you saw wearing that face covering while he's fishing alone, you should have yelled at him, "Hey, you gotta have two on, two masks."
That's the way to handle it, man. You know, do the reverse of everything they, you know. Dude, you're supposed to have two on. Fauci says two, man. Come on.
I'm surprised it ain't 5 or whatever, man.
40. I got 47. I got this. Hold on. I got this 47.
Man, it was so great down here for like the first 3 months, man. Like, nobody was being stupid. Nobody was bringing politics into crap. Like, there were some people who was legit afraid. I mostly live around, you know, elderly people that are retired.
Right.
But what ended up happening, those bastards from Atlanta ran out of toilet paper and was like, where can we go and rob more toilet paper from? So they drove 90 freaking miles to come to our freaking lake, got our toilet paper, and it was those bastards when they came down, mass this, mass that. And I was like, God almighty. Our pharmacy and everything, what was so funny, people used to complain to them about no mask and all this type of crap. And he was like, you do realize the sickness around here before, right? Yeah, he literally put up a sign. And what's great is our sheriff down here, he don't abide by crap that Georgia tries passing or any of that non-stuff. He'll sit there and be like, no, I'm not enforcing the crap. But yeah, we've got people now that I'd say probably about 50% are wearing masks down here.
My sheriff in my county said, no. We ain't enforcing this bullshit, man. Fuck off. And then one day I was at a restaurant and sure as shit, man, he got up and he walked through the restaurant without his mask. And I was sitting at the counter, and the sheriff, I looked at him, and I smiled, and he smiled back at me. And I could tell. And the guy, oh, shit. I should have said something, but I didn't, it was so quick, man. He was just walking by. And I just knew. I'm like, oh, motherfucker. The other motherfucker, they ain't going to enforce this bullshit. I should have got up and hugged the motherfucker is what I should have done. Too late. It was just kind of like I realized it so quick, man. It was like 10 seconds, It was like, oh shit, there's the sheriff that said he ain't gonna enforce this bullshit.
I got my fastest speeding ticket, man. I was actually a super speeder. I had just bought the car, did not realize how fast I was going. The cop came up to what county I was in. It was one of these stupid counties. So he showed up in a mask, and when he did, I jokingly said, I was like, so you're more afraid of me coughing on your face than me blowing your head off. Well, that ended into a fast ticket right there on the spot. My ass went down. So I was like, you dumb son of a bitch, but whatever. I love police, for the record.
You spoke truth, and that's fair enough. I would ask, hey, man, you mind if I speak some truth to you right now real quick, remember?
Oh, I should have. I thought I was making a joke. I thought it was funny.
It might be funny, might be, but you're,
he got the laugh in. I'll say that.
Everybody has guns in Georgia, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If you don't, what's funny around here, man, you'll have some city folk that'll come down here and actually talk some nonsense once in a while, and it's funny, man. We'll watch them. We'll tell them to be like, just wait till you got a bobcat outside your house one night, and they'll literally call us up and be like, hey, man, there's a screaming baby out here, some Danik crap or whatever. They'll say crazy nonsense, and you're like, yeah, remember when we told you to go get a shotgun? Go get you a shotgun and scare that bobcat off.
Yeah, come on. My buddy and he used to argue with me, man. I'm like, they're gonna take all our guns. I'm like, good fucking luck. There's like 3 billion guns in America, dude.
Yeah, it would be tough here because of how much land there is to cover. But I'll tell you, man, if you know anything about history, go look at Poland when they took guns from them, man. That was straight horrible. They had the police come in. A lot of police got killed over it. So then they sent their military in. Military got a few more guns, but not as many deaths. So what their government ended up doing would actually sit there and started rewarding people who would turn in their neighbor, their daddy, their son, whoever. And that's how they did it. So that's what they're going to do to us, man. I tell my father-in-law all the time, he's got a daughter that flashes her little white card on Facebook. Yeah, I got my jab. And I told him, I said, she's bragging about that she went and got a donut with her card. I said, what you going to think that she's going to do when they sit here and say, hey, I'll give you a $5 gift card for every person you turn in? I said, she'll straight up look at you and be like, bye, Dad.
Reminds me of Homer Simpson when the devil came up to him, right? He had a donut, so Homer sold his soul for a donut.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't talk too much on it because I'll end up getting so riled up, man. It pisses me off because I literally a lady, one of my good neighbors, she was 70 odd years old. She went in for her husband was outside. Another couple showed up. This woman falls into his arms. She had COVID. And so he went home and he dealt with it, passed it on, good to go. And so his wife comes back home. And when she got home, she got COVID. And so she went up there And the thing that pissed me off the most about it, and pisses him really off, I'm surprised he hurt everybody in the hospital, but what it was is they kept trying to incubate her. He kept saying no. She was showing symptoms of getting better. And he went home and came back. They incubated her, and she the next day she went way downhill. And what they did is they busted a blood clot and in her esophagus. And then they took her off all of her medicines and out her blood. It caused the blood clot to go back to a clot. So it was done deal after that. But the thing that pissed him off the most was when he got the death certificate, it said that she died from COVID. And he's lost his mind at how pissed he's off. Everybody. And I don't blame him. Y'all seen how people act after they take the shot? Notice how they got mood swings?
That's something we can't really talk about in the live stream, but yeah.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. I don't mean to piss anybody off.
No, it's not that. It's just because it's on YouTube. Like, if we're going to get the live stream eliminated and then have the heat come down on us, it's not going to be for, that particular topic. It's going to be for Flat Earth. At least that's the goal, right?
Yeah, I agree with.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm trying to think
if anybody's cell phone service got better, huh?
Oh, yeah.
With all those satellites Elon launched, right?
Dude, I just got my internet.
Oh, wow. What the fuck is that, dude? What the fuck? Dude, this light just showed up. It was real bright and big, and then it got small. And now it's sitting there changing color. It's sitting in the same spot. But it looks like it's not moving, but changing shape. It's crazy. I thought it was an eclipse or something. No.
Record it.
I can't record it anyways. I don't have my set up yet. Ready?
My internet went down or something. I'm on my phone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wasn't I just talking about? I wonder if anybody's cell phone service got better. Because it's
it didn't. I don't know if it got better. I've always had good cell service, man. I'm with AT&T. Been with them for 20 years, over 20 something years. It's been good, man. I paid for it. You pay for the best. You get what you pay for, I guess. But it's been good. I've been out in the middle of the desert, man. People are like, you can make a phone call? I'm like, yeah, I can make a phone call in the middle of the fucking desert. I don't know how. Thank you for letting me do that. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, man. But anyway, my internet just took a shit at home here. I don't know what happened. Anyway, carry on, boys and girls. Carry on.
That sounds like fun.
The middle of the desert does sound like fun, right? I love being in the middle of the desert. I know you do too, Josh.
Yeah. It's nice and quiet.
Quiet.
Like at night, you don't hear no fucking cars, no helicopters, no semi. Well, sometimes you hear a semi when they hit the butt massaging line. There hasn't been very many semis lately.
You need to get a little bit further out, man. Go over to like out towards Utah 12, man. Shoot down that road in the middle of the night.
Utah 12, man. Here we come. Hey, I'm going to Death Valley soon. You guys ever hear of that place? I think it's like 1.5 million acres of fuck all, nothing.
Oh yeah, dude.
Lowest dry spot on the plane.
It's 282 feet below sea level. It is.
Where are you driving from?
I'm about 200 miles from there, roughly.
Are you like?
I'm near Disneyland in Southern California.
Oh, never mind. I can't help you then.
Yeah, I'm on the west coast of the United States of America Incorporated.
I'll take a picture of my Google Maps to show you where all I've been out west, man.
But I like it out here, man. I like mountains, deserts, beaches. I like it all. And we got it all, man. I mean, we got also 12 fucking billion trillion people trying to do the same thing, man. I mean, it's crazy. But, most of them are got this new therapy treatment that they've been handing out for free. And they'll
it's keeping them in.
You ever been up by Kaibab?
Kaibab?
Kaibab? Yeah.
That I actually have been. Utah, are you talking right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been up there.
Dude,
yeah, man.
I had to like haul some corrugated pipe out there since I was the only one that wasn't drunk and I was the only one that had a valid driver's license.
Oh boy.
I had to drive it, right? And I'm not going to let these drunk guys sit there and take the truck, right? I'm going to drive that truck all the way there. Holy shit. Talk about ice road truckers. That sandy road sitting there humping. If you go off the road, you're like in some scrub brush that's like 4 foot thick. Holy shit. I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
The thing about driving a load like that, man, you just don't want to overreact too quickly. You gotta ease it back. If you do go off the road a little bit, you gotta ease it back. I don't know.
Yeah, I had a 48-foot gooseneck on it.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, that it can get fishtaily on you real quick, man. If you overreact, and we don't like that, man. That's not good.
Yeah.
I've driven a few trucks cross country, with loads, heavy loads, man. But it's fun, man. Now we live in a great place. It's amazing to go out and look at it. And here in the Southwest, as you know, man, there's so much open land and so much vistas you can go. Just park your ass and go, oh my goodness, what the fuck is this place? Right? And with what we know now, and we look at mountains, it's a little bit different than maybe 20 years ago, right? It's a little bit different.
Well, not where I am. Nothing that's changed except for a Walmart.
Wow. Walmart. Mm. Why do they want to wall us in with the Walmart, man? Well, I don't know. Walmart is another deep subject, man. I do not like going into anything. It's called Walmart, man. Ugh. Just, I can't. I mean, I've done it. Don't get me wrong, man. I had to go there and get something in the middle of the night. They used to have a 24-hour Walmart. It was kind of nice, think, oh, shit, man. I need some fucking masking tape. Nope. They're closed. All that beautiful 24-hour service is gone. But they got 24-hour service for other things now. Like, if you want to get tested or see if you have something, they'll do it 24 hours a day now. So yeah, man, they're doing a lot of testing and they're coming up with a lot of results from these tests these days that makes me think that that's the rise in the numbers because more people are testing. I don't want to speculate, but I'm just saying. That it could be a correlation. My God, it was the biggest number ever. People with the thing, ever. It was a world record today because they got home test kits now. You can go and take it home, and you don't have to do like the thing in your nose and. I don't know. There's a lot going on in the world. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up, people. But you guys know this. I'm preaching to the choir, right? Hey, choir.
Yeah, the funny thing is in 2019,
yeah,
I came down with something,
dude. Me too, bro.
and I've never left the United States. This is like October, November.
I was late December, early January 2020. I mean, literally 2019, December 30th, man. I came down with some fuck all. What the fuck? I came down with something fucking
Dude,
stupid, man.
I couldn't smell or taste anything for like 6 weeks.
My biggest thing was I felt drunk, man. My eyes were messed up. I had to lay on my side.
Dude, I wasn't anywhere near that bad for me. It was just felt like a really shitty flu, man. You know, it was I didn't throw up. I was just like achy and hot, cold. The smell thing, man, never ever have had anything where I couldn't smell.
Nah, I'm pretty sure mine felt like it, dude. It felt like every Major League Baseball player that has ever hit a grand slam was taking a swing at me.
Mm-hmm. No, I never had anything like that. Mine was, I'll call it mild at best. But I tell you what, the entire month of January of 2020, I blew my nose every day because I was just getting this mucus, man, coming up. And
that's usually how my Februaries go.
Just I get like a whole month of blowing my fucking nose. I mean,
trim your nose.
Exactly. I need to trim something, man. But that was the last time I was sick. I haven't been sick at all since this fucking cocoa fucking bullshit started, man.
Oh no, I came down with it probably, I don't know, 6 months back. Dude, that crap lasted 3 weeks with me. I was burning a temperature over 100.
Really? See, I haven't had anything like,
Dude,
I drink, I smoke, I don't wash my hands, I don't use fucking hand sanitizer, I'm out in public all the time. I don't wear a mask. I'm like, I'm not buying into your.
What was crazy for me? So my mother had it, so they stayed with me while they were rebuilding their house. She got it from her brother, who's vaccinated. But anyhow, she brought it home to us, and dude, I was out for 3 weeks solid. And the crazy thing is she was going.
That's 3 weeks, dude. 3 weeks. Fuck.
Yeah.
Dude, I almost went into convulsions. Like I almost had a seizure.
Damn.
Yeah,
Josh. No. Really? Fuck.
Yeah. from coughing.
Dude, man. Okay, you guys had some heavier shit than I have ever had.
Yeah, see, the thing is at the time, what I was doing for work, I was working at a resort,
Right.
and I was trimming palm trees and de-skirting them, taking their skirts off,
Mm-hmm.
shaving them, right?
Right.
And shit, I must have done like 48 palm trees in 2 weeks. Holy fuck!
Well, that was the dust in the
Yeah, I thought that's
and
what it
and
was.
think about all the spider webs and the black widows.
Oh, I
and
forget
all this
about it, man. All
shit
the
in there, man.
dirt and the fucking duck shit.
Yeah, that's what fucked you up, man.
It's right on the river. Yeah,
It
forget
wasn't.
about it, man. But
It
check it
wasn't.
out, man. The thing is that's what I thought it was, because the only thing I could smell and taste was what the palm tree was. But then I remember, every time I get sick, the last thing I ate is the only thing I can smell or taste the whole time I'm sick. So yeah, I ate a bunch of palm tree.
Yeah, you did. I think you had the
What was
palm
crazy to
tree.
me,
I think you
though,
had the palm tree variant, man. The palm tree variant.
what was
Bermuda.
crazy to me is my mom's doctor was telling her that after 10 days of when she was exposed to it, that she
Yeah.
was allowed to go back out in public. And I was like, wait a second, tell him about how sick I am. And she did. And he was like, yeah, he's fine to go back in public. I was like, no dang way am I going to go into public burning a temperature of over 100 degrees.
No. What?
You can't tell me that cannot be passed on. Bull.
Well, that's the thing, man. We get all these and it went from you got to quarantine for a week, 2 weeks, a day, 1 day. Make up your fucking mind. Is it 5 days, a week, 2 weeks? It's all over the place, man. There's no rhyme or reason.
Well, did you see now that when you go to fly, they actually say you're up to date on all your boosters? Now they don't have to be tested. I'm like, wait a second, it's already proven that they pass it on. So you mean to tell me if my wife goes and jumps on a plane, she's going to be sitting beside someone that's a potential passer? But what pisses me off too is on the mask, Delta will not let you fly with a N95 mask. They make an announcement and say that you got to do a surgical mask or a cloth mask. But if you do an N95, they don't allow it. Do you know why?
Because they don't do shit.
So, all right. So COVID came from SARS, correct? Yes. So SARS is a old-based virus. Old-based virus. N95 and
Technically, it
surgical
is.
mask.
Yeah.
Do what?
Technically, it is SARS.
Yeah, correct. So, all right. So it's an old-based virus. The mask that works for an old-based virus is N95 and a surgical mask level 3. Surgical mask 1 and 2 do not work. Surgical mask 1, about 90% of what you see these people wearing, or a cloth mask. What takes place in a surgical mask is after about 3 hours, it opens up. And for an old base,
works with the Focusrite Claret 8.
Sorry.
Channel 3.
You're good. So an old base virus will stick to a surgical mask. So after about 3 hours and those fibers start opening up, guess what the heck you're going to breathe in and ingest? It's going to be the old base virus.
Right.
I'm telling you, they were trying to make people more sick. That's how it spread so much.
It's called
Legionnaires.
bacterial pneumonia, man. Bacterial pneumonia. Check it out.
Yeah. Legionnaire's disease. That's what causes tuberculosis.
I don't want to. That's not.
Well,
Yeah, stick to this
because
topic.
they were in the trenches, right?
The last thing I want to say about this, go watch. I've seen 2 interviews by Joe Rogan now. I'm not a fan of Joe Rogan, but these 2 guys, Robert Malone and Peter McCullough, everybody should watch that. Okay, but yeah, let's drop the, because this isn't medical advice. Okay.
Yeah, and we're also trying to avoid trigger words for YouTube, like the
Right.
various V words.
Okay. So whatever you think, go to your doctor. This is medical advice.
Yeah, tyranny only happens on a flat Earth.
Right.
For peppermint tea. The tyranny. Yeah.
But yeah, go watch those two Joe Rogan interviews. Peter McCullough and Robert Malone.
All right, kids. I'm going to jump off here. Y'all have a great night. God bless.
Bless.
Yep.
For input.
So yeah, I was looking at that book, and a lot of people don't realize that, about 1,000, or no, what was it? 300 or 200 years after Eratosthenes supposedly made his observation, this other guy, I can't remember his name, something Ptolemy, come across and was like, yeah, what he's saying is completely wrong because it's true on both a round or a flat surface. So this whole argument is nothing new. I mean, they were having these debates like probably back in Plato's cave.